President and Mr. Speaker, and members of the United States Congress, I come to this House of the People to speak to you and all Americans, certain that we stand at a defining hour. Halfway around the world, we are engaged in a great struggle in the skies and on the seas and sands. We know why we're there. We are Americans, part of something larger than ourselves. For 2 centuries, we've done the hard work of freedom, and tonight we lead the world in facing down a threat to decency and humanity. What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind: peace and security, freedom, and the rule of law. Such is a world worthy of our struggle and worthy of our children's future.
The New World Order, a lecture examining the plan for a new civilization being offered to the world by a 6,000-year-old human conspiracy. For the sake of any dated material inside this lecture, the lecture was delivered on May the 2nd, 1994. Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Epperson, and I would like to thank you for watching this video entitled The New World Order. I truly appreciate the fact that you are allowing me this opportunity to discuss some very controversial ideas with you. I think the first place to start this lecture would be with an explanation of who I am and why I wanted to make this video. I am a graduate of the University of Arizona, and I thought that that meant that I had been educated. It took me several years to discover that I had been lied to during my 4 years at college, because what I have discovered in the years since graduation has convinced me that what the college professors called history, political science, and economics is simply not true. After graduation, I moved to California, and I soon began to feel that I did not know enough to vote wisely on the choices shown on the California ballot, so I decided that I had to learn more. I joined a group called the Young Republicans and asked them to educate me on both the issues of the day and the candidates on the California ballot. At one of their early meetings, I met a young man named Jim, who later became a close friend of mine. He suggested that I start reading what he called revisionist history, and I had to admit that I had never heard of that term. He suggested that I start reading books on the subject, and I reluctantly did as he suggested. I started that reading in 1963. I must admit that I now know what revisionist history means. I have discovered that history needs to be revised. What we call history today is simply a fairy tale. As I continued reading, I found the evidence that there is a massive conspiracy at work in the world, and that part of their efforts have been directed into covering up their involvement in the major events of the past. And that is why there must be efforts to uncover the evidence that they are trying to suppress. I am quite aware that few Americans will watch this video, even though I will do everything within my power to make it available to the largest possible market. And it would be a reasonable question to ask why it is that I would take so much of my time to make this video when I know it will not be a huge success. The only answer I can offer is that I feel I simply have to. And the reason I must do so is because I believe that all men and women of morality must do all within their power to expose this conspiracy, whether or not we are successful. This conspiracy that I've discovered is worldwide and is extremely powerful. It has caused wars, revolutions, and depressions all over the world in the past 200 to 300 years. So for the last 30 years, I have been sharing my research with those who will take the time to read one of my books or watch one of my videos. I have written 2 books, 5 booklets, and a series of videos that I think will be adequate to convince you that there is something going on in this world. I will discuss my 2 books during the main part of this lecture. So what will follow will be a brief introduction to the material I have produced to convince you that there is indeed a master conspiracy at work in America. This is the first of my 5 booklets, and the title of this one is God Exists, and it presents the evidence that there is a God in the universe. The reader can know with scientific certainty that there is a creator God in the universe, and that a belief in God is no longer a faith, it will be a reality. The second is a booklet that discusses the war in Vietnam. It is entitled Vietnam, America's Betrayal and Treason. This booklet will discuss the evidence that the American government planned the war in 1945, armed both sides, and then intentionally frustrated the efforts of the fighting forces to win the war. This is a videotape lecture of the same material in the book. This is a booklet that I have written to review a new constitution for the United States called the New Constitution of the United Republics of America. The document was written in 1970 and may very well be the one to replace the Constitution of the United States. Those who know anything at all about the American Constitution will not like this new document. There will be no government-protected rights under this new Constitution if we adopt it. This is a booklet entitled Clinton's Conspiracy that discusses the evidence that our new president knows that there is a conspiracy at work in the world, and secondly, that he supports it. This book will document those statements. I think you would agree with me that it is a truly serious problem when the President of the United States admits that there is a bloody conspiracy at work in the world and that he supports it. But that is exactly what Bill Clinton said. This is a video lecture presenting the same material as in the booklet. This is the 5th of these booklets, and it is entitled Jesse James, U.S. Senator. It is my contention that Jesse James, this nation's most famous outlaw, did not die in 1882 as history has recorded. He lived to be 107 years of age, and during the time between when he supposedly died and when he actually died, he was a major player inside the inner core of this conspiracy. If I am right, Jesse James the outlaw sat in the Senate of the United States for one term from 1901 to 1907. This could very well be the story of the century because Jesse was right in the middle of the major stories of his lifetime. This is a video of the lecture that I gave called Jesse James, United States Senator. This contains the same material as does the booklet. In addition to the books and booklets I have written, I've also produced a series of videos, some of which we've already talked about. This is the video of the New World Order lecture being taped today. This is the lecture I first gave in 1985 entitled Secret Societies and the New World Order. I first started warning America about the New World Order in 1985, 5 years before George Bush started talking about the phrase. So I saw it coming and tried to warn as many people as I could. This is a series of 27 one-hour lectures called Secrets of History. This group of 5 videotapes is basically the tape version of my book entitled The Unseen Hand. This is a 2-hour lecture that discusses the evidence that President John Kennedy was assassinated by a conspiracy in 1963 because he wanted to get America out of Vietnam, a war that had been planned by high-ranking officials in the American government in as early as 1945. The real reason that President Kennedy was murdered has not been made public until now. I will make that reason known for the first time in America during this video. This is a video that shows the driver of the limousine that President Kennedy was seated in firing the fatal shot into the head of the president. It is called The Driver Shot the President. This is a video entitled Happy 4th of July. The American people do not know that the founding fathers of this nation created 2 separate federal governments, when they wrote the Constitution of the United States, and that they gave one of those two governments absolute tyrannical power over the people of the United States, and that this is the government running America today. Big government is constitutional, and our founding fathers wanted it that way. This is a book that I did not write but wish that I did. It is called The Law and was written in 1850 by Frederick Bastiat, a French statesman and writer. This booklet is the best book I've ever read on the function of government, and if I could be president of the United States for one day, I would make it mandatory that every American read this book. I feel that the books, booklets, and videos that I've produced since 1985 are the best on the market on this subject. I believe that my research has been thorough enough to prove the existence of this conspiracy to everyone, including even the most skeptical American. And the evidence that I have found for this lecture today will be very startling and frightening to the viewer. But I want you to know that I have spent 30 years of my life in researching the evidence that it is true. I also believe that the American people should know the truth about what those conspirators have planned for the future of America. As I continued reading after 1963, I continued to find the evidence that there is a massive conspiracy at work in the world, and that part of their efforts have been directed into covering up their involvement in the major events of the past. And that is why there must be efforts to uncover the evidence that they are trying to suppress. I am quite aware that few Americans will watch this video, even though I will do everything within my power to make it available to the largest possible market. And it would be a reasonable question to ask why it is that I'm making this video. And as I said in my introduction, I feel I simply have to. Because all moral men and women must do all they can to expose this conspiracy. Because, as I'm repeating myself again, to make the point, this conspiracy that I have discovered is worldwide and is extremely powerful. It has caused wars, revolutions, and depressions all over the world in the past 200 to 300 years. As I continued my reading, I became aware that there are basically only two explanations of the causes of the past, what I have called the accidental view of history and the conspiratorial view of history. The accidental view holds that the major events of the past have occurred by accident for no determinable cause. People were powerless to prevent the major events of the past from happening, and the reason for that is because they just happen, and no one knows why they do. The alternative view to the accidental view is called the conspiratorial view, and it holds that the major events of the past have been caused by a conspiracy intent on causing these events to happen to further their secret goals. After some 22 years of studying what I then called revisionist history, I wrote and then published my first book entitled The Unseen Hand, An Introduction to the Conspiratorial View of History in 1985. This is a history book explaining why the major events of the past 200 years in America have occurred. This book does not explain why these events were caused to happen, just that there was a conspiracy behind their planning. So for the first 25 years of that research, I did not know what the motive of this conspiracy was. I had not done enough research into why they have been creating these events so harmful to the people of the world. I have been told by others that the motive of this conspiracy was money, but this view does not explain why this conspiracy has murdered millions of innocent people. I was told that the motive was power, but that does not explain why the conspirators have set out to destroy religion as they have. So I started looking into the true motive, and about 4 years ago I think I found it. I now know why the world has been plagued by wars, revolutions, famines, and depressions. I now know why this conspiracy has been involved in the major events of the past. So in 1990, I wrote and then published my second book entitled The New World Order. It was my purpose to expose as much of the workings of this conspiracy at one time as I could. I want you to know that even though this lecture is about 14 hours long, it is still not long enough to cover what I wanted to put into it. There is a wealth of material that I have read that I felt could have been added, but that I thought should be left out only because it would take too long to cover. I know that this will be a long lecture, but I want you to know that I believe it could be the most important video you might ever watch. So please understand that this is only a small smattering of what I could have put into this lecture. I've actually tried to keep it as short as I could. There is something coming. This thing coming is not very pleasant, and it is called the New World Order. One of the things that has impressed me the most about what I found was the fact that I was not the only one who believed that this conspiracy exists. This is a book entitled The Externalization of the Hierarchy, written by Alice Bailey, a writer on occult, meaning secret and hidden matters. She is a supporter of this conspiracy, one that I will be quoting quite frequently during this lecture, and this is how she sees how it has operated for centuries. The only thing that humanity needs today is the realization that there is a plan, which is definitely working out through all world happenings, and that all that has occurred in man's historical past and all that has happened lately is assuredly in line with that plan. This is Benjamin Creme, a believer in a new religion that is currently spreading all over the world called the New Age religion. He is also speaking about the coming New World Order all over the world. And he is not in opposition to the New World Order, he is in support of it. This is a book that he has written called The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom. He wrote this on pages 28 and 29 of that book. In every age, teachers have come forth to enable mankind to take its next evolutionary step. They are the custodians of a plan for the evolution of humanity and the kingdoms of nature. This plan works out through the agency of this esoteric hierarchy of masters. By the way, the word esoteric means hidden or concealed, who substand all world events and constitute the invisible because unknown government of the planet. And on page 78 of his other book, entitled Maitreya's Mission, he tells us that the personnel, masters and high initiates of the hierarchy have worked esoterically, once again meaning they've worked secretly, behind the scenes of our everyday life. The spiritual hierarchy has been in existence for about 17 million years. So this is why I am making this video. I want you, the viewer, to know that there is a conspiracy at work in the world that is planning our future, and that future is called the New World Order. It might be helpful at this point to use a simple illustration for those who do not believe in the conspiratorial view of history. I am reminded of the little boy who goes to sleep at night only to wake up during the night because the boogeyman is in the corner of his room. The little boy screams and his father comes into the bedroom, and the father asks for an explanation, and the little boy screams out that there is a giant boogeyman in the corner. The father looks and sees it, but he decides that he does not want to alarm his son. So he says that he cannot see it, that his son is imagining things. The boy repeats his claim. And the father says to the boy, well, if you pull the covers up over your head, the boogeyman will go away. The boy does that and looks again. And now, because the covers are blocking his view of the room, he can no longer see the boogeyman. So after a short time, he pulls the covers down to look in the corner again, and the boogeyman is still there. This conspiracy is like the boogeyman. It hides in the corner, and some people see it and are frightened. Some people see it and ignore it, and others do not want to see it at all. But ignoring the conspiracy does not make it go away. Pulling your head under the covers does not make the conspiracy go away. The conspiracy is real, and whether or not your father can see it, and whether or not you pull the covers up over your head, the conspiracy is still real. And the conspiracy does not want any of us to see it, and if we do, to pull the covers up over our head. But like the boogeyman, the conspiracy will not go away because we ignore it or cover it up. I intend on making this evidence that the conspiracy exists public so that the people of the world can prevent the future that the conspirators call the New World Order from coming into existence. I would like to explain now that when I was teaching in a community college years ago in Portland, Oregon, I had a discussion with a liberal student of mine. He told me, "You always find conspirators behind every bush." And I told him, that's because liberals are always putting bushes in front of conspirators. So today I'm going to remove some bushes from in front of some conspirators. The material I will be presenting on this video today is an expansion of the video I made in 1990 entitled The New World Order. And what I will be presenting today will be startling. And as far as I can tell, I am the only one who is in opposition saying these things. But I believe strongly that I am correct about the future plan of this conspiracy. Now, I want to be honest with you and admit that this is a low-budget operation. I do not have a large budget to spend on production costs, so I'm making this video with very little money. I am sorry that the quality of the video might not be the very best, but I am hoping that you are watching it because you want to learn about the New World Order and that the quality of the video will not be the motive for your watching. Some of these slides are a little crooked, and I'm sorry for that, but that was the fault of the company that developed the slides. I want to also let you know that the research for this video has been done by me personally from materials that any of you can easily obtain. I have no foundation supporting me, no intelligence network feeding me information, and no team of highly trained experts doing my research. I am solely responsible for what you will be seeing today. I also want you to know that the books that I have taken slides of are from my personal library and are somewhat scratched or worn. I'm using my own materials, my own library copies, to let you know that I have read the book that I will be quoting from. Each slide that you will be seeing during this lecture was personally taken by me, and they might be a little dark, or the lines might not be straight, or they might not be exactly centered. But once again, I am doing the very best to present materials to you, the viewer, and have saved money by doing as much of this work myself. And my purpose is to make the cost of this video as economical as I can. So I will be presenting my 30 years of research that there is a conspiracy active in America and that it has been involved in our affairs for centuries, and that their ultimate goal is what they have chosen to call the New World Order. Let me end this part of the lecture by discussing a simple truth. This nation was created by amateurs, and it will be saved by amateurs. When Paul Revere rode down the street shouting that the British were coming to start the American Revolution, our patriotic founding fathers responded by reaching for the old musket from off of the wall and going to the concrete bridge. Across the field came the English army, the best equipped, the best trained, the most prepared army in the world. The American patriot looked down the line at the others standing there, a bunch of farmers, shopkeepers, teachers, and others not prepared to defend freedom against the British. The patriot looked at his old musket, bent and rusting, and realized he couldn't stand against the British. The odds were just too great. But he and the other amateurs stood. And because they stood, we have freedom in America today. This nation was founded by amateurs, and it will be saved by amateurs. So I'm asking that you understand that I too am an amateur patriot, and that this lecture is the best I can make with the limited time and money. So with that understanding, I would like to now start the lecture. I want you to know that those of us who believe in the conspiratorial view of history just got a new ally. Someone that all of us know just told the world that I was right. And that ally that confirmed 30 years of my research in just a few minutes last year was President of the United States, Bill Clinton. This man just told you that there was a conspiracy in the world and that he supported it. Time magazine named Bill Clinton Man of the Year in 1992. By the way, notice the unusual way that the cover artist placed Clinton's head so that it looked like he had two horns growing out of the top of his head. The letter M there in the back. I am sure that this was just a college prank that they were cleverly playing upon the President of the United States. But Time magazine was wrong. If they had wanted to name Clinton the Man of the Year, they should have named the two men who made Clinton the President of the United States. Time was wrong. Clinton was not Man of the Year. These two men were. Most people would recognize John Kennedy as being the man on the left, but few in America will recognize the man on the right. First of all, I want to apologize to Time magazine. I made that cover myself by taking a real cover, cutting out the main picture, and substituting the pictures of the two men shown in the cover. But I wanted to make a point. These are the two men that Bill Clinton acknowledged were responsible for his involvement in politics. As Bill Clinton ran for the presidency, his past was brought out so that all could examine it. It is known that he went to Boys Nation in Washington during the summer of 1963. That was between his junior and senior years of high school. It was during that summer that young Bill Clinton met the president. This is a picture of young Clinton on the left shaking the hand of John Kennedy on the right. This picture had to be taken sometime before the summer of 1963 because President Kennedy was later assassinated in Dallas, Texas on November the 22nd, 1963. During the campaign, Mr. Clinton wrote a book with his vice presidential candidate, Al Gore. That book was called Putting People First. It contains the thoughts of the two candidates and was published in an attempt to get the reading public more familiar with their stands on the campaign issues. On page 217 of the book, Mr. Clinton has recorded a transcript of his acceptance speech that he gave on the night of July the 16th, 1992, to the American people from the podium of the Democratic Convention. This would be the largest audience Mr. Clinton would ever have at one time without a commercial break, and he told the American people more than they cared to know. The transcript of that speech continues on for several more pages, and on page 231 he is quoted as saying, "As a teenager, I heard John Kennedy's summons to citizenship." So what he was saying was that he attributes his interest in politics to John Kennedy. He states that Kennedy gave him a call into politics. But the next sentence was where he told the American people more than they cared to know. Clinton said, "And then as a student at Georgetown," here by the way he was acknowledging that he went to Georgetown University in 1964 after graduation from high school. Georgetown University is somewhere near Washington, D.C. Now going back to the quote, "I heard that call clarified by a professor I had named Carroll Quigley." So here he was identifying a professor he had at Georgetown named Carroll Quigley who really clarified or brought his desire to get into politics into focus. During the time that Clinton was at Georgetown University, Carroll Quigley, his favorite professor, was writing a book entitled Tragedy and Hope. This book was published in 1966, sometime during Clinton's sophomore and junior year in college, because it is known that Clinton graduated in 1968. This is what the book says about Dr. Quigley's background. Carroll Quigley, professor of history at the Foreign Service School at Georgetown University, formerly taught at Princeton and at Harvard. He has done research in the archives of France, Italy, and England, and is the author of the widely praised Evolution of Civilizations. He is a frequent lecturer and consultant for public and semi-public agencies. So the American citizen can now know what Quigley taught Bill Clinton and why our president acknowledged the debt to him as being the clarifier of his political views. On page 950, page 950 of Quigley's book, he wrote the following, and what I would like to do is read the quote in its entirety and then go back and review what he had just read. Carroll Quigley said, There does exist and has existed for a generation an international Anglophile network. Anglophile means basically based in England, which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the Communists act. In fact, this network has no aversion to cooperating with the Communists or any group, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I've studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it or to many of its instruments. I have objected both in the past and recently to a few of its policies, but in general my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. Now let me analyze just what he said and how it impacted on the life of President Bill Clinton. Dr. Quigley wrote, "There does exist and has existed for a generation an international Anglophile network." Here Quigley was stating that there was an Anglophile network that had been around for some 40 or 50 years. As I said, the word Anglophile means that the network is primarily English, which operates in the way the radical right believes the Communists act. I guess that I am a member of what Quigley refers to as the radical right. I believe in the conspiratorial view of history, and I believe that this conspiracy controls communism. Dr. Quigley is saying that this network operates as a communist network, and since I agree with him, he calls me a radical. Continuing with Quigley's quote, he said, "In fact, this network has no aversion to cooperating with the communists and frequently does so." Quigley went on page 954 of his book, to say this: "It was this group of people who provided much of the framework of influence with the communists, which the communist sympathizers and fellow travelers took over in the United States in the 1930s. It must be recognized that the power that these energetic left-wingers exercised was never their own power or communist power, but was ultimately the power of the international financial coterie." The word coterie means a group of people. So Quigley was saying that communism was controlled by a much bigger and much more powerful conspiracy made up of a group of capitalists. I made my discovery that communism was a part of something much bigger about the same time that Quigley wrote his book. I first started figuring this out in 1963, but didn't know that the communists were controlled by a capitalist conspiracy until maybe about 1968. I first read Quigley's book probably in about 1970, so he confirmed what I already believed. I want to make the point very clear. Communism has been created by, controlled by, and sustained by what the world calls capitalism ever since 1848, when Karl Marx was hired by the very wealthy capitalists of his day to write the Communist Manifesto. So Quigley is telling the world what anyone can find out if they only do a little research. Quigley continued, "I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years. Here Quigley is saying that he first became aware of this conspiracy around the end of World War II. Quigley continues, "and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records." Quigley is telling his readers that this network wanted him to make their existence public and invited him into their papers and secret records so that he could document its existence from their own materials. It is important at this point to point out that this network was admitting that they were a conspiracy because the word conspiracy is defined as 2 or more people meeting in secret for an evil or illegal purpose. So Quigley was helping to expose a conspiracy at their own request. Quigley continues, "I have no aversion to it or most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it or to many of its instruments." Here Quigley is taking a rare and extremely unusual step. He is admitting that he has no problems with what this conspiracy is or has been doing. Dr. Quigley tells us what the goal of this conspiracy is on page 324 of his book. The powers of financial capitalism, meaning these conspirators, had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. He went on to explain how this system would work. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert, by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. Notice that the conspirators want the world to be operated in a feudalist fashion. Feudalism is defined as an economic, political, and social system in medieval Europe in which land worked by serfs who were bound to it was held by vassals in exchange for military and other services given to overlords. A serf is defined as a person in feudal servitude bound to his master's land and transferred with it to a new owner. So a serf owns no property. A vassal is a person who held land in a feudalist system, doing homage and pledging fealty to an overlord and performing military or other duties in return for his protection. Fealty is defined as the duty and loyalty owed by a vassal or a tenant to his feudal lord. So there were three classes of people in a feudalist system: serfs who owned no property, vassals who thought they owned property, and overlords who owned property and serfs and vassals. So there is no private property in the system desired by the network that Quigley and Clinton are supporting unless you are an overlord. And guess who is volunteering to be the overlords? Notice that the overlords own the land and we work on it for them. And we fight the wars that they designed for us. And this is precisely the system that Dr. Quigley tells us that this conspiracy has been striving for as they cause major wars, revolutions, and depressions all over the world. And remember this: Bill Clinton supports the goals of this conspiracy. I have studied this conspiracy for some 30 years and must admit that Quigley's admission that he supports an evil conspiracy is the only one that I have ever found in such detail from someone inside the conspiracy. There are many historians who have discovered the existence of this conspiracy, but all that I know have been in opposition to it. Finding an historian who will admit to supporting this evil conspiracy is rare indeed. Dr. Quigley continues, I have objected both in the past and recently to a few of its policies. But in general, my chief difference is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. So this is why Quigley entitled his book, Tragedy and Hope. Apparently he felt that it was a tragedy that they wished to remain unknown, but that they were the hope of the world. So Professor Quigley knows there is a conspiracy, and Quigley taught Clinton. And this conspiracy made Clinton president of the United States. And if you want to know how it is possible to know that Bill Clinton bought into the conspiracy and that we can know that he too has no aversion to it, you need to read my booklet entitled The Clinton Conspiracy. All of what I've just covered about Clinton's speech and his connection to Carroll Quigley is available in this little booklet. If I could get the American people to read this booklet, it would be enough to save this nation from this conspiracy. But it is not likely that more than a handful will read the truth so that they can understand just who Bill Clinton is and where he came from. It might be helpful to show you an example of how this capitalist conspiracy uses the communist conspiracy. This is Diego Rivera, an internationally known painter and muralist who was born in 1886 and died in 1934. In 1933, Mr. Rivera was hired by a well-known American capitalist to paint a large mural in one of the buildings in a newly constructed complex of skyscrapers in New York City. That capitalist was Nelson Rockefeller, the brother of David Rockefeller and the grandson of the man who made their fortune, John D. Rockefeller. And the complex he was to paint the mural in was the RCA building in the Rockefeller Center in New York City. Mr. Rivera nearly completed the mural, when there was a public outcry against it, and Nelson Rockefeller made the decision to destroy it. This is a rather poor-quality newspaper photo of the nearly completed mural taken just before it was destroyed. And this is the reason that the mural had to be destroyed. This is an actual photograph of the portrait that Mr. Rivera painted in the mural of Nikolai Lenin, the murderer of some 40 million Russians in the Communist Revolution in Russia. Mr. Rivera had painted his portrait in his mural in the Rockefeller Center, owned by the wealthiest capitalist of the day. Right after the scandal created by the destruction of the mural, Mr. Rivera painted a similar mural in Mexico City, Mexico, at the Palace of Fine Arts. This is a photograph of the completed mural. All of these photographs and the story concerning all of Mr. Rivera's work are contained in this book entitled Diego Rivera's Murals at the Rockefeller Center. Now this is the portrait of Lenin in this second mural. Don't forget that Lenin was a brutal communist dictator, but Mr. Rivera felt that he was a man of unequaled quality. And in this section of the mural, he included the portraits of Karl Marx on the right, Frederick Engels to his right, and Leon Trotsky on the left with the glasses. Karl Marx and Frederick Engels were the so-called fathers of communism, and Leon Trotsky was a fellow murderer with Nikolai Lenin, because the two of them created the bloody Communist Revolution of 1917 in Russia. And Diego Rivera painted their portraits in his mural in Mexico City. But is it possible, but is it possible for the skeptic to say that Nelson Rockefeller did not know that Mr. Rivera was a communist sympathizer, and that he did not know that he would paint the portrait of Nikolai Lenin in his mural at the Rockefeller Center? But that just is not true because of two reasons. Rivera had submitted a sketch of the mural to Nelson prior to his being commissioned to paint the mural, and that sketch contained the portrait of Nikolai Lenin. That means that Nelson knew that the mural would have a picture of Lenin in it before it was painted. But more importantly, Diego Rivera joined the Mexican Communist Party in 1922, 11 years before he was commissioned to do the mural. In fact, Mr. Rivera became a staff member of El Machete, the newspaper of the Communist Party of Mexico. Irene Herner de Loria, the author of the book on Diego Rivera that I showed you a slide of, said this about Mr. Rivera. He saw his life as part of a group with the mission of implanting the socialist dream of Marx and Lenin in Mexico and all of America, and thus making it a reality. Mr. Rivera was asked to remove the portrait of Lenin after it was completed, but he refused, and the decision was made to destroy the entire mural. So here we see the connection between the communists and the capitalists. Dr. Quigley was right. Communism has been controlled by the capitalists for nearly 150 years. Now, I want to warn you that what I've discovered about the New World Order is not very pleasant. So I must warn you, you will not like what I'll be discussing during this lecture. I am sorry for that, but I feel that I have to bring you this information, whether it is pleasant or not. I'll be identifying the motive of Clinton's conspiracy in this lecture today, and I must tell you that this information will offend some of you. I'm also sorry for that, but I must tell the truth as it is and hope that those offended by it will want to take some corrective action. I want you to know that if I don't offend you, I want you to take offense that I didn't offend you, because I want to offend all of you equally. I want some of you to complain after watching this video that you were offended that I did not offend you with some of my comments. As I said, I want to offend all of you equally. Next, I would like each of you to know that I would like to impanel each of you viewing this video as a member of a jury. And as jury members, you'll be asked to disregard all of the previous ideas you might hold about the conspiratorial view of history. I will ask that each of you honestly listen to all the evidence that I will be presenting. After you have heard the material in this lecture, then you will be free to reach your verdict as to whether or not you have believed my presentation. Therefore, I'm asking that each of you open up, allow me to present the evidence that the conspiratorial view of history is indeed the correct one, And the only way that I think we can prevent what this conspiracy has in mind for us is to educate others. So to educate as many as I can reach, I'm giving any one of you watching this video permission to make copies of it for any purpose whatsoever. I want as many people as is possible to see this material, and I'm hoping that each of you will arrange to make copies of this video lecture so that you can give them to others. And please help me in getting this material into the hands of the American people. I am going to expose a gigantic conspiracy that has been involved with more bloodshed than the moral mind can comprehend. The goal of this conspiracy is simply to create a new world order. And that future is so horrible that anyone who knew what they had in store for them before it was set into place would do all within their power to prevent it. And the only way that I think we can prevent what this conspiracy has in mind for us is to educate others. Now, with this basic understanding about conspiracies, it is time to start our study of the New World Order. The first place to start is by talking about what this conspiracy calls the Old World Order, and I'd like to discuss the way we currently live our life. I'd like to talk about my life here in Tucson, my hometown, as being somewhat typical of life in America. As I start my day each morning, I get up in my own home. I own my own house and all the furniture in it. I have a TV set, a VCR, and a refrigerator. And by the way, that's about all. My carport has a private passenger automobile in it that I own outright. I live here in Tucson near where my mother lives, and she also owns her home, and it has a pool in the backyard. I was raised by my mother after my father died when I was a young boy of about 5. But after my mother remarried, I was part of a traditional family with a father, a mother, and a brother. When I need gasoline for my automobile, I go to a privately owned gas station where I can purchase as much as I want. When I have need for medical care, I visit my personal physician, and if I need to go to a hospital, I go to one that is privately owned. I am single now, but I was once married, and my wife and I bought this home, and we lived together as a family. When a thief comes to take my private property from me, or when a murderer comes to harm me, I call the police because they exist to protect me, my family, and my property. I am free to travel wherever I want to go as long as I buy the gasoline if I choose to drive, or if I purchase an airline ticket from a privately owned airline company if I choose to fly. If I had had any children during my marriage, they would have been raised by my wife and myself as their parents and put into a private school because I was responsible for their care and education. And I worship the God that I believe in. I am free to exercise my religious views as long as they do not infringe on the rights of others. Notice that all I have described so far is based upon my right to my own life, my right to private property, and my right to marry. It's also based on my right to live with my wife or my parents if I choose to do so, and my right to practice my religion. And this is only a partial list of the rights that I believe I possess. But I am listing these few because I want to keep my illustration simple. Now, why do I choose to live this way? I was given free choice by the God that I worship. He gave me the ability to think. And because many people worship the same God, many people decided that we should live in a family, we should have the right to private property, we should have the right to practice our religion, and we should have the right to defend our right to life. In other words, each of us has been given the God-given right to life, liberty, and property. And since each of us has the right to defend ourselves against the murderer and the thief, we can give that right to government. However, we can only give to government the rights that we have ourselves. We can give to government no more power than we have ourselves, either individually or collectively. We cannot give to government any right that we do not have ourselves. Since I do not have the right to take your private property from you, I cannot give that right to government. And since I do not have the right, we do not have that right. And since we do not have the right to give government that power, then government does not have that right. But government is taking the property from one and giving it to another, and one can only wonder where they got that power if we didn't give it to them. And I'll discuss the reasons why the government does this in a few moments. And the reason we believe this way is this concept of human rights is because we believe in a Creator God who taught us, thou shalt not murder and thou shalt not steal. And because we believe that, we punish others who steal or murder. And we learn about how He wants us to live our life through religion, the teachings of God. But since we are free to choose, we do not have to choose to live this way. We do not have to live with families. We do not have to have the right to private property. And we do not have to believe in a God. And when we choose not to live according to God's teachings, we can choose to live another way, and that other way is called the New World Order. The New World Order holds that man should organize his civilization so that there will be no family, no right to private property, and no right to worship. So quite simply, the New World Order is the exact opposite of the Old World Order. Said another way, if you have the right now, you won't have the right in the New World Order. So the New World Order is the exact opposite of everything we are doing now in our current civilization called the Old World Order. The New World Order will have no families, the New World Order will have no right to private property, and the New World Order will not tolerate the worship of God. Now, with this basic understanding of both the conspiracy and a little about why we live in families, go to churches or synagogues, have the right to life, and have the right to private property, we can now start our study of the New World Order. This is what we're going to see to examine. What is this thing called the New World Order? This is a picture of George Bush, our past president. Mr. Bush was at the time the leader of the capitalist world. On August the 30th, 1990, the 31st of August, 1990, President Bush held a press conference. The newspaper says, quote, President George Bush declared that a new world order could emerge from the Middle East crisis. The Middle East crisis he was talking about was the war in Kuwait that American forces were fighting at the time. He described this new world as being, quote, a world quite different from the one we've known, unquote. Actually, that was not the first time that George Bush talked about a new world order. On October the 12th, 1979, Mr. Bush told the United Nations, we must establish a new world order based on justice, on equity, and on peace. And here's a picture of Mr. Bush delivering that speech. Now that obviously is not a picture of George Bush, but this is a picture of Fidel Castro, the dictator, in fact the communist dictator of Cuba. It was not George Bush that delivered that speech to the United Nations, it was Fidel Castro. But as I said, Fidel Castro is a communist, and he wants the same thing that George Bush, the capitalist, wants. This is the article in which Fidel Castro demanded a new world order. The article said that Castro demanded the establishment of a new world order to replace the, quote, unjust world system that exists today, unquote. Castro does not like the current world system that encourages the family, the right to private property, and a concept of national borders called nationalism, so he wants to replace these things with the new world order. Castro is saying that the communists can coexist with the capitalists in the new world order. But if the capitalist wants his society to support the family, the right to private property, and national borders, and Castro considers them to be unjust, how can both conditions coexist? Castro is saying that the lion and the lamb can lie down together in this new world order. But if Castro thinks these things are unjust, they cannot coexist. The New World Order must either tolerate families, private property, and nationalism, or they will not be allowed to exist. It is impossible for the lion and the lamb to lie down together. You cannot have a world society where the communist wants to abolish the right to private property and where a capitalist wants to preserve it. Because what is justice to one is injustice to the other. In fact, this article confirms what I just said. On October the 15th, 1991, Fidel Castro pledged his support for a socialist system. Yet he and Bush both want a new world order, one a socialist and the other a capitalist. For those who think that since George Bush is no longer in office, the New World Order is going away, let me show you this article in the July the 26th, 1993 Newsweek magazine. As you can see, the headline reads, "A Despot's Survival Guide, Dictators Mocking the New World Order." The New World Order did not die when George Bush left the presidency in 1993. This is Mikhail Gorbachev, the former head of the Russian government. The Milwaukee Sentinel of June the 5th, 1990 reported that, quote, Gorbachev urges New World Order. The article said that Premier Gorbachev, quote, called for the United States and the Soviet Union to be partners in building a New World Order, unquote. But to show you that he was not embracing a capitalist New World Order, Gorbachev told the world on November the 2nd, 1987, about 3 years before he supported the New World Order, quote, we are moving towards a new world, the world of communism. We, meaning the communists, shall never turn off that road. He said that they would never, and I repeat, never turn off the road of communism. That means that he envisions the New World Order as being a world of communism. Now this might very well be the flag of the New World Order. It was being put up during a Ronald Reagan summit meeting with the head of the Soviet Union in December of 1987. It shows the national emblems side by side. So the world has to answer the question, how can a communist coexist side by side with a capitalist? How can a communist want the same thing that a capitalist wants? We have been told that these two are enemies, but here we see that they both want the same thing. How can that be? I want you to know there is an answer, but it is not the answer that the world wants to hear, because communism and capitalism are not enemies, they are allies. They both want the same future. This is the first clue that something is wrong with the New World Order. Now do not ask how this can be, because if you do, you will not like the answer you will be given. A Soviet communist stated it quite clearly. He said, quote, let us drive out the capitalists from earth and God from heaven, unquote. What George Bush wants is for his New World Order to allow capitalists to operate and for religion to preach the existence of God. But the communist wants is what the communist wants is for his New World Order to allow the communists to operate and for religion to be destroyed. Communism exists to destroy these things from out of the memory of man. Yet the New World Order can only allow the principles of one or the other to exist, because communism said it must drive out the capitalists. So the New World Order must be something that will make both the communists and the capitalists happy. And I want you to know that the New World Order will make both the communists and the capitalists happy, simply because the New World Order is pure communism. It will take me the next 4 hours or so of your time to prove that that statement is true. Because the New World Order of George Bush is the same New World Order of Mikhail Gorbachev. And it is because the New World Order is pure communism. Time magazine on December the 11th, 1989 had its cover show George Bush and Mikhail Gorbachev, quote, building a new world, unquote. Apparently has already started. The headline of the Vicksburg, Tennessee Evening Post of November the 19th, 1990 read as follows, quote, Bush-Gorbachev signed treaty create new world order, unquote. So apparently it has already started. Even the nation known as Iraq wants to be part of the New World Order. This is Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz. On January the 10th, 1991, he talked about the meeting he had at that time with American Secretary of State James Baker. He said this: "Concerning the New World Order, I said I have no problem with that order, and we would love to be partners in that order. During the war in Kuwait, this man's government was killing innocent people and destroying private property. Yet here he wants his government to be part of the New World Order. One can only wonder why it is that communists, tyrants, and capitalists all want the same thing." Comedian Groucho Marx was once asked why he was not a member of a particular country club. And Groucho Marx answered by saying that any country club that wanted him as a member wouldn't be worth joining. George Bush wants America to join a country club called the New World Order. But the nation of Iraq wants to be a member of the country club, and they believe in violence as a way of solving disputes. So we must all agree with Groucho Marx. Any country club that Iraq wants to join wouldn't be worth joining. But the New World Order is not something that is new. I'd like to give you some examples of others who have been talking about this New World Order. They've been talking about it, but we just haven't been listening. On January the 30th, 1976, a new document called the Declaration of Interdependence was introduced to the American people. It was signed by 32 senators and 92 representatives in Washington, D.C., and read in part: "2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order." Historian Walter Mills maintained that prior to World War I, Colonel Edward Mandell House, the major advisor to President Woodrow Wilson, had a hidden motive for involving America in the war. This is a picture of the colonel on the left, and that is President Woodrow Wilson, shown on the right, the president at the time. The historian wrote this about Colonel House: "The colonel's sole justification for preparing such a batch of blood was his hope of establishing a new world order of peace and security." The Associated Press reported on July the 26th, 1968, that New York Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller says, as president, he was running for the presidency at the time, as president, he would work towards international creation of a new world order in 1968. George Bush didn't talk about it until 1990. So this is not a new concept. It goes back until at least prior to Colonel Edward Mandell House. What is this country club that communists, tyrants, and wealthy capitalists want to join? Once again, what is the New World Order? Adolf Hitler, the socialist head of the German government during World War II, also spoke about a new world order. He said, "National Socialism will use its own revolution for the establishing of a new world order." So now we have socialists also in favor of the new world order, favored by communists, tyrants, and capitalists. Adolf Hitler killed 50 million people in World War II. He called his new world order a 1,000-year Reich. His new world order was going to last for 1,000 years. Later on, we will see that George Bush's new world order will also last for 1,000 years. And the reason for that is that both men wanted the same thing. On October the 27th, 1941, just before World War II started, President Franklin Roosevelt went on national radio and said, "Hitler has often protested that his plans for conquest do not extend across the Atlantic Ocean. This is his entire design of his New World Order." Roosevelt went on to say, "It is a plan to abolish all existing religions." Hitler wanted his New World Order to abolish religion. George Bush wants his New World Order to abolish religion. Hitler wanted his New World Order to last 1,000 years. George Bush wants his New World Order to last 1,000 years. And certain people are volunteering the United States as the nation which is going to put the New World Order into place. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said this on April the 18th, 1975. Our nation is uniquely endowed to play a creative and decisive role in the new order which is taking form around us. The United States is going to give the world a, quote, new order, unquote. The New World Order was already taking shape in 1975, 18 years ago. And we even have a master strategy to get the world to accept the New World Order. The April 1974 issue of Foreign Affairs, the quarterly periodical issued by the Council on Foreign Relations, perhaps this nation's most powerful organization, had an article in it by Richard N. Gardner, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for International Affairs, International Organizations in the John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson administrations. In that article, Mr. Gardner said, "We are likely to do better by building our house of world order from the bottom up rather than from the top down. An end run around national sovereignty, eroding it piece by piece, is likely to get us to world order faster than the old-fashioned frontal assault. But the basic reason that these planners feel we need a new world order, a new way of doing things, was expressed by Manly P. Hall, perhaps the world's leading authority on the occult world of secret societies, who wrote this in his book entitled Lectures on Ancient Philosophy. He told us why we need to change the way of doing things. The time has not yet arrived when the average man is strong enough or wise enough to rule himself." And he explained who he considered worthy enough to rule those of the world considered by the experts to be incapable of governing themselves. He wrote, "Never will peace reign upon the earth until we are ruled by the fit." And another told us a little about just what this new way of doing things was going to be like. Aldous Huxley wrote a book entitled Brave New World Revisited, and he wrote this as follows. "The older dictators fell because they could never supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles and mysteries. Under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work, with the result that most men and women will grow up to love their servitude. Of course, servitude is another word for slavery, and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown." Now, why would anyone want to destroy religion? Alice Bailey answered that question on page 201 of her book. "The emergence of a world religion is necessarily a profound difficulty. The new world religion is nearer than many think. The reason these people want to destroy religion is because they want to replace all religions with their new one. Alice Bailey is right. The new world religion is nearer than many think." Now, there are many who want to abolish religion. There is a new religion spreading around the world called the New Age religion. I briefly mentioned it before, but it is time to take a longer look at it. One of the more articulate of their writers is Terry Cole Whitaker, a former Christian evangelist. She apparently felt that Christianity did not meet her needs, so she renounced her ministry and started teaching the New Age religion. And she has written this book entitled The Inner Path. In this book she wrote, "There will be no more God of vengeance for us to fear, and therefore no more God-fearing people. The New Age will mean the end of religion." She wrote that it will also mean the end of government. "Everyone will govern themselves. There will be no more tyrants." I'm sorry, got to get the next slide here. "There will be no more tyrants and no more organizations to tell us what is good for us and what is bad." Notice that she called religion tyranny. This is a very common position for those New Agers and others to take, as we shall continue to see. And Terry Cole Whitaker tells us that this will be the future of the New World Order. "The New World will be a world in which there will be none of the things that make up the misery of the world today. The things that make up the misery of the world today are the things that guide our present civilization, meaning the old world order." Now back to Terry Cole Whitaker. We have an opportunity to create a new reality and to put an end to the old. If each man and woman is to decide for themselves what is right and wrong, there is no such thing as sin. Terry Cole Whitaker believes this as well. She wrote, "You are guiltless. None of what you have done is wrong in the highest sense. There is no such thing as wrong in God's world." And then she went on to say, "The good news is that sin is nonsense." What she is saying is that God messed up the universe, and Lucifer in man's mind, his reason, will straighten it all out. That's what the New Agers believe. Then she continued, "There is no one single right way and no one single truth. Everybody's truth is right for them. It's all right to do whatever brings you happiness. Worship yourself. You are the light." This is the teaching of the public schools today in America in the field of sex education. It is being taught without any morality. There is no morality in the sex education teaching in our schools today. Each individual decides what is right and wrong for themselves. Parents, the rabbi, the priest, the minister cannot teach anyone what is right and wrong about sex today. Each individual is to decide for himself. A young man attends the sex education class in his public school. He is taught the mechanics of sex, but not what is right and wrong. He decides that a young lady in one of his classes is pretty. She is sexually arousing to the young man, so he takes her into the bushes. She cries rape because she did not consent to the act. The government comes to arrest the young man, and he asks the arresting officer why they are arresting him. He is told that rape is wrong because the young lady did not consent to the act. He replies that he was taught that there were no rights and wrongs in regard to sex, and he explains that what he did was not wrong because the school taught him that what he decides is right is right. So he decided it was right to take the young lady into the bushes. But the government says that what he did was not permissible because there are rights and wrongs in sex. Consider the quandary that this puts into the mind of the young man. On the one hand, he is taught that there is no morality in sex. He can decide for himself, and he decided that rape was acceptable. And on the other hand, he is told by the government that he cannot decide that there are no rights and wrongs in sex. The crime is called rape, and he is going to jail. This is called hypocrisy. One branch of government says that rape is acceptable, another says that it isn't. But that is the quandary the government wants our young people to be in. And it also illustrates just how foolish this philosophy is. It can only cause confusion amongst our young people, and it has. And that is why teenage rape is on a dramatic rise throughout the United States. We all see it, but no one tells us why it is occurring, and now we know. So new thoughts about how we should live our lives are surfacing. There are many who have been telling us about these changes. I'd like to return to the writing of Benjamin Creme, one of those recommending major changes in our civilization. Mr. Creme is a leader in the New Age religion, and he has been talking and writing about the changes coming in the future for several years. I'd like to quote once again from his book entitled Maitreya's Mission in 1986. I will explain who this individual named Maitreya is a little later, but at this point I wanted to read a quote from Mr. Creme's book from page 3. Here's what he wrote. "We are moving into a period of climax leading to events which will fundamentally alter life as we know it. Tremendous changes are taking place in all areas of life, preparatory to the establishment of entirely new modes of social living and relationship. We are standing at the beginning of a new era, a new cosmic cycle." So Mr. Creme is telling us that tremendous changes are coming. We are going to alter life as we know it. He went on to say, "We are about to witness profound changes in all our institutions and structures, political and economic, religious and social, scientific, educational, and cultural. Eventually, this will mean total change of all of our institutions. So people are talking about changing our civilization, the way that we live our lives. We will continue our study of this New World Order after this break. Someone else who has been writing about what the new changes are all about was Alvin Toffler in his 1980 book entitled The Third Wave. He wrote this: "A new civilization is emerging in our lives. This new civilization brings with it new family styles, changed ways of working, loving, and living, and new political conflicts. Mr. Toffler in 1980 was talking about the changes we are seeing today. He was talking about how one-parent families would become far more common. Now, this is an article in the July 26, 1993 Newsweek magazine. It shows that more single women are choosing motherhood. That means that there are increasing numbers of one-parent families in the United States. Children are growing up without a father. The two-parent family is becoming a thing of the past. The wife in the two-parent family is increasingly out in the workplace instead of being at home raising the children where our traditional family has placed her. Television is making certain that we understand that single parenting is acceptable." This is Newsweek magazine, or is a Newsweek article in their August 30th, 1993 magazine. The title and subtitle read, "Fractured Family Ties. Television Forget Kids Shows. The network's new theme is single parenting." The article pointed out that there are three messages from the coming 1993 television season. Parents rarely come in pairs. Nationwide, 1 in 4 families is headed by a single parent, but on the coming television programs, nearly 2/3 will be run by a single mom or dad. Number 2, we're being taught by TV, father knows least. When its dad is on his own, expect major dysfunction. In other words, dads cannot run a family alone, but moms can. And the number 3 lesson is, parents are just overgrown kids. In other words, fathers running a one-parent family is not good. Moms running it is better, but not by much. And finally, parents are not capable of raising their children. And someone will be offering a better solution. The government will raise your children for you, and they will do it correctly. It is happening right now on our television sets, and America continues to watch their television and learn about the New World Order. Toffler was talking about other changes in the family as well. The Arizona Daily Star, our local newspaper here in Tucson, of October the 3rd, 1991, said that legalizing gay marriages would benefit everyone. The article failed to convince me that it would, so I am one member of this everyone who would not benefit by the legalization of gay marriages. The ultimate goal of all of these thoughts is the destruction of the one-man, one-woman marriage. Life magazine a few months ago had a series of articles that talked about the traditional family, meaning one man, one woman, and the children all living together. The article said, families have been through a bad time in recent years. It talked about how 2 gay men were striving to make their family work. We've never defined a family to mean 2 gay men before, but we are now. This is another article that says that a court had ruled that a gay couple was now included in the definition of a family. Our courts are now defining the word family to include 2 gay men. I will predict that very shortly, homosexual and lesbian marriages will become legal. Mr. Toffler talked about changed ways of loving. Lesbianism and homosexuality are currently being taught in our public schools as alternative lifestyles. Now here we see that the Massachusetts Supreme Court recently approved the adoption of a 5-year-old girl by a lesbian couple. Someday soon, even bestiality will be considered, quote, normal, unquote. Mr. Toffler also discussed new ways of living. The marriage commitment will be looked down upon as being archaic and old-fashioned. So the new practice will become living with your partner, and don't marry your partner, him or her, because this will cause grief in your relationship. These are the changes we see happening daily in America. These are the changes that we see, but we do not understand that they are part of a major plan to destroy the family as a unit. In other words, in the New World Order, there will be no family unit. So we must be taught that it is obsolete, out of step, and worthy of being replaced. Don't forget, Mr. Toffler wrote this in 1980. He was indeed a true prophet, or was he told beforehand what was being planned? Now there is another major change taking place in America. America's tradition was for the woman upon marriage to take the name of her husband as her own, dropping her maiden name. Now she often takes her mother's maiden name or her former maiden name and hyphenates it, such as Margaret Joan Smith. This is a move from the traditional position where the woman took her husband's name. U.S. News and World Report reported in June of 1993 that a married couple combined their names to form a new name. Her last name was Fluoride, and his last name was Fluoride, and her last name was Silverman, so they combined their names so that both now became Flairmen. So I guess we will see more of that in our society. In the New World Order, meat eating will be replaced with vegetarianism, which will become mandatory. Benjamin Creme, a believer in all of these changes, wrote on page 193 of his book, "Out of this change will come a vegetarian diet for mankind. This will be the norm. In the New Age, vegetarianism will become the norm. It does become necessary. So in the New World Order, there will be no meat eating. In fact, everything is going to change. Even the differences in the sexes will be eliminated as much as can be achieved by the planners. This is already happening in our world. Take, for instance, the case of Michael Jackson, perhaps the world's biggest music star. Now, why is he such a major media personality? Why does the major media tell us about his every move? Why is it that he has had more plastic surgery than nearly anyone else? Because someone wanted him to look like a sexless young man. We are not able to tell if he is a male or a female. This is a picture of Michael Jackson with Brooke Shields, and it appears as if he is wearing a woman's makeup. He has had all of that surgery to make him look sexless. He is now wearing makeup to make him look sexless, and the question we are to ask ourselves when we see Michael Jackson, is he male or female? He looks like his sisters, but the world tells us he is a man. But the question is why he has allowed himself to be made to look like a sexless young boy-girl. And it is because in the world order, in the New World Order, distinctions between the two sexes will be worn down until someday we will all look like Michael Jackson. There will be no sexual differences in the New World Order. And someone else is contributing to the destruction of the lines between male and female. This is Prince, the famous music star. According to this article, he just changed his name to a symbol, to a sign that combines the symbols for male and female. So Prince no longer even has a name. He will be referred to by a wordless symbol. And the thought that the future human would be sexless is not new. This is an article that appeared in the Arizona Daily Star on August the 21st, 1993. The headline reads, "Androgyny as Art." The word androgyny is defined as both male and female in one. So we have a new word to define, if you're not familiar with it, androgyny, both male and female. The article showed pictures of male and female actors and actresses who have performed as a sexless person as early as 1930. The first mention of a performer appearing to be both male and female is Rudolph Valentino, the silent screen leading man. The article said that he used eye makeup to appear androgynous. The article said that Marlene Dietrich also dressed up as a man in the movie entitled Morocco in 1930. So the movie industry... Perhaps the greatest evidence that the old world order is being intentionally allowed to decay is the testimony of a medical doctor I met in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in early 1989 during a speaking engagement. This doctor met me after the speech and told me an incredible story. He told me that he was a pediatrician and that he had interned at a hospital in Pittsburgh in 1965. He told me that the doctor who was the head of his department became a good friend of his during the time they worked together. That doctor's name, the second doctor's name, was Richard L. Day, also a pediatrician. A short time later, sometime in 1965, Dr. Day left the hospital and became the National Medical Director of Planned Parenthood in New York City. He held this job for 3 years, quitting in 1968 to become a professor of pediatrics at a New York university. In March of 1969, Dr. Day came back to Pittsburgh and gave an address to the Pittsburgh Pediatric Society. This is the announcement of that meeting in the bulletin of the Allegheny County Medical Journal, and that's Dr. Day's speech circled in about the top half. And this is the copy of Dr. Day's obituary after he died in June of 1989. Dr. Day gave a speech entitled Family Planning, Infant Mortality, Gene Frequency, Abortion, and Other Considerations. He quickly made it known that he was not there to talk about medical problems because he wanted to talk about, quote, other considerations, unquote. After getting past the amenities, he started his speech by making this comment. I am going to talk about some of the things that I learned about during my 3 years in New York. If I see anyone tape recording my message, I will walk off the stage. If I see anyone making any notes, I will walk off the stage and not continue. If anyone says that I said anything that I tell you today, I will publicly disavow your statement and deny that I said it. And in fact, even if you do speak about what you'll hear today, no one will believe you anyway. After Dr. Day completed his speech, the doctor telling me the story told me that he went out to his car and wrote down every comment that he could remember about what Dr. Day had said. He also said that as thoughts and recollections have occurred to him since then, he has written them down. This doctor sent me a tape of his recollections, and what he remembered will be what I will be sharing with you today. Dr. Day said that he had found an organized force during his stay in New York City. This organized force is the force behind communism. This, of course, is not a new revelation, because this is precisely what Dr. Carroll Quigley taught President Bill Clinton, and I have known this was true for some 30 years. I want you to remember that these comments that we're now going to talk about were made in 1969, over 25 years ago, by a man who apparently had been made aware of them by the very people who were making the changes. The doctor went on in his speech, this organized force is so powerful that it fears no one or anything. This organized force believes that no one can stop it. And then the doctor started telling the audience what he had discovered. The doctor telling the story said that these remembered thoughts are not in any particular order, but are listed in the order that he remembered them. Each is just a short sentence explaining in concise form what the doctor said. This is what the doctor told the audience on March the 20th, 1969, in no particular order. He said there is a timetable constructed by those inside this organized force. Suicide will be promoted in its own right. He's talking about the future, of course. There will be a planned economic collapse of the United States to further the acceptance of the global system. The population must be limited to 2 children per family. The government will promote contraception by making it universally acceptable. He said this in 1969. Sex outside of marriage will be promoted. He went on to say that men would become more feminized and women more masculine. Sex would be more out in the open and encouraged outside of marriage. Travel would become a privilege to increase control of individuals and families. Bridges and roads would be allowed to deteriorate. We would become desensitized to violence. Musicians would use coded messages to reach the young people. He went on to say terrorism would increase so that the public would relinquish control of their lives to an increasing government. Abortion will become normal and tax-supported. Fathers would have no say in the abortion issue. He said this 3 years before the Roe versus Wade decision making abortion was legal. Homosexuality will be encouraged. Ultimately, reproduction will be without sex, meaning it will all be done in test tubes. Divorce will be more prevalent. Living with your partner would become preferred. Women will be encouraged to work outside the family. Men will be constantly transferred by their companies to produce tension within the family. When I told this to a friend of mine who worked for IBM, he told me that he now understood why his fellow engineers joked that IBM meant, quote, "I've been moved," unquote. Euthanasia, meaning the killing of old people, will become common. They will be declared to not be useful anymore in the new society. Costs of medical care will increase so that old people cannot obtain it. Medicine will become tightly controlled. If you don't have a job, you won't be able to get medical attention. Medical care will be keyed to your job. If you have a job, you will get medical attention. Going to a hospital will become a privilege, not a right. Later, only those with medical insurance will be allowed into a hospital. Hospitals will be used to confine criminals as a way of using drugs and chemicals to alter their behavior. Doctors will become employees of companies, no longer to be considered as the employee of the patient. Soon, listen to this, soon new diseases will appear for which there will be no cure. He said this years before, AIDS was intentionally created by the World Health Organization. That's a whole other subject, one of which I won't cover in this lecture today, but that's true. AIDS was a man-created disease, and it sounds like Dr. Day was predicting it back in 1969. He went on to say that the purpose of these new diseases will be to reduce the population. He also went on to say that religion will be destroyed. He commented that the Bible will be rewritten with key words changed or altered. Education will slowly reduce the amount of information transmitted. Kids will not learn as much. The school year will be prolonged, including the teaching of students during the summer. Not everyone will be allowed to own books. He went on to say the government will be getting into gambling. The drug use will increase with the purpose of increasing law enforcement. He said music will become worse with the specific purpose of changing the thoughts of the listeners. Identification will become required with something being implanted in the hand or forehead of every American. I'll be specifically showing you in a few more minutes that the latest technology in this field is just around the corner. Dr. Day continued, food consumption will be reduced so that its distribution will have to be controlled, and no fugitive from justice will be able to get food. Weather will become controllable to cause droughts and floods to reduce the food supply. He said world government will occur with an increase in the power of the United Nations. Inflation of the money supply would lead to a single banking system. Taxes would become progressive, meaning that the rich will be taxed to a higher degree so that few could assemble wealth. Credit would be extremely available so that many will go into heavy debt. Private ownership of housing will cease. High costs of housing would prevent new purchasers from buying homes. Census information would provide personal information. The number of bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. will become part of the census information. He said this in 1969. Real-life heroes who exemplify old-fashioned values will disappear. Entertainers and celebrities, rather than the national heroes of the past, would be promoted as the heroes of children because they would advocate a wide-open lifestyle. And I want you to remember, as I said several times during that explanation, that these comments were made in 1969, over 25 years ago. I think that you can see that as I read them, most of these comments have come true. So it appears as if Dr. Day was telling us the truth. You might remember that the doctor said identification will become required with something being implanted in the head, or the hand rather, or forehead of every American. And I would now like to take a few moments to show you that this is closer than ever. The technology to implant a biochip into each American is now here, and there are those in America planning the date when we shall be asked to accept one in our body. This is a picture of just one of those biochips showing you just how big it is. That is, of course, an American 10-cent piece or dime to the right, and the biochip is on the left, so it is not very big. This is a tape being put on to an Illinois license plate as a means of identifying the automobile. This biochip is being implanted into the surface skin of the dog or a cat, in this case a white puppy. This is a slide of a veterinarian using the scanning device to read the number of this particular dog. This is a part of the driver's license that has been computer scanned so that the young woman's picture and her thumbprint can be identified by the scanner. This is the biochip so small that it disappears on top of this particular thumb. This is the device attached to the windshield of a car so that a passing satellite can identify it from miles out in space. And here we see the recording device on a major highway. The U-shaped metal device over the highway will read the number in the windshield as each car passes underneath it. The biochip is already being used on dogs and cats in Los Angeles County, where it is mandatory that all owners are required to have their animals implanted with the biochip. This is a copy of an article written in the San Diego Union newspaper for November the 9th, 1991, announcing the details of the program to implant the dogs and the cats. This is a copy of an article in the April 2nd, 1989 Marin Independent Journal, a California newspaper that was written to discuss the details of this new biochip. The article quotes Tim Willard of the World Future Society, he's an executive officer, as saying this: conceivably, a number could be assigned at birth and go with a person throughout life. Most likely, it would be implanted on the back of the right or left hand for convenience. It could be used as a universal identification card that would replace credit cards, passports, and that sort of thing. At the checkout stand as a supermarket, you would simply pass your hand over a scanner and your bank account would automatically be debited. Now, this is an actual biochip, in this particular case, in a plastic case. You'll see it's not even a little over a 1/4 inch long. And this is the actual biochip itself outside of a plastic case there on this piece of kind of orange paper. And this is the injector needle, the device that is currently being used to inject an animal with the biochip. And as we have seen, it could be used to inject humans in the near future. But even as bad and as impossible as all of this talk about the elimination of the old world order sounds, I want you to know the New World Order is already in place in Communist China. It's already here. China has had a strong 6,000-year-old tradition of family and religion, but all of that has been eliminated by the Communist government in China, right now, today, in China. Couples are separated, are married by the state and then separated. All married men live together with the other married man. Married women live with other married women. Couples may see each other on Saturday mornings for 3 hours between 9 and noon. In other words, there is no family unit anywhere on the communes in China. If the married couple wants children, they are permitted by the government to have one child. But that child is taken away from the parents shortly after birth and raised by the commune. The parents are allowed one Saturday morning visit with their child from 9 to noon, but if the parents show any affection during that visit, the parents will be allowed no further visits with their child. Chinese tradition states that the oldest child is to provide for his parents when they become old. So if that one child that they are allowed to have by the Communist government is female, the parents oftentimes kill that baby and then take her dead body to the Communist Party and then turn her in so that they can obtain another permit for a child. And the result is predictable. There are more little boys than there are little girls. This is not a good sign for the future because the Chinese won't be able to keep their population at an even keel if they can't find enough women to produce offspring. The article says this, that for a bribe of $50, a doctor will tell whether a Chinese woman is pregnant with a boy or a girl. Then, if the pregnant woman finds out it is a girl, the parent gets an abortion. In other words, they want young boy children and not girl children. The article pointed out that the sex ratio of newborn children in China last year reached 119 boys for every 100 girls. And it went on to point out that more than 12% of all female babies were aborted. So in China, the family is making decisions to kill babies just because they are the wrong sex. And the reason they are doing that is because the communist state has determined that they have the right to control the family. Also in the commune in China, There is no right to private property. There is no private ownership of any property, including housing. There is no right to practice your religious views. There is no right to travel. There is no right to engage in an occupation other than farm work. In other words, the New World Order is already in place in China, and it appears to be working. The New World Order is completely functioning in China. The communism that is the result of the Chinese Communist Revolution of 1923 to 1949 is working. And it might be important at this point to mention that it was the government of the United States that gave communism to China during the Bloody Revolution. It was the United States government that assisted Zhou Enlai and Mao Tse-tung in the killing, in the intentional killing of as many as 60 million Chinese during the revolution, just so the government of the United States could give China the New World Order. The fact that it was the government of the United States that assisted the Chinese communists kill 60 million Chinese is covered in my book entitled The Unseen Hand. There is no question that 60 million Chinese people died so that the government of the United States could give China the New World Order. The experiment is working. Now, what all of this proves is that the old world order is crumbling right in front of our very eyes. Let me give you just one more example to summarize all that I've said in the last few minutes. What is happening is that good old-fashioned common sense is rapidly disappearing. Those things that we once held dear are being mocked, ridiculed, and abandoned. Those things that were once not talked about are coming out into the open. Those things that were once thought to be socially wrong are now being accepted. For instance, this little article appeared in our evening paper here in Tucson on February the 25th, 1993. It says that the 6th through 9th grade students are being asked about cannibalism in an essay contest run by the Maricopa Bar Association. Maricopa County is the county north of Tucson, and Phoenix, our state capital, is the county seat of that county. A bar association is, of course, an organization of lawyers banded together for a common purpose. The article went on to report that the students were being asked to respond to a hypothetical problem-solving exercise. The students were asked to consider what they would do if they were among 3 junior high friends trapped in a cave. Realizing that they can't live without food for more than 30 days, they decide to draw lots to see who will be killed so that the others can survive. A half hour after they kill one of the students, they are rescued. And the winners of this dilemma, or the winner rather, of this dilemma wins a $50 savings bond and a plaque. 50 years ago, the bar would have been disbanded for bringing up such a hideous subject in such a stupid essay contest, but today the Bar Association conducts this contest to see who can best murder one of their fellow students. Notice that the students in the essay contest were asked to accept the decision to kill one of their classmates by deciding which one of the 3 would be eliminated. To solve the problem, as stipulated by the Bar Association, you have to murder one of your fellow students. But this conclusion of the essay contest appears to be acceptable because the Maricopa Bar Association said that it was a subject worthy of discussion. Quite simply, all of the old restraints are crumbling. The old world order is crumbling before our very eyes. This is a picture of Al Gore, our new vice president. And this is a book he wrote in 1992 entitled The Earth in Balance. He also talked about changes coming to our civilization. I'd like to read the entire quote first through all the way, and then go back and attempt to explain what he meant. Here's what Al Gore wrote in 1992 on page 48. Check it out if you don't believe me. Page 48. Our challenge is to accelerate the needed change in thinking about our relationship to the environment in order to shift the pattern of our civilization to a new equilibrium. This change in thinking will also follow the pattern described in chaos theory, with little change evident until a threshold is passed. Mr. Gore went on, and then, as key assumptions are modified, a flood of dramatic changes will occur all at once. Now let's see what Mr. Gore was talking about. I'd like to read that quote again, this time one section at a time, so that we can analyze just what Mr. Gore is trying to tell us. Here's what he wrote. Our challenge is to accelerate the needed change in thinking. Here Mr. Gore is telling us that the changes are desirable and that we must hasten the day when we create the new civilization. He continues, we must accelerate the needed change in thinking about our relationship to the environment. So we must change our thinking about the environment. Today we think that individuals own the environment through the right to own private property. We must change the thinking so that the government will own it. That would explain what he means here. He wants the government to own the environment so that the people cannot abuse it. He goes on, in order to shift the pattern of our civilization to a new equilibrium. We believe in the concept of private property in our current civilization. As I said, individuals own the environment under the God-given right to own private property. I would call that thought the equilibrium, the center point, the thought that is the center of all of our thinking about the environment. If we change it, we must make a new equilibrium, and that new thought is the thought that the government must own all the private property. So Mr. Gore is advocating a form of socialism here. Socialism means that the private property must be owned and controlled by the government. Al Gore continues, this change in thinking will also follow the pattern described in chaos theory. Now, I've not finished the book yet, so I don't know what he means by the phrase chaos theory, but I believe he means that this conspiracy will create the crisis that will lead to their desired chaos so that they can offer their desired solution to the chaos so that we will accept their new world order, a new civilization. Mr. Gore continues, with little change evident until a threshold is passed. Here Mr. Gore is saying that there is a single event coming, one that this conspiracy will create so that we will accept their new world order. He continues, then, as key assumptions are modified, a flood of dramatic changes will occur all at once. What Vice President Al Gore was saying was that there is a new civilization coming and that they will create a crisis in the environment to force us to accept it. If that happened, they would force upon us, quote, a flood of dramatic changes in our civilization, unquote. But Al Gore is not the only one talking about a new civilization. This is Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, one of the pioneer thinkers about the future of the world. She created an organization called the Theosophical Society in 1875 that published her books and lectures. She wrote a 2-volume set entitled Isis Unveiled in 1877, in which she stated, quote, the day is approaching when the world will receive the proofs that only ancient religions were in harmony with nature. So the religions of the world of today are out of harmony with nature, and Al Gore and Helena Petrovna Blavatsky are telling us that the new religion coming will put mankind in accord with the environment. Al Gore and Helena Petrovna Blavatsky are warning us that the old way of looking at things in the environment is obsolete, and that after the threshold is crossed, we'll receive a new way of looking at things. I'd like to return now to the book entitled The Externalization of the Hierarchy by Alice Bailey. This book was written in 1957, so she was one of the earliest to put this thought in writing. This is what she said on pages 278 and 279. The new era is coming, the new ideals, the new civilization. Notice, by the way, that Al Gore talked about a new civilization. Alice Bailey continued, the new modes of life, of education, of religious presentation, and of government are slowly precipitating, and she said, naught can stop them. So the new changes are coming, and no one can stop them. She was saying that the new world order is coming and that no one will stand in its way. She went on to point out that there are some people trying to stop this new civilization. She said they can, however, be delayed by the reactionary types of people, by the ultra-conservative and closed minds. She went on, those reactionaries and ultra-conservatives, are the ones who can and do hold back the hour of liberation. So the ultra-conservative types, meaning people like me, are delaying their plans of exposing them. And notice that she terms her plans the hour of liberation. We are going to be liberated from the old ideas by the new ideas. Man will be free when we adopt her program for the New World Order. This thought will be explored later in this lecture so that you will understand exactly why we thought we needed liberating. I'd like to go back and add another thought from Helena Petrovna Blavatsky on the same subject. She says this on page Roman numeral 7 of her book entitled ISIS Unveiled. The drift of modern thought is palpably in the direction of liberalism in religion as well as science. Each day brings the reactionists. Now here she's talking about those who favor keeping the old world order, the old civilization. So each day brings the reactionists nearer to the point where they must surrender the despotic authority over the public conscience, which they have so long enjoyed and exercised. So there are people hanging on to their old world order, and someday those of us who live the way we are living our lives must surrender to those who want to change our civilization. And then she tells us what is coming. She writes, our work, then, is a plea for the recognition of the anciently universal wisdom religion. So the way to dissolve the old world order is through religion so that it will replace the old. There is a new civilization that is coming that will replace the old. There is a new way of doing things that will replace the old. And those new ways of doing things is called the New World Order. This is Albert Pike. He was a leading member of the Masons, an organization I will identify a little later in this lecture. And he also talked about change. He wrote this book entitled Morals and Dogma, perhaps the most important book ever written by any member of the Masonic Lodge. In this book, on page 734, he says this: there is in nature one most potent force, by means whereof a single man, who could possess himself of it, and should know how to direct it, could revolutionize and change the face of the world. This force was known to the ancients. He said, it was adored in the sacred rites of the temple under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet and the hermaphroditic goat of Mendes. We will explore the god known as Baphomet and the goat of Mendes later in this lecture. But Mr. Pike was saying that those who know who this god is have a force in their hands that can revolutionize the way we live our lives. We have been examining that force and will continue to do so throughout the remainder of this lecture. One of the ways we are being prepared to accept this New World Order is through the media, and I think it would be interesting to ask and then answer the question, what are the purposes of Geraldo Rivera, Sally Jesse Raphael, Phil Donahue, and Oprah Winfrey? And the answer is simple. Their job is simply to tell us daily that the old world order is falling apart right before our eyes. Adultery, child abuse, alcoholism, drug use, parental disputes, homosexuality, lesbianism, and all of the other traditional aberrations are being shown on these programs to be quite normal and expected. These talk shows are showing us daily that marriage leads to divorce and to wife abuse. Parenting leads to child abuse. Raising children leads to disagreements. And all of this is not fun. So once we believe that, we can change how we live. They are telling us, don't get married, don't raise children, don't love your husband, because if you do, he will beat you. Don't discipline your children. They can get along perfectly well without your interference. This is the reason these shows are on the networks. They are showing us that the old ways no longer work. And the reason is clear. We are being taught that the old ways of doing things, called the old world order, is no longer adequate to meet the needs of the people, and that we must concern ourselves with replacing these mores with new ones called the New World Order. And all of this was predicted in George Orwell's book entitled 1984. This book was written in 1949 by a socialist who saw exactly what socialism would lead to. So 44 years ago, a socialist predicted what was happening and what was about to happen in America. This is what Orwell wrote. The old civilizations claimed that they were founded on love and justice. Ours is founded on hatred. He said, in our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else, we shall destroy everything. He said, we have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. He said, no one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth. The sex instinct will be eradicated. Procreation will be, I'm sorry, the thing's not advancing. I gotta wait for it to cycle. Okay. Children will be taken from their parents at birth, their mothers at birth. He said the sex instinct will be eradicated. Procreation will be an annual formality like the renewal of a ration card. There will be no laughter except the triumph over a defeated enemy. There will be no art, no literature, no science. There will be no curiosity. He said, all competing pleasures will be destroyed. I want you to know that George Orwell just described the New World Order. George Orwell just described the New World Order that George Bush spoke about. The New World Order of Orwell is the New World Order of George Bush. And to show you that what Mr. Orwell talked about is happening, let me refer you to an action taken by the United Nations. On January the 26th, 1990, the United Nations formally signed a comprehensive document with the stated purpose of protecting the children worldwide from tyranny and exploitation. This is a picture on the front row, a little bit off to the left, of then President George Bush attending the conference. More than 70 heads of state gathered in New York to approve the document, and George Bush was there. The article says this: in the days before the summit, both houses of the U.S. Congress hurriedly passed resolutions calling on President Bush to sign the convention and then send it to the Senate for ratification before attending the summit. Although he voiced support for the convention, George Bush did not sign it, but the United Nations did. This document is called the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it contains 30 articles. I'm going to read just 4 of them to show you that the purpose of this convention is to further erode the family as a unit. Let's read 4 of the articles approved by the United Nations. Article 13 grants your child freedom of expression and the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds in the form of art or other media of the child's choice. Let's say that you discover that your son, and for the purpose of saving time, I'm going to refer to all children in this discussion is in the male gender. Let's say that your son has started reading pornography and you don't believe that he should. You can't object, because to do so would deny him of the right to receive ideas of all kinds. Let's say that you discover that he has rented X-rated movies to view on your VCR in your home, and you don't think it is good for him to view this material. The United Nations does not want you to deny him his right to seek all kinds of information. So you go to jail and the state takes your son. Article 14 guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. If your child wishes to worship with the neighborhood family of another faith, or if he doesn't wish to join with you as you practice your faith, you cannot prevent him from attending those other services. You can't require that he attend your services with the rest of your family. Let's say that he starts going to a Satanic Mass as his choice of religion, and you object. You can't stop him because he has the right of religious freedom. Article 15 prohibits any restriction on a child's freedom of association, except as is necessary for national security. You cannot restrict his right to associate with people you don't approve of, but the government can if they draft him and put him into the army. In other words, they can force him to associate or restrict his right to associate in the Army, but you can't if he joins a street gang that you don't approve of, for instance. Notice that the current argument about allowing straights to associate with gays in the armed forces is a forced association of those who don't want to share toilet facilities with gays. Sounds like the United Nations and not the government of the United States is mandating that gays and straights live together in the armed forces. The government can force him to associate with those you wouldn't want him to associate with for public safety or for other reasons. They can jail him for crimes that you were unable to prevent him from committing and then force him to associate with people you couldn't prevent him with associating with. Article 16 grants absolute right of privacy to any child, including privacy from his or her parents. Let's say that you suspect that your son has hidden some drug paraphernalia in his room and you want to search his room and locate it. You can't do that because he has the right to privacy in your home. Notice that the room that your son occupies now belongs to your son and not to you. It is your home, but it is his room. Why does the United Nations offer these ideas? There is only one purpose. The purpose of the United Nations is to destroy universally the family so that the New World Order, which is rapidly approaching, will succeed. And there were some in the United States Senate who wanted the family unit to be destroyed. They wanted this resolution passed. Everyone who listens to television knows that child abuse is rampant. Parents all over the country are bashing their children to such an extent that society has begun to respond. Law number 603.1 in New Hampshire defines child abuse as any intentional striking of a minor by any method whatsoever, including an open hand. So if the parent wishes to spank their child in New Hampshire, it is now against the law. So the child who acts intolerably cannot be punished by spanking as a method of improving behavior. Discipline will become obsolete. Only the society will have the right to discipline your wayward son. They will have the right to jail him after he commits some crime because he could not be disciplined by you as a young child. So it becomes important now to examine why it is that we as children generally lived with our parents as we were growing up. And secondly, why our parents were one man and one woman. And it's simply because our parents were free to choose and they could have chosen not to live that way. So the question is, why did they choose to live that way? And the answer is very simple. They chose to believe in a God. And because they chose to believe that that God wanted them to live that way. Because our parents generally believed that the God of the Bible made the family and that he wanted that family to be one man and one woman. And that he wanted the parents to raise that child themselves. And that they were to discipline that child so that he would grow up to be a decent and moral citizen. We are certainly free to choose not to live as man and wife. We are certainly free to choose not to have our children live with us as parents. And if we eliminate the concept of religion and the concept that there is a God, we will feel no guilt if we do these things considered to be a sin by religion. If we eliminate God in religion, we can choose to live another way. And that other way is called the New World Order. Why must we have a new civilization to be called the New World Order? There is a severe crisis coming. We will put a date on when these changes are coming a little later. Now let's discuss exactly what this New World Order is. We've seen that it appears to be the exact opposite of the old world order, and it is. Perhaps the best summary of this New World Order was offered by Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a French writer and socialist who wrote this in the 1850s. He wrote, this socialist, our principle is atheism in religion, meaning there will be no worship of the God of the Bible in the future, anarchy in politics, meaning there will be no restraints on the people by any government in the future, and no property in the economic sphere, meaning there will be no right to private property. We'll connect all of this in a few minutes, but what he described is the New World Order. Mr. Proudhon understood The next question I'd like to examine is why there are some who believe that we must change our way of living. Why must we have a new civilization? One who answered that question was B.F. Skinner, chairman of the psychology department at Harvard University. He has been called the most influential psychologist of our times. So when he speaks, we are taught that we should listen. He has written a book entitled Beyond Freedom and Dignity, in which he writes this. Hold on, America. Listen to this. We can no longer afford freedom, so it must be replaced with control over man, his conduct, and his culture. Why must we abolish freedom? Because freedom has enabled us, Americans, to literally destroy the world. For example, we've caused pollution in the environment, we've overpopulated the planet, and this overpopulation has caused famines, and that has starved millions of people all over the world. We, in the industrialized free world, have allowed the free enterprise system to enable the rich to steal all of the property from the poor. Marriages are ending in divorce. Child abuse is rampant. Banks and savings and loans are failing all over America, and corruption in business and government is everywhere. Now, we do not have to live this way. This can all change. A new civilization has to be created to replace the old civilization. A new civilization will end all of these abuses, and the new civilization is called the New World Order. But those who want the New World Order will not tell us that they were the ones who caused the problems in the first place. It has been reported that the students at Stanford University in California had a rally in which they were asked to chant, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go." They were not demanding that the administration of the university stop the teaching of a course known as Western Civ 101A. They were talking about the very way all of us live our lives. So the demand for change is everywhere, and change is coming. Another group of people are also looking for a change, are also looking for a new world order. This is a book written by a witch entitled An ABC of Witchcraft, Past and Present. And on page 15 of her book, this witch says, people are advancing towards a new society. Notice that the author does not say that this new society is called the New World Order, but the author says that a new society is coming. And secondly, notice that she claims that the future she envisions is an advancement over the old society. But we the people don't want these changes to a new civilization. We are going to have to be tricked or deceived into accepting them. And here's the way we're going to make the change. I'd like to return now to the book written by Aldous Huxley entitled Brave New World Revisited. He told us this in that book. In the end, they, meaning the people, will lay their freedom at our feet. Notice that Mr. Huxley was claiming to be one of those in charge because he said our feet, meaning the feet of the controllers, and to say to us, make us your slaves, but feed us. So Mr. Huxley felt that he was one of them, one of these controllers. What he was saying was that we, the people, are going to get hungry, and when we do get hungry, we would demand these changes. We are going to surrender our freedoms to the controllers for some food, but it doesn't have to be a famine. They could use many other alternative plans. It could be an economic collapse to make us give up our freedoms. It could be a nuclear terrorist attack. It could be a supposed threat from these so-called UFOs. It could be a major environmental disaster. But the point is that we, the people, will ask them to give us the New World Order in trade for our freedoms. That is what Mr. Huxley said in his book. So there is a planned calamity coming, perhaps a famine, to convince us to give up our freedoms. We are going to be told that that will be the only way to meet the crisis. But he is not the only one talking about dramatic change. Benjamin Cram has written about this, and I would like to refer to another quote in his book entitled The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom. Here's what Benjamin Cram wrote. We are moving into a period of climax, leading to events which will fundamentally alter life as we know it. Tremendous changes are taking place in all departments of life, preparatory to the establishment of entirely new modes of social living and relationship. He went on to write about the reorganization of our political, economic, and social life. And on page 33 of his book, and that is also symbolic for reasons I'll explain later, he called these tremendous changes the New World Order. So now that I've examined some of the thoughts of those in favor of creating this New World Order, it would next be important to ask and then answer the question as to when it is to arrive. Have those in favor of these changes given us an official date of arrival when this New World Order is going to start? And unfortunately they have. Aldous Huxley, for one, answered that question when he wrote this in his book in the year 1958. He wrote, "The 21st century will be the era of the world controllers. The year 2000, meaning the beginning of the 21st century, is just 5.5 or 6 years from now." And for the purists in the viewing audience, I know that you are probably saying that the 21st century does not start until the year 2001. I will agree with you, but I would like to show you that this is not how those who reckon time for this conspiracy calculated. In any event, until I do directly discuss the calculations about the year 2000, I will just say that the time is getting closer. Let me summarize all that we've learned so far. We haven't covered all of these points during this video, but those we haven't discussed are inside my book entitled The New World Order. This is what we've covered or will cover in the book, or even cover in later parts of this lecture. The old world is coming to an end. It will be replaced with the new way of doing things, and this new way of doing things will be called the New World Order. The United States will play the major role in bringing this New World Order to the world. Adolf Hitler, the National Socialist, supported the New World Order. The Communists also support the goal of the planners. George Bush wanted the same New World Order that Adolf Hitler, the Communists, and other socialists want. The majority of the people will not readily accept the New World Order, but will be deceived into accepting it by two strategies. One, those in favor of the changes will have become seated in the very thrones of power, generally without the public realizing that fact. Secondly, the old world order will be destroyed all at once, after a huge catastrophe, one that was planned by this conspiracy. Let's go back to our list now. The basic tenets of Christianity, which were the base of the old world order, will be replaced with a new way of doing things. These changes to the New World Order are coming shortly, so that the entire structure will be in place by the year 2000. Before I continue, I would like to say this. From this point on, I'll be talking as an historian, not as a Bible student. I happen to be a Bible-believing Christian, but you will notice that what I will be explaining as an historian and researcher will sound like what some Bible readers believe the Bible says about the future. I am aware of that, but I am presenting this information from the pages of history, from your newspapers and magazines, and from the books written by those who support the goals of the New World Order. So please remember that I am saying these things as an historian, not as a Bible student. I would like now to discuss how we, the people in the world, are going to be deceived. Adam Weishaupt, the founder of a secret society known as the Illuminati in the year 1776, answered that question. He wrote, "Of all the means that I know to lead men, the most effectual is a concealed mystery." Weishaupt was telling us that they could control men through the use of concealed mysteries. These planners are concealing mysteries from us. Certain men are hiding the future of the world in concealed mysteries, and it would be helpful to answer the question of where this secret is kept. Arthur Edward Waite, a prolific writer on secret societies and another member of the Masonic Lodge, has written this. "Beneath the broad tide of human history, there flow the stealthy undercurrents of the secret societies, which frequently determine in the depths the changes that take place upon the surface." So Mr. Waite was telling us that the secret societies are the key to understanding both the past and the future. So we must explore secret societies to understand the New World Order. Someone else who tried to warn us about secret societies was George Orwell. This socialist was supposedly an opponent of big government, and those who say that point out that he wrote a novel called 1984 about the excess of government. In that novel, he had one of his characters join a secret society, and Mr. Orwell wrote about the oath that the initiate in his story had to take. He had his initiate answer these questions. Are you prepared to give your life, to commit murder, to commit acts of sabotage which may cause the death of hundreds of innocent people? Are you prepared to betray your country to foreign powers? Are you prepared to cheat, to forge, to blackmail, to corrupt the minds of children, to distribute habit-forming drugs? Are you prepared to encourage prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases? Are you prepared to do anything which is likely to cause demoralization and weaken the power of the people? Are you prepared to commit suicide if and when we order you to do so? Notice that this was written in 1949, yet this oath is describing what is happening all over America. And the reason it is happening is because secret societies administer a similar oath to thousands of people every year all over this nation. And these secret societies are changing the face of America because they are doing exactly what they've taken an oath to do, and that is to weaken the power of the people. And Orwell answers the question as to what the result of all this secrecy is. He says this on page 220 of his book. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. So that is what I will be talking about during this lecture. A boot stamping on a human face forever. The first thing I want to explain is the fact that there has been a secret inside past religions and these secret societies that has not been revealed to mankind. Albert G. Mackey, a leader in the Masonic Order, one of the most important secret societies in the world, wrote this 2-volume set called the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. In that encyclopedia he wrote, each of the pagan gods had, beside the public and open, a secret worship paid to him to which none were admitted, but those who had been selected by the preparatory ceremonies called initiation. This secret worship was termed the mysteries. And so what Mr. Mackey was saying was that most religions in the past had two worships, a visible worship and a secret worship, and that not all inside the circle of believers knew the secret. Perhaps the best way to illustrate that point is through the use of a point inside a circle. Everyone on the page of the world is on this illustration. The population who do not believe in the God of the particular religion are outside the circle. Those who believe in the particular God are inside the circle, and those who know that the God being worshipped is not the God the rest of the believers believe in are inside the dot. So just as Mr. Mackey said, there are two different types of believers, those who do not know the secret and those who do. So what he was saying was that there were two layers inside the worship of every major god of the past. Worshippers of the god known as Osiris, the Egyptian god, Bacchus, the Roman god, Hercules, the Greek god, Krishna, the Hindu god, and Thor, the Scandinavian god, for example, all had two worships inside the circle of believers, one visible and one invisible. One was public and open, and the other one was secret and concealed. This secret worship was not periodic in the past, it has been constant. It is not new, it is 6,000 years old, as we shall see as we continue studying the material, and it is worldwide. There are evidences of this secret worship of another God all over the world, in every culture, and in every time period. Those who know the secret identity of the true God conceal their secret in symbols. This is once again Manly P. Hall, who was perhaps the most prolific writer on the subject of secrets and symbols during his lifetime, and this is a book entitled The Secret Teachings of All Ages. In that book he told us symbolism fulfilled the dual office of concealing the sacred truths from the uninitiated and revealing to those qualified to understand the symbols. Notice that the use of symbols has two purposes: conceal the truth from the public and relay information to others qualified to understand them. We the people see the symbol, but do not concern ourselves because we do not understand that it has a hidden meaning. Those initiated into the secret worship understand them, and we do not. And these hidden symbols are everywhere, as we shall soon see. The next area I would like to discuss is the organizations and individuals who are going to give us this New World Order. Alice Bailey, one of the leaders of a thing called the New Age movement, reported that she was aware of a group she called the Hierarchy that possessed enormous power. She wrote that she had a friendly being that spoke to her, and that being claimed that he had actually visited this group during one of its meetings. This being told Alice to write this: as one of the masters, unknown to you, remarked at a meeting of the Hierarchy a few weeks ago. So she is claiming that this being was invited to a meeting of the conspirators and that she does not know who they were. But whereas she might not know who they are, she answered the question of how important they were in her book entitled The Externalization of the Hierarchy. And this is what she said: the hierarchy directs world events so that the unfolding consciousness may express itself through development and adequate social, political, religious, and economic world forms. They, this hierarchy, give direction, they throw a light. And she said they definitely influence the tide of human affairs. According to Miss Bailey, these masters have been working for what they call the good of mankind for millions of years. She wrote this: the hierarchy has stood in silence behind world events, occupied with the following work, a work which will eventually be carried on exoterically, meaning the hierarchy will work out in the open in the future, instead of esoterically, meaning that they will cease operating in a concealed or hidden manner. The conspirators are one day going to release the information on what they have been up to for many countless generations. And I must add that George Bush started this process of identification in August of 1990. So now it is possible to ask and then answer the question as to whether or not we can know who these masters are. Alice Bailey says this elsewhere in her book entitled The Externalization of the Hierarchy. She wrote this: the three main channels through which the preparation for this new age, and you can use the two phrases, the New World Order and the New Age, interchangeably, because the New Age is the New World Order. So she said this New Age is going on, the preparation for this New Age is going on, and it might be regarded as the church, the Masonic fraternity, and the educational field. She is saying that the church, meaning the Christian church, the secret society known as the Masons, and the public school system are all working together to bring us the New World Order. During this lecture today, we are going to concentrate only on the Masons. The others are in my book and videos. She continued on page 511 of her book to explain just how important Masonry is to the future of the world. She wrote, the Masonic movement will meet the needs of those who can and should wield power. It is the custodian of the law. It is the home of the mysteries and the seat of initiation. It holds in its symbolism the ritual of deity, and the work of salvation is pictorially preserved in its work. The methods of deity are demonstrated in the temples, its temples, and under the all-seeing eye the work can go forward. It, meaning Masonry, is a far more occult organization than can be realized, and is intended to be the training school for the coming advanced occultists. Alice Bailey failed to tell her readers who these hidden masters were, but one of the New Age believers did tell us, at least who one of the people were. Now, we've quoted Benjamin Creme before. He is a believer in the New Age religion, and he's written a book entitled The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom. He told us that this man was one of the members of the hierarchy. Benjamin Creme identified Karl Marx, the founder of so-called communism, as being a member of the hierarchy. And this is what he wrote on page 100 of his book. Karl Marx, the communist, was a member of the hierarchy. Notice that he was saying that the founder of communism was helping direct world events. This fact will be confirmed in another book that Mr. Creme wrote, and I will be discussing that in a few minutes. Mr. Creme repeated the important point that Alice Bailey made. The Masons are deeply involved in the events of the past. Mr. Creme wrote, the new religion will manifest, for instance, through organizations like Masonry. In Freemasonry is embedded the core of the secret of the occult mysteries. So the Masons are right in the middle of this movement to bring the world a new world order. And Mr. Creme and Miss Bailey are telling us that. It is now appropriate to discuss the fact that Benjamin Creme is a believer in a person that he calls Lord Maitreya. Lord Maitreya is the one person called that is the Jesus for the Christians, another Buddha called Lord Maitreya for the Buddhists, Imam Mahdi for the Muslims, Krishna for the Hindus, and the Messiah for the Jews. Notice that according to Mr. Creme, all of the religions of the world are waiting for the return of their leader, and that the leader is now on the face of the earth, and that he is the one leader that all religions are looking for. He claims that he is the head of a group of enlightened men known as the spiritual hierarchy of masters. And elsewhere, Mr. Creme describes that hierarchy as being the brotherhood of light. He also told us that he will be the head of a new world religion, which eventually Maitreya will inaugurate. He went on to tell us that the new religion will be somewhat different from what we know about religion. He said initiation will be central to the new world religion. So all who accept the new religion will have to be initiated. But I must be fair to Benjamin Creme. In the back of his book, on pages 373 to 393, Mr. Creme lists the 600 great and good men and women who've been initiated into the ancient mysteries. And it can't be so bad, because this list contains the names of so many of the greatest men and women of the past who've been initiated into the new religion so far. I'm going to give you some of those great and good men and women, and we'll read from his own preparation, his own list of these people who've been initiated. We'll do it in groups of 3. These are the people in part of the 600 who Mr. Creme believes have been initiated into the mystery religion. Aristotle, Johann Sebastian Bach, Ludwig von Beethoven, Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor of the telephone, Johann Brahms, the composer, Charles Chaplin, the famous comedic star, the actor, Ralph Waldo Emerson, went too fast there, let's go back. I can't go back. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the writer, Benjamin Franklin, the American statesman, and Danny Kaye, the actor. Also John Kennedy, the American president, John Lennon of the Beatles, Abraham Lincoln, the American president. These men have all been initiated into the mystery religion. Franklin Roosevelt, President of the United States, William Shakespeare, the writer, George Bernard Shaw, the writer. He went on to say that Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon religion, Mark Twain, the writer, George Washington, the American president, Julius Caesar, the Roman dictator, Nicolae Ceausescu, the Romanian communist tyrant, Chou Enlai, who murdered as many as 80 million Chinese in the brutal Chinese Communist Revolution in China, all have been initiated. Aleister Crowley, the Satanist, was initiated. Frederick Engels, the supposed father of communism, along with Karl Marx, Che Guevara, the Cuban communist, were all initiates of the ancient mystery religion. Adolf Hitler, the head of the German government, who planned the Second World War that killed 53 million people so that he could create the New World Order. Ho Chi Minh was initiated, the brutal Vietnamese communists who staged the war in Vietnam that killed 56,000 American soldiers and countless Vietnamese, Cambodians, and Laotians. Ayatollah Khomeini, the brutal head of the Iranian government. were initiates. 3 more were Judas Iscariot, the betrayer of Jesus Christ, Nikita Khrushchev, the communist who starved millions of people during the Communist Revolution in Russia in 1917, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the communist who planned the extermination of as many as 40 million people in the Russian Communist Revolution of 1970, were all initiates. Mao Tse-tung, who assisted Zhou Enlai in murdering as many as 80 million Chinese in the Chinese Communist Revolution of 1923 to 1949. Karl Marx, the so-called father of communism. Benito Mussolini, the head of the Italian government during World War II, who aided Adolf Hitler. Napoleon, the head of the French government that killed millions during his European war. Cecil Rhodes, the teacher of President Bill Clinton, was an initiate. And lastly, Joseph Stalin, the brutal Russian communist dictator. So the initiation ceremonies that we will all have to take to live in the New World Order can't be so bad, since good people like Adolf Hitler and Ayatollah Khomeini have gone through it before and were initiates. So this New World Order sounds like fun. You might remember that one of the names that I read in that list of the initiates was John Lennon, one of the singers in the rock and roll group known as the Beatles. To show you why he was an initiate, I would like to read you the lyrics of a classically beautiful song he wrote called Imagine. This song was written in 1971 and it is still being played on radio stations even today. This song tells the world why John Lennon was an initiate. And I want you to know that countless of my supporters have requested that I not sing the words to this song, but that I just read them. So to save your ears from environmental damage, I've agreed to their request. I will only read the words. The words from the song Imagine, written by John Lennon. Imagine there's no heaven, it's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us, only sky. So here Mr. Lennon attacks the idea of a heaven and a hell. He is obviously writing about the need to destroy religion, which teaches the existence of these places. He went on in this beautiful song, imagine all the people living for today. Here Mr. Lennon, the initiate, tells us that there is no tomorrow to be concerned about. There is only today. Don't concern yourself about tomorrow because there is no tomorrow worth planning for. He went on to write, imagine there's no countries. Here Mr. Lennon tells us that the New World Order will have no national boundaries, that the world will be under a one-world government. It isn't hard to do, nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Mr. Lennon's song, Imagine. So here Mr. Lennon combines his attack on nationalism and religion. It is unfortunate that Mr. Lennon had not studied the conspiratorial view of history, because if he had, he would have learned that nations and religions do not cause wars as he thought conspirators do. But here he was admitting that he has bought the lie of the conspiracy that religion and national borders cause wars. He went on in his song, imagine all the people living life in peace. These are the only words in his classically beautiful song that I agree with. But his solution to the wars in the world is the New World Order, not exposing the conspiracy that has caused them all. Mr. Lennon's song goes on, imagine no possessions. Here Mr. Lennon attacks the idea of private property. I will show you why this is in a few minutes. John Lennon wanted to abolish private property. He did not want you to own anything. But I have to be fair and give Mr. Lennon credit. John Lennon sold all of his possessions, gave away all of his millions, and lived like a hermit on the side of a mountain in England. He showed us that he truly believed in this concept, that there should be no possessions. What he was saying was that he didn't want you to have the right to private property, but he wasn't about to give up his right to own private property. Just like all of the others who believe in this New World Order, John Lennon was a hypocrite. The song continues, I wonder if you can, no need for greed or hunger, no a brotherhood of man. He wrote, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Here he shows the listeners that he is talking about a New World Order. And he finished with this, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as one. Mr. Lenin apparently had not thought how he could get those who believed in religion and the right to private property to agree with those who did not believe in religion and private property. Mr. Lenin was a stupid man, like all of the other New World Order dreamers. Their utopia is unattainable as long as there are some men who believe in private property and some who do not. Here is another evidence that John Lennon was an initiate and that he believed in communism. This is the cover of an album made by the Beatles called Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. As you can see, the cover is made up of a series of portraits or pictures of all sorts of people. I once heard that one of the Beatles say that they put only those people that they admired in the scene behind them. And one of the most admired men is in the picture is shown behind the green arrow. And one of the people the Beatles admired the most was Karl Marx, the communist and fellow initiate. The Beatles admitted that they admired the communist terrorist Karl Marx. The Beatles admitted that his ideas were not the most dangerous ideas in the world. They admired Karl Marx, the man who's responsible for the murders of millions of innocent people. They put him in a crowd of admired people. Yes, it is true, John Lennon was an initiate into the secret worship of Lucifer. This is supposed to be that leader of all of these religions, and he is called Lord Maitreya. This picture was taken of him after he showed up in Nairobi, Kenya, in Africa, on June the 11th, 1988, at the specific request of the nuns shown elsewhere in this picture. This is another picture of this man who claims that he is Jesus Christ. This photograph of Maitreya was published in the newspaper called The Emergence, put out by those who believe that he is the Christ. Benjamin Creme has been telling the world that Maitreya descended from his retreat in the Himalayan mountains, where he has lived for thousands of years, on the 8th of July, 1977, and that on July 19th, 1977, he came to London, England, where he is living today. According to Mr. Creme, this Maitreya knows what the problem is. The newspaper called Emergence quotes Creme, or quotes Maitreya, saying that the reason people are starving all over the world is the commercialization created by market forces. He is blaming all of the world's problems on the free enterprise system. Apparently he is unfamiliar with the workings of his fellow initiate Cecil Rhodes, the teacher of President Bill Clinton, who knows that the problems of this world are created by a master conspiracy in the world. Yet Lord Maitreya claims to be God. Yet he doesn't know that a master conspiracy has been planning wars, revolutions, and depressions all over the world. Some God he is. He goes on to write, market forces are the forces of wickedness, confusion, and chaos, and its children are competition and comparison. A little later I will show you that this Christ is a communist. He wants to abolish private property. Benjamin Creme wrote, quote, his task and that of his disciples, the masters of the wisdom, will be to inaugurate the age of reason. Someday soon, on what he calls the Day of Declaration, Lord Maitreya will mentally overshadow all of humanity simultaneously. Each of us, not only those watching or listening, will hear his words inwardly, telepathically, in our own language. Mr. Creme told us how he's going to appear to all of mankind. He, meaning Maitreya, will acknowledge his true status and be invited to speak to the world through radio and television. The radio and television networks of the world will be linked up, and he will make his appeal. By mentally overshadowing all mankind simultaneously, he will come into telepathic rapport with all humanity everywhere, and we shall hear his words silently entering our minds in our own language. Notice that Lord Maitreya is coming to speak on worldwide radio and television. There are parts of the world that do not have radio and television, so Lord Maitreya cannot reach all people at the same time using the airwaves. Then Mr. Creme says that Lord Maitreya will then mentally overshadow everyone simultaneously. If he has the power to do this without radio and television, why does he need to use radio and television? If he uses the radio and television networks, he will not reach everyone. If he can't reach everyone, how can he mentally overshadow everyone? This is contradictory. Apparently no one is to question what Mr. Krem says. It appears that Mr. Krem is saying two things at the same time, each one contradictory to the other. Mr. Krem gave us some clue as to when these dramatic changes will occur. He said this on June the 23rd, 1977. Slowly, gradually, over the next 25 years, the hierarchy will externalize itself. 1977 plus 25 years is the year 2002. That date is close to the year 2000, and that date is extremely significant, as we shall see later in this lecture. So if the Masonic lodges are to bring us these new changes, it becomes important to study them. And it is not an impossible task, even though they claim to be secret. They have made their position clear in a variety of books written by a group of very high-ranking Masons. So I'd now like to start my study of the Masonic fraternity. I'd first like to explain that I am not a member of the Masons, nor have I ever been a member of the Masons. Every Masonic book that I will quote from during this lecture was written by one of their official writers and is not secret. I have found many of these books in a typical bookstore selling new books or in a used bookstore, and none of what I will be covering is secret. However, I must be clear. Many of these authors conceal the truth in symbols or inside words that have more than one meaning. But once you understand the concealed language, their writing becomes clear and understandable. I first started studying the Masonic Lodge in about 1976 and took the results of my preliminary research out to the American people during a nationwide lecture tour in 1985, 86, and 87. My book entitled The New World Order that I published in 1990 was the first one that I can find that exposed the Masonic Lodge for what it was from their own material. Apparently the Masons have noticed. This is a photocopy of a cover of the national magazine called The Northern Light, published by the Northern Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. On pages 20 and 21 of their February 1993 issue, Thomas W. Jackson, a 33rd degree Mason, meaning that he is a high-ranking member of the Lodge, reviewed the book entitled The New World Order, written by Pat Robertson. Mr. Robertson wrote his book after my book by the same title was in his hands. So this reviewer was not reviewing Pat Robertson's book, he was reviewing mine. Near the end of his review, Mr. Jackson made this comment. The Freemasonry historically was composed of the retarded, the illiterates, and the misfits of society. I might be able to comprehend the attitude of men like Robertson, meaning Pat Robertson, Hawley, meaning Dr. James L. Hawley, a medical doctor who a short time ago attempted to get the Southern Baptist Church to renounce Masonry, John Ankerberg, meaning John Ankerberg, a television evangelist who has a nationwide television program which has on occasion produced programs exposing the lower layer Masonic Lodge initiation ceremonies, Epperson, meaning me, Ralph Epperson, and others in their fanatical devotion to attacks against Freemasonry and Freemasons. So Pat Robertson, James Hawley, John Ankerberg, and Ralph Epperson have arrived. I am pleased that the Masons recognize that my book is having an effect on their membership. Yes, it is true. I have arrived. I am known by my enemies. I was mentioned again in another Masonic publication. This is called the American Masonic Review in their winter 1993 edition. They reprinted a speech by Gary Liazor, I guess, that he delivered to the Southeast Masonic Conference on August the 6th, 1993, in which he discussed his conclusion that Gary Kaw, A. Ralph Epperson, William T. Still, and Pat Robertson are well-known conspiracists who see Freemasonry as part of a worldwide conspiracy. I am honored to be included in his list of those telling the truth about the Masonic Order. To start my study of the Masons, I would like to go back to 1826 and talk about Captain William Morgan. He claimed that he had been a Mason for over 30 years when he wrote this book entitled Freemasonry Exposed in 1826. And in 1827, Captain William Morgan was murdered by some Masons in New York. The captain had paid with his life for exposing some of the secrets of the Masonic Lodge. Captain Morgan knew that as a Mason he had taken a blood oath that he would be killed by the Masons if he revealed the secrets of the Masonic Lodge. This is Duncan's ritual, a copy of the rituals for the first 7 degrees of the Masonic Order. Captain Morgan, like all other third-degree Masons, took an oath during the third-degree ceremony. This is what the captain swore himself to. All this I promise, meaning here that he will agree to the commitments he made just a few minutes before. All this I promise, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my body severed in two, my bowels taken from thence and burned to ashes, that no more remembrance might be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I would be, should I ever knowingly violate this, my Master Mason's obligation. So Captain Morgan, like any other third-degree Mason who discovered the truth about the Masons, faced a real quandary. Should he tell the truth and risk his own death, or should he remember the oath he had taken and remain silent? The captain chose to tell the truth. And true to their word, the Masons murdered Captain Morgan shortly after he published his book. This is a picture of the statue erected in memory of Captain William Morgan in Batavia, New York. This is a slide of the base of that monument showing clearly that the Captain Morgan is the person depicted thereon, and this is what is written on one side of the base of the statue. The statue was erected by volunteer contributions from over 2,000 persons residing in Canada, Ontario, and 26 of the United States and territories. This is a slide of another side of the monument, and it has this written on it: sacred to the memory of William Morgan, a native of Virginia, a captain in the War of 1812, a respectable citizen of Batavia, and a martyr to the freedom of writing, printing, and speaking the truth. He was abducted from near this spot in the year 1826 by the Freemasons and murdered for revealing the secrets of that order. Another side of the monument reads, the court records of Genesee County and files of the Batavia Advocate kept in the recorder's office contain the history of the events that caused the erection of this monument. And to show the world that Captain Morgan found the truth about the Masonic Order, this is what he wrote in part in his book and as recorded on the foreside of the statue. This is in his book and on the foreside. The bane. Now, we do not use this word in our modern vocabulary, but it is defined as the ruin. So Captain Morgan is saying that the ruin of our civil institutions is to be found in Masonry, already powerful and daily becoming more so. I owe my country an exposure of its dangers. So Captain Morgan risked his own life because he saw that the Masonic Lodge was going to change our civil institutions, meaning the very way we lived our lives, meaning our civilization. And in 1827, the anger caused by the captain's murder caused millions of people in America to form this nation's first third party, other than the Republicans or Democrats, in 1832. They called themselves the Anti-Mason Party and ran candidates for the presidency and vice presidency of the United States and got 7% of the national vote. Mackey's Encyclopedia, one of the great Masonic books of all time, tells us what the Masons state. Tells us that the Masons state that the object of the Masonic Party was to deprive Masonry of the support which it derives from the power and patronage of the executive branch of the United States government. So Albert Mackey, truly one of the great Masonic researchers in the world, tells us that the Masons were concerned that they would be deprived of the power of the presidency. The implication is that the Masons control the presidency and that Captain Morgan was attempting to deprive the Masons of that control. Notice that Captain Morgan said they were using that control for the purpose of destroying America's civilization. Each of us has to decide if Captain Morgan was right or Albert Mackey was right. And I am attempting to prove that the good captain was right because, quite simply, as I will continue to prove during the course of this lecture, Masonry is out to destroy our civilization. And I'm going to prove that in their own material. Going back to Mr. I want you to know that I am placing myself in a position of danger by openly exposing the Masonic Lodge, because those who do so at their own peril. I am not doing this because I want to be a hero or a martyr. I'm doing it because I have to. So if you hear about my suicide because I decided to fly from the top of a 16-story building, please be advised in advance that I did not do that. Or if you read that my car caught fire because my carburetor exploded, my carburetor is fine, thank you. In other words, I did not commit suicide. And the reason that I will not commit suicide is because I believe that only God can take life. I want you to know that those who believe in the ancient mystery religion do not have a similar concern. They believe that murder is acceptable if it protects the secret. So if you believe in the power of prayer, may I suggest that you commit me in prayer to the Creator God of the universe. I am not too proud to ask for prayer because I believe that prayer is simply what is protecting me even today. I would now like to return to my discussion of the Masonic Lodge. The Masons are also concealing a secret from the public. Carl Claudy, a 33rd degree Mason, has written this: "He who hears but the words of Freemasonry misses their meaning entirely." I'm going to show you just what the words of the Masons conceal. One of those secrets inside the Masonic Lodge is that there are two layers inside the Brotherhood. Manly P. Hall wrote this: "Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. It is necessary to establish the existence of these two separate yet interdependent orders, the one visible and the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian concerns. The invisible society is a secret fraternity. Notice that there are two layers inside the Masonic lodges. If one is quote, enjoined to patriotic and humanitarian concerns, unquote, what is the other one enjoined to? It must not be patriotic and humanitarian, or they wouldn't need to form it. They are saying that the second layer must be anti-patriotic and anti-humanitarian. It must be, or there would be no need to create the second layer. So to make the point once again, the Masonic Lodge has two layers inside, those who know the secret and those who do not. And that secret layer is concealed inside the Masonic Lodge in part by the use of a coded language. Once those who study the Masonic Lodge break the code, they can understand a great deal about the Masonic Lodge. I'd like to refer once again to Albert Pike the Mason, because he taught his readers a simple but very profound Masonic truth on the bottom of page 324 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. This is what he wrote: "What is superior is as that which is inferior, and what is below is as that which is above, to form the marvels of unity." What that means is that everything the Masons say in public is just the opposite to what is the truth. Mr. Pike amplified this comment in his second book entitled Legenda. He wrote, "What is below, you have already heard us say, equals or resembles what is above. What is above equals or resembles what is below." Once you understand this, then you have broken the code of Masonic language. We can then find out what that secret is that the secret layer inside the lodge is concealing from their brother Masons. You can see this principle at work in a drawing used inside a key Masonic book, and this is that book, entitled A Bridge to Light. This is another of the official books of the Masonic Lodge, because it was published by the Grand Council of the 33rd degree in Washington, D.C. This is a picture of the author, Rex Hutchins, a 33rd degree Mason. Notice that Mr. Hutchins is seated, shown in the right here, on the lower right, beneath the portrait of Albert Pike. I believe that this picture is telling us that Mr. Hutchins greatly admires Mr. Pike because he is seated at his feet. In his book, Mr. Hutchins published this picture. It appears to be the picture of two kings, one the reflection of another, or the other rather. But first of all, notice the figure of the snake around the entire picture. Notice that it is biting its tail, which is a symbol of eternity. We will see other examples of this symbol later on in this lecture. Now here's another example of the snake biting its tail. This is the seal of the Library Association of Portland, Oregon. I do not know why they chose to select this symbol on the inside cover of their books, but we can plainly see that they did. Perhaps the answer was given in a book written by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky called The Secret Doctrine. She wrote this on page 364. The serpent has ever been the symbol of the adept and his powers of divine knowledge. So the serpent is a symbol with a hidden meaning. Once again now, this is the picture of the two kings. Notice that the artist used a snake to make a point. The snake is a worldwide symbol of another god, and we shall discuss that later. Then notice that the picture appears once again to be of a king or god looking at the viewer above what appears to be his reflection in a pool. The original artist on this drawing was Eliphas Levi in his book, and here's the picture of Mr. Book, and his book was entitled Master of Occultism. On one of the unnumbered pages inside his book, he shows the same picture of the two-headed god, and he said that the figure was that of a god. Most people see the picture and do not examine it carefully enough, and they go on to other things. But Mr. Pike is saying that we must examine what the Masons say with great clarity. We must look more carefully. And if you do look more carefully at the picture, you will first notice that everything changes in color from the top drawing to the bottom. For instance, notice that the king's shirt that is black in the top drawing becomes white in the bottom picture, and that his banner around his neck changes from white to black. I think this is the close-up of the face on the top. There you can see the snake biting its tail. Now this is the entire drawing flipped over. Yeah, there it is. Meaning that the bottom half of the drawing is now on the top. In other words, the bottom is now on the top, and the top is now on the bottom. And let's take a close-up look at the god on the bottom, now shown on the top, and there it is. Somehow, I don't think that's the same king that we saw a few minutes ago. It looks like the king that they're really worshiping is really a demon. In other words, that which is on top is as that which is on the bottom. According to Albert Pike, if we reverse things, we discover the real truth of the Masonic Lodge. We think the Masons are worshiping a good God, but the truth is that they are in reality worshiping a demon. We, the public, do not examine things carefully enough, and because we do not, they are able to conceal truths from us. Notice that when you reverse things, everything becomes clear, because Pike wrote, that which is above is that which is below. We think the Masons worship the God of the Bible, but Albert Pike said that we were to reverse things, and when we did, we would see the truth. We will see that Masons worship a demon. We don't examine what the Masons are saying in enough detail. Most people in America know nothing at all about the Masonic Lodge. But what little we do know is generally good. Most of us have friends, relatives, and business associates who belong to the Masonic Lodge. And I would say that this is the general perception of those who know anything at all about the Masons. They love their country, their God, and their family. And we can discover that the Masons claim to be just that. The 33rd Degree Council in Washington, D.C. prints a magazine called the New Age magazine. The name of this magazine has recently been changed to the Scottish Rite Journal, perhaps because of all the negative press the New Age religion has been getting recently. I'd like to have you look at 4 articles that I have found in several of these magazines. I believe they will reveal the truth about what the Masons truly believe. Remember the principle of reversal as told to us by Albert Pike. This is the first article we're going to examine. The headline reads, God Bless America. Most people think that this means that the Masons worship the God of the Bible. But if you remember the principle of reversal, you will find that they worship another God. And I shall attempt to reveal to you just who this other God is. It is definitely not the God of the Bible. We think that they worship this kindly old king, and in truth, the Masons worship this demon. The second article is entitled Preserving the Constitution. I want you to know that the inner core of the Masons do not wish to preserve the Constitution. In fact, as I discussed in my Happy 4th of July speech, the Masons among the founding fathers of this nation actually subverted the very document that they wrote. Masons do not wish to preserve the Constitution because Masons wish to destroy it. I will continue to examine this as I continue with this discussion. The third article is entitled George Washington, an Example to Follow. It is well known inside historical circles that George Washington was a public member of the Masons. This is a picture of our president in his Masonic apron, wearing Masonic square and compass around his neck and other signs of his membership on him. It is commonly known that he was a member, as I said. He was very visible and frequently appeared in Masonic attire in public. For instance, this is a drawing of the President laying the cornerstone of the United States Capitol building on September the 18th, 1793. Notice that he is dressed in his Masonic attire and that most of the men around him are dressed as Masons as well. But President Washington was not an example for other Masons to follow. He wrote a letter. Apparently that slide didn't come down. Let's see if we can get that one to come back up now. Up, it won't come down. Hold on, let me push this button. Let it cycle. Well, something happened to the bottom slide. Well, we're missing a slide there, and we'll stick with this one. The next one won't come down. He wrote a letter on September the 25th, 1798, just a short time before he died, in which he said, "I have to correct an error you have run into of my presiding over the English lodges in this country." And now we'll read this slide. "The fact is that I preside over none, nor have I been in one more than once or twice within the last 30 years. It doesn't seem that President Washington was a very good Mason because the Masons encourage lodge attendance. But the Masons remind the American people of their pride in the fact that President Washington was a Mason." By the way, it is interesting to note that they failed to mention that Benedict Arnold, another American general, like General Washington, was a traitor to the cause of the American Revolution, and this man, Benedict Arnold, was also a Mason. It seems that the Masons are very selective about which general they wish to acknowledge and which general they wish to forget. And let me tell you this, Jesse James, the famous outlaw, was also a 33rd degree Mason. So the Masons are very selective about who they wish to acknowledge as an example to show us. The fraud and lies about the Masons extends into the public perception of them as well. I'm certain most Americans have heard about the Shriners. Most of us have seen them on motorcycles or on horses in public parades. For instance, this is a group of the Tucson Shriners dressed as clowns taking children for a ride around a hospital. This is typical of the image we have of what they do. We've heard about their sponsorship of the annual East-West Shrine football game, or we've attended their shrine circuses in our hometown, or we've heard about their 19 orthopedic hospitals and 3 burn hospitals for children. But all of this is a cover, as I will now prove. This is a 1986 newspaper article that reports that only 1/3 of their money raised goes to charities. Once again, that slide is out of order. 2/3 are kept by them. Only 1% of their profits for the shrine circuses goes for the care of children. And to show you that the Masons use the circuses as a fundraiser for their own activities, this is a book put out by the Shriners in Tucson. On page 11 of that book, this is what they tell us. The Shriners admit in their own literature, "We all know the dues we pay each year are not sufficient to enable us to have the beautiful mosque we have." That's their temple. "And to also carry on the labors and activities that contribute to a successful year of constructive accomplishments. Therefore, it is necessary for the temple to find some other sources of revenue. Traditionally, the shrine circus is the most important fundraising project that we carry out. Notice that the Shriners admit that the money raised through their circus is not used for charity. It is used to maintain their mosque, meaning their temple and their other activities. And to confirm that, this is a handout for the Shrine Circus brought to Tucson in March of 1992. And this is a close-up of the bottom part of the advertisement. Notice that it says, and I've reprinted the words on the print here, proceeds are for the benefit of Sabar Shrine, and that is the name of the shrine in Tucson. And then went on to say, payments are not deductible as charitable contributions. So it appears that the newspaper article about the IRS audit is correct. So notice that, so remember that when you hear about the charitable works of the Shriners, they use these circuses as a way to collect money for their own activities. I'd now like to explain a little bit about the various Masonic organizations. Now this is a drawing of that Masonic organization. I have added the color to the drawing myself to make it a little easier to understand. The Mason who joins the organization starts at the bottom of the blue rectangles. Those three blue rectangles are called the Blue Lodge, and there are 3 degrees inside this section, each one shown by the three blocks, one on top of the other. The Mason who asks to join the lodge joins what they call the Blue Lodge and goes through a ritual in each of the 3 degrees. As I've already discussed, he memorizes prepared answers to a series of questions asked him by the lodge brother in charge. After he completes the 3 degrees, he can stop there and call himself a Blue Lodge Mason. Perhaps you have a relative who is a Blue Lodge member, or you are a member yourself. However, if the Blue Lodge Mason wishes to go further inside the organization, he has 2 choices. He can join either one of the 2 arms shown in green or yellow on the drawing. The one on the left is called the Scottish Rite of Masonry, and that was shown in the green, and the one on the right is called the York Rite of Masonry, shown in yellow. So here's that drawing now, the upper part. The Scottish Rite is shown on the left in green, and the York Rite is shown on the right in yellow. The York, we'll talk about briefly talk about the York Rite first. It has 10 more degrees for a total of 13. I don't think they show 10 there, but there are 10 more, I believe, for a total of 13. Now this is a drawing of the York Rite of Masonry drawn by a Masonic magazine, and I think here you see the 10 degrees. Here they show the 13 degrees total, the 3 from the Blue Lodge on the bottom of the ladder, and the 10 degrees of the York Rite. When the Mason reaches the top of the York Rite, he is called a Knight Templar Mason. And this is a picture of a group of Knight Templar Masons shown wearing their lodge paraphernalia. One of the Masons in that picture is John Wilkes Booth, the assassin of President Abraham Lincoln in 1865. John Wilkes Booth was a Knights Templar Mason. The picture that I just showed you was carried by his wife in the family Bible and was included in a book written about the assassin by her granddaughter. The Blue Lodge Mason can also join the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the rite shown in green in the drawing. This rite is 29 more degrees for a total of 32, meaning 3 of the Blue Lodge and 29 of the Scottish Rite for a total of 32. Perhaps you have heard someone say that they were a 32nd degree Mason. That means that that person has completed all but the top degree of the Scottish Rite degrees. The Scottish Rite of Freemasonry has another division inside of it. There is a northern jurisdiction and a southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite. The Scottish Rite divided prior to the Civil War, and whether or not you are a northern jurisdiction Mason or a southern jurisdiction Mason is based upon where you live in the United States. The northern jurisdiction consists of states in the northern part of America, and the southern and the western states are inside the southern jurisdiction. It is interesting, for reasons that I will explain later in this video, that at least 3 of the degrees inside the Scottish Rite have rather revealing names. The 15th degree of the 32 degrees of the Scottish Rite is called the Knight of the East, or of the Eagle. The 25th degree is called the Knight of the Brazen Serpent. And the 28th degree inside the Scottish Rite is called the Knight of the Sun. The eagle, the serpent, and the sun are symbols of extreme importance, and I will explain why that is so later on in this video. So please remember that the Scottish Rite Masons named various of their degrees after those 3 symbols. There is another degree that I must mention at this point, and that is the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite Masonic Lodge. This degree is honorary, meaning only those invited into this degree can call themselves a 33rd degree Mason. This is the highest degree of all of the Masonic lodges in America, and quite a list of important people have been members. For instance, I have been or will be quoting a series of 33rd degree Masons during this lecture. Men like Manly P. Hall, Albert Pike, Rex Hutchins, Henry Wilson Coyle, Carl Claudy, Albert Mackey, Henry Clausen, C. Fred Kleinecht, all of these men are 33rd degree Masons. By the way, I would like to digress for just a moment and add another interesting and thought-provoking comment about some other 33rd degree Masons. In 1987, during the hearings in the Senate of the United States on the appointment of federal judge David Sentel, a senator and a member of the Masons stood up and discussed the judge's membership in the Masonic Lodge. These gentlemen discussed the involvement in the Masonic Lodge of 18 senators. They said that these senators were members of the Masons: Charles Grassley, Jim McClure, Sam Nunn, Arlen Specter, Bennett Johnson, John Stennis, Jim Exxon, Senator Jesse Helms, Quentin Burdick, Senator John Glenn, Mark Hatfield, Fritz Hollings, Lloyd Benson, and Robert Stafford are all members of the Masonic Lodge, and they were covered in that report in the Congressional Record. The article then said that these senators were 33rd degree Masons. Senator Bob Dole, 33rd degree Mason. Senator Robert Byrd, 33rd degree Mason. Senator Alan Simpson, 33rd degree Mason. Senator Strom Thurmond, 33rd degree Mason. And another book on the Masons said that the so-called conservative leader Jack Kemp is a Mason. In fact, it said he was a 33rd degree Mason, as is 33rd degree Mason Barry Goldwater. Notice that all of the so-called, quote, conservative, unquote, senators and political leaders are at least 32nd degree Masons, and that most are 33rd degree Masons. And I think there is a reason for this. And to understand why all of the so-called conservative leaders are Masons, one must understand what Karl Marx, the so-called father of communism, called dialectic materialism. Mr. Marx stated that the communist position on any issue was called the thesis, and that it would be opposed by the opposite position, what he called the antithesis, or, if you will, antithesis. Out of this struggle between these two positions would come the result, the synthesis. Now, if you are the leader of the thesis position and you want your desired result, called the synthesis, to emerge from the struggle between the two, it is in your best interest to control the antithesis as well. Let me illustrate that point by going to the subject of football teams. Let's say that you are the coach of the football team at Notre Dame University, and you want to go undefeated and win all of your 11 games this year. The best way to do that is, of course, to schedule 11 games against teams like Slippery Rock University. And I can guarantee you, almost exclusively, you'll go undefeated. That is the best way to achieve your goal. If you are the controllers of this conspiracy that I've been talking about and want to produce a desired result, the best way to do it is to first offer the problem, secondly, control your opposition, and then to direct the results until you get what you want. If you want to achieve your desired result in the battle between the liberal and the conservative, and out of that struggle you want to get to your desired result, meaning socialism, the way to do that is to make certain that you control the opposition. And the way to do that is to make certain that their position cannot win the struggle. And the way to do that is to weaken the opposition. And the way to do that is to make certain that the leaders of your opposition are all members of the Masonic Lodge. The solution is like sending the cavalry into a battle against superior odds, and then making certain that the general you send into the battle cannot win it. In other words, when the general looks behind him to see how many troops he has, he only sees 3 or 4 other soldiers. That is the way to make certain the general loses. The so-called conservative Masons are the loyal opposition. they are to make certain that the conservative position loses and to make certain that the conspiracy side always wins. This conspiracy has been successful, and the high-ranking Masons in the Senate and in the government are the certain losers. They make certain that we lose. So what I am saying is that we, the American people, should be wary. We should understand that we are being conned into thinking that the debate is honest and that the best side wins. That is not the truth, because the so-called, quote, conservative, unquote, leaders are all Masons. Now, I'd like to return to my discussion of the Masonic Lodge. The Masons are very exclusive in their membership. Only certain types of people can ask to be members. I'd like to return once again to Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry, a copy of the ritual of the first 7 degrees inside the Masonic Lodge. It reports that during the 3rd degree initiation ceremony, the initiate says, "I will not aid nor be present at the initiation, passing, or raising of a woman, an old man in his dotage, a young man in his nonage, I guess, an atheist, a madman, or fool, knowing them to be such." That means that only white, freeborn men in their middle years can become a Mason. All others are excluded. Notice that there are no black Masons inside the all-white Masonic lodges. Yet the Masons, to my knowledge, have never been charged with discrimination in a civil rights violation. To include these other groups of people in their Masonic order, the male Masons have created other organizations specifically for these excluded members. They have created Eastern Star for the female relatives of Masons. They've created the D Malay for the young man of the Masonic member. And by the way, the D Malay was named after an early Mason, and I will talk more about who this man was a little later. They've created Job's Daughters, or Rainbow Girls, for the young women. And they've created Prince Hall lodges for the blacks who want to join the Masonic Lodge. To show you that black Masons are excluded from the Masonic Lodge, this is a medallion commemorating the 200th anniversary of the Mason named Prince Hall. You might not be able to see it, but the man shown in relief on the medallion is wearing a tri-cornered hat, a sign that he was an American revolutionary. In fact, Prince Hall was a war hero during the American Revolution, and he asked to join the Masonic Lodge of British soldiers in 1775. 11 days later, he formed the first all-black lodge in America. The Masons commemorated his membership by naming the black lodges after Mr. Hall. Today, in the era of civil rights, and where one group may not exclude blacks or women from their organization without being fined for discrimination, I think it is a fair question to ask why it is that the Masons are able to get away with discrimination. Once again, to my knowledge, there has never been a civil rights lawsuit against the Masons for racial or sexual discrimination. But other organizations in America have been sued and fined. Quite possibly the answer to that question is in the belief that I have that most of America's federal judges are members of the Masonic Lodge. And it is unlikely that they would want to find their own organization guilty of racial or sexual discrimination. As I have shown, it is also known that many men in the Congress and the Senate of the United States government are Masons. And I do not believe that they would allow their organization to be charged with a civil rights violation. Another group formed by the Masons is a group I've already briefly discussed called the Shriners. This group is made up of 32nd degree Scottish Rite Masons and 13th degree York Rite Masons. Many men that I have talked to say that the Shriners are the Masons who have all of the fun, and that is why they joined the Masons in the first place. That might be true in a lot of cases, but the Shriners also have a troubled past that most Shriners do not know anything at all about. This is a book entitled Parade to Glory that I found in a used bookstore some time ago. It appears to be a book that is to be given to the new member of the shrine after he is initiated. Notice that the man shown on the cover is apparently walking towards the new Shriner and has extended his right hand out as a greeting to the new member. Notice also that the man on the cover is wearing a red hat. It is a rather distinctive hat and is only worn by a member of the shrine in America. That hat is called a fez. And this is a color picture of one out of a catalog of a supplier of Masonic regalia. Notice that the caption calls this hat noble, the noble fez. However, the truth behind the fez is rather disturbing and not noble at all. This story was told to me by a friend of mine named Mick Oxley, who is not only an ex-Mason, but also an ex-Muslim who lived in the area of the world where the fez hat is worn by other people. Mr. Oxley shared this story with me, and I would like to share it with you. He assured me that the story is well known in Morocco, the area where the town of Fez is located. During World War II, Mick Oxley was a Muslim and he lived in the area. He tells the story of a town in North Africa called Fez near Algiers. You can see it in the middle of this map. In around 800 AD, the Muslims entered the town of Fez and slaughtered somewhere between 20,000 to 50,000 Christians. They slaughtered the people, men, women, and children, simply because they were Christians. The story continues that the blood ran so heavy after the slaughter that the town was red, and that the Muslims dipped their hats in the blood of the Christians as a sign of their victory over their victims. And the hat, which is made only in the town of Fez, is a 1,200-year symbol of their victory over the Christians. And the Shriners wear fezzes. You can ask and then answer the question for yourself as to whether or not the Shriners in America know the story about their hat. But I want you, the viewer, to know that I believe that at least certain Shriners know the story of the fez. Later I will show you the evidence that the Masons take an oath to destroy Christianity, just like the Muslims did when they murdered Christians in the city of Fez, Morocco. So the fact that most Shriners probably do not know the history of their own hat means little to someone like myself, because I can prove that Masons take an oath to destroy Christianity. But the Shriners tell a slightly different story about their fez. This is that book, again, that I showed you a few minutes ago, put out in 1977 by the Sabar Shrine Temple in Tucson. On page 5 of this book, the Shriners tell us, it's on the right-hand side of this page, on the lower right, that says the fez. The Shriners tell us why they wear the fez, and this is what it says. The fez, which nobles of the mystic shrine of North America have the privilege and honor of wearing. Notice here that the Shriners claim it is a privilege and an honor to wear a hat that commemorates the vicious slaughter of innocent Christian women and children. The quote continues, has been handed down through the ages as one of the most significant headdresses. Now here they admit that the fez is an old item. Mick Oxley says that the slaughter dates back to 800 AD, now over 1,100 years ago. The Shriners continue. The fez derives its name from the place where it first was manufactured commercially, the holy city of Fez in Morocco. Notice that here they connect the hat to the holy city of Fez. If Fez was considered to be a holy city, the Muslims might not tolerate the fact that non-Muslim Christians were living in it. See how the Shriners tell the truth in hidden language? They admit that the wearing of the fez is an old custom and that it was named after a holy city in Morocco. But if you know the entire truth about the city and its strange hat, then their words become understandable. I think the Shriners know the story about the fez. During their initiation ceremony, all of the Shriners, quote, seal their solemn oath in the name of Allah, the God of the Arab, the Muslim, and Mohammedan, the God of our fathers. I want you to remember that many Christians in America became Shriners, and during their initiation into the Shriners, these Christians take an oath in the name of Allah. One can only wonder how a Christian can justify that. Later in their ritual, Shriners acknowledge Islam as the only true faith. Once again, you might ask your Shriner friend who is a Christian how he can take an oath in the name of Allah and acknowledge Islam as the one true faith when he is a Christian, a believer in the God of the Bible. He probably will not have an answer. As I said before, the new Mason goes through 3 initiation ceremonies in the Blue Lodge. During the ceremony, the initiate is asked this question in each of the 3 degrees. What do you most desire? And the initiate answers, In the first degree, he answers, I desire light. In the second degree, more light, and in the third degree, further light. But what this light is, or from where it comes, is not easily explained. But if you know where to look, any researcher can discover the source of this light. Albert Pike, in his book Morals and Dogma, says that the Mason is familiar with the doctrine that the Supreme Being is a center of light whose rays or emanations pervade the universe. For that is the light for which all Masonic journeys are a search, and of which the sun and moon in our lodges are only only emblems. And so here we see for the first time that the Masons connect this search for light with the sun. I will discuss just what the sun means in the next section of this lecture. This is a drawing of an ad found in a magazine known as Gnosis. Gnosis is Latin for knowledge, and if you will notice, the path in the drawing leads upward to a round object, presumably the sun. It appears as if the woman on the horse, which you can't see on this picture, but she's at the bottom, is going to the sun, meaning the source of light. So it is not just the Mason who is seeking light from the sun. Those seeking knowledge or truth are called Gnostics, and according to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, who wrote the following on page 386 of her book entitled The Secret Doctrine, it is in the religious doctrines of the Gnostics that the real meaning of the dragon, the serpent, the goat, and all those symbols of powers now called evil can be seen the best. In their rituals, the Masons tell the initiate that the light he is asking for is the Masonic truth. But nowhere that I can find do the Masons tell the initiate during the ceremony where this light comes from, nor that it is a symbol of something else. But it is possible to know because we can find the answer to that question in other writings of the Masons themselves. To show you that the light is more than a light from the sun or from light bulbs, W.L. Wilmshurst, a member of the Masons, said this in his book entitled The Masonic Initiation. Masonry being essentially and expressly a quest after supernatural light. So this light comes from a God, but the question that quote does not answer is just which God this light comes from. The answer to that question can be found on page 321 of Morals and Dogma, the book written by Albert Pike. Mr. Pike tells the reader where the light that the Mason asks for comes from. This is what he wrote, page 321, Morals and Dogma. If you don't believe me, check it out yourself. Albert Pike wrote, Lucifer, the light bearer. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. So the number one Mason of all time says that the Mason receives the light that he is in search of from Lucifer, the light bearer. Lucifer brings the light to the Mason, but only certain Masons can know it and thereby receive it. Albert Pike has told us in his own words. Once again, that quote may be found on page 321 of Morals and Dogma if anyone would like to check to see if I quoted Mr. Pike correctly, and to make certain that the reader can know that Lucifer brings the light that the initiate asks for. Mr. Pike repeats the thought on page 324. This is what he wrote on that page, a devil, the fallen Lucifer or light bearer. So the Mason asks for light from the light bearer Lucifer, and certain Masons know that single truth, and they are keeping that secret from the remainder of the Masons. I'd like to break the narrative at this point to tell you a little story that was told to me by someone who had read my book entitled The New World Order. This gentleman mailed me a copy of a video to document his story, and I have taken some slides from the cameraman's coverage of the event. On Saturday, forgive me, that article's kind of lopsided, my photograph. On Saturday, September the 15th, 1991, Masons in Canton, Ohio, commemorated the assassination of President William McKinley. McKinley was a Mason who apparently was born in or lived in Canton, and the Masons wanted to commemorate his death. They planned a parade that day that ended at the McKinley National Memorial, the resting place of the martyred president. This is a slide of the statue of President McKinley in front of the memorial building in the rear. It is interesting to note at this time that the memorial building that we just saw a picture of from the outside has a built-in Masonic symbol in its ceiling. This is a shot of what appears to be a stained glass window at the top of the memorial. If you count the squares with the second square inside them around the circumference of the circle, the second circle it should be, if you count the squares with the second square inside them, oh, I see what I'm saying, okay, around the circumference of the circle, you will count 32 of them. And then the circle in the inside would be the 33rd. I will explain the significance of this a little later. This is a picture of a funeral hearse carrying the mock casket of the slain president being driven through the city of Canton. The Masons showed up in force wearing their strange regalia and carrying their banners and flags. The following are a series of slides taken from the video showing the various Masonic organizations involved in the mock funeral. This is a slide of the Knights Templar Masons marching behind their flag. The group for the girls showed up. This is the Rainbow Girls carrying their flag, and some of the girls shown in the picture. And the DeMolay for young men showed up. This is a group for young men behind their banner. And the Job's Daughters marched as well in their white dresses and behind their flag. And this is a group of the Scottish Rite Masons marching with their aprons on. The man in the hat on the right appears to be their president, called the Worshipful Master. These men and women all gathered at the steps at the base of this McKinley memorial, and there we have the speaker and the Masons in their aprons and their regalia standing behind them. But as they started their speech, the audience started to hear an airplane motor. When those in attendance looked up, I know this is very hard to see, but there's a little tiny airplane on the left trailing a large banner. They saw this airplane flying the banner, and everyone in the audience looked up to hear it because of the noise. The sign that the banner was carrying, I know this is hard to read as well, says, "Is Lucifer God of Lucifer, God of Freemasonry?" The man who organized the airplane flyby told me that the man who made the banner misspelled Freemasonry by leaving out the first R in the word Freemasonry, but other than that, their attempts were successful. I am quite certain that only a small percentage of the Masons in attendance knew the answer to that question was, yes, Lucifer is the God of the Masons, and I'm going to prove that. But it is certain that some in attendance knew the truth. But to show you that not only can the Mason know the truth from Mr. Pike, he can know it from other Masons. In other words, other Masons have confirmed that Lucifer is the being that brings light to the Masonic Lodge. This is Manly P. Hall's book entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. You might remember that Mr. Hall was a 33rd degree Mason and that he was one of the leading writers of all time in the Masonic Lodge. This is a recommended reading list for those who want to know what to buy their Masonic relatives. The book entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry is shown on the lower left of the page under the yellow that I put on the listing. In other words, the book is on the recommended reading list for all Masons to buy and then read. The book was not published by the Masons, as was Mr. Pike's book, but here you can see that the Masons are recommending that other Masons should buy this book and then read it. So you can know that this book is one that is recommended by the Masonic Lodge. This is official information. And on page 48 of that book, Mr. Hall says this, quote, "When the Mason learns the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of the living power, he has learned the mystery of the crafts." What that means is that once the Mason has figured it out, that Mason knows the secret of the Masonic Lodge. Notice that this must be the single truth of the Masonic Lodge, because Mr. Hall states that he who has figured it out has learned the secret. Mr. Hall went on, "The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands. And before he may step onward and upward, he must prove his ability to properly apply energy." Notice that I am not quoting from the works of non-Masons, I am quoting from the writings of the Masons themselves. The Masonic writers are telling the public that they conceal a worship of Lucifer from the rest of the Masonic Lodge. It is true. Lucifer is the light bearer, and the Mason who figures it out has discovered the single secret of the Masonic Lodge. The Masons have said it themselves. But to show you that others beside Masons know that this is true, I'd like to quote from David Spangler, a believer in the New Age religion sweeping the world. This is a very poor quality slide taken off of a television program to show you that David Spangler is real. This is what he's written. The light comes from Lucifer. He is the light giver. It is his light that heralds for man the dawn of a greater consciousness. Another who believes that is Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, another New Age leader and perhaps the earliest of the more modern ones. She wrote the book called The Secret Doctrine in 1888, and in it she confirms what Albert Pike and David Spangler wrote. She says this on page 111. Satan is also Lucifer, the bright angel of light, the light and life bringer. And this quote is from Mikhail Bakunin, the socialist or communist I've quoted before, who also understood the role of Lucifer in man's history. This is what he wrote. The evil one is the satanic revolt against divine authority. Revolt in which we see the fecund meaning fertile, so in which we see the fertile germ of all human emancipation, the revolution. Socialists recognize each other by the words in the name of the one to whom a great wrong has been done. Satan is the eternal rebel, the first freethinker, and the emancipator of worlds. He, Satan, makes man ashamed of his bestial ignorance and obedience. He, Satan, emancipates him, stamps upon his brow the seal of liberty and humanity in urging him to disobey and eat the fruit of the knowledge. We could spend 3 months on just that quote alone, and I'm going to try to explain to you what all that means as we continue, because he's not the only one saying this. And we'll try to make that clear in this lecture. Benjamin Krem has said that the group that he calls the hierarchy is led by a god named Sanat Kumara, the Lord of the world. I do not believe that it is a coincidence that the name Sanat is a misspelling of the name Satan, because I believe that it is the being known as Satan that is the leader of the group known as the hierarchy. In any event, notice that this Sanat is, quote, the Lord of the world. The Bible says in 2 Corinthians that Satan is the God of the world. So I think that Sanat and Satan are the same God. So the God of the hierarchy is Satan, called Sanat Kumara by those who believe in him. Mr. Krem tells us that after Sanat Kumara takes over, the masters will set up schools called mystery schools. These will be the ones previously set up by the Atlanteans and the Egyptians, and hundreds of thousands will go through the portals of initiation. This is what he said. The Society of Freemasons is the oldest on earth, dating back to Atlantean times, meaning Atlanta, this legendary continent that submerged in some time in the past. Locked up in its rituals and symbols are some of the secrets of initiation. When the necessary purification has taken place, Freemasonry will constitute one of the paths of initiation. Freemasonry will be open to all those men and women who fit themselves for entry to the mysteries. Mr. Krem goes on to explain who is the originator of these initiations. The Christ, Maitreya, is the Hierophant. A Hierophant is an interpreter of sacred mysteries or esoteric principles. So the Christ, Maitreya, is the Hierophant at the first and second initiations. The third and higher initiations being taken before the Lord of the world, Sanat Kumara. So Mr. Krem went on to explain a little about the 6 initiations. He claims that Jesus Christ is a 4th degree initiate. He wrote that Jesus entered the world at Bethlehem as a 3rd degree initiate. He wrote that Jesus had to undergo the 4th initiation known as the crucifixion. He went on to say that in the East, this initiation is called the Great Renunciation, when all is renounced, position, family, even life itself if necessary, for the higher spiritual life. Then Mr. Krem went on, then follows the fifth initiation, the resurrection, when the initiate stands free from the pull of matter forever, a perfected master. The ascension marks the sixth initiatory experience and confers cosmic consciousness and total immortality of the body to the ascended master. Mr. Krem further illustrated his claims by making this statement. Leonardo da Vinci was a fourth-degree initiate, but Leonardo da Vinci is today living on Sirius. Sirius is a star in the universe. So Leonardo da Vinci was not, in fact, from our Earth evolution, but was an avatar from the planet Mercury. So if I'm reading this information correctly, this next quote will really please the Christians who believe that Satan is not a god and that the God of the Bible is the Father of Jesus. Benjamin Krem said this on page 84 of his book entitled Maitreya's Mission. Question. When Christ said, this question is asked to Benjamin Krem and he's not going to answer it. When Christ Jesus said, I go to the Father, did he in fact refer to Sai Baba? Sai Baba is an Indian guru. I believe he's alive and living in India right now. So Mr. Krem answered, no, he, Jesus, referred to Sanat Kumara, the Lord of the world. So here Mr. Krem is claiming that Satan is the father of Jesus Christ. I didn't say that. Benjamin Krem said it, and he said it for Lord Maitreya, the so-called Jesus on this earth right now. This is called pure blasphemy. Krem is saying that Jesus is a disciple of the Sanat Kumara and is denying his claim that he is the Son of God or God himself. Krem also said this on page 87 of his book entitled Maitreya's Mission. The idea of the Immaculate Conception is an invention of the Church Fathers to emphasize the divinity of Jesus as the Son of God. That thought that Lucifer was a good spirit to whom a great wrong was done is the basic thought that holds the New Age together. According to Tex Mars, the author of two major books on the subject, has written this. Many New Agers commend Lucifer because by tempting Eve, he enabled man to evolve towards enlightened knowledge and Godhead. Mr. Mars later recognized the thoughts of a leader in a mystical organization called the Stel Group, named after Eklal Kushana, and I'm pronouncing that the best way I know how. That's an approximation. Mr. Mars wrote that this New Age leader says that Lucifer is the head of a secret brotherhood of spirits. The brotherhood is named after Lucifer because the great angel Lucifer has been responsible for the abolishment of Eden in order that man could begin on the road to spiritual advancement. The Bible confirms that Lucifer, also known as Satan, the devil, is definitely not an angel of light, but that he can appear as an angel of light. This is what the Bible says in 2 Corinthians 11:14. For Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. I looked up the word transformed in the Bible, in the dictionary, in the dictionary, and this is what it means. It means to change in semblance. So that means that he, Satan, appears to be a light bearer, but he is not. So those in the Masonic Lodge who believe that he is the light bearer are simply in error because it's a lie. Those who hear these words must be wary. Jesus said this about Satan in John 8:44. Whenever he speaks a lie, he speaks from his nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. So Lucifer is transformed into an angel of light, but he is the father of lies. That means that he is not an angel of light, he just appears to be. It becomes important now to explain just who this being that is known as Lucifer is. To answer that question, we must go to the Bible once again. As I've said, the Masons and the New Agers both believe in the being in the Bible called Lucifer, also known as Satan the devil. This is what the Bible tells us in Ezekiel chapter 29, verses 13 to 17. He's talking about Lucifer, Satan the devil. Thou, meaning Lucifer, has been in Eden, the garden of God. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created till iniquity was found in thee. Thou hast sinned, therefore I will cast thee as profane out of the mountain of God. Thou hast corrupted thy wisdom by reason of thy brightness. I will cast thee to the ground. Notice that the Bible teaches the reader that Lucifer was cast down to the ground, meaning the earth, from heaven. And the reason he was ejected was because he had corrupted his wisdom by reason of his brightness. This will be explained by another verse of the Bible. The Bible says this in Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12 through 14. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Remember that Lucifer challenged God in heaven, and for that reason he was thrown out of heaven. And the second thing to notice is that God's throne is in the north of heaven. I will explain why this is important in another section of the lecture. Jesus also explained a little more about Lucifer in Luke chapter 10, verse 18. This is what Jesus said. I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. So Lucifer was thrown out of heaven by the God of the Bible. And Albert Pike confirms that the Masons are a continuation of the belief that the light comes from Lucifer and is tempting of Adam and Eve. This is what he wrote, Albert Pike, on page 136 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. You still advance towards the light, which is an emblem of the divine truth given by God to the first man, and preserved amid all of the vicissitudes of ages in the traditions and teachings of Masonry. And what is this thing that Pike called the divine truth? It is called knowledge by Albert Pike on page 171 of Morals and Dogma. So in our lodges ought knowledge to be dispensed. And on page 169 he tells the reader just what that knowledge is. The true use of knowledge is to distinguish good from evil. So the purpose of the Masons is to worship Lucifer as the being who freed man so that he alone could decide for himself what was right and wrong. And notice that I am proving this using the writings of the Masons themselves. Now I would like to explain the significance of the fact that the Bible says that the throne of God is in the north. This is important because of what Albert Pike said in his book entitled Morals and Dogma. We're going to repeat this quote. To the Masons, the north has been the place of darkness, and of the great lights of the lodge, none is in the north. Forgive me, we've not quoted that before, so I'm quoting it for the first time. To the Masons, the north has been the place of darkness, and of the great lights in the lodge, none is in the north. That means that the Masons know why they believe that the north is a place of darkness. It is because that is the location of the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is in the north, and that is considered to be a place of darkness in the Masonic Lodge. There is one other connection to the north being the seat of the God in the Bible. Author Michael Howard said in his book entitled The Occult Conspiracy that Osiris was the Egyptian sun god. We'll cover that more in greater detail later. Osiris traditionally rises from the dead in the north. Since I am claiming that Lucifer was expelled from the north, meaning that he was asked to leave heaven, it would follow that Osiris, being a symbol of Lucifer, would also leave the north for other points of the compass. So Osiris started his work after arising from the north, meaning that he is a symbol of Lucifer. I do not think there is anything else that needs to be said about the fact that the God of the Bible is not included in the ritual of the Masonic Lodge, although I will provide other proof a little later in this lecture. The Mason talks about Masonic truth. The Bible also speaks of truth called light by the Masons. So we're going to ask the question, what is the Masonic truth? The Bible answers that question in Genesis chapter 2, verses 16 and 17. And the Lord God commanded the man, meaning Adam and Eve, the first man and woman, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. This means that God was instructing man that he was not to decide what was right and wrong, that God himself would instruct him. God was to teach man what was right and wrong. Man was not to decide. The Bible continues in Genesis chapter 3, verses 4 and 5. And the serpent, Notice here that the devil appeared in the guise of a serpent. This is extremely significant, as we shall see as we continue our study. So the serpent appeared, said to the woman, "For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." Lucifer, concealing himself inside a serpent, meaning a snake, tempted man with the knowledge of good and evil. Lucifer taught man that he was to decide for himself what was right and wrong. And if he knew what was right and wrong, he would not need God. And if he knew right and wrong, he would become as God. God is the father of all moral law. He taught man a whole series of laws through the commandments, some of which he wrote on stone. He taught man what was right and wrong. Many of them were simply written as, "Thou shalt not," and "Thou shalt." Mr. Pike told us what the morality of the Masons was in his book entitled Morals and Dogma on pages 833 and 834. Albert Pike wrote, "It is not true to say one man, however little, must not be sacrificed to another, however great, to a majority, or to all men." That is not only a fallacy, but a most dangerous one. Often one man and many men must be sacrificed in the ordinary sense of the word to the interests of the many. The interest and even the life of one man must often be sacrificed to the interest and welfare of his country. The God of the Bible taught mankind that sacrificing the life of one man for the sake of another was murder. And he further taught us that murder was not morally permissible. He taught us quite simply, "Thou shalt not murder." But here Albert Pike was telling us that murder was acceptable as long as the welfare of the country was advanced. This is also called situation ethics. Murder is acceptable as long as the situation warrants. This is the morality of the Masonic Lodge. It has been written in their book about the morals of the Masonic Order. Remember that Pike's book was entitled Morals and Dogma. Once you've made the leap to approving the murder of someone because you feel it will benefit the many, it is easy to murder millions. The New Age religion is also advocating the murder of millions. Two authors, Lafferty and Bud Hollowell, two New Agers, started the discussion about how their religion sanctions the use of violence against the Christian community. They wrote the following in their book entitled The Eternal Dance. This is not very pleasant, but we have to read it because it affects all of us. "This is a time of opportunity for those who will take it." Apparently he is referring to those who believe in the New Age religion. For others, apparently he is referring to those who will not accept the New Age religion if the earth is unsuitable for them, meaning once again, if they will not accept the New Age religion, they will go on to other worlds. So those who will not accept the New World Order will be forced to go on to other worlds. It sounds as if he's talking about murder because some will not want to go on to other worlds. Another New Age spokesman, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the guru sought out by the rock and roll group known as the Beatles, shown here in these two slides. There's the Yogi was in the right-hand corner, and two of the Beatles shown in this TV picture taken off a TV set. And here they are again. There's two of them, and the Maharishi Yogi, whatever his name is, in the back. This new guru has been quoted as saying, listen to this, "There has not been and there will not be a place for the unfit." It appears as if he's talking about those who will not accept the New Age religion, primarily those who call themselves Christians. The fit will lead, and if the unfit are not coming along, meaning if they will not accept the New Age religion, there is no place for them. In the age of enlightenment, here he's referring to the New World Order, there is no place for them. Others have told us just how many of the population will go into the New World Order. Ruth Montgomery, a New Ager, has written in the following in a magazine called Magical Blend. Millions will survive and millions won't. Those who won't will go into the spirit state because there is truly no death. Another has made an estimate of the number of those who will perish. One who has made such an estimate is John Randolph Price, who was quoted by Tex Mars in his book about the New Age. He said that John Randolph Price was told by his spirit guide. By the way, a spirit guide is supposedly a being that communicates to Mr. Price from another plane. So he was told that up to 2.5 billion, with a B, billion, might perish in the coming chaos. If up to 2.5 billion might perish, then up to about half of the current world population will have to perish. But perhaps the most startling example of the teachings of this New Age religion came from the pen of Barbara Marx Hubbard, one of their most influential writers. She wrote in her book, entitled Happy Birthday, Planet Earth, hold on, this is not pleasant at all. The choice is, do you wish to become a natural Christ, a universal human, or do you wish to die? I'll read it again. The choice is, do you wish to become a natural Christ, a universal human, or do you wish to die? People will either change or die. That is the choice. I think it is important to repeat that quotation just so you, the viewer, will understand what she said. People will either change or die. That is the choice. You will accept the New World Order or die. That is the choice. Notice, I'm not saying this. I'm using the writings of those who believe in the New World Order. And I'm quoting from the #1 Mason of all time. Someone else said about the same thing about this dying. Adolf Hitler, the head of the German government during World War II, and another who believed in the New Age religion, also felt that he had the power to exterminate the few to benefit the many, just like Albert Pike. He wrote this. Hitler wrote, I have the right to exterminate millions of individuals of inferior races which multiply like vermin. But all of this has been predicted in the Holy Bible. John in the New Testament wrote this, Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God service. He was writing about the Masons and the New Agers of today nearly 2,000 years ago. It will be interesting and extremely provocative at this time to give you the view of the scriptures that talk about the tempting of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden from the pen of Albert Pike, the #1 Mason of his time. This is how Mr. Pike sees these events, and he wrote this on page 567 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. The demons forbade Adam to eat the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. The Bible said that it was the triune God, the creator God, that forbade Adam and Eve from eating from the tree. Here Mr. Pike says that the triune God, the creator God, in three persons is three demons, or at least demons, plural. So he's talking about the God of the Bible forbade Adam, because the God of the Bible is a demon. Mr. Pike continues, by which he would have known the empire of light and that of darkness. He, meaning man, obeyed. An angel of light induced him to transgress. So Mr. Pike thinks that the God of the Bible is a demon God and that Lucifer is an angel of light. That thought is consistent with the other quotes from Albert Pike about Lucifer, Satan, the devil. That is how the Masons see the message of this account in Genesis. Notice I'm quoting the man who wrote it himself. I'd like to return once again to the thoughts of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, another Luciferian, who you might recall founded an occult organization called the Theosophical Society. I'd like to quote once again from her book entitled The Secret Doctrine, in which she adds her interpretation of the events in the book of Genesis. Adam, born an image of clay, into which the Lord God. Notice she did not capitalize the G, the letter G, in the word God as one does when one refers to the Creator God, the God of the Bible. So this Creator God, or this God, breathes the life, the breath of life, but not of intellect and discrimination, which are developed only after he has tasted of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. In other words, when he has acquired the first development of mind. She continued, it is but natural to view Satan, the serpent of Genesis, as the real creator and benefactor, the father of spiritual mankind. For it is he who was the harbinger of light, bright, radiant Lucifer, who opened the eyes of the automaton created by Jehovah. And he who was the first to whisper, in the day ye eat thereof, ye shall be as Elphim, knowing good and evil, can only be regarded in the light of a Savior. So in the Bible, Lucifer is telling man that he doesn't need God to tell him what is right and wrong. He can decide for himself. This view of morality is called situation ethics. This is the philosophy taught in our public schools all over America today. Situation ethics teaches that each man is to decide for himself what is right and wrong. Man is to be free to make his own decisions about morality. Man must be completely free to use his mind, his brain, his reason. Perhaps the most cogent condensation of this philosophy is the statement made by one who believed it. Nothing is forbidden, everything is permitted. I will continue the discussion of situation ethics in the next section. This is Shirley MacLaine, the motion picture actress, the author of this and other books on the New Age religion. She has also spoken out about situation ethics. She has written comments like these: there is no such thing as evil. Evil is fear and uncertainty. Evil is what you think it is. Shirley agreed with Zena LaVey, the daughter of Church of Satan founder Anton LaVey. She appeared in an interview taped in 1989 with Bob Larson, a talk show host that he chose to call The First Family of Satanism. And during that interview, she said, there is no such thing as evil. She said, morality is a relative issue and nobody can decide good and evil. Zena appeared with Nicholas Schreck, the founder of a satanic group called the Werewolf Coven. A coven is, of course, a group of witches. Among the things Mr. Schreck said during the interview are these thoughts. What the 90s are going to see is a massive rise of Satanism. He said, people are going to come out of the shadows and reveal themselves as thoroughgoing Satanists. Because what we are seeing now is the death struggle between the Judeo-Christian idea and archetype and the more ancient satanic archetype. And he made these statements about the satanic view of morality. Nothing is mandatory. He said, we are animal beasts, and we decide from our gut instinct whether we have been wronged or not. He said, we decide what is right and wrong. He said, there is no such thing as good and evil. Morality is a relative issue, and nobody can decide what is good and evil. He offered these thoughts on Adolf Hitler, the initiate who killed 53 million people to create the New World Order on this earth. No one can call Hitler's extermination of 6 million Jews evil. He went on to say Hitler was a masterful black magician. And I'll end his contribution to the subject with these thoughts of his on the Christian religion. He said, the Christian religion is evil because it is negative. You, meaning the Christians, base Christianity on a fictional character. Christ is a fairy tale. So here we can see that the Satanic Church agrees with many inside the Masonic Lodge, the New Age religion, and socialists and communists. Another who expressed a similar idea was Aleister Crowley, another Satan worshiper. I'll talk more about him a little later in this lecture, but at this point I'll leave it at this. He wrote that his moral philosophy consisted of this single statement: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And the Masons agree. Albert Pike wrote, reason is the absolute, for it is in it we must believe. Remember that Albert Pike entitled his book Morals and Dogma. That means that this book was written to teach the Mason what the Masonic morality is. And what Mr. Pike was saying in his book about morality was that if you think it, you can do it. Adam Weishaupt, once again the founder in 1776 of the secret society called the Illuminati, agreed with this statement. He wrote this: man will be rescued from his fall through the secret schools of wisdom. Reason will be the only law of man. When at last reason becomes the religion of man, then will the problem be solved. Reason will be the code of laws to all mankind. This is our great secret. So the Masons and the Illuminati have bought the lie of Lucifer. Man is to make his own morality, his own view of right and wrong, and forget the moral teachings of God. And Albert Pike spoke for the Masons when he agreed. Human reason leaps into the throne of God and waves her torch over the ruins of the universe. Notice that Mr. Pike believed that God had messed up the universe and that Lucifer and man, using his reason, will correct the situation. Others believe that man can devise similar systems that use reason as its base. One of these was Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor. Brzezinski wrote a book entitled Between Two Ages, in which he says that communism, specifically Marxism, is one such plan. He wrote this on page 72 of that book. Marxism is simultaneously a victory of reason over belief. What he was saying was that Marxism is based upon knowledge or fact, and that religion is based upon belief. Marxism is fact, and religion is superstition. He went on to explain what the major contribution of Marxism was. Its revolutionary and broadening influence, which opened man's mind to previously ignored perspectives. Marx opened up man's mind with the lie of absolute reason. So Marx bought the lie, Marx bought the lie of Lucifer, and so did Brzezinski. As I've said, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the founder of an occult group called the Theosophical Society, wrote a book entitled The Secret Doctrine in 1888, in which she talks about the secret worship of the ancient mysteries. On page 162 of that book, she says this: Lucifer, the spirit of intellectual enlightenment and freedom of thought. So we can see a pattern developing amongst those of the occult sciences. They all share a belief in Lucifer. These people all believe that Lucifer is the light bearer. And to show you that Albert Pike believes the same thing, he added the morality of the Masonic Lodge to the discussion. Remember that his book was entitled, once again, Morals and Dogma. This is how he described the morals of the Masonic Lodge on page 37 of his book. All truths are truths of period and not truths of eternity. And repeated the idea on page 52. What is untrue today may become true in another generation. So there are no absolutes. Whatever is true today is false tomorrow. So this is a common thought amongst the occultists. That is what is being taught in the public schools today, in America, in the field of sex education. Simply stated, there is no morality being taught in sex education today. Each individual is to decide for himself what is right and wrong in the area of sex. Parents, the rabbi, the priest, and the minister cannot teach anyone what is right and wrong about sex today. The public schools are teaching that each one is to decide for himself. And to show you that it is my opinion that the public school system is teaching situations as a national policy, let me show you this, the symbol of the National Education Association. I am not a member of this group, but in 1985 I went to their office here in Tucson and asked for this copy of their symbol. They gladly provided one for me, and when I asked the manager of the office what all of these symbols meant, he told me that he did not know. So I would like to give you my explanation. Notice, first of all, that the colors are red, white, and blue, and that means that they are patriotic. So whenever anyone is critical of their organization, they can claim that their colors are right off the American flag, and that the person making the accusation is the one that is unpatriotic. But there is, I believe, a hidden message concealed inside the entire thing. The symbol on the inside is the symbol of pi, denoting the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. Pi is called an absolute, meaning that it will be the same everywhere in the universe. Pi will have the same ratio on Earth that it will have on Mars, or for that matter on any other planet anywhere else in the universe. The red arrow placed on top of the pi symbol, I believe, is public education. And notice that it cuts through, it pierces, or it kills the absolute symbol of pi. What this symbol is saying is that the purpose of public education, I believe, is to destroy or annihilate the absolutes in the universe. It is intended to destroy absolutes, just like Albert Pike and the others wanted. I cannot prove it, but I think that it is what these symbols are saying. I think it is fair to conclude that the symbol is saying that public education exists to destroy absolutes. And the method they are using to destroy moral absolutes in our schools is by teaching situation ethics, the philosophy that teaches there are no moral absolutes. And that program was supported by the Masonic Lodge. Albert Pike wrote this in his book entitled Agenda. In these degrees, you become pledged to the cause of true freedom, of free thought, free speech, and free conscience. That means that in the New World Order, there will be no biblical morality. That is what Mr. Pike means by free conscience. Each man is to decide for himself what is right and wrong. There are still others who agree that there is no morality in the New World Order. Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati, wrote this: "Behold our secret. If in order to destroy all Christianity, remember that the end justifies the means." What he was saying was that whatever it takes to get the job done is permissible. There is no concept of morality in a philosophy such as this. There is no morality if you believe as Adam Weishaupt taught. Do whatever you have to do to advance the cause. If you have to break God's, quote, artificial, unquote, morality, you have authority from Adam Weishaupt to do so. It is interesting to examine what the Masons think about Adam Weishaupt's declaration that he and the Illuminati are out to destroy all Christianity. Those are Professor Weishaupt's own words that anyone can read if they will only look for them. This is once again Albert Mackey's encyclopedia. Mr. Mackey was a 33rd degree Mason, and he wrote what is commonly referred to as the finest Masonic encyclopedia ever written. The first page of the book says this about Albert Mackey. His, meaning Albert Mackey's, writings are universally esteemed for their sincerity, honest records, and common sense. And the book goes on to say that Mr. Mackey was a leader who valued accuracy. And this is what Albert Mackey said about the Illuminati and their leader. The original design of Illuminism was undoubtedly the elevation of the human race. He went on to say Weishaupt was a Masonic reformer. He went on to say Weishaupt could not have been the monster that he's been painted by his adversaries. He went on to say Weishaupt had hoped by it to effect much good. He went on to say his, meaning Weishaupt's, honest desire was to do much good. So we can now see what the Masons think about the Illuminati. The destruction of Christianity elevates the human race. Notice that anyone who can read the simple English language can find this out. The Illuminati was out to destroy Christianity, and the Masons praise the organization. That is found on page 347 of Volume 1 of Mackey's Encyclopedia for those who do not believe it. Now we must continue our study of the Masonic Lodge, and to do so we must utilize their own writers. And I have done so with 9 of their own experts, each of whom is an established authority inside the Masonic fraternity. To understand the Masonic Lodge, we must explore the 33rd degree. Manly P. Hall has told us just how important it is. He wrote, philosophically, the 33rd degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite represents the innermost sanctuary of Masonic mysticism. What he was saying is that this is the key degree inside all of the Masonic Lodge. We can read part of the 33rd degree initiation ceremony. It can be found on pages 363 and 364 of this book entitled Occult Theocracy by Edith Starr Miller. This book was published in 1933, but before we read that part of the ceremony, I have to furnish you with a little background that will help the viewer understand what Mrs. Miller wrote. Masons claim their first Grand Master of the Lodge was Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff is mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible as the builder of King Solomon's temple. There are at least two brief mentions of him in the Old Testament. From those two brief mentions, the Masons have built an enormous legend. The Masons tell their members that the legend they tell in their temples is at variance with the biblical account. This is what 33rd degree Mason Rex Hutchins wrote in his book entitled A Bridge to Light. This is in that book that was published by the Masonic Lodge. The biblical account of the story of Hiram is occasionally at variance with the legend as told in Masonic instruction. For example, we are told in 1 Kings 7:40 that Hiram finished all the work he had been commissioned to do by King Solomon and presumably returned to his country. But Masonic tradition asserts the death of Hiram during the construction of the temple. So the Masons acknowledge that the Bible only has part of the truth about Hiram Abiff. Their recordings of his life are more accurate and complete a story. But even the name Hiram has a concealed message. This is a little book entitled Symbolism of the Three Degrees, written by a Mason named Oliver Day Smith. This book was given to every Mason in the state of New Jersey because it is published by the Grand Lodge of that state. This is what the author says about the name of Hiram. It is said that Hiram, in its pure and original form, literally meant light or the sun. So even the name of their hero has a concealed symbol connection to the sun. The Masons claim that Hiram was a member of the Masons and was called a Master Mason. A Master Mason is one who has the secrets of the Masonic Lodge and has taken an oath to protect those secrets even on the pain of death. The other Masons who did the actual construction were called Apprentice Masons. And Apprentice Masons do not have the secrets of the Master Masons. Three of the Apprentice Masons decided that they wanted to know the secrets of the Master Mason Hiram Abiff, so they confronted him as he was leaving the temple one night. Hiram Abiff refused to give the three men the secrets, so the last Apprentice Mason killed him. According to the legend, Hiram Abiff was murdered at the west gate of the temple, which is where the sun sets. So we can see another connection to Hiram Abiff and sun worship. The three scoundrels in the legend were named Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilam. As far as I can tell, these names are not translated by the Masons, but I believe they have something to do with the word light in Latin. A Latin dictionary defines the word jubar, or jubar, with these words. In literature, the light of the sun. When I took high school Spanish, I learned to conjugate words such as I am, you are, we are. So I believe that jubilo means I am light, jubila means she is light, and jubilam means we are light. So the whole legend has enormous significance to the Mason and concealed truth. Now I'd like to return to our study of the 33rd degree ritual from the book entitled Occult Theocracy. I'd like to explain that Mrs. Miller, the author of the book, is not a member of the Masons, and it is a fair question to ask as to why we should believe her when she quotes from a part of the 33rd degree ritual. The reason that I believe her is because I have found other Masonic materials which confirm that she had found the truth, a part of the 33rd degree ritual. So I believe that what we are about to read is the truth. This is what Mrs. Miller said is contained within the 33rd degree ritual. For the sovereign inspector, the 33rd is the last degree of the right. The order is the order could mean very well the 33rd degree, or perhaps even the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, is the great avenger of the assassinated Grand Master. That means that the 33rd degree, at least, is out to avenge the death of Hiram Abiff, the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge. This is extremely significant for reasons I'm about to explain. And she went on, and the grand champion of humanity, for the innocent Grand Master is man. Man who is master, king of nature, man who is born innocent and unconscious. Notice that Mrs. Miller is reporting that the Masons say that Hiram is not a man, but a symbol of all mankind. The Masons in the 33rd degree are taught that the hero of their legend is not a man, but is a symbol of all of us, meaning he represents all of humanity. The ritual declares that Hiram is the symbol of something concealed. He is not a man, he represents all of us. So what they are saying in their ritual is that the 3 apprentice Masons murdered mankind instead of Hiram Abiff. The ritual continues. But he, meaning Hiram, has fallen under the blows of 3 assassins. 3 scoundrels have thwarted his happiness and rights and have annihilated him. Now we are going to see who the Masons think have destroyed Hiram, representing all of mankind. The 3 infamous assassins are law, property, and religion. So the ritual explains that even the scoundrels are not men, but are symbols of something else. In this case, law, property, and religion. So the Mason learns that the concept that governments restrict man's freedoms, religion teaches man absolutes, and the concept of private property restricts man's ability to enjoy his freedom. That means that the 33rd degree Mason believes that law, meaning God's law, killed mankind. The 33rd degree Mason believes that property, meaning the right to own private property, murdered mankind. And the 33rd degree Mason believes that religion, meaning man learning God's truth in church or through the Bible, killed mankind. So they're saying quite simply, law, property, and religion murdered mankind. The quote continues as it starts to explain what the initiate into the 33rd degree has just learned. Law, because it is not in harmony with the rights of the individual man and duties of social man in society, rights which belong to all. The Mason is taught that God's law has restricted man's freedom by restricting his right to decide for himself in all things. The ritual continues. Property, because the earth belongs to nobody and its fruits belong to all, in proportion as they are required by each for the needs of his own well-being. The ritual explains that God interfered with the rights of man because he taught that we were not to steal the property of another. Man can decide for himself how to answer the question, what if the property was needed because somebody was hungry? God's commandment is not, thou shalt not steal unless you are hungry. It is simply, thou shalt not steal, period. No man has the right to take another's property, even if he is hungry. This is called a moral absolute. There are others, however, who believe the lie that property belongs to those who have need of it. One was Karl Marx, the father of so-called communism. Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto in 1848 this amazing sequence of phrases. The theory of the communists may be summed up in one single sentence: abolition of private property. He later wrote in a booklet called The Criticism of the Gotha Program in 1875 this, and I would urge you to memorize it. Look for it. It's all around us. It's in every aspect of our life. It's in this health care program that Hillary Clinton is recommending to the American people. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. Marx believed that government should take from one to give to another. This is the essence of the communist philosophy. Government is intended to take property from one and give it to the poor. Government is going to take property from the rich and give it to the poor. Karl Marx does not believe in the God-given right to private property. And the Masons are teaching this. Property destroyed mankind because the earth belongs to nobody and its fruits belong to all, in proportion as they are required by each for the needs of his own well-being. So that means that the Masons and the communists both are teaching the same thing, simply the abolition of private property. And notice that I'm not making that charge. I found it in their own writings. And the New Age religion, soon to be led by this individual known as Lord Maitreya, also believes in communism. Benjamin Creme wrote this in his book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy and the Masters of Wisdom. The world will have to learn to live more simply. Every nation has assets, and these belong to all men, to all nations. Each nation will be asked to draw up an inventory of all that it possesses and all that it needs, and this will be made over to the United Nations. I say have to, it is up to us to endorse this. Nothing will be forced on us, but the advice of the hierarchy and the Christ will be to do this, to make over to trust for all men the produce of the world, to be held by United Nations agencies in trust for all, so that no country owns anything. Then that will be distributed amongst all mankind according to need. That's what Karl Marx said. Mr. Creme says that nothing will be forced on us. And I'm asking the question, what happens when someone objects to the United Nations coming to hold their property in trust for all mankind? The person who believes in the right to private property will not be allowed to survive, because there will be no right to private property in the New World Order. And to confirm that, I would like to read from page 111 of Benjamin Creme's book entitled Maitreya's Mission. Mr. Creme quotes Lord Maitreya as saying, "Man must share or die." That's it. There is no more to consider. You will give up your right to private property or die. There is no other option. Notice that Mr. Creme says that all produce will be held in trust, all property, even the property of those who object. So he is lying. There will be no right to private property in the New World Order, and I'm saying that is just like the Masons want. And we're going to like this. Mr. Creme continues. This will mean for the developed third of the world an entirely new and simpler living, which will be seen to be a great deal happier. For there is nothing easier to bear than something shared. I mean, if you haven't very much, it is easier if no one else has very much. So the New Age religion is communist in its basis. The Masons are also communists because they want to abolish the right to private property. So it is a fair question to ask the Masons. Why did Karl Marx say the same thing as the Masons? I can find no evidence that Karl Marx was a member of the Masonic Lodge, but he sure wrote like one. But we can say that he worshipped Satan, the devil. This is a book written by Richard Wurmbrand, a Christian minister. It is entitled, Was Karl Marx a Satanist? This book presents the evidence that Karl Marx joined the Satanic cult early in his life while he was at college. I've also read that 80% of what Marx wrote has not been released because it is kept in a university somewhere in Europe. And I think the reason is because his writings would reveal that he was a Satan worshiper. So here we can see how the academic world helps in the cover-up of the connection between communism and Satanism. And to show you the academic worlds often believe in the ideas of Karl Marx, I'd like to show you this advertisement for the world's great thinkers. The ad says, their ideas have literally changed the world, and they can change your world for the better. And the man in the middle of all of those men is Karl Marx, the communist. This advertisement is saying that his ideas can change your world for the better. The idea of the communist can change your world for the better. But Karl Marx, the believers in the New Age religion, and the Masons are not the only ones to preach that we must abolish the right to private property. President Lyndon Johnson said exactly the same thing in 1964. President Lyndon Johnson said, quote, "We are going to try to take all of the money that we think is unnecessarily being spent and take it from the haves and give it to the have-nots that need it so much. There is absolutely no difference in what Karl Marx said and what Lyndon Johnson said. The two statements preach that the government exists to take from one to give to another. This means that both Karl Marx and Lyndon Johnson are talking about the abolition of private property. President Johnson created the war on poverty, wherein he put into practice what he and Karl I'd now like to return to the ritual of the 33rd degree Mason as quoted in E. the Star Miller's book entitled The Occult Theocracy. The ritual continues with its explanations of just what it is that has killed mankind. Religion, because religion is but philosophies evolved by men of genius and adopted by the people in the belief that they would increase their well-being. So here we see that the Masons are out to attack religion as one of the killers of mankind. What they are saying is that, in their opinion, we are being lied to by religion because they are telling us that their view of the world would make men happy. If only we understood that religion is a giant fraud, we would reject organized religion and accept the Masonic religion. It would be a paradise on earth. And this is what these Masons are teaching us. Let's continue now with the 33rd degree ritual. Neither law, property, nor religion can be imposed on man, as they annihilate him by depriving him of this most precious right. They are assassins on whom we have sworn to wreak vengeance. Notice, they, law, religion, and property, are assassins on whom we, 33rd degree Masons, have sworn to wreak vengeance. They are enemies against whom we have declared war to the death and without quarter. So here we see that the Masons take an oath to destroy law, property, and religion. Notice, we wonder why judges in America will not listen to the patriots in their courts who stand up for their God-given rights to private property. As I said before, I can't prove this, but I suspect that it is simply because the majority of judges in America are members of the Masonic Lodge. And many of these Masons, many of these judges have taken an oath to avenge the death, the murder of Hiram, law, property, and religion. The murders of Hiram. Let's continue with the 33rd degree Masonic ceremony. Of these three infamous enemies, it is on religion that we must concentrate our most deadly attacks, because no people have ever survived its religion. Once religion is dead, law and property will fall to our mercy, and we shall be able to regenerate society, meaning regenerate it into the New World Order, by founding on the corpses of the assassins of man, Masonic religion, Masonic law, and Masonic property. So here we can see that the new society, called the New World Order, is based upon Masonic principles of no property, no law, and no religion. And I want you to know that Albert Pike and the other Masons believe that this New World Order is something to be desired. He wrote, if men were all Masons, that world would be a paradise. The reason that I believe that this account by E. Star Miller of the 33rd degree Masonic ritual is accurate is because it has been confirmed by a key Masonic writer in his book that was approved by the 33rd degree Council of Masonic Lodge. I'd like to return once again to Rex Hutchins, the 33rd degree Mason I quoted before. Rex Hutchins is the author of this book entitled A Bridge to Light. We've looked at it before. This book, as I said, has been published by the 33rd degree Council of the Masonic Lodge. Therefore, we can know that this is the official teaching of the Masonic Lodge. There is no question that this is the official position of the worldwide Masons. But before I quote from Mr. Hutchins' book, I would like to recall a little background from comments made previously during this lecture. Remember that Hiram Abiff built Solomon's Temple, and that the Masons teach that he was attacked by 3 apprentice Masons because he would not reveal the secrets of the Master Mason to them. Mr. Hutchins wrote, what are the symbolic attacks upon Hiram? Notice that Mr. Hutchins admits that the attacks are symbolic and not real. Hiram is first accosted at the south gate of the temple, where the instrument of the attack is the rule. In Greek, the word for a rule whether a measuring instrument or a code of conduct, is canon. Thus we see the bureaucracy of the early church. Presumably, Mr. Hutchins is referring to the Catholic Church establishing the canon law to regulate conduct. He said this law was to be obeyed with unquestioned loyalty, hence it is an apt symbol of the suppression of freedom of speech, which might question the divinity and justice of these laws. Albert Pike confirms what Mr. Hutchins just said in his book entitled Agenda on page 17 of his book. Albert Pike wrote, "The rule is a rule of conduct. The rule, therefore canon, is an apt symbol of the Church. It is a symbol of the pontifical and sacerdotal power." The word sacerdotal means a belief in the divine authority of the priesthood. The Catholics teach that their priests are the intermediaries between man and God, and that the chief priest, the Pope, is infallible on matters of church theology. Mr. Hutchins continues, "The rigid, unbending square of steel is an apt symbol of the imperial power of Rome," meaning Rome, the home of the Catholic Church. I want to stop here and make an observation. Notice that Mr. Hutchins is critical of the Catholic Church because they say that all the Catholics must obey their teachings with unquestioned loyalty. The one thing I know about the Catholic Church is that if any Catholic does not like what the Church teaches, they are free to leave. No one in the Catholic Church, Catholic religion, requires that you obey with unquestioned loyalty. Any Catholic is free to leave if they disagree with what the Church teaches. Mr. Hutchins is a hypocrite. It is interesting to note that nowhere that I can find in his book does he criticize the federal government when they definitely require that all Americans, quote, obey with unquestioned loyalty, unquote, any of their laws that any American does not agree with. If you do not like a particular American law, one that violates your rights to life, liberty, or property, you cannot disagree with the law and leave. The government passes laws, and we must obey them with unquestioned loyalty. We cannot leave if we disagree. For instance, I believe, as I pointed out in the last session of this lecture, that welfare is legalized theft. I believe that government has no right to take my property in the form of taxation to give it to someone that they claim needs it. This is called stealing if I do not believe in welfare. If I object by not paying my taxes, I go to jail. That is requiring me to obey with unquestioned loyalty. But this learned PhD, Dr. Rex Hutchins, does not object to that. When one person is required to work for the benefit of another, it is called slavery. When the government forces one person to earn a wage for the benefit of another, it is called slavery. Slavery is defined as forcing one to work for the benefit of another. Welfare forces me to work for the benefit of another. Welfare is slavery, but Dr. Hutchins cannot see that. I used to be a Catholic. I did not like some of the things they were teaching, so I left. No one forced me to go to church. No one forced me to obey with unquestioned loyalty. But this PhD does not understand the difference. PhDs are supposed to be educated. But Mr. Hutchins cannot recognize slavery when he sees it, because when I am forced to pay my taxes when I object, it is called slavery. But this PhD cannot recognize that, and because that is pure hypocrisy. Yet Mr. Hutchins is critical of the Catholic Church, where anyone is free to leave if they do not wish to obey, but he is not critical of the government where none are free to leave if they do not wish to obey. Dr. Hutchins was not able to see the difference, yet Dr. Hutchins received his PhD from the University of Arizona. That means that he is an educated man. Supposedly this PhD would be able to figure this out, but he can't. And this very glaring mistake was repeated by Albert Pike, who wrote this on page 15 of his book entitled Legenda. The Scottish Masonry makes no war on Catholicism, apparently meaning Christianity, as a religion. It resists only its claim of right to resort to force to compel men to believe what its infallibility decides to be truth in matters incomprehensible. So even the greatest Mason of all time cannot recognize slavery when he sees it. So Mr. Pike is just as wrong as Mr. Hutchins. Both of these men are learned hypocrites. That makes Masonry wrong in one of its basic premises. Because Hutchins and Pike cannot see slavery when it shows up in the form of legalized theft, Masonry cannot see slavery when it shows up in the form of legalized theft. Masonry, where is your objection to legalized theft in the form of welfare? Where is your objection when the government forces us to obey with unquestioned loyalty? I think any fair researcher will find no objection in their writings. So the Masons are hypocrites. The Masons who do not object to legalized theft are hypocrites. Masonry, where is your objection to slavery in the form of welfare? Welfare has been part of the government's program of legalized theft for some 30 years. But where is Masonry's objection? They object to an example where there is no force, but are silent where there is force. Let me recommend to any Mason watching this video, it is time to get out. Do not obey the Masons with unquestioned loyalty. It is time to get out. Leave the order. Mr. Hutchins continues in his book, therefore Hiram, with the rule, is struck where the organs of speech are. Here he points out that mankind was murdered by the church who would not let them question their teachings. They are murdered with the rule, meaning the teachings of the canon church, of the Catholic Church. Before I continue with Mr. Hutchins' quote, I would like to show you these two symbols of the Masons, the square and the compass. Notice that the two objects are the square, a right-angled piece of metal used for drawing straight lines, and it is one of the two symbols of the Masonic Lodge. The other is the compass, used for drawing circles and curved lines. Mr. Hutchins continues, the instrument of attack at the west gate of the temple was the square. It, meaning the square, represents the merger of civil and religious power intending to control man's emotions, telling him not only what he can do, but also what he can believe. Thus Hiram is struck near the heart, the traditional seat of the affections. What he was saying here is that man was created with certain emotions. Mr. Hutchins is claiming that religion deprives him of his right to enjoy those emotions by teaching him what is right and wrong. One of those emotions is sexual desire. This emotion is God-given. But then, according to Mr. Hutchins, religion tells you not to exercise your emotion except under the marriage commitment, by teaching that you shouldn't enjoy this natural emotion anytime you so choose to enjoy it if you are not married. Even if you wish to enjoy your emotion by force, meaning that you shouldn't rape someone. What Mr. Hutchins is saying is that religion deprives mankind of the use of their God-given emotions by telling him that he can't use it. It is his claim that religion unfairly teaches man not to enjoy any woman he chooses to enjoy at any time and under any circumstance. Religion teaches that a man exercising one of his emotions can't be intimate with, for instance, his daughter. But what if he wants to be because his mind tells him it's okay? What if the Mason wants to enjoy one of his emotions with a 2-year-old baby? The Masons cannot tolerate religion interfering with man's emotions. So mankind was killed by religion. Mr. Hutchins continues, the setting mall an instrument of brute force, is a fitting symbol of the blind, unreasoning mob. The setting maul is a hammer used by a stonemason in the cutting of a stone to the proper size. Masons use the hammer to drive the chisel in removing parts of the stone. It, meaning the unreasoning mob, fears the force of the intellect and seeks the destruction of the products of the mind. So here he repeats his charge. The religious people seek to destroy the product of the mind. The Masons teach that whatever man reasons is acceptable behavior is acceptable behavior. As we've seen, the Masons teach that man can't have religion telling him what he can or cannot do, what his mind tells him what he wants to do. Mr. Hutchins continues, Hiram is killed at the east gate by a blow to the head, the seat of the intellect. So here in the symbolic story about the murder of Hiram Abiff, religion kills mankind by a blow to the head where man's ability to reason is contained. The head is where man's brain is, where man is able to use his reason to decide for himself what he wants to do. Mr. Hutchins amplifies his thoughts about religion and government a little later in his book. He wrote this on page 287. The tiara and crown are the object of discourse. The crown represents all those kings and emperors who have usurped or abused power, reigned for themselves and not the people, and robbed the people of their liberty. Now, he is not talking about the liberty of the people in America, for instance. He's talking about the governments that have robbed the people of their liberty to make their own decisions about right and wrong. The people create government to protect their property, their life, and their liberty by exercising their God-given right to protect themselves. But here the good doctor says that governments deprive mankind of the ability to enjoy someone else's property or someone else's wife or someone else's liberty. Dr. Hutchins continues, the tiara is not a symbol of any particular religion or creed, but of the patron of ignorance and ally of despotism, which in every age has made dupes of men and enslaved humanity through fear and superstition. So religion has enslaved men through fear and superstition. Albert Pike agreed. He wrote this on page 19 of his book entitled Agenda. The crown itself is but a symbol, and royalty is but the most common type of tyranny. I want you to notice something. I am not making any of this up. These comments are coming directly from high-ranking Masonic sources. I hope that you are noticing that I have been carefully documenting my material directly from Masonic sources. If I was wrong in my comments, I could be sued by the Masons, but they are strangely silent, and I believe they know that I am right. Albert Pike is, as I said, another 33rd degree Mason, and he agreed with Rex Hutchins. In this book entitled Agenda, we've quoted before, but I've never shown you a slide of it, Pike wrote this: men are good. Evil institutions alone have made them bad. And it is the duty of Masonry and of every knight to aid in leading them back to the truth. The evil institutions that have made men bad are the government and the church. And we have seen that Masons take oaths to destroy the government and the church. And in summary, I'd like to show you that this statement was correct. Mr. Pike wrote this in his book called Legenda. As Masons, we deny the right of any church or pontiff or council to prescribe to men what they shall believe. Armed with the doctrines of Masonry, we war incessantly against these ancient enemies of the truth, against spiritual tyranny, intolerance, fanaticism, and superstition. This thought that Hiram was not a single man, but a symbol of all of mankind, is repeated on page 73 of Rex's book. This is what he wrote. The Master Hiram is the symbol of intelligence, liberty, and truth. And the assassins are the symbols of tyranny, ignorance, and intolerance and fanaticism. So the Masons believe that after they destroy religion, they'll be free to make their own decisions about everything. This position was clarified by Mr. Street in his book on Masonry. Hence, Masons everywhere are devoted to the doctrines of freedom of thought, freedom of speech, and freedom of action. So we can see that the Masons believe in the lie of Lucifer, that they shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. All they have to do is destroy religion. And if author John Robinson is right, we can know exactly where it is in their initiation ceremonies that the Masons take an oath to destroy religion. This is John Robinson's book entitled A Pilgrim's Path. I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Robinson in Florida, Tampa, Florida, during a televised debate between the two of us as we took the opposite sides on the issue of Freemasonry. Mr. Robinson also wrote this book, his first book, entitled Born in Blood, and was touring the country talking about it. The Masons do not know how or when they were formed, so Mr. Robinson attempted to prove that their order was connected to the Knights Templar back to 1307. The Masons liked his book, so he was touring the country speaking primarily to Masonic lodges when the television program in Tampa called me to debate him. I agreed to do so, and we went on the air. Mr. Robinson privately admitted to me that he was not a member of the Masonic Lodge, but apparently felt that their claims were of merit. He promised me that he would read my book entitled The New World Order, and I know that he did because he mentions that he read it in his second book. But it is quite apparent that he did not believe my documentation from the Masonic sources, so he wrote his second book to answer all of us critics with what he considered to be the truth of the Masonic Lodge. In that book, on pages 102 and 107, he tells the reader a great deal about the 30th degree initiation ceremony. This is what he says, and remember as we read this, what both Albert Pike and Rex Hutchins told us in their books, that the Masons are out to destroy religion, property, and law. Mr. Robinson tells us, in the southern jurisdiction 30th degree, the candidate is led into a tomb and 3 skulls on display. The skull on the left wears a crown, the one in the center bears a laurel wreath, and the third wears a papal tiara. The skull bearing the wreath of the hero is Jacques de Molay. We'll talk about him later. The skull with the crown represents Philip IV, a secular tyrant, while the third represents Clement V, a religious tyrant. The candidate is then told that he should always oppose tyranny in whatever form, whether it emanates from a government or from a religion. At another point in the 30th degree, the candidate recites an oath that includes the vow to strive unceasingly for the happiness of fellow beings, for the propagation of light. And here Mr. Robinson interprets light to mean knowledge, and for the overthrow of superstition, fanaticism, imposture, and intolerance. We have seen that the Masons consider tyranny to be the moral absolutes of God. So even Mr. Robinson was not able to see the truth that when the Masons say they are opposed to tyranny, they are opposed to the moral absolutes of God. They conceal their truths from people like Mr. Robinson so that he believes the words and does not look past the words to their concealed meaning, as Mr. Pike said he must to understand the coded words. So it is at the 30th degree that the Mason takes an oath to destroy religion. The Masons intentionally conceal that truth so that Mr. Robinson and the observer like Mr. Robinson thinks he is taking an oath to resist the tyranny of such people as Adolf Hitler and Saddam Hussein. But in truth, he is taking an oath to destroy Christianity. The fact that he was not able to see that in the words he mouthed during the oath is not the fault of the Masons. They told him that he would have to read between the lines to figure out the coded and concealed language. They told the Mason, but they know that most of them won't be able to figure it out. And apparently, Mr. Robinson was not able to see through the veil. Now let me return to my discussion of the Masonic ritual. We will see another connection between the Masons and the head of mankind a little later. But the Masons are not the only ones to state that law, property, and religion killed mankind. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky wrote in her book entitled The Secret Doctrine, the Elohim, meaning the triune God of the Bible, also feared the knowledge of good and evil for Adam. and therefore are shown as expelling him from Eden and killing him spiritually. This is almost the same thought presented by the Masons. So what we have been examining is that the Masons, the New Agers, and others are out to simply destroy law, religion, and property. And it is important to this exposition to show you that these are the same goals of the communists. As I said, Karl Marx, the so-called father of communism, wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848. This book called for the abolition of at least the family, all civilization, all religion. Marx wanted to abolish private property and nationalism. This is what Mr. Marx said about the family. Abolition of the family. Even the most radical flare up at this infamous proposal of the communists. The claptrap about the family, about the hallowed correlation of the parent and child, becomes all the more disgusting. This is what Karl Marx wrote about the need to abolish religion. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of man is a demand for their real happiness. We must war against all prevailing ideas of religion, of the state, of country, of patriotism. The idea of God is the keynote of perverted civilization. It must be destroyed. What? The idea of God as the keystone of perverted civilization. And this is what he wrote about the need to change the existing order of things. The communists openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. If you overthrow all existing social conditions, you must replace them with some new social conditions, and these new social conditions are called the New World Order. There are some other well-known individuals with connections between communism and Masonry. One of these is Daniel Ortega, the recent head of the Nicaraguan government. He gave an interview to Playboy magazine in which he made these revealing statements. The man who headed the Augusto Sandino Masonic Lodge would give us lectures about politics. That place played an important role in my political development. Daniel Ortega was a communist, and he admits that the head of one of the Masonic lodges taught him communism. And the reason that he taught him that was that Augusto Sandino, the man that the Masonic Lodge was named after, was a communist. He was the founder of the Sandinista communist movement in Nicaragua. And Augusto Sandino was also a Mason. That is why they named a lodge after him in Nicaragua. But we don't have to worry about this example of another connection between communism and Masonry. Playboy magazine doesn't believe there is a connection between Masonry and communism. The Playboy interviewer said, "It's hard to believe that a Masonic lodge was a hotbed of revolution." So they don't believe it. And this is the problem of the media all over the world. They simply will not believe the evidence, even after they hear it themselves from a communist like Ortega. The abolition of all social conditions is also the goal of the Illuminati. These are the goals of the Masons, and these are the goals of the communists. Other communists spoke out against the ordered ideas of Christianity. This is Nikolai Lenin, the so-called father of Russian communists. He wrote these thoughts in many of his writings. Atheism is an integral part of Marxism. Marxism is materialism. We must combat religion. We, of course, say that we do not believe in God. We do not believe in eternal morality. That is moral. That serves the destruction of the old society. So Lenin also said that religion must be destroyed before they create the new society called the New World Order. Lenin continued, everything is moral, which is necessary for the annihilation of the old exploiting social order. Religion is a kind of spiritual intoxicant in which the slaves of capital drown their humanity and blunt their desire for human experience. We, meaning we communists, shall also preach a scientific philosophy. We must fight against the inconsistencies of the Christians. So as we are starting to see, the New World Order is based on the desires of the communists. I shall continue that thought during the next session. The thoughts of Nikolai Lenin on destroying the old civilization are nearly the identical thoughts of Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati. It must be remembered that Adam Weishaupt was also a member of the Masonic Lodge. This is what Professor Weishaupt wrote. Liberty and equality are the essential rights that man in his original and primitive perfection received from nature. Notice that this respected Mason did not say these rights came from God. He said they came from nature. I will show you additional information that other Masons do not believe that there is a creator God in the universe. Weishaupt continued. Property struck the first blow at equality. Political society or governments were the first dispossessors of liberty. The supporters of governments and property are the religious and civil laws. Therefore, to reinstate man in his primitive rights of equality and liberty, we must begin by destroying all religion, all civil society, and finish by the destruction of all property. So we can now summarize the beliefs of the Illuminati. We must abolish monarchy and all ordered government. We must abolish private property. We must abolish the rights of inheritance, meaning the right to pass on what you've accumulated to your heirs. We must abolish patriotism or nationalism, meaning the destruction of national borders. We must abolish the family, marriage, and morality, and we must abolish all religion. These are precisely the same thoughts expressed by the communist Karl Marx. There is no direct evidence, but there is abundant circumstantial evidence to say that Karl Marx was a later member of the Illuminati when it was no longer called the Illuminati but the Communist Party. So we can summarize all that we have examined so far. The old world order has to be replaced. And we can see that the communists, the Illuminati, the New Age, and the Masonic Lodge are out to destroy the old civilization and replace it with communism. This new civilization, based on the principles of communism, is now being called the New World Order. The Masons believe that the God of the Bible has created chaos in heaven. This is what we've been reading to show you in the past from their own literature. The Masons believe that God created chaos. This is a copy of the 32nd degree certificate, a 32nd degree certificate. A friend of mine was a 32nd degree Mason, and he gave me a copy of a certificate that he received after he completed the 32nd degree. Notice the phrase ordo ab chaos in the middle. Ordo ab chaos means, in Latin, order out of chaos. As we have seen, the Masons admit that the God of the Bible created chaos in the universe, and after man is freed to use his mind in all areas, the universe will become ordered. The Masons have decided it. As we've already seen, they will create Masonic religion, Masonic law, and Masonic property. And they call this condition, quote, order, unquote, instead of the chaos created by the God of the Bible. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the socialist, summarized it best when he said the same thing. God is tyranny. God is evil. God is nothing more than the executor of my reason. And Terry Cole Whitaker, the New Age leader I've quoted before, tells us that this will be the future of the New World. The New World will be a world in which there will be none of the things that make up the misery of the old world today, meaning the old world order. We have an opportunity to create a new reality and to put an end to the old. That means that in the New World Order there will be no more morality. Each man will be free to decide for himself what is right and wrong. It is true. It is not just the Masons who want to abolish religion. You might remember the quote that I read earlier in this lecture from Franklin Roosevelt's speech of October the 27th, 1941, to the nation. He said that Hitler's plan for his New World Order, also desired by the Masonic Lodge, was a plan to abolish all existing religions. Now anyone can see that the Masons want the same thing. As I said, there is a new religion spreading around the world called the New Age religion. One of the most articulate of its writers is Terry Cole Whitaker, the woman I've just quoted. She wrote, "There will be no more God of vengeance for us to fear, and therefore no more God-fearing people." She wrote, "The New Age will mean the end of religion." She wrote that it'll also mean the end of government. Everyone will govern themselves. There'll be no more tyrants and no more organizations to tell us what is good for us and what is bad. It sounds like to me that Terry Cole Whitaker is saying the same things that the communists and the Masons are saying, and the socialists as well. I'd like to repeat what Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the socialist, said when he said the same thing. He said, "God is tyranny, God is evil, God is nothing more than the executor of my reason." Now let me connect all that we have learned so far with the founding of America, because those who believe in this New World Order were active in the founding of this nation. Manly P. Hall wrote this book entitled The Secret Destiny of America. I think it will interest you to know that according to Mr. Hall, America has a secret destiny. Mr. Hall wrote, "Years of research has convinced me that there exists in the world today, and has existed for thousands of years, a body of enlightened humans united in what might be termed an order of the quest. It is interesting to note here that the Illuminati means the enlightened ones. This body, is composed of those whose intellectual and spiritual perceptions have revealed to them that civilization has a secret destiny. Secret, I say, because this high purpose is not realized by the many." Not only were many of the founders of the United States government Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe. It sounds like he, meaning Mr. Hall, was referring to the Illuminati founded in 1776. It is known that many of the founders knew about the Illuminati when they founded this nation, which helped them, this group, this august group in Europe, helped them establish this country for a particular purpose known only to the initiated few. America does have a secret destiny. Our founding fathers knew what it was, because our founding fathers had been initiated into the secret mystery religion that was to bring us the New World Order. The Supreme Council of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry agrees that many of the founders were Masons. This is a slide of Henry C. Clausen, the past Sovereign Grand Commander of the Masons, and he reported that 23 of the 39 signers of the Constitution were members of the Masonic Lodge. Notice that the 23 Masons constituted a majority of all of the founders, those who signed the Constitution. It might be appropriate here to mention that the number 13 is a magic number to the Masons. We shall see more of this in a few minutes. It is interesting to note that the number 39 is the product of the multiplication of 3 by 13. So there appears to be a concealed number 13 in the number of signers of the Constitution. Manly P. Hall told us Benjamin Franklin spoke for the Order of the Quest, and most of the men who worked with him in the early days of the American Revolution were also members. Now, history has recorded that Benjamin Franklin was a very visible member of the Masonic Order, and Mr. Hall is now telling us that he was also a spokesman for the Order of the Quest. This is the drawing of Mr. Franklin in his Masonic attire. Now let us return to America's secret destiny. I'd like to show you the two sides of the Great Seal of the United States. You will no doubt recognize them because these two seals are reproduced on the back of the dollar bill. This is called the obverse side, meaning the front side, the eagle side, and this is a little different version of the same seal that we see whenever the President of the United States speaks to the public. But at least it is more recognizable than the reverse side, meaning the back side of the Great Seal of the United States. These two seals were adopted in 1782 by the founding fathers of the United States, but the reverse side was not shown to the American people until 1935. This is the copy of the original paperwork that President Franklin Roosevelt signed, putting the Great Seal of the United States on the back of the dollar bill. And this is a photograph of Franklin Roosevelt seated in the middle, in the center, in his Masonic apron. If you will notice, you'll see the white apron around his waist. Henry Wallace was his vice president, and he was the man who recommended that Franklin Roosevelt put the Great Seal on the back of the dollar bill. Henry Wallace was a 32nd degree Mason. I'd like to continue now with Mr. Hall's charges that America was set up by the order of the quest. He wrote this: if the design on the obverse side, meaning the side with the eagle, is stamped with the signature of the order of the quest, the design on the reverse is even more definitely related to the old mysteries. What he was saying was that these symbols on our dollar bill are not there by accident. They're related to the ancient worship of what he later called the ancient mystery religion. Mr. Hall continued, the Great Seal is the signature of this exalted body, meaning the order of the quest or the Masons, and the unfinished pyramid upon its reverse side is a trestle board, setting forth symbolically the task to the accomplishment of which the United States government was dedicated from the day of its inception. That means that the founding fathers who designed the Great Seal knew what they were doing. They were committing this nation to the ancient mystery religion. Notice that the eye above the pyramid is not yet on top of the pyramid. That means that their task is not yet accomplished. When the eye seats itself on the pyramid, their job will be finished, and I am contending that the date for that capping of the pyramid is known. That date has been determined, and it will occur on January the 1st, the year 2000 AD. I will explain why this date is significant a little later in this lecture. Mr. Hall continued, there's only one possible origin for these symbols, and that is the secret societies which came to this country 150 years before the Revolutionary War. If you take 150 years from 1776, the date of our founding, you get the date of 1620, about the date the Pilgrims came to America. So what he was saying is that at the same time the Pilgrims came to America, the conspirators came as well. He goes on to point out there can be no question that the Great Seal was directly inspired by these orders of the human quest, and that it, here he's talking about the Great Seal, set forth the purpose for this nation as that purpose was seen and known to the founding fathers. It is true, America has a secret destiny, and the founding fathers knew what it was. Those who gave us the Great Seal of the United States knew what they were doing when they incorporated the Latin phrases, an all-seeing eye, a pyramid, an eagle, and the use of concealed Masonic numbers on it. I'd like to explain just what all of these symbols mean as I continue this lecture. We will examine the hidden meaning behind the symbols of our Great Seal of the United States. The reason our founding fathers placed these symbols on our Great Seal is because they were conspirators. The next area we should discuss is the type of government these conspirators gave us. For years we've been told that the American form of government, called a constitutional republic, was the finest form ever devised by men, and that the American Constitution is the finest document ever written by the mind of man. And I used to believe that as well, until I discovered the fact that the founding fathers literally placed a phrase in our Constitution that they knew would later destroy it. Because as thousands of today's patriots have discovered when they have gone into the courts of America to argue the constitutionality of various laws and regulation, they have learned that the Constitution of the United States of America is null and void. There are no constitutional rights in the courts of the United States today. And the reason that this is so is because the nation's founding fathers set it up so that there wouldn't be any. And the reason they did that was because they were members of the Masons or of a broader organization apparently called the Order of the Quest. To prove that the Constitution is null and void in America today, we must go back to the year 1776 when we severed all ties to the English government. This is a copy of the Declaration of Independence. We're going to read apart from that right now. I would like to call your attention to one very important thing. It was here in the preamble that we the people declared that this was the unanimous declaration of the 13 united with a small u states of America. There was no such thing as the capital U United States of America at that time, as the men who wrote documents were saying that we, as representatives of these 13 states, each united in their cause, were part of a nation known as America. Later, this will become an important point, as we shall soon see. Our founding fathers were not created a nation called the United States of America. We were simply Americans, each a citizen of their respective state, that were uniting to declare themselves independent from the King of England. We, the people, carefully declared that we were objecting to the tyrannical government of King George of Great Britain that he had set up here in America. You can find the following in the second paragraph of the Declaration. We, the people, wrote, "The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states." To understand what that means, we must next define the word tyranny. Webster's 1828 dictionary, issued only 52 years after the Declaration of Independence was signed, defined the word thusly: tyranny, despotic exercise of power, absolute monarchy, or absolute power. The dictionary also defined the word despot, a word we don't use too often in today's language. It said that the word despot was a king, and I believe it meant any governmental authority, because most of the governments in 1828 were being led by kings, so that was the typical government at the time. So we're saying that a despot was any government invested with absolute ruling or absolute power, or ruling without any control for men, constitution, or laws. So it is fair to conclude that the founding fathers felt that King George was creating a tyranny and all-powerful government in America, and that was the reason they were breaking from the monarchy. To further show that the founding fathers knew what the word tyranny meant, we can examine the Federalist Papers written in 1787 by John Jay on the left, James Madison in the center, and Alexander Hamilton on the right. Hamilton and Madison actually signed the Constitution, which meant that they must have approved of whatever it contained. James Madison defined the word tyranny in Federalist Papers number 47. The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. Madison later defined it again when he talked about a tyrannical concentration of all the same power of government in the same hands. He later quoted Montesquieu, a political writer in the mid-17th century, who wrote this: "There can be no liberty where the legislative and executive powers are united in the same body of magistrates." Then the writers of the Declaration listed 28 specific evidences that King George was guilty of creating an oppressive government, a tyranny in the United States. The 22nd of those reads, "He," meaning King George, "has given his assent to the suspending of our own legislatures and declaring themselves with power to," please remember this next phrase, they declared themselves with the power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. Please remember that phrase. The king was taking all power in one body, the legislature, the very definition of tyranny. Our founding fathers knew what tyranny was, and that King George was guilty of creating a tyrannical government by replacing America's legislatures. Now the Constitution was issued in 1787, 11 years later. This is from the preamble. "We the people do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Notice that they were claiming to be creating a government of the United States of America. The Constitution creates three branches of government because the Founding Fathers knew that to give all power to one branch of government was the very definition of tyranny. Our Founding Fathers created the legislative branch of government in Article 1, the executive branch of government in Article 2, and the judicial branch of government in Article 3. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution grants 18 specific powers to Congress, such as the power to collect taxes, the power to coin money, the power to establish post offices, and the power to declare war, amongst others. But in amongst those grants of power, they placed the cancer cell, the one they knew would destroy the very republic they were creating. This is what they wrote. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever. Notice that we've read that phrase somewhere else. We have just read that same phrase in the Declaration of Independence. When they used that phrase in the Declaration, they were defining the word tyranny. But when they used the same phrase in the Constitution, they were giving powers to Congress. The power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. It is impossible not to conclude that the Founding Fathers gave Congress tyrannical powers. They did so in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Remember that the Founding Fathers accused King George of creating a tyranny by declaring themselves with the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. They granted Congress the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. They used the same words. They knew what they were doing because they wrote the Constitution only 11 years after they wrote the Declaration of Independence. Notice one more thing. This all-powerful, all-tyrannical government that our Founding Fathers created was limited to just one place only. The Founding Fathers continued Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, of course they're meaning here Washington, D.C., as may become the seat of the government of the United States. So the Founding Fathers were giving this tyrannical power to Congress in just one place, Washington, D.C. It is interesting when you remember that the residents of Washington, D.C. today do not elect a congressman, and they've never elected a congressman. They do not elect a senator today, and they've never elected a senator. The people who live in Washington, D.C. are being taxed without representation. They have no representatives in Congress to represent them as Congress passes laws. Their affairs are being handled by Congress, and this is called, quite simply, taxation without representation. That was supposedly the reason that the American people dissolved the Union with Great Britain. This was supposedly the issue in the American Revolution. The American people were breaking with the English government because they were being taxed without having any representation in how that money was collected or utilized. But our Founding Fathers set up a government that could tax the citizens in Washington, D.C. without any representation. This is very strange indeed. This limited grant of power is limited to only one part of America. These congressmen have this power, this tyrannical power, only in Washington, D.C. So what that means is that Congress has tyrannical powers to run Washington, D.C. When Congress interferes in the remainder of America, meaning the 50 states, it operates on Article 1, Section 8, Clauses 1 through 16, 18 in the Bill of Rights. Those powers are very specific. It is limited to very specific powers, all spelled out in great detail by the Founding Fathers. And the 10th Amendment further restricts the power of the government of the United States of America. It reads, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people." It becomes important to notice that we patriots who thought that the 10th Amendment limited the powers of the federal government have been fooled once again. I always believed that this 10th Amendment restricted Congress, but notice that it says that if we didn't give the power to the United States, they don't have it. And I, along with most American patriots, felt that we were being protected by the 10th Amendment. But what they are saying is if we didn't give the power to the government of the United States, the power stays with the people or with the states. But our Founding Fathers gave all power to the government of the United States, and the people can have all that is left. But there is no power left if you give all power to the government of the United States. So there is no question, and I know this is very hard to believe, our Founding Fathers were traitors and liars. Our Founding Fathers deserve only the worst condemnations possible. Our Founding Fathers deserved to be ranked with the worst scoundrels of all time. So the Founding Fathers gave Congress unlimited power to run Washington, D.C. Notice that they wrote the Constitution for the United States of America. But when they created the government in Washington, D.C., they called it the government of the United States. They were creating two separate constitutional governments in America. One is called the government of the United States, which administers Washington, D.C. with tyrannical powers. And the second is called the government of the United States of America, which administers the constitutional powers over the 50 states. It is called a limited republic with specified powers. There was not much concern with this tyrannical power in the government of the United States until the 14th Amendment was passed in 1868 after the Civil War. The 14th Amendment reads in part, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Also notice that there are two ways to become a citizen of the United States. The amendment says that you can be born inside Washington, D.C., or you can become a naturalized citizen. A naturalized citizen is one who voluntarily asks to become an American, because when you do, you become subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So we, the people of the United States of America, are now citizens of the United States. If you were not born in Washington, D.C., you are a naturalized citizen. Now, how did we become a naturalized citizen when we declared ourselves to be the people of the United States of America? And here's the answer. We voluntarily accepted a Social Security card issued by the government of the United States. When we accepted our Social Security card, we voluntarily gave up our sovereignty to the government of the United States. And when we did that, we voluntarily gave jurisdiction over us to that government that has tyrannical power. Now, we thought we had to obtain a Social Security card, and we did so because we allowed ourselves to be tricked into believing we had to get a Social Security card. I want you to know there is no law requiring any of us to get a Social Security card. We get one because we think we have to. We are not required to do so. And patriots are now asking the Social Security Administration to remove their number from the files with some degree of success. This is a letter showing that the tax is voluntary. It was written by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. That means that they know that the tax is voluntary. That means that they are guilty of deception. And it is also important to point out that income taxes are voluntary. Income taxes are not law required. They're not mandatory. I am a self-employed writer and publisher, and I pay an estimated tax each quarter, and to do so I use this form called the 1040-ES. The paragraph in the top middle, underlined in blue, reads as follows. Who must make estimated tax payments? Notice what it says. These rules, these laws, no, it says these rules apply to U.S. citizens. Notice that the IRS says that these are rules, not laws, and that these rules apply only to U.S. citizens. Only U.S. citizens must pay the tax. So if you are neither a naturalized U.S. citizen nor born in Washington, D.C., it appears as if you do not have to pay a tax under these rules. I am not saying that you must not pay taxes. I am saying that it appears as if these rules only apply to persons born in Washington, D.C., or to naturalized citizens who have voluntarily given the government in Washington, D.C. jurisdiction over their person. Let me provide you with one more evidence that there are two governments in the United States. As far as preliminary research indicates, the post office cannot charge more than 2 cents per half ounce for mail sent between any two states in the United States of America. Any shipment of a piece of mail between any two states is called non-domestic mail, and the United States government apparently has no jurisdiction over anything more than that. This is a letter sent to me from Florida. Notice that the envelope bearing the 2-cent stamp used to pay the postage for it was not marked "Return for Postage." It went through. Notice that the wording that the sender put on the letter under the stamp. The letter went through without postage due. And this is the wording that the sender used to get the mail through for 2 cents. The non-domestic letter rate of 2 cents per half ounce is established by congressional law, 12 statutes at large, Chapter 71, Section 23. Any other rate constitutes a criminal violation of USC, stands for United States Code 1728. So what I am saying is that someone in the U.S. Postal Service knows that there are 2 governments in the United States. There's one more evidence that we are right. The draft of civilians into the United States Armed Forces is not constitutional under the powers granted to the government of the United States of America. The draft was passed by the Congress, which was exercising its tyrannical power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. Those who have gone through the induction ceremony tell me that each draftee is asked to take 1 step forward as they enlist. This is reportedly the 1 step that each draftee takes to indicate that he is doing so voluntarily. He is indicating that he is voluntarily taking 1 step forward so that he is giving jurisdiction to the government of the United States. I have been told that if he stands pat, in other words, if he does not take the step forward, giving jurisdiction to the government, there is nothing that the government can do to the draftee. I want to make it clear that I am not recommending that anyone stop paying taxes, nor that they send mail inside the 50 states for 2 cents, nor that they get out of the Social Security system, nor that they avoid the draft by not taking that 1 step forward. What I am saying is that there needs to be some court cases clearly establishing that these statements are true, so that we can absolutely know for certain that this preliminary research is correct. The one book telling us how this can be legally accomplished has yet to be written. I have not seen that book yet, so I have personally not decided to get out of the system. But it has been reported to me that thousands of people are getting out of the system each year by claiming that they are not citizens of the government of the United States. But I continue to pay my federal taxes. By the way, I pay my income taxes to Uncle Marx, not Uncle Sam, because Uncle Marx, meaning Uncle Karl Marx, was the father of the graduated income tax. Once again, this is the Communist Manifesto that we've looked at before. It was written by Karl Marx, the so-called father of communism, and on page 46 of the book, Karl Marx called for a heavy progressive or graduated income tax. Remember that this book was written by the communist Karl Marx in 1848, and we didn't get our heavy progressive or graduate income tax until 1913. Now, those who disagree with my assessment that we are not citizens of the government of the United States must answer this question. What were we before the 14th Amendment if we were not citizens of the United States? Why did they have to declare us citizens of the government of the United States if we were already citizens of the government of the United States? And the answer to that one question is because we were called sovereign citizens of the state in which you were born. You were called an American. But after the 14th Amendment, we were called citizens of the government of the United States. A sovereign is someone who lives by God-given inalienable right. A citizen is one who lives by government-granted privilege. A privilege can be taken away by the one granting the privilege. Rights cannot be taken away except by the grantor, in this case meaning the Creator God of the Bible. Simply stated in one sentence, we have lost our sovereignty. I would like to pose a question to those who believe my position is incorrect on Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, being the clause that gives government tyrannical power. If I am wrong where I claim that the powers we gave Congress are very specific, and if we did not specifically grant government any specific power, they do not have it. Where did the Founding Fathers give Congress the power to tax us to build a space telescope to take pictures of the distant planets? How could our Founding Fathers have envisioned such a thing? How could they have written this into the Constitution? Congress shall have the power to build telescopes that shall be placed in orbit above the Earth to take photographs of distant planets. How could they have even dreamed about such a thing in the 1780s? Yet Congress has taxed us to build the Hubble Space Telescope, which is in orbit right now. Let's say that we had the ability to go back to 1776, when they were debating the powers to give to Congress, and we had asked them to include a provision granting us power to build a space telescope. Just what do you think their answer would have been to our request? There is no such thing as a space telescope. They could not have conceived of such a thing in 1780. Yet in the 1980s, Congress passed legislation creating the power to orbit the Hubble Space Telescope. Where did they get the power if the founding fathers did not give it to them? They got it from Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Congress shall have the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. The Hubble Space Telescope confirms my allegations. Congress has unlimited power, meaning they have the power to do whatever their fiendish little minds can devise. The power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. And who were these founding fathers who tricked us by creating a hidden tyrannical government? They were the Masons who wrote the Constitution. The Constitution was the joint work of half a dozen men or more, yet today few historians begrudge James Madison, later to become President of the United States, as being the father of the Constitution. Because the author of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 was James Madison himself. In fact, in 1956, President Dwight Eisenhower commissioned a study entitled Jurisdiction over Federal Areas within the States. That study made the conclusion, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution was included in the Constitution as a result of proposals made to the Constitutional Convention by Charles Pinckney and James Madison. There were some who objected to the grant of tyrannical powers, according to the Eisenhower report. Objections made by Patrick Henry and others based upon the dangers to personal rights and liberties which Clause 17 presented were anticipated or replied to by Mr. Madison. That means that Mr. Madison knew that his grant was going to cause controversy, so he anticipated it. So Patrick Henry, because he objected to the tyrannical provisions of this provision, the tyrannical powers of this provision, goes to the top of my list of great American patriots, and James Madison goes to the bottom. The report goes on, they, meaning those who objected, were assured that the rights of residents of federalized areas would be protected by appropriate reservations made by the states in granting their respective consents to federalization. That means that whatever argument that Madison used convinced the dissenters that their rights would be protected by the states. But notice this incredible omission by the Eisenhower Commission members in their report. It may be noted that this assurance has to this time borne only little fruit. The dissenters were lied to. Their rights were not protected by this incredible grant of power to the Congress. They were hoodwinked by James Madison. We, the sovereign people of America, gave up our sovereignty by a fraudulent argument. Those who granted the power knew what they were doing. In other words, there was cause for concern in 1787. There was cause for concern in 1956. But nothing has been done to correct the situation. So I'm saying there was cause for concern even today in 1994. And last question, was it a coincidence that James Madison, the tyrant, was a Mason? No, because that is precisely what the order of the quest would have wanted him to write into the Constitution. James Madison did what he was expected to do. This is an official list of the presidents who have been Masons, prepared by the Masonic Lodge itself. And under the name, under the yellow highlighter, is James Madison, President of the United States. I'd like to return to the discussion of the involvement of the Masonic Lodge in the founding of America. This is a very poor quality photocopy of a picture of the prayer window in a prayer room for legislators in the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Notice that George Washington is kneeling at prayer in the middle of the stained glass window, and that he is under the reverse side of the Great Seal of the United States. It is almost as if those who designed the window knew that George Washington, a Mason, was praying to the God in the all-seeing eye of the Great Seal of the United States. Also notice that the Masons have concealed a key Masonic number in the window. There are 33 reversals of the double lines shown on each side of the stained glass window. And as we're going to see later, the number 33 is a key Masonic number of great significance, as I will prove in a few minutes. As I will show you, it was not just another coincidence, but it was a concealed Masonic symbol. Before we continue our study of the secret destiny of America, we must examine an area which is pertinent to our study. We must examine the question of why early man worshipped the sun. The sun in the sky does two observable things. First of all, it rises each morning and sets each evening. It appears to be born in the morning and then die in the evening each day, and then it appears to come back to life the next day when it rises again. Early man realized that he was also born and then died, but that he couldn't come back to life after he died. He knew that after he died, he couldn't come back the next day. So he started imagining that the sun was some sort of God, because he reasoned that only a God can die and then come back to life. And the second way that the sun appears to be born and then appears to die again is because the sun travels on the horizon as it sets each day. This is because the earth tilts back and forth on its axis as it revolves around the sun. So the sun moves north and south across the horizon and sets at a different place every day. It appears to set at a different position on the horizon each day, and early man felt that only gods could do that. Here is a photograph of the sun setting at a particular point on the horizon. It appears to move northward once a year and sets at a particular point. The sun appears to set at this precise point for 3 days, and then it starts moving south again. This happens twice a year, on June the 25th and on December the 25th. That means that on June 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, and December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of each year, the sun appears to be setting at the same precise location. But on June the 25th and December 25th, it starts to move back to the north or to the south. It appears to die for 3 days and then appears to come back to life on June the 25th and December 25th. And since only gods can die and come back to life, early man reasoned that this was further evidence that the sun must be a god. Now, there is actually a word to describe this activity of the sun. It is called the solstice, meaning when the sun is farthest away from the equator. It occurs twice a year, on June the 22nd and on December the 22nd each year. According to this book, entitled An ABC of Witchcraft, written by a practicing witch, the witches make a holiday out of each solstice. She wrote this: the winter solstice celebrates the rebirth of the sun. Not only do the witches worship the sun god on the winter solstice, others do as well. Albert Pike wrote this on page 77 of Morals and Dogma. Thousands of years ago, man worshipped the sun. Originally, they looked beyond the orb to the invisible God. Then he identified those gods who had a concealed worship of the sun god inside their regular worship. They personified the sun god as Brahma, Amun, Osiris, Bel, Adonis, Melkarth, Mithras, and Apollo. He went on to point out that the Romans celebrated a holiday known as Saturnalia for 1 week, December 17th to the 24th. Then December 25th became a special holiday called the Birth of the Unconquerable Sun. Author John Robinson says that the Winter Solstice Festival celebrates the victory of the sun over the powers of darkness. I'd now like to suspend that discussion for another area of interest that's related. I'd like to explain why people in America celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December. Christmas is supposed to be the birthday of Jesus Christ, but Jesus Christ was not born in December, nor even in the winter of the year. The Bible tells the reader when Jesus was born. His birth is talked about in Luke 2:8. The writer wrote, there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock at night. By night. Shepherds at the time always brought their flocks from the mountainsides and fields and corralled them not later than October the 15th to protect them from the cold, rainy season that followed. They would be outside in the fields during lambing season when they attempted to protect their young lambs from wolves. And to illustrate that point, I'd like to discuss a story about a friend of mine. In September of 1991, I called a gentleman who is a computer buff. He has created a chronology institute that studies biblical dates. He claims that he has put all of the dates in the Bible and that he has been able to determine that Christ was born on April the 5th, 6 BC, and that he died on April the 5th, 30 AD. That means that Jesus lived 35 years and was resurrected when he was precisely 35 years old. But today the world celebrates Jesus' birthday on a holiday dedicated to the annual rebirth of the sun, December 25th. Now we bring in an evergreen tree into our home and call it a Christmas tree because an evergreen tree does not die during the time the sun goes south during the winter to die. It lives while the sun god dies. We place round balls on our tree because the sun is round and we're bringing light into our house. And we put candles or lights on the tree now as a way of bringing light into the house while the sun god is dying. So Christmas is a pagan holiday. I, for one, do not celebrate Christmas on December 25th. I personally celebrate the birth of Jesus every day of my life. Now I'd like to return to our discussion of the sun. So the next step in history of our past is when priests developed around the worship of the sun. They told the people that they should pray to them because there was a danger that the sun would not return the next day or after it died twice each year. And inside that worship of the sun god, they developed the idea that the sun was a symbol of another god. So man has deified the sun. We put a face on the sun. The sun has no face. It is not a god. It is the sun. And that sun, by the way, will one day burn itself out. Albert Pike wrote about this in his book entitled Legenda. The sages of all the ancient races had a secret and holy doctrine which was not made known to the people at large. When these worshipped the star, the sages adored that which manifested itself as the star. When these worshipped the fire and light, the sages worshipped the invisible principle from which the light flowed out. The next thing that happened was that this religion of the sun god spread all over the world. All religions today worship a god, but all of them differ in their conception of that god. But I think that they all agree on one thing. All religions agree on a force of evil. But most of these religions do not believe that this force of evil is a god. So it can be a true statement that the one thing that most religions can agree on is a belief in a force of evil. This is a book entitled The History and the Idea of the Devil by Paul Karras. In the introduction to this book, the writer says, Mr. Karras probed the myths and religious symbols of a number of cultures to siphon out the one common element, the devil. A reviewer of Mr. Karras' book made this comment about the author. Karras found the devil to be a perfectly charming fellow. All religions have a common denominator, the devil. But some of those religions have made this force of evil into a god, and that this worship of this force of evil as a god has been kept from the worshippers. Someone else who made just such an observation was Helena Petrovna Blavatsky in her book entitled The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1. In every religion we find the concealed deity forming the groundwork. So the concealed worship of another god inside the public worship of a god is common to all religions, as we shall see. Also the sun and also the serpent are symbols of this concealed worship of this other god. For example, Mr. Karras talks about this concealed worship on page 121 of his book. He makes this observation. In some parts of India, the serpent is the symbol of perfection and wisdom. That sounds like the teaching of the book of Genesis, yet India is not known as a Christian or Jewish nation. And the Masons acknowledge that Masonry is also found in all religions. In his book entitled Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods, the author, also a Mason, wrote this. Brother Ward, and Mr. Ward is a Masonic writer that this author quotes in his book, traces a substratum of Masonry in all the great religious systems of the world. So the God being worshipped by the Masons is also the God being worshipped in all of the hidden concealed worships all over the world. And all religions, including the religion known as Masonry, knows just who this hidden God is in their worship. One explained it quite simply. This is once again the book written by a female witch, and she stated it very simply on page 14 of her book. She wrote, Lucifer is the god of the sun. This is the simplest way to say it. The concealed God in the worships of the world is simply called Lucifer, also called the devil or Satan in the Bible. So what we are going to examine during this lecture is this worship of the sun god Lucifer and his plans for the future of the world with this thing that the major world leaders are calling for, called the New World Order. So we're going to examine this secret, hidden, 6,000-year-old worldwide worship of the sun god Lucifer and his plans for a new world order. I am not aware of any other historian in the world who is exposing this secret worship of Lucifer, but it needs to be done. Because quite simply, this future Luciferian New World Order is not very pleasant. The people of the world would not accept it unless it was being brought to them through deceptions and lies. And this is exactly what is happening. The New World Order is being brought to the people of the world through lies, deceptions, and dishonesty. The leaders of the world are simply not telling the truth. This is the Masonic symbol that we've looked at before. Notice the square and the compass have the letter G in the center. I'd like to show you that the Masons also worship the sun. W.L. Wilmshurst, a Masonic writer, wrote this: the G had its equivalent in the Egyptian mysteries in the solar symbol of Ra, the spiritual sun. In an article that appeared in the Masonic New Age magazine, July 1985, the author said, in ancient symbolism, the square signified the earth, while the circle, a figure produced with the compasses, signified the sun or the heavens. Remember that the circle is a symbol of the sun, and that the Masons proudly display a compass, an object that can produce a circle, in their symbol. Another Masonic magazine called the Royal Arch Mason added this comment. In the Egyptian mythology, the circle was a hieroglyphic symbol, or sign rather, or emblem of the sun god Ra. Now this is a slide of a gold head of the Egyptian sun god Ra. It consists of a ram with the sun disk on its head and two cobras around its temple. Cobra, of course, is a snake. So sun worship is not new. It has been here for centuries, as we shall see, and it is worldwide. I want to make a point at this juncture. What I will be examining during this lecture is that I have found a secret concealed worship of a god in the world. I have found that this secret worship has been conducted worldwide for some 6,000 years. I have found that the knowledge about this worship has been buried by historians of the past, and I have found that the major symbols of this concealed god are the sun and the serpent. I have found that the worship of every major god of the past, including even the God of the Bible, in part, has concealed a secret worship of the hidden God. And that means that for 6,000 years, man has been worshiping a hidden God right in front of the world, and the world has not taken notice of it. And that statement is probably the single most important historic truth in the world, probably second only to the simple historic truth that Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem 2,000 years ago. Because the fact that this concealed worship has been kept secret from mankind for centuries has directly affected every aspect of our lives. Briefly stated once again, the God worshipped for 6,000 years behind the symbolism of the sun and the serpent is Lucifer, also called Satan or the devil in the Bible. What we are going to examine in the remainder of this lecture is this worship of the sun god Lucifer and his plans for the future with this thing that the major world leaders are calling for, called the New World Order. It shall be my intent to expose you to the secret, hidden, 6,000-year-old worldwide worship of Lucifer and his plans for a new world order. Let me continue our study of the worship of the sun god Lucifer on this earth. This is a picture taken from a Life magazine of a couple years ago, and this is a picture of a Mayan temple at Chichen Itza. And the article quotes a Mayan prayer to the sun. You are God, our Father, our Master in the sky. Sun, sun, you shed your light on us. The sun is a symbol of another God, and the light is the truth that God teaches us. Another Mason, Wilfred Gregson, wrote this about the serpents built into the monuments at Chichen Itza. One symbol of great prominence throughout all ancient civilizations is the snake or serpent, where it symbolized divine wisdom. So the next symbol we must study is the snake or serpent. This is a real snake, of course, and in the Bible, Lucifer appeared to man as a snake. But ever since, man has been worshiping the snake as a god. Snake worship is universal and timeless. This is a book entitled Serpent in the Sky, and its cover shows a piece of Egyptian artwork in gold. On the piece of gold, we see a man being carried to the heavens by a serpent. The green arrow points to the hieroglyphic symbol of a man seated on the back of the serpent. And in this picture, the green arrow points to the head of the snake flying the man to the heavens. And lastly, these are the stars the snake is taking the man to in the heavens. So the lesson is that man can get to heaven, meaning he can reach God on the back of a snake. This is an article that proclaims that Hopi Indian leaders prefer that the American government not build a particular project because it will disturb the ground where many snakes live. There are many who believe that the Hopi Indians are the most spiritual of all the Indian tribes. The article quotes a Hopi tribal leader as saying, "We use snakes for our prayers. They are our messengers. These snakes, are our brothers. They are closer to the earth." So the snake takes a message to the god of the Hopis. Snake worship is universal and timeless. This is a drawing of a coin from the city of Tyre. Tyre was the capital of Phoenicia and was founded in around 2750 BC. So this coin might be several thousand years old. The drawing shows a snake cut off from its home. The tree has been cut down before its time, meaning that the snake is trying to restore his home by exerting its pressure on the tree stump. His kingdom was cut away before he could complete his task, and he is exerting pressure on the tree, hoping that it will return to the form of his old kingdom. The cornucopia to the left of the tree is empty. That means that the bounty is to be received from his kingdom, his future, when the snake revives the palm tree back to its previous glory. The palm tree to the right is a sign of victory, that the snake's victory on the earth will occur. In other words, the snake will succeed and bring his paradise to the earth, and that paradise is called the New World Order. This is a drawing of the Aztec sun calendar on the cover of a book published by Reader's Digest. This picture shows the calendar in its entirety. The face in the center is a symbol of the sun god and, of course, is a circle. And this is the same calendar cut away to reveal the existence of two enormous snakes around the circle. The heads of the snake on either side are on either side of where 6 o'clock would be, and their tails are at the top of the circle. And the next slide is a more recent example of the snake as some sort of symbol. This is the hood ornament off of the Alfa Romeo automobile. Notice that there is a line dividing the ornament into two separate different symbols, the snake or the cross. The hood ornament appears to be saying that there is a choice in the world, either the cross of Jesus or the snake of the unknown God. The snake also has a crown drawn above its head, as if the snake is either a god or a king. The snake appears to have a man in its mouth, and I do not know if the snake is devouring the man or if he is giving birth to the man. My guess would be that the snake is giving birth to the enlightened man. In other words, the man who has figured out who the snake represents. I didn't think I was right until I found this book entitled Magic Symbols. And this is part of page number 6 of that book. It shows a very dark picture of the snake and the man, reportedly taken from a 13th century building in Italy. Now you can't see that very well, maybe you can see the one on the right, but there's the snake devouring the man or passing him out, and you'll see it in the black outline in the first picture on the left. And this is a picture of the figures of the snake and the man being colored in to show you what they look like. The author of the book claims that the snake is devouring the man, but it appears to work as well as a symbol of the serpent giving birth to the illumined man. The book went on to say, the image of a man being swallowed by the serpent of wisdom is really a portrayal of the man entering into the body of the snake entering into wisdom. So then the book identified who the snake of wisdom was. Such a snake itself is therefore a symbol of Satan. So here we see a book briefly explaining the symbols of the world, admitting that they know that the snake is a worldwide symbol of Satan. This is a picture of a snake involved in a voodoo religious ceremony. There's a woman bent back on her, she's on her feet, and those are her knees pointing. Maybe you can't see that, but in the middle of her body is a snake being held in either of her two hands. The snake goes across her midsection. The article says that the woman sacrificed a child to the snake. This is a picture of the sacred cobra from a Buddhist temple in Ceylon. The book that showed the picture said that the cobra was the symbol of eternal wisdom. You might remember that Cleopatra, the woman they write movies about from the past, decided to commit suicide by allowing a snake to bite her. She lived in a country that believed in the snake as a god. She might have decided to allow a poisonous snake to bite her so that she could become illuminated as part of her religion. This is an article in Trade magazine that appeared on February the 3rd, 1991, that reports in the left-hand side under the yellow that former Senator Barry Goldwater had the image of a snake tattooed on his left hand. The article did not say why that was, but it is known that Barry Goldwater is a 33rd degree Mason. I wonder if that has something to do with that. This is a book written by Peter Tompkins entitled Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. I'm going to take a close-up of the snake at the center because under the pink arrow is an enormous head of the snake, and it shows its head is open, its mouth is open, implying that it is speaking to the people. It was found at the ruins of Chichen Itza, Mexico. The pyramid in the back is dedicated to the god known as Quetzalcoatl, and I'll discuss that god in a few minutes. Chichen Itza is in the Yucatan, south of Mexico in Latin America, on the Gulf of Mexico. You'll see it right in the middle of this map, the two words Chichen Itza. At Chichen Itza, the Temple of the East has a great many repeats of a huge sunburst. From the middle of the sunburst is a head of a serpent, a huge head of a serpent. The sun represents God, and the serpent his divine wisdom. And so one of the temples of the sun god worldwide is a pyramid. This is a slide of one of those temples to the sun god in Mexico. Notice that its top is flat, and as we are going to see, all pyramids on the earth are flat on top, and there is a reason that that is true. I'll try to explain that reason for you a little later. The obvious question is to answer is, why would people build a pyramid anywhere? And I think the obvious answer is for the people physically to get closer to the sun god. This is a book entitled The Two Babylons, written by Reverend Alexander Hislop, a Christian minister. He wrote about the sun god worship, and this is what he said. Along with the sun as the great fire god, and in due time identified with him, was the serpent worshipped. In the mythology of the primitive world, the serpent is universally the symbol of the sun. In Egypt, one of the commonest symbols of the sun or sun god is a disc with a serpent around it. You might remember this picture that Rex Hudson showed us in his book entitled A Bridge to Light. It showed a snake around the oblong-shaped circle, and here we see the close association of the serpent god and the sun. This slide illustrates the point. The two red arrows point to two sculptures of the feathered serpent god, Quetzalcoatl, and they show two serpents protruding from a symbol of the sun. Those rock figures are on a wall of a temple to the sun god Quetzalcoatl in a Mayan village in Latin America. The green arrow points to a stone portrait of my former mother-in-law, and I don't know how that picture or that statue got down there. We will continue to see that association as we continue this lecture. This is a National Geographic's picture of an Egyptian relief painting, apparently on a wall dug into the rock, showing Ramses II seated on the right, making an offering to Ra, the sun god. The cobra in the middle is kind of broad-chested cobra with its head looking to the left, is wearing a tall crown signifying his kingship over the southern kingdom of Egypt. This is a picture of a sacred cobra shown at about 1 o'clock, crowned with a sun disk. Here it's slightly covered with blue, and above his head is a sun disk. Amun is seated inside a mount with the crowned cobra outside, and Amun also has a round sun disk on his head. This is another royal portrait of an Egyptian pharaoh, this time Senofru. He is shown seated on his throne with the basket in front of him, up a little bit higher, about 2 o'clock. On top of the basket is a coiled serpent, showing that Senofru was in the presence of the Serpent of Wisdom. This is a picture of a building called Snake Temple in Vietnam. Notice the 2 snakes on either side of the walkway into the temple area. So building temples with snakes around them or in them is not confined to just one part of the world. It is not a local practice. It is worldwide, and we will continue our discussion of the snake in religious worship worldwide in the next session. I would next like to examine another symbol of this worldwide worship of the sun god. And that symbol is the obelisk, a tall, four-sided pillar tapering towards its pyramidal top. This is the opening of the Wednesday morning news program at NBC News. Since this is a morning news show, it is presumed that this is a picture of a sunrise rather than of a sunset, but notice that the picture of the sunrise was specifically taken with the obelisk in the front. It appears that someone at NBC knows about the connection between the rising sun and the obelisk. Albert Pike, the famous Mason, told us what the purpose of the obelisk was. He said the obelisk was consecrated to the sun. So the obelisk is a symbol of sun worship. But Carl Claudy, another 33rd degree Mason, told us that the obelisk had an esoteric or concealed meaning. He wrote this: "The initiate of old saw in the obelisk the very spirit of the god he worshipped. In Egypt, the obelisk stood for the very presence of the sun god himself." Please repeat that. Please remember that. In Egypt, the obelisk stood for the very presence of the sun god himself. So the obelisk stands for the very presence of the sun god wherever it's located. Now I'd like to explain that the sun god is Lucifer. We'll be covering that for the next several sections about this to show you that the sun god is and always has been Lucifer, Satan, the devil. Now here's an obelisk with a specific connection with sun god worship. This obelisk was erected in 1596 by King Henry IV after a victory in a war. Note that there are 12 blocks in the obelisk, with the pyramid on top being the 13th. So here we see the Masonic number 13 hidden in the number of blocks in the obelisk. We'll see that concealed number 13 again in another obelisk of great importance a little later. And this is a close-up of the top, and it shows a sun and a crown on top. That appears to mean that the sun is a god or a king. If this is a concealed message that King Henry IV was claiming that his victory in the war was due to the Lord of the world, the sun god, it might very well be. This is a page from a catalog produced by Barnes & Noble booksellers. They sell various art objects, one of which is this miniature obelisk. And if you could read the caption to the side, it would say that the obelisk is 13 inches high. I do not believe that this is a coincidence. Those who produced this miniature obelisk knew the symbology of the number 13, and they made their obelisk precisely that high. Before I continue my discussion of the obelisk as a symbol to the Masons, I'd like to explain why the number 33 is so important to the Masons. It is a symbolic number, as we shall see. This is a drawing of the human backbone. If you count the number of vertebrae, you will find that they number 32. There are 32 vertebrae in the human backbone. That would make the skull the 33rd vertebrae because it is connected to the backbone at the top. The skull is the location of the brain, therefore it is the seat of the human ability to reason. And as we have seen, the Masons worship the mind, the seat of the human reason. And to prove that, I'd like to refer to this book entitled Deadly Deception by a 33rd degree Mason named Jim Shaw. Mr. Shaw became a Christian during the interval between his 32nd and 33rd degrees of the Masonic order. So he was not a Christian when he was invited to become a 33rd degree Mason. But before he went, he made a decision about Christ. He wrote this about his 33rd degree Masonic initiation ceremony. One of the conductors then handed the candidate a human skull upside down with wine in it. And then Mr. Shaw states that the initiate was asked to drink from it. A few years ago, while I was touring a museum in Florida, the guide who was taking a group of us through the exhibits told us that headhunters from the jungles of South America sever the head from their victim, remove the skull, and then drink blood from it. This is supposed to impart the wisdom of the vanquished to the victor. And here we see the Masons duplicating the ceremony for apparently the same reason. It is presumed that the Masons drink wine, a colored substitute for the real thing, meaning blood, from the skull so that they can symbolically obtain the wisdom of the person whose head they are drinking from. And some of the world's leading politicians and leaders have drunk wine from a skull as a 33rd degree Mason. I mentioned at the beginning of the lecture that I was going to offend some of you. I am now going to show you a series of slides, some of which will be offensive to the Catholics in the viewing audience. I want you to know that I am sorry for that, but I must tell the truth whenever I find it, because what I have found is that this conspiracy has become involved in concealing the symbols of this sun worship inside the Catholic Church. But please let me add this comment for the Catholic. Catholics do not become conspirators. Conspirators become Catholics. But I must hasten to add, if these slides offend you, do not take it up with me, but ask your church why they are utilizing these Masonic or Luciferic symbols in their religion. As I said once before, I was a Catholic for 39 years of my life, and I only wish that someone had shown me these slides years before, because I would have been offended and then asked the church for some answers. And if I couldn't have found any, I would have come out a lot sooner than I did. So Catholic, if you are offended at these slides, do not be offended at me. I am only the messenger. You should be offended by the message. This conspiracy has infiltrated your church, and I'm only trying to point out how that has happened and what these symbols mean. Let me start by showing you some slides of the magnificent Gothic cathedrals constructed by the Catholic Church. Then I'd like to explain that they contain some Masonic symbols in their building walls. Let me first show you a picture of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, France. This is just one of the many beautiful Gothic structures that were designed and constructed by members of the Masonic Lodge. The Masons admit that they have hidden, concealed symbols in the construction of these cathedrals. This is a close-up of the rose window on the front side of the church. The circle next to the outer ring has 32 sections in it, and the circle in the middle would become the 33rd. As I have explained, the number 33 is a concealed number of great importance to the Masons and their worship of Lucifer, the sun god. This is a slide of Salisbury Cathedral in England. Here we see two outside obelisks and one in the center. This is the beautiful Gothic Cathedral at Ulm, Germany. Once again, here we see the huge obelisk in the front of the cathedral and two to the rear. Also notice that there are 12 smaller obelisks on the side so that the huge obelisk becomes the 13th. Once again, the Masons have concealed their symbols around the churches they built for the Catholic Church. Don't forget that the obelisk stands for the very presence of the sun god, Lucifer himself. Another obelisk of some importance is this one in the Vatican in Rome, Italy. This obelisk was moved here in 1586 by a Catholic pope named Pope Sixtus V. So it has been here for over 400 years. The next two slides are two pictures of the obelisk and two modern-day popes. And the first one shows Pope Paul VI addressing the crowd of people in St. Peter's Square right in front of the obelisk, the very presence of the sun god, Lucifer. And the second photo shows the current Pope, John Paul II, also addressing the crowd once again in St. Peter's Square. If I was Pope and heard one person comment about the obelisk being a symbol of the very presence of the sun god himself, I would first check it out, and if it were true, I would then have that obelisk immediately removed. But this obelisk has been there for over 400 years. There is another Masonic connection to the area near the obelisk. This is another shot of the same square looking from the other end. The Vatican, the building in which the Pope resides, is at the other end of the picture. Those columns around the obelisk are called the Bernini Colonnade. As best I can count, there are 32 columns on each side. The 33rd would be the circle around the obelisk. Remember that the circle is a symbol of the sun god, and that the number 33 is a Masonic symbol concealing a worship of the sun god Lucifer. I will show you other connections between Masonry and the Catholic Church a little later in another context. Next, I'd like to return to my discussion of the Great Seal of the United States. This is called the front side of the Great Seal. Notice the eagle shown in the center. Many historians have commented on the debate in early America on whether the founding fathers should name the eagle or the wild turkey as this nation's national bird. Please forgive me for using the drawing of a turkey found in a liquor ad, because it was the only wild turkey I could find. The debate was not a debate at all. It was only a cover, because it is now known that the eagle was always going to be the national bird of America. The Masons have told us how important the eagle is as a symbol of something else. I'd like to quote 6 writers on the subject, 5 of whom are Masons. I will not identify these. These are just comments to show you how important the eagle is in mysticism. The first slide says, in mysticism, the eagle is a symbol of initiation. The eagle is of great antiquity, figuring in the symbolic inventory of the Egyptians as the sun. So please hold that thought. I'll discuss it a little later, a little further. As wisdom is attained through reason, the eagle is also symbolic of reason. Here's another quote, the eagle was sacred to the sun. And here are some Masonic thoughts on how the eagle was connected to the sun as a symbol. The eagle was a bird consecrated to the sun in Egypt. The eagle also represented the great Egyptian sun god Amun-Ra. The eagle is a symbol of the infinite supreme reason or intelligence. And the next quote will explain why the eagle is a symbol of the sun. The eagle is also supposed to be the only creature that can look directly into the sun. If we humans look directly at the sun, we will go blind. Apparently the eagle can look directly at the sun without going blind. So the eagle is a concealed symbol of sun worship because he can look directly at the sun without going blind. That means that he can look directly at the face of the sun god, and we humans cannot. So I believe that is the reason the eagle has become a universal symbol of the sun god. Let's continue with our thoughts about this sun god and the eagle. What if Kur-Om, the symbol of the light and representative of the sun, were also the symbol of the divine and perfect truth that dazzles the eyes of all except the eagles and the hawks, which in ancient Egypt were sacred to Atum, Amun-Ra, and Mendes, the great gods. So the eagle has 2 hidden symbolism. One is that the eagle can go directly to the sun god, and the second is that the eagle is a symbol of reason. and to show you that the eagle on the Great Seal of the United States and on the American dollar bill is not a drawing of a real eagle. This eagle has 32 feathers on the right wing and 33 on the left wing. There are some who claim that this is an eagle from the Old Testament, but I want to state that the God of the Bible does not make any imperfect eagles. This eagle is imperfect. It has 32 feathers on one wing and 33 on the other. Once again, the numbers 32 and 33 are extremely important to the Masons and their concealed worship of the sun god Lucifer. This is what Egyptologists refer to as the winged symbol of perfection. Unfortunately, this slide's taken a little bit high, but you'll notice that there are two snakes, one on either side of the circle, the symbol of the sun, and then on the side are feathers. You will count 31 on the right and 32 on the left. So the circle, the symbol of the sun, would be the 32nd for the right side and the 33rd for the left. This shows you that this Egyptian symbol, this symbol of 32 and 33, is very, very old. And the snake on each side is a universal symbol of the sun god Lucifer. I'd like to show you some other fascinating 33s concealed in history. This is a symbol of the government of the old Soviet Union. Notice the partial circle on the bottom center of the symbol. If you count the rays sticking out from the semicircle, there are precisely 32 of them. And if the semicircle was completed, it would be a circle, and the circle is a symbol of the sun. And if you add the 32 and the circle as 33, then you now have a connection to the Masonic Lodge. One can only imagine what these Masonic symbols have to do with the Russian government. So as I say, you add 32 rays and one circle, you get 33, and it's a concealed number of the worship of Lucifer. This is the flag of Kazakhstan, one of the Russian republics. It also has 32 rays sticking out from the central circle, a symbol of the sun. This is the flag of, and help me with this, Kyrgyzstan. That's the best I can do with it. And it is similar to the flag of Kazakhstan with 32 rays and the circle being the 33rd. This is the symbol of the United Nations. First, notice that the number of leaves on each side is 13, another Masonic number. Don't count the one on the bottom, the 14th. That's separated from the others. So that doesn't count, but you count the leaves on the side, and there are precisely 13 of them. I'll discuss the significance of this number in a few more moments. Notice that the globe is divided into 32 divisions, and the circle at the top becomes the 33rd division. Once again, the Masonic number of 33 is concealed in a symbol, this time inside the symbol of the United Nations. But I've discovered another strange coincidence involving a concealed number 33. This is the drawing of Quetzalcoatl. We're going to have to go forward one more slide. This is the slide I wanted. We've got these two slides in reverse order. This is a drawing of Quetzalcoatl, the serpent god, descending from heaven to man on a ladder of 32 steps that I found in a book about Latin American culture. If heaven is the step on the ladder, it is the 33rd one in sequence. Before we leave that drawing, please pay attention to the god shown in the upper left-hand corner. This is a close-up of that drawing, and it appears that the god being worshipped is Ringo Starr, the drummer for the rock and roll group called the Beatles. Obviously, Ringo Starr was a god being worshipped by the sun worshippers centuries ago. Just kidding, just having a little fun with you. Now we're going to go forward to show you the slide we've already seen. The slide of Ringo Starr on the left and of Quetzalcoatl coming from heaven to the earth on a ladder of 32 rungs. Now this is really fascinating. This is a wall map with a piece of string over the 33rd degree northern latitude. If one looks for historical events that have occurred on or near this latitude, one finds something very interesting. Some of the most momentous events in the past have occurred under the 33rd degree latitude. This is once again Mackey's Encyclopedia, a rather dark slide, forgive me, perhaps the finest encyclopedia ever written about the Masons, written by Albert Mackey, a 33rd degree Mason who later became the head of the Masonic Order. This is a page from inside the encyclopedia, and it says that Charleston, South Carolina was selected as the first home of the Council of the 33rd degree Masonic Lodge. And Charleston, South Carolina is right underneath the 33rd degree latitude. That means that the Masons must have known the significance of the 33rd degree northern latitude. And that was why they selected Charleston, South Carolina for their home. It further states that the council was later moved to Washington, D.C. in 1870. We'll see the Masonic significance of the city of Washington, D.C. in a few more moments. Here are some other strange coincidences with events that have happened on the 33rd degree latitude. The line passes over the Trinity site in New Mexico where the first atomic bomb was dropped. This is a slide of the monument chosen to commemorate the site, and you'll notice that it is an obelisk. The obelisk is a 6,000-year-old symbol of the sun god, as we have already seen during this lecture. Remember that it is also a concealed Masonic symbol. The 33rd degree latitude passes over both Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. These two cities were the sites where the first and second atomic bombs were dropped at the end of World War II. Now, it is a known fact of history that America did not have to drop those bombs on Japan to end World War II because the nation was trying to surrender. But the bombs were dropped anyway. This is an article on the dropping of the bombs, and it reports that those two cities were cities with large populations of native Christians. So it appears that the two cities were selected for two reasons. They were both near the 33rd degree parallel, and because they were the home of Japanese Christians. It is another amazing coincidence that the man who decided to drop the bombs on these Christians when he knew that Japan was trying to surrender was President Harry Truman. Notice that in this picture our president is wearing his Masonic regalia. This portrait of him hangs in his library in Independence, Missouri. President Truman was a 33rd degree Mason when he dropped the bombs, and he became a 33rd degree Mason in October 1945 after he dropped the atomic bombs on innocent Christian civilians. As we've seen, some 33rd degree Masons take oaths to destroy Christianity. Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on Christians to end World War II. I presume that it is another interesting coincidence that Harry Truman was the 33rd President of the United States. And there is one more unusual thing about the dropping of the first atomic bomb. That bomb was dropped on May the 18th, 1945. And if you add the numbers up, they total 33. May is the 5th month of the year, and if you then add the numbers together of the two dates, the 18 and the 1945, you get a total of 33. 5 plus the 1 in 18, added to the 8, the 1 again, the 9, the 4, and the 5, total 33. Another amazing coincidence concealing the number 33. But the most astonishing coincidence of the major event that happened on the 33rd parallel is that it passes just over the city of Dallas, Texas, where in 1963 President John Kennedy was assassinated. Now, this is an overhead shot of Dealey Plaza where the president was shot. The car the president was riding in came in from the lower right side about 4 o'clock, turned to the right, going north, went towards the Texas School Book Depository, the building under number 1 there if you can see it, and then turned left, down the elm, underneath the overpass to the left. It was while the car in which the president was riding was going off to the left on Elm Street that he was assassinated. The significant thing about that site is that President Kennedy drove right by an obelisk, a Masonic symbol. This is a photograph of the obelisk in that park just in front of the School Book Depository where the Warren Commission that studied the assassination said the assassin fired the shots from. At the base of that obelisk there is a plaque that says that Dealey Plaza was the site of the first Masonic Lodge in Texas. It reads, within this small park was built the first fraternal lodge. Now I want to be honest with you, the plaque does not say that this is the site of the first Masonic Lodge. It says that it is the site of the first fraternal lodge. But I believe the evidence of Texas being a Masonic state is such to make anyone believe that Dealey Plaza is the site of the first Masonic Lodge in Texas. The state of Texas was created by Masons. This is an article in a Masonic magazine that says that their state flag was designed by a Mason. The symbol of the state of Texas is a lone star, and the star has been a concealed symbol of the morning star for thousands of years. Sam Houston, Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, and many of the other defenders of the Alamo were all members of the Masonic Lodge. So John Kennedy, the nation's first Catholic president, was brought to the Masonic state of Texas to be assassinated on November the 22nd, 1963. November is the 11th month of the year, and if you add that number to the number of the day he was assassinated, the 22, you get a concealed 33. To show you that there is reason to believe that the Masons were directly involved in the assassination of President John Kennedy, I'd like to lay down a little foundation work so that you can understand why I believe that way. The Masons trace their history from the past to the Knights Templar, a Masonic-like group that was active in the early 1300s. This is a book written by Michael Howard called The Occult Conspiracy. On page 36 of that book, the author says this: on 22 November, meaning the 22nd of November, 1307, the Pope, meaning Pope Clement V, issued a bull. A bull is an official paper issued by the Pope asking that the Catholics obey his rulings to all Christian rulers in Western Europe, ordering them to arrest any member of the order, meaning the Knights Templar, residing in their countries. Pope Clement V had discovered that the Knights Templar were out to destroy not only the Catholic religion, but the nations of Western Europe. And he was warning the Catholic rulers of those nations that if they didn't start arresting these rulers, they would lose their kingdoms. So an arresting of the leaders of the Knights Templar started all over Europe. Jacques de Molay, the leader of the Knights Templar at the time, was arrested, tried, and later burned at the stake for his treasonous activities against the Church and the nations of Europe. Jacques de Molay was brought before the Commission examining the Knights Templar 2 years later in 1309 and asked if he wished to defend his order against the accusations against it. Mr. Howard continues. On March the 11th of 1314, Jacques de Molay was burnt to death at the stake. Notice that March is the third month of that year, and if you multiply 3 times the number of the day he was murdered, you get a 33. Just before he died, Jacques de Molay died, it has been reported that de Molay said that King Philip of France would be summoned to his maker within 12 months and the Pope before 40 days. Pope Clement died on the 20th of April and Philip died on the 29th of November. Both dates were within the predicted times given by Jacques de Molay. It appears that the Knights Templar took vindictive retaliation against those who persecuted their leader. And that thought was confirmed by Albert Pike on page 151 of his book entitled Agenda. And thus the warfare against the powers of evil that crushed the order of the temple goes steadily on. The warfare against the powers of evil that crushed the order, that's the Catholic Church. So he's saying that the warfare against the Catholic Church goes steadily on. And freedom marches onward, ever onward, toward the conquest of the world. Now he's talking about freedom here, meaning the freedom from religion, and they're trying to destroy the Catholic Church. I didn't say that. That's on page 151 of his book entitled Agenda, written by Albert Pike, perhaps the greatest Mason of all time. So Masonry is still at war against religion and government, the two powers that took the life of Jacques de Molay. Is it possible that on November the 22nd, 1963, the Masons participated in the assassination of the first Catholic president? John Kennedy was the first Catholic president of the United States for the same reason. I believe so, because John Kennedy was this nation's first Catholic president. He embodied in one person the power of both the Catholic Church and the presidency. And according to Mr. Pike, Masonry wars against both Catholicism and government. So the question to be answered is, was John Kennedy killed by the Masons, in part, at a site of the first Masonic Lodge in the state of Texas, formed by Masons, and near the obelisk, a concealed symbol of the Masonic Lodge, and under the 33rd degree parallel in Dallas, Texas? And I think so. It is now clearly established that Lee Harvey Oswald did not shoot President Kennedy. I show all of the evidence that it is simply not true that he did on this video that I have made called the Kennedy assassination. And the members of the Warren Commission who said that he did knew that he couldn't have shot the president. There is now abundant photographic evidence that the Warren Commission knew that Mr. Oswald did not shoot the president, yet they said that he did. Is it any coincidence that Warren Commission members, Gerald Ford, Earl Warren, and Senator Richard Russell, and J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI, who all participated in the cover-up of the Kennedy assassination, were all members of the Masonic Lodge? These men, I believe, were aware that Masons participated in the assassination of the president, and that as Masons, they had taken an oath to protect their involvement by knowingly covering up that involvement. I want to make it clear, in one sentence, I believe the Masons participated directly in the assassination of President John Kennedy. One of the reasons they did so was because the president was a Catholic, and I believe that they did so because it was another form of retribution against the Catholics for their past prosecution of Jacques de Molay. And I am certain that there are critics who say that I see the involvement of the Masons concealed everywhere, and that is true, but I think I have reason to make that charge. I'd now like to continue my discussion of the concealed worship of the sun worship. Concealed symbolism of the sun worship. This is a picture of a touring group of dancers and singers from Mexico called the Ballet Folklorico de Mexico. Notice, if you will, the huge sun symbol behind them. If you count the number of rays emanating from the center, you count 32 of them. And the circle inside, the symbol of the sun, would become 33. This is a similar use of the 32 rays and the circle in the center for a total of 33. This is a Mayan stone found in the Yucatan area. It shows that the Mayans were not ignorant of the symbology of the numbers 32 and 33. And it employs the same symbology as does the Catholic monstrance, which we'll look at in a minute. 32 rays and a circle for a total of 33. This is a drawing of the Zuni sun god. It also has 32 rays sticking out from the central circle, a symbol of the sun. So the total of the rays in the circle would, of course, be 33. This is a similar use of the number 32 by the Indians. This is a Hopi Indian earth ball drawn by a Hopi Indian artist on a piece of buckskin. And it shows a series of 32 small X's around the symbol of Tawa, the Hopi sun god. So some of the Hopi Indians are familiar with the numbers 32 and 33. This is a more modern use of the circle and the numbers 32. This is the General Assembly building of the United Nations, and above the room is a huge circle with 32 lights inside the second ring. 32 plus the circle is 33. I am certain that there are viewers who say that I'm making too much out of the Masonic numbers, 32 and the circle being the symbol of the sun. And I would expect that those critics would say that they do not know if I am right or wrong. So only those who wear the regalia or use the symbols in their life know for sure. This is the historic railroad depot in Douglas, Arizona, a city near Tucson, my hometown. This building has been converted into a police station, and all of the police and other officials of the city will be working under this dome in the center of the building. If you count the divisions, you will count 32 of them, with the circle in the middle becoming the 33rd division. You can even get the numbers 32 and 33 on your bed. A manufacturer advertised this wooden bed in our local newspaper, and there are two sun symbols, one at the head and the other at the foot of the bed. There are 32 divisions, and the circle around them would be the 33rd division. This article shows that the number 33 shows up in the darndest places. The state of Arizona was proposing that voters could vote any time within a 33-day waiting period. The article does not say why they had selected a 33-day voting period rather than the customary 30-day period, meaning 1 month. But I am trying to build a case that this Lucifer worship is worldwide and that these symbols are all around us, and we often go without noticing that fact. What I'm trying to show you is that these Masonic numbers of 32 and 33 are everywhere and that they are often concealed. I am showing you that these numbers have universal use around the worship of the sun god. All cultures seem to conceal the numbers 32 and 33 around their worship of the sun god, it is not just the Masons. This is a picture that shows a pair of obelisks at the temple of Amun, the sun god, at Heliopolis, Egypt. One of these obelisks was brought to London, England, there it is, and the other of these two obelisks at the sun temple at Heliopolis was brought to New York Central Park in 1880. I have found no explanation as to why these two obelisks were brought to New York and London, but I do know that I do know that it was the Masons who arranged for their removal from Egypt. The Masons say that these two obelisks were a gift of the Egyptian government. This is another picture of twin obelisks, this time at the Temple of Karnak, north of Luxor, Egypt. And this temple was built for the worship of Ra, the sun god. And this is another article discussing the location of another set of twin obelisks, once again connected to Egypt. These are claimed to be the oldest obelisks in the world, allegedly over 4,300 years old. They were at the outside of a funeral temple dedicated to Queen Pepi I, who the inscriptions claim ascended to godhood after her death. This is a picture of twin columns on a Masonic lodge. I believe that these twin columns are in symbolic form representing the twin obelisks of a sun temple. This is a picture of the twin obelisks on the front of the Skull and Bones building at Yale University. There are reports that the Skull and Bones fraternity is connected to the Illuminati of 1776. So these twin obelisks are everywhere, all around us. We walk by and pay no attention. This next section will offend the Catholics once again. I'm going to show you slides of various Catholic churches and show you how they are connected to this concealed worship of Lucifer through the obelisk. But let me warn the Protestants, your time is coming as well. Let me show you how this conspiracy has been concealing symbols all around us, and that as we go about our daily lives, we fail to notice these symbols and what they mean. Remember that the twin obelisks in front of the temples of the sun god, they were on each side of the front door and invited the sun god into the temple. The Catholic Church started building these cathedrals, these Gothic cathedrals, in the late 1100s and continued through about 1530. This style of architecture has been called the Gothic style and is extremely beautiful. This is a slide of a picture showing the Gothic Cathedral of Cologne, Germany. Mackey's Encyclopedia says this about this particular Gothic cathedral. In this cathedral, the symbolic principles of Gothic architecture, the distinguishing style of the Freemasons, were carried out in deeper significance than in any other building of the time. I do not know what those symbolic principles were, but at the very least one can see the extensive use of the obelisk all over the exterior of the building. But it is interesting for the Masons to admit that they built their symbols into a Catholic church. And these symbols are not Christian, they are Masonic. This is the Cathedral of Chartres, I guess, in France. It also has the twin obelisks, as do many of the other Gothic cathedrals. This is St. Patrick's Church in New York City. This Gothic cathedral is characterized by two giant spires in front of the church. I believe that these twin spires are a concealed symbol of the twin obelisk in front of the sun god temple. Each of the two spires on this church is 330 feet high, once again a concealed 33. This is the Catholic Church in Medjugorje, I don't know how to pronounce that, I believe in Yugoslavia, where it is alleged that the Virgin Mary is appearing. These twin spires certainly do look like obelisks. This is the Catholic Church in Mexico. Here the twin obelisks are a little more stylized. This is the beautiful Catholic Church near Tucson, Arizona, called Sanavir del Bac. Notice here that this old church also has twin spires in front. The one on the right is not completed, and the legend has it that it was not completed because the Spanish government taxed only completed structures. And if they did not complete the spires, the church would not be completed and hence not taxed. Here is another offending use of the numbers 32 and 33. Catholics, this is not very pleasant, but we've got to look at the truth of wherever it is. This is a picture of the current Pope John Paul II holding a thing the Catholics call a monstrance. This beautiful object is intended to hold what the Catholics call the host, a thin, round wafer representing the body of Christ used in the communion ceremony. If you count the rays sticking out from the circle in the center, you will count 32 of them. And if you add the circle as being one, you will find that the monstrance has a concealed 33 in it. 32 rays plus the circle of the sun is equal to 33. This is a brief article that was in the People magazine a couple of years ago, 1985 to be precise. It said that the current Pope wore a cassock, the long white gown that he wears that contains a traditional 32 buttons. That means that the Pope, no matter whether he is tall or short, wears a cassock with the same number of buttons on it. This is a full-length picture of Pope John Paul II wearing the traditional cassock. I took that picture, put it on my Xerox machine, and made a photocopy of it, a black and white copy of course, and then I could mark all of the buttons with a red dot, and I counted precisely 32 of them. The Pope's head would become the 33rd button on top of the 32 buttons. The head is the seat of man's ability to reason. As I've said, it would become the 33rd vertebrae on top of the spinal column, and I'm asking you, is it a coincidence? Once again, I'm certain that there are those critics who say that I see this concealed 33 everywhere, and of course that is true. But I believe it is that I understand the reasons for it, and I'm now looking for the concealed symbol, and I want you to know, as I'm showing you, I find it everywhere. There is one other interesting thing about the clothing that the Pope wears. This is the page in the dictionary that discusses the headdress worn by the Pope. It is called a mitre. Notice that just underneath the picture of the Pope's headdress, there is a picture of another mitre, a 90-degree joint formed by two joined pieces of wood or metal. This is a picture of the current Pope wearing the mitre hat. And this is the Masonic symbol of the square and the compass. So here we have the compass with the two legs extended and a mitre, a square, underneath it. The word for the headdress worn by the Pope is a mitre. Another word for the square would be a mitre. I'm certain it is just another coincidence. And I would like to provide you with some evidence that Pope John Paul II is a member of the Masons himself. Hold on, Catholics, this is not pleasant. This is once again a copy of Duncan's ritual. This book has printed the actual ritual that the initiate Mason goes through in the first 3 degrees of the Blue Lodge. This is called the grip of an entered apprentice. This modified handshake is used by one Mason to secretly identify himself to another Mason as being a member of the Lodge. Notice that in this drawing, the hand of the man on the right is pressing upon the top knuckle of the hand on the left. This is called the pass grip of a fellow craft Mason, meaning it is the secret handshake of the 2nd degree Mason. Notice here that the man on the right is pressing the man's second knuckle. And this is the pass grip of a Master Mason, meaning the secret handshake of the 3rd degree Mason. Here the man on the right is pressing the 3rd knuckle of the man on the left. This is a picture of the Emperor Akihito in Japan greeting the Pope in September of 1993. And this is a close-up of that handshake. And here we can see that the Emperor has his thumb on the knuckle of the Pope. This is not a normal handshake, but it is one of the 3 Masonic handshakes. I'd like to show you now a series of photographs that I took from the television coverage of Pope John Paul's visit to Denver, Colorado, also in September of 1993. This is a photograph of President Bill Clinton on the left and the Pope on the right as they greeted each other after the Pope had walked down the gangway from his airplane. Notice that this picture shows them shaking hands. This is a close-up of that handshake, and it appears as if the Pope's thumb is not, is not in a position where it should be if he was giving Bill Clinton the traditional handshake. It is curved as if it could have been given to Bill, as if he could have been given Bill the recognition sign. But let's be fair, it's not on the knuckle, so we can't say. The television camera did not show the two until after they had already given each other a handshake, so we cannot know if the Pope's hand has moved up on Clinton's hand. All we can say at this time is that it appears not to be a traditional handshake and very nearly like one of the Masonic order. Because if the Pope's thumb is curved as if he had wanted to give the President a Masonic handshake, because it is curved rather. So we will never know, at least in this instance, because the camera got there too late. But others gave the Pope a Masonic handshake just a few minutes later. May I ask you, if you're watching this video now, to start watching the handshakes of our national and worldwide leaders and start noticing whether you see this Masonic handshake being given more often. And we can now then start to identify perhaps some of these Masons around the world. After the Pope arrived, he went along a greeting line of cardinals and other dignitaries. This is a slide of what appears to be a businessman, and he's giving the Pope a Masonic handshake to the first knuckle of the Pope. I want to show you some other slides showing others giving the Pope a traditional handshake to show that these other handshakes are out of the ordinary. This is once again another civilian giving what appears to be a normal handshake. Notice that the thumb of the civilian is straight across and not bent at the knuckle. So it appears that this man is not a member of the Masonic Lodge. This is a slide of a priest giving what appears to be a normal handshake, although the Pope's hand is covering up the priest's hand. But his thumb of the priest appears to be straight, but it is difficult to tell. This is a clear Masonic handshake being given to the cardinal, given by this cardinal to the Pope. The cardinal's thumb appears to be on the Pope's second knuckle. This appears to be another priest giving the Pope a normal handshake. Notice that his thumb is straight on the top of the Pope's hand. This is a slide of a civilian giving the Pope a Masonic handshake. He might be a government official because that is Congresswoman Patricia Schroeder just to his right. This is Secretary of Commerce Ron Brown giving what appears to be the Masonic handshake. His thumb is on what appears to be the Pope's third knuckle. This is another priest giving the Pope a Masonic handshake. Notice that his thumb is clearly on the Pope's third knuckle. And I think this is the last slide in this sequence. This is a woman giving the Pope a Masonic handshake. Her thumb is clearly on the Pope's third knuckle. So here we can see that some of the dignitaries were clearly giving the Pope a Masonic handshake and others were not. But even with this evidence, it is still not possible to say that the Pope is a Mason. There simply is not enough evidence. I would like to continue my discussion of the obelisk as a concealed symbol of the ancient mystery religion. This is a picture of the New Mormon Temple in San Diego, California. This is a more stylized use of the twin obelisks, but it appears that someone knew what the twin obelisks meant and have incorporated them into their design of the new temple. So even the Mormon temples use the twin obelisks in their buildings. And there is another connection to the hidden worship of Lucifer built into this Mormon temple. This is a close-up of the area underneath one of the obelisks. Notice that there are 7 dark panels and 6 light panels in between them. 7 and 6 make a total of 13, the hidden concealed number of Lucifer. It appears as if someone at the Mormon temple knows about the connection between the twin obelisks and the magic number 13. Some of the Catholic churches do not use the 2 spires. Some use only one, like this one, the 13th century cathedral at Glasgow. This is the Basilica of Our Lady of Fatima. Notice that it only uses 1 spire in the front of the church. And this is a picture of some students at Holy Cross Catholic University. The article had a quote in it that said there was a growing concern by many that U.S. Catholic colleges and universities are abandoning their religious roots. Maybe the reason that Holy Cross is losing its religious roots is because they have obelisks on the campus inviting the sun god to take residence there. Remember that the obelisk is a symbol of the very presence of the sun god himself. And here we see this concealed symbol on the campus of a Catholic university. Here is a similar use of a twin towers, this time near the Muslim site near Mecca. The obelisks do not have to be 4-sided. They can also be rounded or in column shape. This is a picture of the Blue Mosque in Istanbul. Notice the use of two Masonic symbols, the rounded dome, meaning the circle for the sun god, and the rounded obelisk. This is the Mosque of Suleiman the Magnificent. They also use the dome and the rounded obelisk. And this is the St. Sophia Museum in Istanbul. It uses the same two Masonic symbols, the rounded dome and the obelisk. This is another example showing you that concealed symbols to this Lucifer worship are in other faiths. This is the Cao Dai Temple in, I believe, Vietnam. Here we see not only the twin obelisk in front, but we see two other concealed symbols. Each of the twin obelisks appear to have 7 layers on them, meaning the concealed perfection of the number 7. But the architect appears to have built in 13 columns on the side of the temple. So here we see 3 Masonic symbols in one building. And this might be the reason why. This is a slide on the inside of the Cao Dai Temple, and here we see the all-seeing eye on a rounded sun-like globe. This temple appears to have been built by a member of the Scottish Rite Masonic Lodge. But we Protestants also build obelisks on our churches. This is a single obelisk on a single Protestant church in rural America. But I want to show you a slide that will make a point that it is not necessary to put obelisks on church buildings. This is a slide of a Baptist church here in Tucson that has no obelisk on the entirety of the building, and certainly not one on top. So it is not necessary to attach this symbol to Lucifer worship onto a church building. The obelisk is not only used on churches, it is also used on monuments. This is the George Washington Masonic National Memorial Monument, built as a, quote, fitting monument to commemorate the greatness of George Washington. The columns in front of the Masonic National Memorial Monument are exactly 33 feet high. The monument is called a beacon of light in an otherwise dark world. This is the front page of a tax form showing what is called the Carpenter's Hall, used by the Continental Congress in 1774. If you look closely at the top of the spire on the top, you will see a small square and compass. It has been placed upside down, but there is no mistaking the Masonic square and compass on the top of this building. These obelisks are often used to mark the location of an important date in American history. This obelisk is at Independence Hall, where our founding fathers met to write the Constitution, I believe. Here is an obelisk at Concord Bridge, where an important battle took place in the American Revolution. This is another obelisk at the Bunker Hill Monument. Here are several obelisks built into the memorial around where Abraham Lincoln delivered his brilliant speech at the Gettysburg battlefield during the Civil War. As far as I can tell, Abraham Lincoln was not a member of the Masonic Lodge. This is the Revolutionary Monument at Lexington, Massachusetts. Notice once again the use of an obelisk to mark the site of a Revolutionary War battle. This is a round obelisk at the site of the Boston Massacre during the American Revolution. This is a pair of obelisks near Copley Square in Boston, Massachusetts. The obelisk is often used to mark the burial site of a Mason. This particular one is in Boston, Massachusetts, in a cemetery there. This one is also in a cemetery near Boston, Massachusetts, to show you that it is not necessary to be buried under an obelisk. You can see the Christian cross in the background on the left side, where a Christian is probably buried there. Now, to show you that the obelisk is also used to mark an important site in another religion, this is an obelisk to mark the birth site of the Mormon leader Joseph Smith. It is claimed that Joseph Smith was a Christian, but notice that the Mormons did not build a cross. They built an obelisk to mark the site of his birth. It is known that Joseph Smith was a member of the Masonic Lodge, even though he frequently spoke out about secret societies. I'll talk more about this connection between Masonry and Mormonism a little later. The obelisk is often used to mark important governmental sites. This is the clock tower known as Big Ben, and it is attached to the Parliament building in London, England. And this is an obelisk attached to the City Hall in Gdansk, Poland. Here's the obelisk once again as part of the Canadian Parliament building in Ottawa. And here are some obelisks in Moscow, Russia. So we can see that the obelisk is worldwide. Here's a Buddhist shrine in Vietnam. Notice that the shrine has 7 layers on it, and 7 is the number of perfection or completion. Albert Pike told us what the number 7 signified. He wrote this on page 782 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. Therefore, the seven steps which lead up to the outer court of the temple are the emblem of the sevenfold light which we need to possess before we can arrive at the height of knowledge. And on page 102 of his book, entitled Agenda, Albert Pike wrote this: "The only thing that neither moves nor is moved is the most ancient ruler in chief, of whom the number 7 may pertinently be called an image." So it appears that the number 7 is the number of Lucifer. This is the largest obelisk in the world, located in Washington, D.C. It is called the Washington Monument, erected in memory of George Washington, who, as we've seen before, was a very visible Mason. This is not truly an obelisk because it is constructed of 36,000 separate blocks. This is a drawing of the monument showing that it is not one single block but actually consists of many small blocks. All true obelisks are made of a single piece of stone, but the Washington Monument is a collection of many stones. The Washington Monument has a 3,300-pound capstone, and as I said, the number 33 is a symbolic number to the Masons. In fact, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky says that the number 33 is a sacred number. The Washington Monument played an interesting and concealed part in the movie called JFK. JFK made by Oliver Stone, the movie director. And I believe the reason it did was because Mr. Stone knew about the involvement of certain members of the Masons in the assassination of President Kennedy. In the movie, District Attorney Jim Garrison, portrayed by Kevin Costner, shown here on the right, met with the mysterious Colonel X, played by Donald Sutherland, on the left. Notice that they met in front of the Lincoln Memorial. You can just see the outline of Lincoln's head off to the left. That is the statue of President Lincoln in the left background. It is interesting to recall that President Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth, shown here in this photograph, and Mr. Booth was a member of the Masons as well. The Colonel and Garrison start their conversation by walking out into the rain into the grassy park in front of the Lincoln Memorial. As they start their walk towards the park, Stone pans up and shows the moviegoer the Washington Monument. These two gentlemen sit down on a bench, shown here off on the left on the horizon, and Oliver Stone shows us that meeting with the Washington Monument directly behind them. You might not be able to see it on this slide, but it's off to the left, just to the left of these two gentlemen seated on the bench. And in another scene, a little closer than the last one, showing the two men together, Stone shows, once again, the Washington Monument. Colonel X starts walking away after their conversation is closed, and he starts walking towards the Washington Monument. I believe that Oliver Stone was telling us in a concealed manner that the Masons were somehow involved in the assassination of the president, because I believe that Mr. Stone knows. The obelisk is being used in construction all over America. This is a picture of the obelisk built into the University of Arizona building called the Old Main. This is a picture of a restaurant here in Tucson, and the architect built an obelisk into the center of the building. This is an obelisk of the same shopping center. You could make an argument that this is not an obelisk, but a clock placed on an object that looks like an obelisk, and I will accept that, except that he used the obelisk 3 times in the construction of this shopping center. So I believe that the architect knew what it meant. This is the shopping center here in Tucson that was recently remodeled. Notice that the architect used 4 obelisks and pyramids in the new construction. This is a rather dark photograph of Tucson's community center, and notice that they used 3 pyramids on the building. Obelisks and pyramids are showing up everywhere, both in new buildings and in remodeled buildings, because apparently architects are trying to tell us something. I'd now like to go back to my study of the Masonic Lodge. This is a picture of a book entitled Born in Blood by John Robinson. As I said before, I had the very distinct pleasure of meeting and debating Mr. Robinson on the television in Tampa, Florida a few years ago. This particular television program had an audience of about 100 people, and all were members of the Masons. This was a very difficult time in my career, but I went prepared to document my charges by actually bringing the books I was quoting from with me. The Masons did not like that. Apparently a critic of the Masons cannot use their own information. Mr. Robinson's book contends that Freemasonry had its beginning in an organization called the Order of the Knights Templar. They started their organization during the 1300s. He is claiming that the current Masons can trace their history back to the Knights Templar. That thought was given some credence by Albert Pike on page 820 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. This is what Mr. Pike wrote. Before his execution, the chief of the doomed order, and of course here he's referring to Jacques de Molay, the head at that time of the Knights Templar, organized and instituted what afterwards came to be called Scottish Masonry. Mr. Robinson adds an intriguing thought in his book. He adds this comment that during the Master Mason third degree ritual, the initiate is told, "This degree will make you a brother to pirates and corsairs." The word corsair is French for pirate. This is, of course, a drawing of the pirate flag. Notice that it is a drawing of a skull detached from the body and the two leg bones. It is known that the Knights Templar in the 1300s owned 18 fighting ships berthed in the naval base at La Rochelle on the French coast. After the persecution of the Knights Templar by the Catholic Church started, these 18 ships sailed and became the pirates shown in all of those swashbuckling movies. Is it possible that Errol Flynn and Douglas Fairbanks, who portrayed pirates in the movies, were actually portraying Knights Templars who were actively plundering those who persecuted the secret organization? The pirates did plunder the persecutors of the Knights Templar. They persecuted by destroying the ships of the Catholic Church and the government. Could it be that this explains the past about the pirates shown in our movies? Could it be that it was the Masonic Lodge who sailed the ships under the pirate flag to plunder both the Catholic Church and the governments of Europe who prosecuted their leader? It is an interesting observation that makes a great deal of sense. This is a reproduction of the book cover used by a secret fraternity at Yale University called Skull and Bones. Each year, 15 juniors are invited into this secret fraternity by the departing seniors of the group. Notice that their symbol is a symbol of a skull and bones. Here is one of their most famous members. This is George Bush, who is a member of Skull and Bones. Actually, another writer on the Masonic Order, in this case a member of the Masons, has traced the history of the Masons back even earlier than John Robinson did. This is the frontispiece of a book entitled Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods. All I have is a copy of the book since it was printed in 1921 and is now out of print. The author, Mr. J.S.M. Ward, is a Master Mason, and this is what he writes. The theory I venture to propound is that Freemasonry originated in the primitive initiatory rites of prehistoric man, and from those rites have been built up in all of the ancient mysteries. Modern Masonry has become the repository of the hidden wisdom of the ancients. So he is proposing that Freemasonry can trace its history all the way back to the very earliest history of mankind. Next, I'd like to discuss the significance of the number 13 to the Masons. This is a page from a Masonic magazine entitled The New Age, in which the Masons discuss the mystical number 13. The article says that in the number used repeatedly in both sides of the Great Seal of the United States was not a coincidence. They talked about the fact that there were 13 leaves in the olive branches, 13 bars and stripes on the shield, 13 arrows in the eagle's claw, 13 stars in the green crest above the seal, and 13 layers of stone in the pyramid shown on both sides of the Great Seal. Notice that the Masons are claiming that the number is one of their numbers. Those who do not see the significance of the Masonic number 13 claim that it stands for the 13 states in the Union at the time of the Declaration of Independence. But the Masons appear to be claiming that the Founding Fathers waited until there were precisely 13 states to form the Union. They did not create the United States when there were 12 or 14 states. They created the Union when there were precisely 13 states as a way of concealing their involvement. Let me show you just how significant the number 13 is to the planners on the eagle side of the Great Seal. It appears as if the Masons, as we've already covered, selected the eagle because, and here's another reason why they selected the bird, the words American eagle have 13 letters in them. The words E pluribus unum have 13 letters in them. On the pyramid side of the Great Seal, the words Annuit Septus, the Latin words on the top of the circle, have 13 letters. There are a total of 39 letters on the reverse side of the seal. 39 when divided by 3 equals 13. There are a lot of other concealed uses of the number 13 around the time of the founding of this nation. This is a popular flag of the American Revolution. It says, an appeal to God. Those words have 13 letters. The words, don't tread on me, have 13 letters. And notice the snake wrapped around the tree. This is once again a symbol of the sun god, the serpent talked about and discussed in the first book of the Bible. And lastly, the tree appears to be an evergreen tree, one that would not lose its leaves during the winter when the sun worshippers fear that their god is dying. And this might be of some importance. The Star-Spangled Banner, this nation's national anthem, was based upon a song called Anacreon in Heaven, written by a Mason. And Albert Pike added another clue that the American flag is itself of Masonic origin. He wrote this in his book entitled Agenda. The triangles of the visible and invisible world are always interlaced. Of the 3 interlaced triangles of the highest masonry, one is white, one blue, and one red. So the American flag used the colors of the Masonic Lodge. Also, Betsy Ross, the woman who sewed the first American flag together, was married to John Ross, a member of the Masonic Lodge. The actual date that the Founding Fathers chose to declare their independence from the British government also has Masonic significance. The words July the 4th have 13 letters. I'll show you other concealed symbolism on the date July the 4th in a few moments. The year 1776 has a concealed 13 in it as well. If you add the last 2 numbers of the year 1776, meaning if you add the 7 to the 6, you'll get, obviously, the number 13. This was no accident, as I will show. If you multiply the number 13 by itself, you get 169. If you add the traditional founding of this nation as 1607, when the Pilgrims came to America, and add 169, meaning the concealed multiplication of 13 by itself, you get 1776, the year that America founded this nation. If you add the concealed 169 to 1776, the founding day of this nation, you will get the year 1945, the year that Harry Truman, the 33rd degree Mason, dropped the atomic bombs on the Christians in Japan. Our founding fathers declared their independence in 1776, but did not create their first government until 1789. They waited precisely 13 years to form America's federal government. George Washington had 12 other generals plus himself for a total of 13. A total of 13 people worked on the Great Seal of the United States. The United States Navy had a committee of 13 controlling all naval affairs. It had 13 ships in the First Fleet. Now this is the flag, as you will recognize, of the Confederate States used during the Civil War. Notice that there are 13 stars on it. If the number 13 was used, as it was in the American flag, to signify 1 star for each state, there would only be 11 stars on this flag, since there were only 11 states in the Confederation. The argument cannot be made that the Confederacy was waiting for 2 more states to join the Confederation, because this flag was adopted in 1863, about in the middle of the war. 11 states started the war in the Southern Confederation, and 11 states finished it. And this is a more modern use of the number 13. This is a recent photograph of President Bill Clinton in the White House. Notice the bookcase in the back wall behind him. There are 13 scallops inside the semicircle. I'd like to show you 2 more current examples of the number 13 in the business world. This is the symbol of American telephone and telegraph, obviously. The circle has 13 lines in it, plus the circle is and has been a symbol of the sun. And this is the symbol of Time Life Incorporated. It has 6 triangles pointing one way and 7 pointing the other. 6 plus 7 equals 13, so they, like AT&T, are concealing the use of the number 13 in their logo. As I've been trying to show you, the number 13 is concealed everywhere. And to make my point that sometimes state flags conceal Masonic symbolism in them, I'd like to show you the beautiful flag of the state of Arizona, my home state. This flag utilizes the single star as its centerpiece, and as we just read, it is a Masonic symbol of the sun and the sun god. If you count the number of rays coming from the single star in the middle, you will count 13 of them. This is unfortunately a rather dark slide showing a Masonic magazine showing a picture with similar rays coming from the top of the pyramid. If you count those rays, there are precisely 13 of them. Notice, going back to the flag, that the star is copper colored. Those who live in Arizona would surely say that the star on the state flag is copper colored because of the huge amounts of the copper mined in the state. But I believe a far more satisfactory explanation is the one offered by Aleister Crowley, a Satanist. This is the first of 2 pictures of this man I would like to show you. Notice that he is using a strong light in front of him to make a shadow on the wall behind him. The shadow, made by his fingers, looks like a horned devil. Since Mr. Crowley was a Satanist, one can fairly presume that this shadow is what Mr. Crowley felt the devil looked like. Crowley wrote this about his worship of the sun god Lucifer in his book entitled Liberum Semek, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's the best I can do. O breathing, flowing sun, I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void places of the spirit. Notice that Mr. Crowley, like Albert Pike, believed that Lucifer was a god. This is the second picture of Mr. Crowley. Look at the strange way that he is holding his arms. This is a rather strange way to have your picture taken. I do not know this, but it appears as if he is holding his arms in this manner, so that his 2 arms represent the 2 obelisks outside the sun temples of Egypt. If that is true, he is inviting the sun god, Lucifer, into his temple of the body. It is commonly known that Aleister Crowley was a Luciferian, so this explanation makes sense. He can invite the sun god to come between the 2 columns, just like the 2 obelisks outside invite the sun god into the temple. And to show you that this is not at all unusual, this is a slide showing a picture of Gloria Steinem, one of today's well-known advocates of the women's liberation movement. This picture was on a cover of Parade magazine. Notice that she is too holding up her 2 arms just like Aleister Crowley. Notice that she has also turned her hands so that we can see the rings on her fingers. And this is a close-up of her hands. Notice also that on each hand she has snakes coiled around the same finger. This is what is Gloria Steinem telling us? I cannot say for certain, but it looks like she is trying to tell us something, just like Aleister Crowley tried to tell us in his photograph with his arms in a similar manner. But going back to Arizona, or to the Arizona flag, Mr. Crowley told the world that the copper color was used because it resembled the copper-colored sun when it sets each night. So it appears that the flag of Arizona conceals secret meanings known only to Luciferians and Masons. And the reason I believe it is so is because the state of Arizona, the state in which I live, was directly created by high-ranking Masons. This is an item that appeared in our local newspaper that states that our first Masonic Lodge meeting in Arizona was held in the governor's mansion. But the Masons not only meet in government buildings to conduct their business, the government also meets in Masonic lodges to conduct theirs. This is an article in the spring 1964 Royal Arch Mason magazine that says that Missouri's first Confederate capital in the Civil War was at the Masonic Hall at Neosho, Missouri. The article goes on to say this about Missouri. The Confederate legislature met there on October the 21st through October the 29th, 1861, to pass an act of secession from the Union. This is an article that exposed the fact that the Arizona state flag, talked about in this article, was sewn together by Nan Hayden Nan Hayden was the wife of former United States Senator Carl Hayden, shown here in this picture receiving a pen from President Lyndon Johnson. That's Carl Hayden, bent over somewhat with the bald head and the glasses. Carl Hayden was a 33rd degree Mason. Other prominent Arizonans in politics are Senator Barry Goldwater and House Minority Leader in the House, former Minority Leader in the House, John Rhodes, who were both 33rd degree Masons. This is an article in the Royal Arch Mason magazine that confirms that both of these political leaders from Arizona were 33rd degree Masons. And here's the bottom of that article. It says that Senator Barry Goldwater and Congressman John J. Rhodes are 33rd degree Scottish Rite Masons. So if you want to go further in government and happen to come from Arizona, it helps to be a 33rd degree Mason. And to further explain how Arizona is a Masonic state, let me remind you that Phoenix is the state capital of my home state. I'm sorry, this slide's upside down. This is a map showing the city in approximately the center. The city of Arizona, of Phoenix rather, is named after the phoenix bird shown here on the cover of a pamphlet published by the Scottish Rite Freemasons. Albert Pike told us about the phoenix in his book entitled Agenda. Connected with light, the sun, and Kirum, I believe that Kirum is another way of saying Har-Mabith, the builder of Solomon's temple, is that allegorical bird, the phoenix. Like all other symbols, it was invented to conceal, and its meaning, like that of other symbols, is of course not obvious. In Arabia, the phoenix is sacred to the sun. Notice he capitalized the word S, the letter S in the word sun, and you do that when you talk about the sun being a god. Fred Giddings, in his book entitled Secret Teachings in the Occult Art, wrote this. He said, the phoenix bird will live for a period of 500 years, at the end of which it builds a split nest of precious spices. The nest completed, the phoenix sings a doleful song. I'm sorry, the next slide here. The nest completed, the phoenix sings a doleful song and then flaps its wings to set the nest on fire. The bird is then burned to ashes, and from the mass of carbon there miraculously springs to life a new phoenix. We may see in it certain, meaning the myth, in it meaning the myth, certain ideas which must have appealed to them, meaning the occultists like the Masons. The phoenix is linked to the sun. So the phoenix bird is a symbol of a rebirth to the Mason, and the state capital of Arizona is Phoenix, named after the mythical bird that gives rebirth to itself every 500 years. Phoenix is also called the Sun City. It is interesting to notice that others say that the phoenix bird lives for 1,000 years and then destroys itself. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the Luciferian, said this on page 617 of her book entitled The Secret Doctrine. The phoenix lives 1,000 years, after which, kindling a flame, it is self-consumed. This 1,000-year period is extremely significant for reasons that I will make known at the end of this lecture. I would like to return now to my discussion of the the symbolic number 13. This is an advertisement sent to me as an inducement to join the National Museum of the American Indian. This is their symbol shown on the bottom. I'm sorry, let's go back. This is the first one there. That's the application. Here's the symbol on the bottom of their advertisement. Once again, we see 13 rays emanating from the center circle. So here we see the number 13 is a very significant number to the ancient mystery religion. Next, I would like to discuss other uses of the star as a symbol inside the Masonic fraternity. This is the cover of a Masonic Bible. This Bible is apparently a King James version with some other explanatory notes on Masonry in the first few pages of the Bible. This particular Bible was given to me by a man in Florida. The picture in the middle shows a young Jesus apparently teaching the teachers inside the temple. And to show you that this Bible is Masonic, this is a page inside the Bible showing the square and the compass, the two symbols of Masonic Lodge. And this is a close-up of the lower right-hand corner of the cover of this Bible. And it shows a star with one point down. Now, it's kind of hard to see because it's imprinted very narrowly in gold. But we're going to talk about that star on the cover of the Masonic Bible. The traditional showing of the star is with one point up and two sides down. So it is now becomes important to study the star as a Masonic symbol. This is a book entitled A History of Freemasonry and Concordant Orders, written in 1891 by a series of Masonic writers. This is the Board of Editors, a list of some 70 32nd and 33rd degree Masons who wrote or edited the articles inside the book. So this is official information that one can rely on because it was written or edited by some very high-ranking Masons. This is a part of page 49 of that book, and it explains the differences between the two stars. Notice that the star on the left was drawn with 2 points down, and the one on the right was drawn with 1 point down. Also, the one on the right has a goat. We'll cover that in a minute. The article says this, quote, "This star represents good, or God rather, all that is pure, virtuous, and good, when represented with 1 point upward." That's the traditional way, 1 point up, 2 points down. But then the article went on, written by the high-ranking Masons, but when turned with 1 point down, it represents evil, all that is opposed to the good, pure, and virtuous. In fine, the star with 1 point down represents the goat of Mendes. That thought is repeated on page 101 of the same book. And here's page 101, or part of it. And here's what that page says. When the pentagram, and the pentagram, of course, is a 5-pointed star, elevates 2 of its points, meaning when it shows 1 point down, it represents Satan, or the goat of the mysteries. And when it elevates 1 of its points only, meaning when it has 2 points down, it represents the Savior, goodness, and virtue. And here we see the one-pointed star pointed down, the star pointed with 1 point down on the Masonic Bible, on the cover of the Masonic Bible, and the question is why? This star with 1 point down is the symbol of the Eastern Star Fraternity, part of the entire Masonic organization. That means that the Masons have placed a satanic star on the cover of the Holy Bible. They have done so willingly because they know what it means when it shows 1 point down. Notice that I took that information from the Masons themselves. I did not write that. Masons wrote that. Now, they talked about the goat of Mendes, and this is a drawing of the goat of Mendes. It's also referred to as Baphomet, or the devil, or Satan the devil. The goat of Mendes was called Baphomet by the Knights Templar, and their leaders were accused of worshiping this god by the Catholic Church in the 1309 persecution of that body. Here is the same drawing of the goat of Mendes on the cover of the book entitled An ABC of Witchcraft, Past and Present. And to confirm that Baphomet is Satan, we can turn to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the occultist Luciferian, who wrote this on page 389 of her book entitled The Secret Doctrine. She said that Baphomet was the goat-headed Satan. The witches and the Masons know who this goat of Mendes is. He is Lucifer, also known as Satan or the devil, and they put that goat, that star with the goat on it, on the cover of the Masonic Bible. And to confirm that these people connect the goat with Satan, this is a slide of Anton LaVey, the head of the Church of Satan. Notice that he placed himself directly in front of the 5-pointed star with 1 point down. This is a slide taken of the front of the Satanic Bible. Notice that the 5-pointed star, once again, is covered on the Bible with 1 point down. This is a slide taken from the front of a satanic ritual. And once again, the goat inside the star with 1 point down. And lastly, this is a slide taken of the 5-pointed star and a crucifix with the head pointed downward. The cross upside down is the universal sign of a rejection of Christianity, and it is in front of a 5-pointed star, a symbol of Lucifer, Satan the devil, and also placed on the cover of the Masonic Bible. This is the tarot card representing the devil. Notice that they use both the goat as a symbol of the devil and the star with one point down. And here we see another example linking the goat with the worship of the devil. Lastly, this is a slide taken off the pin, or taken of the pin, of my social fraternity, which I joined when I was in college. This is a drawing of that pin. Notice that it also has the star with one point downward. And notice that there is a skull and crossbones just above the star, or just inside the star actually, and if you, above it rather, and if you count the circles around the circle in the center, you count 12 of them, and the 13th would be the main circle around all of them. This is a drawing of the new fraternity house that my local fraternity is building here in Tucson. Notice that they've conveniently placed an obelisk in front of the building. The obelisk, as you remember, is a symbol of the very presence of the sun god himself. And to show you that others appear to know the significance of the downward pointing star, this is an advertisement for a new clothing style called the New World Order. The customer is encouraged to buy a line of clothing that is different than the clothing of the past. Notice in this picture that on the model's left shoulder there is a star with one point down. This is another slide taken from the catalog showing this new clothing line. Notice that all of the colors utilized are red, white, and black, the three colors of the Masonic Lodge. You might remember that these were the same colors used by Adolf Hitler's Nazi party in Germany during World War II. It appears as if someone knows what all of these names, symbols, and colors mean. I do not know as of this time why the 5 points of the star are significant. One clue might be the fact that Adam Weishaupt had 5 things he wanted to destroy when he created the Illuminati. Perhaps this is the reason that the number 5 is significant to the Masons. Professor Weishaupt wanted to destroy or abolish all religion, all right to private property, the family. He wanted to destroy the right of inheritance and nationalism. So Weishaupt had 5 things he wished to destroy, and maybe that's the reason that the number 5 is significant, because that's what the Illuminati had to destroy to achieve their goal. Or it might be the fact that there are 5 major continents in the world, and since it is the goal of this conspiracy to consolidate their power over all of the 5 continents, meaning a new world order, it might be that that is why the number 5 is significant. Benjamin Krem, in his book, The Reappearance of the Christ and of the Masters of Wisdom, said that there are 5 retreats, as he calls them, where one of these ascended masters visited in 1976. New York, London, Geneva, Darjeeling in India, and Tokyo. Maybe this is the reason that the number 5 is important. There are other concealed uses of the 5-pointed star and other symbols in the things around us. This is a map of the city of Washington, D.C. The White House is shown on the left, above the circle, and the Capitol building is shown on the right. Now, this is a descriptive flyer about Washington, D.C. that states that George Washington, the nation's first president, hired Pierre Charles L'Enfant to lay out the city streets when this government created the District of Columbia. Mr. L'Enfant was a major who served under General Washington in the American Revolution and was also a member of the French Masonic Lodge. As I've shown you before, this is a drawing of the Masonic square and compass, their major symbol. And of course, this is just the square and compass turned sideways, the same symbol. And this is a map of Washington, D.C., again, this time with certain roads darkened to show the square and the compass laid over the Capitol building. The Capitol building is inside the partial circle on the right side of the map, and as I've said before, the circle is a symbol of the sun, and there is a partial circle around the Capitol building. Of course, my guess is that they didn't want to make it too apparent, so they concealed the circle by making it only a partial one. This is a copy of the original map of Washington, D.C. laid out by Charles L'Enfant, and you'll notice that there are squares and compasses everywhere in the city, laid out in the streets. This is another map of Washington, D.C., turned sideways. There is a 5-pointed star with 1 point down drawn out on the streets around the White House. As we've seen, the 5-pointed star, when 1 point is down, is a symbol of Satan. I'm certain that these uses of Masonic symbols in the streets of Washington, D.C. is just another coincidence. This is a drawing of President George Washington laying out the cornerstone of the United States Capitol building on September the 18th, 1793. Notice that he is dressed as a Mason and that he is appearing in public with this strange paraphernalia on. So a Mason laid the cornerstone of our Capitol building. But we are told that they are not a significant influence in our public affairs. This is a drawing of another use of the number 13. This drawing is in a book Manly P. Hall, the Mason, who wrote extensively about secret societies. The main ring has a total of 12 circles on it, and the 13th circle is in the hand that reaches down from heaven. The hand in the clouds is definitely not the God of the Bible, because Manly P. Hall was a Luciferian. There are other significant uses of the number 13 in the occult. The Illuminati had 13 degrees inside its rite of initiation. A coven of witches has 13 witches inside each coven. A secret society called the Knights of the Golden Circle that planned and then started the Civil War in America in 1837 had 13 men running its affairs. This is a gallows currently being displayed in the courtyard in Tombstone, Arizona, and the hangman's noose is on the 13th step of the gallows. And I found another interesting connection between the Masonic numbers 13 and 33. I saw a drawing of an art object that reported that it was precisely 13 inches or 33 centimeters high. That means that there is a hidden connection between the metric system of meters and the American system of inches and feet. That connection was confirmed when I read that the metric system was created during the French Revolution of 1789, and that revolution was created and controlled by the Masons of the day. That means that the Masons of France introduced the metric system to the world and concealed a hidden connection between the numbers of 13 and 33. 1 meter is equal to 39.37 inches. Therefore, 1 inch is equal to 0.0254 meters, or 2.54 centimeters. Therefore, 13 inches is equal to 33 centimeters. In other words, our measuring system conceals a hidden Masonic connection between the metric system and the system used in America today. I'd like to bring our study of the number 13 a little closer to the present. The Federal Reserve Bank is comprised of 12 district banks and 1 Federal Reserve Board for a total of 13. OPEC, the International Cartel of Oil Producers, has 13 members. And this is an article in Newsweek magazine that discusses the Skull and Bones fraternity at Yale University. It reported that Skull and Bones, a secret fraternity on the campus that we've discussed before, is one of 13 secret societies at Yale. Notice that there were precisely 13 secret societies and at Yale University. In 1977, the Esquire magazine said that the Skull and Bones fraternity had definite links to the Illuminati, and George Bush was a member of Skull and Bones. And there's one more name I want to bring to your attention as also being a member of Skull and Bones, and that's William F. Buckley, the so-called conservative. It is interesting to note that Mr. Buckley constantly mocks those who believe in the conspiratorial view of history, as he does in this article in our November 27, 1992 Tucson Citizen evening paper, Conspiracy Theories Seem to Have 9 Lives. He says in this article that Lee Harvey Oswald was the one who fired the fatal shot. In my video entitled The Kennedy Assassination, I prove, notice, I prove by using photographic evidence that Oswald did not fire any bullets that day, fatal or otherwise. You can answer the question yourself as to why Mr. Buckley continues to repeat a lie. I would like to continue my study of the number 13. The witch who wrote the book entitled An ABC of Witchcraft said that 13 is the witch's number. Notice, I didn't say that, the witch said it. 13 is the witch's number. And she went on to say, from its association with witchcraft, the number 13 came to be called the devil's dozen. But perhaps the most salient statement of all was made by Stan Deyo, who is a writer in opposition to this conspiracy. He wrote this: 13 is the value assigned to Satan. And from all the evidence that I have shown you to this point, I would say that he appears to be correct. But there is one more possible explanation for the number 13 being so mysterious. Manly P. Hall writes about there being 12 great religions. These would be the visible ones like Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, etc. The 13th religion, the concealed one, and inside all the other 12, would be the ancient mystery religion, the secret religion, the one dedicated to Lucifer. This might be the best explanation of them all. But the most incriminating connection of the number 13 with evil is when you identify someone with 13 letters in their name. This is a certain sign that that person is totally corrupt, depraved, wicked, and immoral. They are completely devoid of morality. They are totally degenerate, lacking any redeeming value, and are total liars. I did that to make a point, because my name, Ralph Epperson, does indeed have 13 letters in it. But one day when I was giving this lecture in Tampa, Florida, someone pointed out to me that my name consisted of 13 letters, and I got totally embarrassed. But notice that I had no say in that decision made by my parents. They were the ones who chose my name for me, whether or not it had 13 letters. These Masons had a choice, and they consistently chose 13. They had to know what it meant. They acknowledged it, as we've shown you, as a symbolic number. And that is why it is all around us in a concealed form. Now this would be my guess as to why the number 13 is so important to the Masons and others. 7 is the number of completion or perfection, and 6 is the number of man. If you add the two together, you get completed man or perfected man. And I think that the number is the concealed number, showing that man can become perfect or complete through the ancient mystery religion or Lucifer worship. But that is just my guess. I've never read that anywhere. However, I did find a similar thought in a little book entitled Symbolism of the Three Degrees by Oliver Day Street, a member of the Masonic Lodge. As I said before, this is official Masonic information because the Lodge book, or rather the book, was presented by the Grand Lodge of the Masonic Order in New Jersey. This is what he says on page 23 in a section entitled Science of Numbers. The soul was made to correspond to the number 6, and 7 was the counterpart of reason and health. The author does not say it, but if you add the two numbers together, you get 13, or a soul improved by reason. Another way of saying this would be to say that 13 is the number of the illuminated soul. However, I do know that there are people on this earth who believe that the illuminated man, the man with superior ability to reason for himself, has evolved farther than the normal man. Man is called Homo sapiens man by those who believe in evolution. Homo sapiens. There are those, however, who believe that they are Homo noeticus man, being a higher form of man, evolved because of his use of reason. One becomes illuminated because he evolves higher than other men when he uses his brain, his power to reason. Now I'd like to return to my discussion of the Masonic involvement in the founding of this nation. There is one more significant insight into why the Founding Fathers chose the date of July the 4th to declare their independence from Great Britain. The old Julian calendar was changed in 1582 by an order of Pope Gregory XIII. This was because the old calendar was 11 days behind the sun. In other words, the old calendar was not accurate in relationship to the actual solar year, and the astronomers were having difficulty in calculating the length of the solar year. So in October of 1582, the old June the 23rd became July the 4th. You might remember that June the 23rd was a solar holiday because it was around the rebirth of the sun god. It was one of the days in the June the 22nd through June the 25th rebirth of the sun after it had gone north for the summer. So the Founding Fathers concealed a holiday to the sun god in their choosing of the date of July the 4th to declare this nation's independence. Lastly, it would be interesting to answer the question as to why Americans shoot off fireworks on that day. Notice that Americans do not celebrate any other holiday by shooting off fireworks. Is it possible that it is because the people in ancient Egypt and Babylon lit fires to worship Baal, the sun god, on June the 24th of each year? I think so. I'd like to return now to the reverse side of the seal. Of course, this is the side with the pyramid. Manly P. Hall, the 33rd degree Mason, wrote this: "The pyramid and the all-seeing eye represent the universal house surmounted by the radiant emblem of the great architect of the universe." Notice that Mr. Hall called our attention to two things in that quote. The pyramid was built as a house. That means that the pyramid was not built as a tomb. It was built as a house for some god. And secondly, the all-seeing eye was a symbol of the God of the Masons called the great architect of the universe. Let me provide you now with the evidence that the God of the Masons is not the God of the Bible. A quote from Albert Pike in his book entitled Morals and Dogma, amongst others, proves that. The God of the Bible is a creator God. He created the universe out of nothing. That statement is in the first book of the Bible, called the book of Genesis. This is what the Bible says in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." So the God of the Bible is a creator God because he created something out of nothing. The Masons claim that their God is an architect. They call their God the supreme architect of the universe. Architects do not create, they only plan to build from existing materials. So this God cannot be the same God, or the Masons simply do not understand the English language. They call their God the architect of the universe. And to show you that the Masons know that their God created nothing, let me read you this quote taken from page 254 of Albert Pike's book entitled Morals and Dogma. Mr. Pike says this: Ammon, by the way, Ammon was the god of Lower Egypt, was the sun god. He created nothing. This is another proof that the great God, the great architect of the universe, the Masonic God, is not the God of the Bible. This is Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia, written by a 33rd degree Mason named Henry Wilson Coyle. Mr. Coyle's encyclopedia was published by McCoy Publishing and Masonic Supply Company in New York, a major publisher of Masonic literature. On page 494 of his book, Mr. Coyle lists the qualifications a male must possess to become a member of the Masonic Lodge. The words under religious qualifications say, quote, belief in God, or TGAOTU. So a prospective Mason can believe in the God of the Bible or the Masonic God called the great architect of the universe. The letters that he shows, TGAOTU. So this is an admission by 33rd degree Mason Henry Wilson Coyle that this great architect is a God and that he is not the God of the Bible. In other words, you can believe in either of those two gods. Notice that I found this in their own literature. It is not my thought. It is from one of the great Masons of all time, a 33rd degree Mason, one who knows who the great architect is. The Mason can believe in any God, including the God of the Bible or the great architect of the universe. So the Masons who worship the sun God, in their lodges know that their God is not the God of the Bible, and someone else confirmed this. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky said this on page Roman numeral 29 in her book entitled Isis Unveiled. Demiurge. I'm sorry, I went too far there. Have I got that right? Yeah, here we go. She wrote, the supernal, meaning heavenly, power built the universe. Freemasons derive from this word their phrase supreme architect. Notice that she did not say that this God created the universe. The God of the Bible made something from nothing. The Freemasons are claiming that their God built the universe. A God that built the universe had to take existing materials to build it. An architect, like the builder, builds from existing materials. The Masonic God did not create the universe from nothing. He took or will take existing materials to build the universe. The God of the Masons is not the creator God, the one who made a universe out of nothing. And I would now like to provide you with the final truth that the God worshipped in the Masonic temple is definitely not the creator God of the universe. Once again, this is Albert Pike, the #1 Mason of all time, and he wrote a book entitled Agenda in 1888, just 3 years before he died. Pike says in his book, quote, Pike says, forgive me, that this book contains a series of monographs intended to supplement the ritualistic instruction. So this book is intended to assist the Mason understand just what the symbols of the initiation ceremony mean. He says in his comments on the 26th degree inside the Masonic Lodge, there are other things that you shouldn't hear said now, and without which you will not be fully in possession of this degree. I'd next like to discuss the all-seeing eye as a symbol. I'd like to read a series of 4 quotes by Masons that I have found in my research without identifying the author, but all of these discuss the all-seeing eye. So let's read these quotes one after the other to show you how important the all-seeing eye is. The eye was also the symbol of Osiris. By the way, Osiris, in fact, we'll read the next quote. Osiris, the sun and principle of good. Osiris was the chief god of the Egyptians. Osiris was the sun. And the last quote was, an unopened eye in honor of the great eye of the universe, the sun. So the eye is a symbol of the sun god, and the sun god is Lucifer. And here we see an all-seeing eye on the back of our dollar bill above the pyramid. And all of this was known to the Masons who designed the Great Seal of the United States in 1782. Earlier in this lecture, I quoted the Masonic teaching from Albert Pike that taught us this: what is superior is as that which is inferior, and what is below is as that which is above. The Masons want us to believe that the eye is a symbol of a good God. We think that means the God of the Bible, but the Mason knows that to understand what they say, you must reverse the meaning of their words. That means that the eye is a symbol of an evil God. Their God is just the opposite of what the public thinks. I would like to remind you of this drawing that Rex Hutchins put in his book entitled A Bridge to Light. We examine it when you flip it over, and here we see the demon god that the Masons worship. So the observer who is not a Mason can now understand much of their writings if the meanings of their words is reversed. For instance, if you reverse the following quote, it really starts to make sense. This quote appeared in the New Age magazine published by the Masons for September 1950, just 5 years after World War II. This quote reads as follows: God's plan, and once again, if you reverse it, he's talking about the plan of Lucifer, is dedicated to the unification of all races, religions, and creeds. This plan, dedicated to the new order of things, is to make all things new. A new nation, a new race, a new civilization, and a new religion. A non-sectarian religion that has already been called the religion of the great light. And you might remember, as we pointed out before, Lucifer was the light bearer. Let's continue with the quote. Looking back into history, we can easily see that the guiding hand of providence, and here we mean Lucifer, has chosen the Nordic people to bring in and unfold the new order of the world. Records clearly show that 95% of the colonists were Nordics, Anglo-Saxons. Providence, reversed once again, means Lucifer has chosen the Nordic race to unfold the new age of the world, a novus ordo seclorum. This is God's, and once again reverse it, meaning Lucifer's great plan in America for the dawn of the new age of the world. Remember that this article was written just 5 years after World War II. Those familiar with what Adolf Hitler talked about will notice that the two thoughts were identical. So here we found some evidence that the Masons want the same thing that Adolf Hitler wanted. In a few moments, I'm going to present you the information that Adolf Hitler was a Luciferian. He worshipped Lucifer, also known as Satan or the devil. Also remember what the Satan-worshipping Hitler said. He wanted to create a new world order that was intended to destroy all religions, just like George Bush. They both wanted the same thing. According to the Masons and Adolf Hitler, the Nordic Aryan race would lead the world into a new world order. Remember that this article was written just 5 years after the conspiracy financed the madman Hitler and caused World War II. It seems as if some of the Masons know the truth. Next, I would like to discuss the serpent as a symbol used by the Masons in America. This is once again the book written by Jim Shaw, a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason, entitled The Deadly Deception. Mr. Shaw is perhaps the first 33rd degree Mason to break with the order, and he has written this book to expose part of what he learned as a Mason. He talks about his initiation into the 33rd degree Masonic temple, into the 33rd degree inside the Masonic temple in Washington, D.C. He writes this: "The interior walls are decorated with serpents. There are all kinds, some very long and large. Many of the Scottish Rite degrees include representations of serpents, and I recognize them amongst those decorating the walls." Notice that Mr. Shaw says that he saw serpents throughout the Masonic Lodge. He did not see the cross of the Christians or the Star of David of the Jews. He saw serpents. And this is a slide of the 33rd degree temple in Washington, D.C., where Mr. Shaw was initiated. I took that slide myself, and unfortunately I had to put two slides together because I couldn't get close enough, and so it's a little bit different. But that's the building right there that's in just north of the White House in Washington, D.C., called the 33rd degree Masonic Temple in Washington. Notice the wall behind the outside columns in front of the building. This is a close-up of that symbol in the center. You can't see it very clearly, but it appears to be a painting of the Egyptian double-winged symbol we studied earlier in this lecture, but I cannot tell because it's simply too far away. This is a close-up of the area to the right side of the symbol, and I'm sorry the slide was taken sideways. We just looked at. But if you'll notice there very carefully, there are clearly snakes on the wall, each maybe 6 feet high. Now there's the point, and there's the slide showing you that there's a snake right there behind the red arrow, and on the outside wall of the building. I darkened or lightened my picture by putting it on my slide, my Xerox machine. Now let's go to the inside of the building. This is a slide of the interior of the 33rd degree Masonic temple. This came from a Masonic magazine. Notice the snakes coiled on the wall behind the men in the chairs on the right and the left, upper. The head of each snake is in the middle near the top. I'm sure probably out of the picture on your on this TV. But this is a different view of the same room, and I have put red arrows near the 2 snakes on the wall behind the chairs. This is a close-up of one of the snakes behind the men in the chairs, and here you can just barely see the snake's head in the center with its mouth to the left. It's open, and then the rest of the snake is coiled around behind the men in the chairs. This is another picture of one of the many coiled snakes inside the Masonic temple. This picture appears to be a smaller version of the one big picture shown behind the men in the chairs. You might ask why the Masons use the serpent as a symbol all over their temple. One Mason wrote this on page 63 of his book entitled Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods. He said, "The serpent in our lodges is emphatically not there as an enemy of man. The traditional version of the serpent in the Garden of Eden is that he is a tempter of mankind. But as I've already discussed, the Masons are using the serpent as a symbol of a good God. Not only does the temple utilize the serpent as a symbol of the concealed God of the Masonic Lodge, they also utilize the sun as well. As I've said before, sun worship is not new. Now let's connect sun worship to the Masonic organization. Albert Mackey wrote this: "Sun worship was the oldest and by far the most prevalent of all the ancient religions. Hardly any of the symbols of Masonry are more important in their signification or more extensive in their application than the sun as the source of material light. It minds the Mason of that intellectual light of which he is in constant search. Masons understand that the sun is a symbol of something higher. The sun became an object of worship as a symbol of something else. One secret society that worshipped the sun was the Thule Society in Germany. The Thule Society. Adolf Hitler was a member of this group after joining it early in his life. I chose this picture of Adolf Hitler for a reason. Notice that the man appears to be a man possessed. I believe he was, and he was also an architect of evil, because Adolf Hitler was a worshiper of Lucifer. Hitler formed his Nazi party from members of the Thule Society. The committee and the 40 original members of the Nazi party were all drawn from the most powerful occult society in Germany called the Thule Society. And this is a slide of the symbol of the Thule Society. Notice that they use two major symbols. One was a spear or a dagger, and the other was a swastika. The spear appears to be a drawing of another spear called this one, the Spear of Destiny. This is an actual photograph of this spear. The spear is shown here in three, well actually it's shown together, but there's three parts to it. The two spear points have been, which were once joined together, have broken into two, and they made the sleeve shown on the left to keep the two parts together. Tradition has it that this is the spear that Longinus, the Roman soldier, used when he pierced the side of Jesus at the crucifixion. If you look carefully, you will see a long spike held in place by a wire wrapped around it on the spear on the left. It's also on the right, but there's the sleeve somewhat conceals it. But the legend is that this was the nail that was used to nail Jesus to the cross. In 1909, Adolf Hitler visited the museum in which the spear is kept in Vienna, Austria. He claims to have had a religious experience when he heard the museum guide explain the tradition of the spear. This is what Hitler wrote. And then I heard the words which were to change my whole life. There is a legend associated with this spear that whoever claims it and solves its secrets holds the destiny of the world in his own hands, for good or for evil. The guide went on to point out that it is claimed that these leaders of the past once possessed the spear: Charlemagne, Constantine the Great, Attila the Hun, and Julius Caesar. And another legend holds that Brutus used this spear to kill Caesar. Hitler claims that he realized at that moment that he was destined to possess the spear so that he could rule the world. It is known that the first country Hitler invaded in 1939 to start World War II was Austria, where the spear is kept, and he did indeed take possession of the spear. He kept it in Germany during the war, and it was found and returned to Vienna after the war was over. The Bible makes a connection between control of the world and the devil. This is what it says in Matthew chapter 4, verses 8 through 11. The devil taketh him, meaning Jesus, up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. So the devil claims to have possession of all the kingdoms of the world, and that he will deliver those kingdoms to those who will bow down and worship him. Hitler determined that he had to possess the spear so that he could rule all of the kingdoms of the world. Hitler had stood before the spear and made an irreversible vow to worship evil. It is also interesting that Hitler controlled the spear until April the 30th, 1945, when he committed suicide. American soldiers found the spear in the basement of the Nuremberg castle and then kept it until it could be returned to Austria. It is while America held the spear that it dropped the atomic bombs on Japan, at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, on innocent Christians. And I'm sure there are people claiming that's only a coincidence. It is known that Adolf Hitler had read the works of Friedrich Nietzsche, who had written a book entitled The Genealogy of Morals. And in this book, Mr. Nietzsche said this. The writer of the review of the book said, this book sought to make a reevaluation of all of man's values in the proof that so-called evil was good, and what it was habitually believed to be good was evil. Nietzsche also had written this in another book, I pronounce my judgment, I condemn Christianity. I raise against the Christian church the most terrible of all accusations that any accuser uttered. It is to me the highest conceivable corruption. Another of the teachers of Adolf Hitler was this man, Dietrich Eckart. Mr. Eckhart was a dedicated Satanist and a supreme adept of the arts and rituals of black magic, and the central figure in a powerful and widespread circle of occultists, meaning the Thule Society. There's that quote there, that he was a dedicated Satanist. Eckhart died in 1923, and just before he died, he was quoted as saying, "Follow Hitler. He will dance, but it is I who have called the tune. I have initiated him into the secret doctrine, opened his centers in vision, and given him the means to communicate with all powers." Mr. Eckhart continued, "Do not mourn for me. I have influenced history more than any other German." So we can see who and what had influenced Adolf Hitler to start his goal of world conquest. The teachings of someone who renounced Christianity, and the spirit of Longinus and its legend that whoever possessed it would rule the world. This is again the emblem of the Thule Society. Notice the use of the swastika behind the dagger, or the sword, or spear, whatever you want to call it. This time it is in a rounded form, but the basic swastika has two forms. This is called the good swastika when the arms rotate to the left. And this is the second swastika when you reverse the first. And this is called the evil or the Nazi swastika. This next quote is from page 66 of the book entitled Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods. It shows the two swastikas side by side, one labeled the swastika with the sun, and the other with the swastika against the sun. And the author goes on to say, the swastika represents today the sun. And once again, the S is capitalized, meaning a god. And it is known that Adolf Hitler personally selected this swastika for his Nazi party in Germany, because the swastikas are universally a symbol of the sun. Here is a picture, a color picture showing the swastika shown in this color photograph, and notice that they are now inside the white circle. Don't forget that the circle is a symbol of the sun, as is the swastika, which was placed inside it. But notice that the colors of the flag are red in the background, black in the swastika, and of course white behind the swastika. According to page 12 of a book entitled The Masonic Bible, the symbolic colors of the Royal Master Degree are black and red. I'm certain that there are critics right now saying that I'm making too much out of the two colors of red and black. But you have to explain why it is that both Adolf Hitler and the Masons worship the sun god Lucifer. Both the Masons and the Nazis were into the occult, and both used the colors red and black as emblematic of something hidden from the public. I think there is a connection. That thought is repeated in Albert Pike's book entitled Morals and Dogma on page 786. Mr. Pike says this about the way that the Masonic temple is to be decorated when it is in the 28th degree, called the Night of the Sun, S-U-N, sun. In this degree, the columns of the hall are white with black and red. The hangings are black and over that crimson. The colors, black, white, and crimson, appear in the clothing. This is Bill Schneblin, a former male witch, a 32nd degree Mason, and a former endowed Mormon. He's written a book entitled Mormonism's Temple of Doom, a book that we will examine more in detail later in this lecture. But at this point, I want to point out one thing that Mr. Schneblin said that is very important now. He said this about the satanic ritual he was familiar with on page 22 of this little book. The lower levels of the Satanists wear black, the Magi wear scarlet or red, and the Magisters wear white. So scarlet, white, and black are significant colors throughout Masonry, witchcraft, and the Nazi Socialist Party of Adolf Hitler in Germany. But to show you that the swastika is in part a Masonic symbol, this is a quote from page Roman numeral 19 of the book entitled Freemasonry and the Ancient Gods. The author, who is a Mason, wrote this: "The swastika, one of the most ancient and sacred of symbols, has no place in speculative Masonry, although it still persists in operative lodges. Operative Masons aver that the omission is due to the fact that Dr. Anderson, who framed the constitutions of speculative Masonry, never attained the rank of a master in an operative lodge, and was therefore ignorant of the nature and meaning of the fourfold square. Notice that he was talking about a fourfold square. This is the Masonic symbol once again. This is a combination of the square and the compass. The square is two pieces of metal joined at a right angle so that the Mason can draw straight lines and 90-degree angles. And the swastika is four squares joined together at a central point. But to show you that the use of the swastika has not been eliminated and is still being used today, this is a letterhead of a group called the Religious Coalition for Abortion Rights Incorporated. On the back of this letter, the organization states that their logo combines the symbols of two great religions. This is a close-up photo of the back of this letter that I got in the mail. It goes on to say that the Christian cross is made up of many branches rather than two strokes to represent the many sects of Christianity. Its lower branch is part of a menorah, a symbol of the Old Testament representing both the Jewish faith and the roots of Christianity. The cross and the menorah, this is in their own literature, on the back of the letter, the cross and the menorah are intertwined to demonstrate the unity of purpose of this coalition. Their letterhead says that the following are members of this coalition: the American Jewish Congress, Catholics for a Free Choice, the Christian Church, meaning Disciples of Christ, the Episcopal Church, the National Council of Jewish Women, the Presbyterian Church of USA, meaning United States of America, presumably, the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, United Methodist Church, and the United Synagogue of America. So here we see some of the major Jewish and Christian organizations united to support a woman's right to an abortion. And they selected this logo as their symbol of unity. And there's the names on the bottom that some of those I just read. But they didn't tell you that their logo conceals a hidden swastika. So I cut the swastika out of their logo and put it off to one side and put the piece of pink paper behind. There is no question that it is there. You might want to ask your group, if I mention them by name, as to why they combined the Christian cross, the Jewish menorah, and the swastika when they formed their logo. Notice how they concealed a hidden swastika and that Jewish organizations supposedly did not see it. I'm sure it is just an artist's mistake and that the swastika is not really there. This is another use of the swastika. This is a drawing of an Indian thunderbird with a swastika shown on its chest. This drawing was part of a flyer prepared by Arizona's state-run Highway Commission prior to World War II. This symbol also appeared all over our state highways until Adolf Hitler used it in World War II and it was removed. This is a close-up of the Thunderbird on the flyer, and the symbol is carrying a swastika on its chest. And this is a similar drawing of a Thunderbird on another flyer put out by the Arizona Highway Commission. It also has a swastika on its chest. One of the original founders of the Thule Society was Rudolf von Sabbatendorf. He wrote this: "I intend to commit the Thule Society to this combat. I swear it on this swastika, on this sign which for us is sacred, in order that you hear it, O magnificent sun." So here we see that both the sun and the swastika are connected to the Thule Society. Notice that the Thule Society is engaged in a combat between the sun worshippers and the rest of the world. Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati on May the 1st, 1776, May Day. May Day has traditionally become a holiday amongst the worshippers of the secret religion. Albert Pike told us why. He said the festival was in honor of the sun. The Illuminati worshiped the sun, and George Washington told us that the Illuminati worshiped the devil. The witches know why the 1st of May, called May Day, is important. The witch that wrote this book, entitled The ABCs of Witchcraft, wrote this: "There is a witch's custom of coming to a prehistoric English ring to see the sun rise on the morning of May Day." And the reason is because May Day is the traditional beginning of summer. But sun worship is a lot older than 1776. it is discussed in the Bible. This is Ezekiel chapter 8, verses 15 and 16, and it reads, "And he," meaning the Lord God, "brought me," meaning Ezekiel, "into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord. And these 25 men worshipped the sun toward the east. And then the Lord God called that practice, that worship of the sun toward the east, an abomination. These men had turned their back on the worship of the Lord and were worshiping the sun in the direction of the east. Notice the east is where the sun god rises each morning. That is why they worship towards the east. They were acknowledging his rebirth in the morning. Another mention of this practice is in Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 2 through 4, and then 7. "If there be found among you any man or woman that hath gone and served other gods, and worship them, either the sun or the moon, and if it be true that such an abomination is wrought in Israel, so thou shalt put the evil away from among you." The God of the Bible told the people that there were sun worshippers in Israel, and that their worship was an abomination to the Lord, and that they were to put it away from amongst their midst. Yet the Masons worship the sun in the east. Albert Pike told us, "Our lodges are said to be due east and west because the master represents the rising sun. The sun," the next slide, "the sun, his is the all-seeing eye in our lodges." Once again, the capital S and the word sun. Their master, meaning their president, sits in the east. Their master is a man, but he represents the rising sun. And the rising sun represents the rising god, Lucifer. Masons in America worship the sun in the east, and the Bible has told us to put them away from us. Now, I'm not advocating violence, but I am advocating that we expose the Masons as being worshipers of the sun god, so that we can know who they are and then have nothing to do with them. Because if we do not do as we are commanded by the Lord God, we will get the consequences of our disobedience. We will get the new world order. May I now make this call to anyone watching this video today. If you are a Mason, check me out. And if I am right, then get out. You have been told to do so by the Lord God. He has called your worship an abomination. It is time to leave, to resign, to get out. If you know someone who is a Mason, show him this video on the subject. Let them learn who it is that they worship, and then urge them to get out. It is time to put the Masons away from us. To further prove my contention that the Masons know who it is that they are worshiping, let me continue with some of the writings of the high-ranking Masons. This is once again Henry C. Clausen, the past Sovereign Grand Commander of the 33rd degree Masons. This man, until he resigned, or I believe he resigned a few years ago, was the #1 Mason in the world. He has told us where it is that one learns who the sun god truly is. He has written that in this magazine, that the lodges, he has written that it is in the Masonic lodges where the true knowledge of the one supreme deity is given. It is here inside the Masonic lodge that the Mason learns who the God of the universe truly is. Now, it is commonly thought that religion is to teach mankind who the one true God is. But the Masons say that they are the ones with the true knowledge. If that is true, then humanity does not need religion. And if we don't need religion, why not abolish it? That is just another confirmation that the Masons are out to destroy religion. Now, it is a fair question to ask, who is that supreme deity? A supreme deity is one over all religions, one that is common to all, and I'm saying that Lucifer is that one supreme deity. We, the public, have it all wrong. Lucifer is the true God of the universe, and you learn that in the lodge. The Masons have told us that themselves. To show you that the Masons worship the sun as a symbol of Lucifer, let me once again quote Albert Mackey from his encyclopedia. Mr. Mackey wrote, "The sun is then presented to us in Masonry first as a symbol of light, but then more emphatically as a symbol of sovereign authority. The sun is a symbol of a sovereign. A sovereign means one who rules. That sovereign is in authority. Their sovereign is their God, and that sovereign is Lucifer." Now let me prove that statement. Albert Pike wrote in his book entitled Morals and Dogma, "If you'll reflect, my brother, you will no doubt suspect that some secret teaching was concealed in these words. In other words, the secret is not stated directly. You have to look for it. It is concealed, but it can be found, and it is the obligation of the Mason to find it. And to prove that there is a secret, let me point this out. In one of the 2 copies of Morals and Dogma that I own, there was a stamp in the book that read, quote, "Esoteric book for Scottish Rite use only, to be returned upon withdrawal or death of the recipient." The word esoteric is defined for and understood by the specially initiated alone. Albert Pike lays the foundation for the reasons the Masons conceal their information from the average person with this thought from his book entitled Legenda. He wrote this in his book, Legenda, "Not unto all should all be made known." So Morals and Dogma conceals, as did Legenda, a secret inside its pages. And some people can see it, and some people know what that secret is. In fact, Pike wrote this on page 772. "If you desire to find and gain admission to the sanctuary, we have set enough to show you the way. If you do not, it is useless for us to say more, as it has been useless to say so much." Manly P. Hall wrote this in his book entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. "The initiated brother realizes that his so-called symbols and rituals are merely blinds fabricated by the wise to perpetuate ideas incomprehensible to the average individual. He also realizes that few Masons of today know or appreciate the mystic meaning concealed within these rituals. Albert Pike told us Masonry conceals its secrets from all except the adepts. I'll identify who these adepts are in a few minutes," and he went on to say, "or sages or the elect," and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols. And here's the purpose: to mislead those who deserve to be misled, to conceal the truth which it calls light from them, and to draw them away from it. Pike continued, "A great number of men who believe themselves Freemasons are ignorant of the meaning of their rites and have lost the keys of their mysteries." We can know who these adepts are that Mr. Pike talked about. Kenneth Mackenzie, a Mason, told us in his book entitled The Royal Masonic Encyclopedia who these adepts were. He wrote this. He said, "Adepts, a name given to the order of the Illuminati. The Illuminati are the enlightened ones, the ones who have seen the light and understand the true meaning of the symbols. But more importantly, the Illuminati was, as we discussed, committed to the destruction of Christianity. Yet Mr. Mackenzie says that the adepts are the Illuminati. The Masons admit that they concealed the truth from their fellow Masons by the use of a lie. Albert Pike wrote, it is for each individual Mason to discover the secret of Masonry. Notice that Mr. Pike said that there is only one secret to discover. Mr. Pike continued, Masonry does not inculcate her truths. The word inculcate means to repeat a thought often. So what Mr. Pike is saying is that they only say it once, and you are supposed to figure it out from that one sentence or thought. He went on, she states them once and briefly, or hints them, perhaps darkly, or interposes a cloud between them and eyes that would be dazzled by them. That rite, talking about the Scottish rite, raises the corner of the veil even in the degree of apprentice. The degree of apprentice is, as I said before, the first degree of the Blue Lodge. For it there declares that Masonry is a worship. And it is a worship, the worship of the sun god Lucifer. The sun worshippers, called the Adept Masons, actually admit that they lie to their fellow Masons to conceal the truth from them. Albert Pike wrote, the blue degrees are but the outer court, and the blue degrees, of course, are the first three, are but the outer court of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. Mr. Pike adds a similar thought from page 53 of his book entitled Agenda. Masonry permits the utterance of false interpretations which serve the double purpose of misleading the ignorant, the idle, and indolent, whom it is desirable to lead astray, and of indirectly indicating to the wise and studious the true way leading to the light. Notice that the Mason is intentionally being lied to by his fellow Masons. Mr. Pike continues in his book entitled Morals and Dogma. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine that he shall understand them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. So the secrets of the Masonic Lodge are reserved for the adepts, the members of the Illuminati. Mr. Pike further continued that thought in his book entitled Agenda. It was never intended that the mass of Masons should know the meaning of the blue degrees. In the blue degrees, where no symbol received its true explanation. In fact, Mr. Pike called the separation of the average Mason from the adept Mason a circle within a circle. And we saw that at the very beginning of this lecture, where we drew a circle, and inside that circle put a small dot. Those inside the circle were those inside the religion, and those inside the dot knew what the true meanings of the symbols were. Pike wrote a similar thought on page 6 of his book entitled Agenda. Masonry also has its symbols, its ancient symbols, inherited from the mysteries, and intended to veil and conceal the truth from all except the adepts. Masonry gives false interpretations of its symbols. For all except the few, the road to the light is lost. And to convince even the skeptic that Albert Pike meant that the average Mason is lied to about the meaning of the symbols, he wrote this on page 27 of his book entitled Agenda. All of its symbols have a meaning, all of the symbols of the Freemasons have a concealed meaning, these containing only hints cautiously given in ideas easily misunderstood and so intended to be by all but the adepts. But he is misled by a substitute that has for him no meaning, although it indeed contains his reward if he but knew it. So the degrees will tell the initiate the truth if he can figure it out. Pike wrote, whether these degrees have for you a real value depends upon your capacity to understand them, and upon the amount of study and the degree of reflection you have bestowed upon them. No man can understand them fully without close and long study and profound thought. And he goes on to explain why they do not make their secrets known to everyone. Absolute truths are not needed for the masses. In other words, Masonry is a good program of great benefit to mankind, but all men should not know that. That does not make sense. If it is a good program, then why not share it with all of the people? Why must only the adepts get the information that is of benefit to all mankind? And the answer is simple. Albert Pike wrote this on page 32 of Legenda. The principal purpose of the mysteries was to teach the initiates the secret of holy doctrine, the theology and philosophy which the priests concealed from the vulgar as beyond and above their comprehension. So the average person cannot comprehend the truth of the secrets. We are too dumb to understand, so the Masons have decided that only those who can figure it out for themselves can learn the single truth, because only they deserve to know what it is. So the Masons and others are concealing the truth from us because we are too dumb to understand. That is why they conceal the truth from us about the New World Order. The Masons do not like the average man. They know that we are too dumb to figure it out. They know that if we knew the truth about the New World Order, we would not allow them to impose it. Because the good program of the Masons is called the New World Order, and quite simply, the New World Order is not a benefit to all mankind. Pike wrote a similar thought on page 772 of his book. If you desire to find and to gain admission to the sanctuary, we have set enough to show you the way. If you do not, it is useless for us to say more, as it has been useless to say so much. Remember that the Masons ask for light from the Masons inside the lodge. It is written into their initiation ceremony, and the initiate says that he is seeking light in response to the question as to what he's looking for. One who has told us directly who the light bearer is of course, Albert Pike, the greatest Mason of his day. Before I quote this letter, I must qualify it. This letter showed up in a book written in the French language in 1889. The man who wrote the book was, as I remember, not a Mason. The Masons who have read this letter have disputed its authenticity. They claim it is not real. They claim that Mr. Pike never wrote it. I've read the letter in about 6 different books. I personally believe that the letter is authentic, not because I have any evidence that it is real, but because it fits with the other things we know that Albert Pike wrote, that we can confirm. So with that understanding, let me read this letter that certain people claim was written by Albert Pike in 1889. To the crowd, here Mr. Pike is referring apparently to us, the non-Masonic public. So to the crowd we must say, we worship a God, but it is the God one adores without superstition. What he means here is that those of us who believe in the Creator God do so because it is superstition. He is saying that the existence of the Creator God cannot be proven by the human mind. The Masons believe in their God without superstition. They believe that their God is real, the other God of the Bible is not real. That is the reason I wrote my pamphlet entitled God Exists. Because you can know that a belief in the Creator God is not a superstition, it is science, proven by logic, reason, and the laws of science. Mr. Pike continues, you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. All of us initiates of the high degree should maintain the Masonic religion in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. So here Mr. Pike says that the Masons worship Lucifer, that this is the one secret contained within his writings. Notice that he says you can tell it to the high-ranking Masons, meaning the 30th, 31st, and 32nd degrees. You might recall that we read John Robinson's comments on the 30th degree, where the Masons take an oath to destroy Christianity. So this part of the letter appears to ring true as well. Mr. Pike goes on, if Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, the God of the Christians and his priests, falsely accuse and slander him? The Christians have it all backwards. The one true God is Lucifer, not their God, called Adonai. Mr. Pike's letter continued, yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately Adonai is also God. Notice that he wrote that it is unfortunate that Adonai is also a God, that if the universe only had one God, and that God was Lucifer, the world would be a better place. So Mr. Pike is saying that Lucifer was the equal of Adonai. So there are, in truth, according to this Mason, 2 gods in the universe. One is called Adonai, the Creator God, and the other is called Lucifer, the great architect of the universe. Mr. Pike went on, the true and pure philosophic religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. So here we can see that the Christian community, according to Mr. Pike, has it all backwards. The God of the Bible is the God of darkness, and the God named Lucifer is the God of light. Notice everything is just the opposite. It might be instructive at this point to remember the principle of reversal. Pike wrote, what is superior is as that which is inferior, and what is below is as that which is above. So he's saying that which is above is as that which is below. Pike made a similar statement in his book entitled Agenda on page 4. Everywhere in our own holy books, we find perpetuated the old light religion. God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. So Pike believes that Lucifer is the God of light. And to show you that Albert Pike is not the only one who believes that Lucifer is God, this is once again Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a Luciferian and occultist, who wrote this, the quote we're going to read, in a book entitled The Secret Doctrine. On page 377 of this book, she wrote this, Satan, the enemy of God, is in reality the highest divine spirit. And elsewhere in her book, on page 413, she identifies Satan as the deity. She wrote this: "The true theosophist, the pursuer of divine wisdom and worshiper of absolute perfection, the unknown deity." And this is further proof that what Mr. Pike has written is true. This is a typical pamphlet that was written by a Masonic lodge for those who are outside of the organization wishing to know more about it. One of these little pamphlets said this: "Freemasonry has taught the ideals of equality and the importance of education in freeing mankind from prejudice, superstition, and social injustice." Notice that Pike wrote that Christianity is a belief in superstition. And here the Masons as a group are saying that they seek to free mankind from superstition. They are telling you the truth, but in a concealed language. What the pamphlet is saying is that the Masons are teaching their members to rid the world of religion. The Masons speak in a coded language, and once you understand the principle of reversal, their writings make sense. The Masons are saying that the God of the Bible is darkness, the opposite of what we think, and Lucifer, supposedly the god of darkness, is the god of light. But Albert Pike was wrong. Lucifer is not God. The Bible teaches in Isaiah chapter 43, verses 1 and 10, "Thus saith the Lord, understand that I am He. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me." The Bible continues, "I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me." So Pike claimed that Lucifer was a god, but he was not correct. Lucifer cannot be God, he was not God, and he will not be God. So quite simply, Pike was wrong. Lucifer is not God. The Masons inside their lodge seek light. The Masons acknowledge that Lucifer is the light bearer. Others confirm this as well. Once again, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the author of the book entitled Secret Doctrine and a Luciferian, confirmed it as well. On page 513, she wrote, "Satan and Lucifer, or light bearer." Lewis Spence, in his book entitled Encyclopedia of Occultism, wrote that Lucifer was the bringer of light. Everyone, of course, knew that light came from the sun, and so the sun and Lucifer became synonymous. And the Bible confirms this as well. In 2 Corinthians verse 11, chapter 14, the Bible says, "And no marvel, for Satan is transformed into an angel of light." The word transformed is defined to change in outward shape or semblance. That means that Lucifer does not change, he only appears to change. So he is not an angel of light, he only appears to be an angel of light. Manly P. Hall confirms all that I've just quoted with this quote from his book entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. Mr. Hall wrote, "The ancients taught that the sun was not a source of light, life, or power, but a medium through which life and light were reflected into physical substance. The Master Mason is, in truth, a sun, a great reflector of light." Here he was saying that man is not the light, he reflects the light from a God. He continues, "He," meaning the Master Mason, "stands between the glowing firelight and the world." And he went on, "Through him passes Hydra, the great snake, and from its mouth there pours to man the light of God. His symbol, Hydra's symbol, is the rising sun." And that is what the Bible says. But there is another claimant to being the light bearer. The Bible says in John chapter 8, verse 12, "Then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life." So there are two claimants to being the light bearer, Lucifer or Jesus. We have seen that the Masons claim that Lucifer is the god of the light and that the God of the Bible is the god of darkness. We must remember the words of Albert Pike on page 16 of his book entitled Legenda. "It is a war between light and darkness, and he is right." Jesus claims in the New Testament in John chapter 8, verse 20, Jesus answered him, saying, "I spake openly to the world, and in secret have I said nothing." Jesus conceals nothing. Lucifer conceals everything. Albert Pike wrote, "The glory of God is to conceal the word, and wisdom is with those who keep secrets." So here we see that Jesus, the Son of God, is not the God of the Masons. Jesus conceals nothing, and the God of the Masons conceals everything. So there are two claimants, as I said, to being the light bearer: Lucifer, who has hidden his alleged deity in symbols and in secret rituals, and Jesus, who hid nothing and kept nothing secret. One is Lucifer, who even the Masons admit conceals that truth from the public, and Jesus, who spoke everything in public for all mankind. So each of us is going to have to make a choice between the two. There is no other option. This will be the first of my two brief religious pitches. I am an historian that has discovered an enormous truth that other historians have never found, or who are keeping the truth from you. Notice that I have just proven that there is a secret religion on this earth that worships Lucifer under a concealed secret worship, that this worship is to be kept from the public except those smart enough to figure it out and then act on it. And then there is Jesus, who also claims to be the light bearer. So each of us has a choice to make. We can either believe Jesus or Lucifer, and each of us will have to make that choice, because the coming new world order demands it. May I humbly suggest that you do it soon, because this new world order is coming, and it will be here very, very soon. I want you to know that I am not the one saying that each of us will have to make a decision about this coming new world order. I want you to know that it is those who support the changes that are saying it. Let me show you some of those quotes. This is once again Terry Cole Whitaker. She wrote this on her book, page 89 of her book. Opposition and disbelief will have a similar lack of effect on the new world, which so many on this planet now envision. Those who oppose such a vision will, in fact, simply disappear, just as those who opposed other visions and visionaries long since have returned to dust, while the visions they so vehemently attacked live on. So those who oppose the New World Order, according to Terry Cole Whitaker, will in fact simply disappear. Two other New Agers, Betty Lafferty and Bud Holloway, wrote this in their book entitled The Eternal Dance. This is a time of opportunity for those who will take it. Apparently they're referring here to the New Agers. So, but for others, and here he's talking about those who will not accept the New World Order, meaning those who won't accept it, if the earth is unsuitable for them, meaning if they don't forget it or don't want the New World Order, they will go on to other worlds. Another spokesman of the New Age religion was Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the guru sought out by the rock and roll group known as the Beatles, was quoted as saying, "There has not been and there will not be a place for the unfit." Apparently he's referring to those who will not accept the New World Order. He said the fit will lead, and if the unfit are not coming along, meaning if they will not accept the New Age religion, there is no place for them. In the age of enlightenment, there is no place for ignorant people. Non-existence of the unfit has been the law of nature. This is what this man taught the Beatles, 30-some years ago. Ruth Montgomery, another New Ager, added her thoughts on the subject. The souls who helped to bring on this chaos of the present century, and I believe she's referring to those who do not believe in the New Age, will have passed into spirit to rethink their attitudes. And she went on, and millions will survive and millions won't. Those who won't will go into the spirit state. John Randolph Price is another New Ager, and he made an estimate of the number who will not survive the transfer. Mr. Price was told by his spirit guide, a spirit guide is someone apparently that talks to Mr. Price, that up to 2.5 billion might perish in the coming chaos. 2.5 billion is about 1/2 of the population of the world. That means that 1/2 of the people on earth today will not be here after the New World Order is imposed. So hold on, this is not very pleasant. But perhaps the most frightening statement made by any New Ager that I am not familiar with came from the pen of Barbara Marx Hubbard, a New Ager who wrote this in her book entitled Happy Birthday Earth. The choice is, do you wish to become a natural Christ, a universal human, or do you wish to die? People will either change or die. That is the choice. And to show you that this thought was not hers alone, I would like to point out that Lord Maitreya, this so-called Christ, said it in 1979, what we're about to read. I'd like to return to Benjamin Krem's book entitled The Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom that I've quoted from before. He has published Lord Maitreya's teachings on September the 12th, 1979 in his entirety on page 246 of his book. I would like to quote only a part of it. This is what Lord Maitreya taught us, 1979. Man must change or die. There is no other course. When you see this, you will gladly take up my cause and show that for man exists a future bathed in light. It is true, unfortunately, you will either accept the New World Order or die. I'm sorry that I must be so blunt, but notice that I did not say this. Those who support the New World Order said it. Notice that I'm not saying this without any proof. I'm quoting the experts, those who believe in the New World Order. You cannot fault my research. I'm reading the experts. This is real because I found the writings of those who believe it. So I am not the only one saying that each of us will be given a choice. We will either accept or reject the New World Order. And those who reject it will go into the spirit state. Another New Ager once wrote a similar thought about purging the earth of those who will not accept the new future. His name was Adolf Hitler, the German New Ager, who fought World War II to give the world a New World Order. He killed up to 50 million people and felt no remorse. So Adolf Hitler also was a believer, and those who would not accept the New World Order died, and over 50 million did. This is what Adolf Hitler wrote. I have the right to exterminate millions of individuals of inferior races which multiply like vermin. And the reason why these New Agers do not tremble when they write about the death of billions of people was stated by Alice Bailey, one of the New Agers. She wrote, "Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable. Therefore, there is much destruction permitted by the custodians of the plan and much evil turned into good." Notice, I'm quoting the writers of this material themselves, those who believe in it. So there is a battle being waged between Lucifer and Jesus. And I found it as an historian. I have found it as any historian could have if he or she had only looked. And some are predicting that Lucifer will win that war. Albert Pike said this in his book entitled Morals and Dogma. Light will finally overcome darkness. Here is another author who is saying basically the same thing. The Magian philosophers tell us that Ormuzd sprang originally from the purest light and Ahriman from the most profound darkness. According to Pike's principle of reversal, Ormuzd is Lucifer and Ahriman is the God of the Bible. He went on, then the former, meaning Ormuzd, the concealed Lucifer, adorned the heaven with stars. Notice that he is capitalizing the word, so he is not talking about the stars that shine in the sky at night, but he means something else. Quite possibly he's talking about the masters that we've been talking about for all the time of this lecture. So the masters are the stars placing the sun in front of all the rest. So these gods are to contend with varied success, at the end of which time Ahriman, meaning the God of the Bible, is to be destroyed and mankind for the future to live in perfect happiness. According to Albert Pike, light, represented by the wisdom of Lucifer, will finally overcome the God of the Bible. He repeated that thought with a little more detail on page 287 of his book. You see, my brother, what is the meaning of Masonic light? You see why the east of the lodge, where the initial letter of the name of the deity overhangs the master, is the place of light. Light, as contradistinguished from darkness, is good, as contradistinguished from evil. And it is that light, the true knowledge of deity, the eternal good, for which Masons in all ages have sought. Still, Masonry marches steadily toward that light that shines in the great distance. That light of the day when evil, overcome and vanquished, evil meaning the God of the Bible, shall fade away and disappear forever, and life and light will be the one law of the universe. Benjamin Krem also claims that Maitreya foresees total victory for the forces of light. And he went on to say that those who object to the New World Order can do nothing to prevent it. Benjamin Krem wrote, nothing can prevent the inauguration of this era of tranquility and equilibrium. And Albert Pike feels that this victory was only a short time away from 1871 when he wrote his book entitled Morals and Dogma. He wrote, we can look on all the evils of the world and see that it is only the hour before sunrise and that the light, capital L again, is coming. Mr. Pike went on to say a little about what is going to happen about after light conquers the darkness of the Bible. He wrote this, the sign of the truth is about to appear and the veil which concealed it will be withdrawn. And what this sign of the truth is not to be told except in a concealed manner. He wrote, it is for you to discover this law and this secret for yourself. The initiate learns by reflection and not by committing, I'm sorry, one slide behind here. The initiate learns by reflection and not by committing words and definitions to memory. This battle has been going on since the beginning of time and has been called the battle between good and evil. And we live in the generation that will decide the final outcome. Someone else who thought that light would overcome darkness was Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the famous composer. There's a picture of Wolfgang at a very young age playing those days, the harpsichord. This is a book by Paul Nettie, an internationally respected musical authority, entitled Mozart and Masonry. This book details some of the evidence that Mozart was a Mason and wrote several of his operas to conceal Masonic truths. For instance, Mozart wrote Gesellenreise, meaning fellow craft's journey, just before his father became a second-degree Mason. The second degree of Masonry is called the fellow craft. Mozart wrote a second song to be performed at the opening of a particular Masonic lodge. And third, he wrote a third song, to be performed at the closing of that lodge, and a fourth entitled Mauer Freud, meaning Mason's Joy. Please forgive me for not pronouncing these words correctly, but that is the best I can do under the circumstances because I don't speak German. One of the greatest operas that Mozart wrote was called The Magic Flute. Before I comment on that, I must read a few of the comments made by Professor Nettie, who must be a member of the Masons, although he does not say he is. He writes this, among intellectual forces of the 18th century, none is of such fundamental importance as Freemasonry. It is significant because it combined all of the humanitarian teachings of its time. He writes about its alleged ideal of humanitarianism, its flowering since World War II, and its chief attractions. Mr. Nettie says Masonry keeps no secrets from the uninitiated, and of course we've been examining that and find that's not true. Yet there is a Masonic secret, a mystery, an experience that cannot be taught or explained, because it lies, like every mystic experience, beyond the realm of controlled consciousness. And then he says that the secret of Freemasonry is the secret of experiencing true love for all mankind, a positive attitude towards man and life, and broad affirmation of God. He said it is the realization that beyond the dark and material world there is a realm of light towards which all men must strive. So it appears as if Mr. Nettie has not studied Masonry long enough nor deeply enough to see that what he sees is simply not the truth. He has been deluded by his study of the craft. But overlooking his patronage of Masonry, his book adds an important piece of the puzzle to the understanding of its role in the past. Mr. Nettie wrote, about the use of classical music as a way of propagandizing the elite of a society for the cause of Lucifer worship. Because Mozart was using his work, the magic flute, as a way of informing those who attended the opera that Masonry has a great allure to those who joined it. The author calls the magic flute one of the greatest artworks of all time and says that it was the direct result of Mozart's Masonic associations because the magic flute glorifies the Masonic ideal. There are some who believe that Mozart revealed too much in the magic flute and that he was poisoned by the members of the Masonic Lodge. And the reason for that belief lies in the fact that his first performance of the opera was on September the 30th, 1791, and he died on December the 5th of the same year. There are stories that his hands and feet began to swell and that he was vomiting just before he died. There are those who believe that these are signs of poisoning. His official cause of death was rheumatic fever causing a heart attack. So we will never know. So if the Masons killed Mozart, the world will never know of their act of murder. So I would like to examine a little about the opera and see if we can determine just what it was that Mozart wrote that glorified the Masonic ideal. The hero of the opera is Tamino, the son of a king, and he is promised the hand of Pamina, the daughter of a queen, if he will rescue her from a man named Sarastro. And the hero begins his journey. He ends up locating Pamina and Sarastro and finds her after she has escaped the king. For some reason not made known in the video presentation of the opera, Tamino decides that he and Pamina must be initiated into a group that Mozart calls the Brotherhood. Now these are some pictures taken from a copy of the opera that I have, and we're going to have to read. We'll read the words, but they're in the captions in the white. They might not show up on the screen. But these three women attempt to warn Tamino, shown there in the blue outfit with the little red on the shoulder. These women attempt to warn Tamino about the Masons. They say if you join the Brotherhood, you will surely end in hell. I think their opinion is a little strong, but it's interesting to note that Mozart was trying to say that there were at least two sides of the Masonic question. But Tamino determines that he will be initiated, and the three women give him a magic flute and tell him that it will protect him as he journeys through the trials of the initiation. They further tell him that the magic flute will increase human happiness. But it is my opinion that the flute is a symbol of a truth. The flute, in my opinion, is a symbol of the truth that Lucifer is the god of the Masons, and that knowledge will protect you, and that knowledge will protect you from the evil Christians. That truth will increase human happiness after all men live in the New World Order. I believe that Mozart understood the Masonic Lodge's roles in creating the New World Order. So the next part of the opera concerns itself with the initiation of Tamino. I want to point out that women do not accompany their boyfriends or husbands as they go through the Masonic initiation today, but in the opera, for some unexplained reason, Pamina accompanies him. However, she walks behind him with her left hand on his left shoulder. The implication is that she is going through the initiation not as an equal, but as the future wife of Tamina. This slide shows Tamino, shown on the left, as he prepares to enter the temple. This slide does not show it very clearly, but the temple is a giant pyramid with only this, the front door, visible. Notice that there are two obelisks near the temple, one on each side of the door. Three boys, played by three young women, reveal the nature of the ceremony that Pamina will go through. And this is what they sing in the song. There's these three young women portraying three young boys. Soon the sun will rise. Mortals will be as gods. Superstition will vanish. And wisdom will triumph. This is what they sing to the audience. This is the future. I believe they're talking here about the New World Order. So here we see the reason, I believe, that Mozart was murdered. He revealed the nature of the Masonic initiation. The Masons, represented by wisdom, will finally overcome superstition, meaning Christianity. So Mozart understood the exact nature of Freemasonry. Very simply, Mozart knew. Meanwhile, back in the temple, the brothers assemble for the initiation. Notice that they are all wearing blue cloaks. The first 3 degrees of the Masonic Lodge are called the Blue Lodge. I don't know, but I think that this is another amazing coincidence. The king, Sarastro, tells the Brotherhood that Tamino, the hero of the opera, wants to be initiated. The master addresses the lodge as the servants of Osiris and Isis. And we've been showing you in the quotes from the past that Osiris was the sun god, a symbol of Lucifer. The Brotherhood then votes to accept Tamino as a new brother. There they are raising their hands in voting. And Tamino says, my God is wisdom. There he is before he goes into initiation. And he said, my prize is Pamina. He's going to be married to Pamina if he goes through the initiation. So Tamino understood before he is initiated. Notice that Tamino's head is covered with a hood, which is an accurate recording of what actually happens during a Masonic initiation. The king says, O Isis and Osiris, grant wisdom to this new couple, meaning Pamino and Tamina. At the end of the opera, Tamino and Pamina approach the king during the last stages of the initiation. And shown here, Tamino and Pamina have completed the initiation. Notice the huge sun and its radiant beams extending from the semicircle. There is no question that this is a sun, and it appears that Mozart understood the hidden concealed message of the Masonic Lodge and that he put it in the opera. And that is the reason I believe he was murdered. Let's go back to this book. We talked about it in another context, but this is the book entitled Jack the Ripper by Stephen Knight. We've already talked about it, but he says this about the death of Mozart. It is known that Vienna's highest Masons were angry at Mozart leaving the Brotherhood in his last years, and they were outraged over what they regarded as a betrayal of their secrets in the magic flute. To this day, and meaning 1986, when Mr. Knight wrote the book, no one knows where Mozart's body is buried. So it is conceivable that Mozart was poisoned and then buried so that no one would ever find the body and discover the evidence of the poisoning. So there appears to be evidence that the Masons will murder if they believe that they have to. I next would like to discuss the pyramid and the all-seeing eye as symbols. And I'd like to start by examining the pyramid on the back side of the dollar bill. Notice that the pyramid has an all-seeing eye that we've discussed before. We're going to continue to discuss as we discuss the pyramid. It is an interesting question as to why our founding fathers decided to put this pyramid on our Great Seal. Because to my knowledge, there are no stone pyramids in the United States. This is the official position of what the U.S. Treasury Department tells us about the pyramid on our Great Seal. The pyramid is the symbol of strength, and its unfinished condition denoted the belief of the designers of the Great Seal that there was still work to be done. Notice that the pyramid on the dollar bill is not complete. The top is flat, and the eye is above the pyramid. So this couldn't be a symbol of the founding of the Republic. It has another meaning. E. Raymond Capt, a writer on the subject of the Great Seal and its symbols, wrote this: the triangle in connection with the all-seeing eye is the Masonic symbol of the grand architect of the universe. So Mr. Capt connects the all-seeing eye with the pyramid and the pyramid with the Masonic Lodge. The pyramid of the Great Seal is a model of the Great Pyramid of Giza outside of Cairo, Egypt. Now we'll come back to that pyramid in a few moments. Here, for instance, is a copy of the Great Seal of the state of Colorado. Notice that the state also uses the all-seeing eye in a pyramid form just above the shield and above the thing called the, I've forgotten the name of the middle thing. So I won't talk about that. But above all those symbols is the eye with the pyramid. Notice that the state also uses the all-seeing eye in a pyramid form. So it is not just the federal government that understands the significance of the all-seeing eye and its connection with the pyramid. The people who conceived the flag or the seal of Colorado did so as well. So we can see that the pyramid, the all-seeing eye, and the twin obelisks are all Masonic symbols, as we're showing you here in the last few minutes. I'd like to now return to the study of the pyramid. The Masons acknowledged that the pyramid in Cairo was not a tomb or a burial chamber, but in truth was a temple of initiation. The October 1953 edition of the New Age magazine, published by the Masons, contained an article on the Great Pyramid. This is what it said. If perchance you were to visit the Great Pyramid of Giza, the one outside Cairo, you would be presented with a souvenir stating that Osiris commanded Thomis to build him a house in the form of a pyramid with certain designated passageways. Notice that the pyramid was built for Osiris, the Egyptian sun god, who wanted a house to live in. The Masons are admitting that the pyramid was built as a house, as a place for the sun god Osiris to live. They are correct. The pyramid was not built as a burial tomb for a pharaoh. It was not built as a tomb for anyone. It was built as a house for a sun god. In fact, the Great Pyramid was once covered with dazzling white casing stones, which could be seen from great distances because it captured and reflected the sun's rays. This is a picture of a few of the only remaining casing stones still part of the original structure. Apparently it acted in part as a visible reminder of the sun god who lived inside it, because many could see it from miles away because of its reflected light. This is a book called The Pyramids, An Enigma Solved, written by Joseph Davidowitz and Margie Morris. They have confirmed that the pyramid was not built as a tomb, but as a temple for a sun god. They wrote this on page 182. Khufu, and Khufu was the name of the pharaoh who built the pyramid, named the monument, his monument, the pyramid, which is the place of the sunrise and sunset. The name depicted the pyramid as the throne of the sun god Ra during his daily course across the heavens. Now this is a cross-section of the pyramid. The pyramid is entered from the entrance to your right, where we got the red arrow, and the visitor then enters what is called the descending passageway, also shown in red on this picture. After walking a short time, he comes to what is called the ascending passageway. He has a choice here, and he can either continue walking down the descending passageway, or he can start his walk up what has been called the ascending passageway, shown in orange on the picture. After a while, he comes to another choice. He can walk on a level walkway into what has been called the Queen's Chamber, shown in green on the picture, or he can enter a large room called the Grand Gallery, shown in purple. When he completes his walk through the Grand Gallery, he can enter what has been called the King's Chamber, shown in yellow. The King's Chamber was built supposedly as the burial room of a pharaoh, but notice that the Masons claim that the pyramid was not built as a tomb, it was built as a house for a sun god. This is a photograph of what they call the King's Room. The box the man is standing beside is supposed to be the tomb of a pharaoh, but there was no pharaoh inside when the first modern visitors entered the room. There was no other paraphernalia in the room. It was completely empty. That box was not built as a burial tomb. It was built as a box in which an initiate is laid during an initiation ceremony. And to show you that the builders of the pyramid knew that, let's look at the cross-section of the pyramid again. Those black lines leading off on both sides of the two large rooms in the pyramid, the Queen's Chamber, shown in green, and the King's Chamber, shown in yellow, are air vents. They extend all the way through the pyramid to the outside air. Their purpose is to get oxygen into the rooms. That means that the builders anticipated that there would be oxygen breathing people in those rooms. If these rooms were built as tombs, the last thing the builders would want is in the room was oxygen, because the Egyptians knew that oxygen destroys decaying human flesh. If they were burying their pharaoh for eternity, the last thing they wanted in the room was oxygen. Somewhere in my reading in the past, and I don't remember exactly where I read this, I read a story that was written about the opening of one of those tombs of a pharaoh. As I remember, the archaeologist had to break through a wax seal around the entranceway into the tomb to enter the room. The doorway had blocks that were precisely cut so that hardly any air could get into the room, and the wax had been used to completely ensure that no air would get inside the burial chamber. The people who buried the pharaoh left behind several torches in the room that were being allowed to burn off all of the oxygen inside of the room after they had pushed the blocks into the doorway and then sealed the doorway with wax. The torches would, of course, die out after all the oxygen was burned up. The reason they went to all of this trouble was to preserve the body as well as they could after burial. As I remember, the first archaeologist into the room said that the air was putrid. because there was no oxygen in it, because the Egyptians knew. And if they knew that that was true, why would they put air vents into the tomb of the pyramid as they did in the pyramid itself? Now this is a picture of the author Peter Tompkins examining one of these air shaft openings. The Masons of today also know that the pyramid near Cairo was built as a temple of initiation to the sun god. Wilfred Gregson, an architect and a 33rd degree Mason, wrote in a New Age magazine, obviously the idea was to get air moving into the pyramid. You can't exist very long breathing stagnant air. So my principle is that this was a temple of initiation, and it was. The pyramid was a temple of initiation into the secret worship of Osiris, the sun god, the secret worship of Lucifer. Other Masons have confirmed this as well. Manly P. Hall, the 33rd degree Mason, has written, the pyramids, the great temples, Egyptian temples of initiation. He wrote, the illumined of antiquity entered its portals as men, they came forth as gods. So the pyramid has a specific function, to make gods out of man after they were initiated into Lucifer worship. And to confirm that, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky wrote the following on page 462 of her book entitled The Secret Doctrine. The king's chamber in Cheops pyramid is thus an Egyptian holy of holies. On the days of the mysteries of initiation, the candidate, representing the solar god, had to descend into the sarcophagus and represent the energizing ray. Emerging from it on the following morning, he typified the resurrection of life after the change called death. In the great mysteries, his figurative death lasted 2 days, when with the sun, notice here that she capitalized the word sun. This is a different death from the one listed before. Here she is talking about the death of Lucifer, the sun god. When with the sun, he arose on the 3rd morning. The Bible records that Jesus arose on the 3rd day, so this is once again a substitute of the phony resurrection in simultation of the real thing. Blavatsky wrote this in volume 1 of her book entitled The Secret Doctrine. The sarcophagus was the baptismal font upon emerging from which the neophyte was born again and became an adept. So those who study the pyramid and tell you that it was built as a tomb for the burial of a pharaoh are simply not telling you the truth. And the fact that the pyramid is a temple of initiation into Lucifer worship will play a major role in a drama that is going to unfold very, very shortly, as I will explain a little later. Next, I'd like to discuss the lion as a symbol. Manly P. Hall is certainly aware of the significance of the lion as a symbol. This is a drawing in his book entitled The Secret Teachings of All Ages, entitled The Lion of the Sun. Perhaps you cannot see it, but he has a lion laying down in front of the sun. Albert Pike wrote that there is a connection between the two. The Egyptians put lions under the throne of Horus, this being the name of the sun. And this is a drawing of a Greek coin showing the serpent's head on the body of showing the lion's head on the body of a serpent. Notice this time that the lion's head has 13 rays emanating from it. This coin shows the connection between the lion, the snake, and the number 13. Also in Egyptian hieroglyphics, the lion represented a rebirth. Notice that the table that this body is resting on has a lion's head at one end and his tail on the other. The table was where the priest prepared the deceased for his trip into the afterlife. This is a picture of a drawing of a Mayan hieroglyph. Notice that this table shows heads of 2 lions and what appears to be a god sitting on the table. Here is a drawing of a woman riding on a serpent bottom and lion's head. It appears that she is riding on a combination of the lion and the serpent as she seeks out wisdom. The Masons use the lion as a symbol as well. This is a slide of the lion's head inside a symbol of the sun on the front door of the Masonic Temple in Washington, D.C. As I've said before, the lion is a symbol of eternal life, and it appears as if the Masons are saying that you can reach eternal life to the sun god if you but open this door of the Masonic Lodge. So they are saying that it is not religion, but entrance into the Masonic Lodge that will lead you into eternal life. This is once again the book written by Manly P. Hall entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. Mr. Hall shows this drawing on page 3 of the book. And you'll notice that there is a person inside a box about the size of the box in the pyramid. And on his right, reaching down, is a man dressed with a lion's head on. The caption underneath the picture reads, "This picture shows how the grip of the lion's paw was given in the Pyramid Mysteries." The priest wore a mask of a lion over his head. I'll explain why the lion's head is used in this part of the initiation in a few minutes. Mr. Hall continues, "By this grip, the spirit in man, long buried in the sepulchre of substance, is raised to life, and the candidate goes forth as a builder entitled to the wages of an initiate." So now we can see that there was an initiation in the pyramid and that it represented a process that made the initiate into a master mason. The Masons have a similar ceremony inside their Masonic rituals and initiation ceremonies. This is what Albert Pike says on page 373 of his book entitled Morals and Dogma. Initiation was considered to be a mystical death, a death into the infernal regions. And the perfect epopt, that's the way I'll pronounce it, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Mr. Pike does not define the word, but it appears to mean an initiated Mason, was then said to be regenerated, newborn, restored to a renovated existence of light, a life, light, and purity. And then on page 388, he writes about another initiation ceremony, this time a ceremony into the ancient mystery religion of Isis worship. Isis was first the mother and then the wife of Osiris, the sun god of ancient Egypt. Mr. Pike wrote, "Wherefore the goddess, in the wisdom of her divinity, hath been accustomed to select those who may through her providence be in a manner born again and commence the career of a new existence." Another who wrote about the Luciferic initiation was David Spangler, a New Age religion and author I quoted before. He wrote this in his 1978 book entitled Reflections on the Christ. The true light of Lucifer cannot be seen through sorrow, through darkness, through rejection. Here he admits that the light of Lucifer cannot be seen through darkness. What he was saying, since he and others believe that religion is darkness, is that man cannot know the true nature of Lucifer through religion. Mr. Spangler goes on, "Lucifer works within each of us to bring us to wholeness, and as each of us moves into a new day, each of us in some way is brought to that point which I term the Luciferic initiation. The particular doorway," I'm sorry, I was one slide behind there. "Each of us in some way is brought to that point which I term the Luciferic initiation. The particular doorway through which the individual must pass if he is to come fully into the presence of his light and his wholeness. Lucifer comes to give us the final gift of wholeness, and if we accept it, then he is free and we are free." That is the Luciferic initiation. It is the one that many people now will be facing, for it is an initiation into the New Age. So Mr. Spangler was saying that each of us will be given a choice, and if we accept it, we'll be initiated into Lucifer worship. And on page 428, Mr. Pike discusses another of the initiation ceremonies, this time the one in India. This is what he says about the third degree in those ceremonies. The third degree initiate was then said to be born again. So some of those initiated into the ancient mystery religion are said to be born again. We'll discuss this in the next section of the lecture today. Since there are Christians who go through a biblically based experience called being born again to Jesus, it is important for the public to now ask of those claiming to be born again to whom? Jesus or Lucifer? I will explain why this is significant in a few minutes, and all of what I've said about the pyramid will come together. This is a drawing of a sign given by the Masons called the lion's paw in a book about the Masonic initiation ceremony. It is made by making a semi-fist of the right hand and then placing it over the heart. This is a picture of a small statue of Khufu, the builder of the pyramid. This little statue is probably 5,000 or 6,000 years old. Notice that he is giving the lion's paw sign. This statue is, as I said, about 5,000 to 6,000 years old, and it shows the lion's paw being given by the builder of the pyramid. And so obviously it's very old. This is a statue of the Egyptian high priest Cal giving what appears to be the sign for the lion's paw again. According to the article that accompanied this picture, the high priest served all 3 pharaohs who built pyramids on the plateau at Giza, Egypt. This is a picture of Karl Marx, the so-called father of communism, giving the same sign, although in this case he's concealing the sign underneath his coat. This was a common way during the past to conceal the fact that the person was a member of the Luciferian worship. Karl Marx was a Satan worshiper. This is a picture of John Wilkes Booth, the assassin of Abraham Lincoln, giving the same sign. John Wilkes Booth was a member of the Knights Templar Masons. It is interesting to remember that after Booth had assassinated President Abraham Lincoln, he shouted out, "Sic semper tyrannis," which means thus always to tyrants. What Booth was saying was that murder is the desirable end to anyone they consider to be a tyrant. History does not satisfactorily explain why Booth believed that President Lincoln was a tyrant. But I believe that the real explanation is that Booth considered Christians to be tyrants and Lincoln was a Christian. Pike added this confirmation to the thought: the freedom of man lies in his reason. Apparently man is being kept a slave by Christianity, and tyranny is a form of governmental slavery. Pike continued, Satan is not a person but a force created for good. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. Here again we see the thought that religion makes one a slave and reason frees the individual, because Pike believed that faith and reason were not the same. He wrote this on page 296 of Morals and Dogma. Faith and reason are not opposites but antagonistic and hostile to each other. But Mr. Pike was wrong. Faith, meaning religion, and reason, meaning man's ability to know good from evil himself, are opposites. This is what I've been trying to illustrate for most of this lecture. This is a picture of Annie Besant, a Satan worshiper, giving the same sign. She's the only woman that I can find giving that sign, but there she is. This is a picture of Jesse James, the famous outlaw, who's on the left, and Frank James, his older brother, on the right, giving a similar sign. Jesse's hand is placed a little differently than is Frank's, quite possibly indicating that he is not a master mason yet, but is a lower degree mason. It is known that Jesse James later became a 33rd degree mason. What these pictures illustrate is that those who have been born again to Lucifer have a secret sign that they use to let others know that they have been said to be born again. They are said to be born again to Lucifer. And this is a picture, hold on Christians, this is not very pleasant. This is a picture of Pat Robertson, the Christian evangelist, giving the same lion's paw sign on the cover of the February 17th, 1986 issue of Time magazine. Now I must be honest, I cannot testify that Pat Robertson knew what he was doing when he was asked by the photographer at Time magazine to stand this way with his right arm in this position. All I can do is show you what the strange sign means in Masonic terms. It is quite likely that Pat Robertson did not know that he was giving the Masonic sign, that he had been born again to Lucifer, the Masonic God. But if that is true, why did Pat agree to having his portrait taken for the magazine when he did not know what he was being asked to do with his right arm? Most people would at least question it and say that they would refuse such an unusual request. I have heard that Pat has an explanation for this strange picture. He reportedly told a fellow minister that the reason he was standing this way for the cover was because he had fallen off a horse and injured his right arm. You can decide for yourself whether that story makes sense. But I would like to discuss another enigma about Pat Robertson. Pat has written a book called The New World Order. This book was published in 1991 after my book by the same name came out in August of 1990. But Pat Robertson's book raises some very disturbing questions. He starts by saying this on page 9 of his book. It is my firm belief that the events of public policy are not the accidents and coincidences we are generally led to believe. Mr. Robertson was admitting that there was a conspiracy. So it's quite clear that Mr. Robertson This is William Cooper, an extremely interesting and thought-provoking writer. And this is Bill Cooper's book entitled Behold a Pale Horse. In it, he adds a piece to the puzzle of this story. It's really interesting. He says that a spacecraft called Galileo will play an extremely interesting role in the near future. This spacecraft was launched in 1985 by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and will reach the planet Jupiter by the year 1995. It is supposed to orbit the planet and then take measurements for some 3 or 4 years. Here is a current newspaper article that reports that NASA is having problems with one of Galileo's antennas. Mr. Cooper reports that in the early 1970s, he read an official government report that stated that the spacecraft will be dropped into the atmosphere of the planet in the year 1999. It is known that the spacecraft carried some 49 pounds of plutonium on board to power the craft's radios. The planet Jupiter has a very heavy atmosphere, with something like 18 million times the atmospheric pressure that the Earth has. If plutonium is subjected to high pressure, it will implode, causing an atomic explosion. And if that happens on the planet Jupiter, it'll cause the atmosphere of the planet Jupiter, which has the proper mixture of oxygen and hydrogen, to burn. I have seen somewhere that the planet Jupiter has been called a failed star. That means that it has the capability of being set on fire, and so that it will burn just like the sun. It has an atmosphere of the proper amounts of hydrogen and oxygen so that it will burn if a spark is added to the mixture. And it will be getting that spark when the spacecraft Galileo will be dropped into the intense pressure of the planet's atmosphere. So the purpose of the space probe Galileo is to cause the planet Jupiter to burn like the sun. A friend of mine is an amateur astronomer, and he told me that his computer program that reports where the stars are at any one particular time indicated that Jupiter will still be visible at midnight at the Great Pyramid of Giza near Cairo, Egypt, on January the 1st, the year 2000 AD, and that it will set low in the horizon sometime after 1 a.m. That means that anyone at the Pyramid of Giza, presuming that they have a clear night, will be able to see the planet Jupiter light up in the low horizon and will be able to watch it for about 1 hour before it sets. If you think that this is impossible, may I bring your attention to a book written by Arthur C. Clarke, perhaps this nation's best science fiction writer, entitled 2010. This is the opening scene of the movie, the title of the movie, showing the title. At the end of the movie, the planet Jupiter lights up. This is nearly the final scene of the movie when the planet lights up and the spacecraft shown off to the right of the picture, or in this case at the bottom of the picture, rushes to get away from the explosion. Mr. Clarke has written 3 books on the subject, 2001, 2010, and the final book in the trilogy, 2061. And here is that 3rd book, 2061, Odyssey 3. On page 13, notice he uses the page 13. Mr. Clarke renames Jupiter the burning planet. He now calls that planet Lucifer. There's page 13, Jupiter, the fiery birth of Lucifer, the brilliant new star. My guess is that the archaeologists will claim that after Jupiter lights up, this is the star that was to show itself again after 6,000 years. They do not want us to know that it was caused by the spacecraft Galileo so that they can claim that it was predicted nearly 6,000 years ago. But those hearing my lecture will know that the planet was set ablaze by the American government's own space agency. At the end of Mr. Clark's movie entitled 2010, he shows still pictures of the two suns, one being the actual sun and the other the burning planet Jupiter in the sky. This picture shows the two suns burning in what appears to be Moscow. And here they are shown again near the Great Pyramid of Giza near Cairo, the two suns in the sky. So the burning of the planet Jupiter will act as a symbolic sign in the heavens to the world that there are now two gods in the universe, the Creator God and Lucifer. Because Lucifer is coming to the universe in the year 2000. And to show you that this is so, we must return once again to the writings of Albert Pike in his book entitled Morals and Dogma. This is what he wrote on page 844. He shall be like the Elohim, meaning the God of the Bible, knowing good and evil. Had the serpent of Genesis said, and the tree of knowledge became the tree of death. For 6,000 years, the martyrs of knowledge toil and die at the foot of this tree, that it may again become the tree of life. It might be remembered that the Bible said that the devil tempted Eve with this lie in the Garden of Eden, and ye shall be as gods. Satan offered man a lie, and the Masons are saying that through their initiation, they too can become gods. So the Masons believe that they too can become gods, knowing good and evil. He said this on page 567 of the same book. To prevent the light from escaping at once, the demons forbade Adam to eat the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, by which he would have known the empires of light and that of darkness. He obeyed, and the angel of light induced him to transgress. So Mr. Pike is saying that the triune God of the Bible are demon gods, and that Lucifer is the God of light. He has it just backwards from the teaching in the Bible. Now going back to Arthur C. Clarke, it has been reported that he has the ear of NASA, so the lighting up of the planet Jupiter is probably not their idea but his. It is quite likely that Mr. Clarke is the one who suggested that NASA send the probe to Jupiter. Now let me tie this all together with the 6,000-year pyramid inches in the Great Pyramid. This is another version of the cutaway drawing of the pyramid again. Let me point out the large room in the center of the pyramid is called the Grand Gallery. Notice that it is pointed up towards the sky. It's that large box there, a rectangular shape, just before you get to the King's Chamber in the center of the picture. And that someone should see, or could see rather, a particular section of the sky before the top layers of the pyramid were placed on top of it. Mr. Noon, the author of the book about the Great Pyramid, continued. The Grand Gallery points to the supernova, or giant stellar explosion, nearest to our solar system. The Great Pyramid's Grand Gallery is focused at this particular spot in the Earth's southern sky. So it appears that the pyramid conceals two important and concealed messages. Number one, that a great star will reappear somehow in a particular spot in the sky. And two, that occurrence will happen 6,000 years after a star exploded the first time. Let me show you the importance of the 6,000 pyramid inches in the Great Pyramid. When we write the date of February 28, 1994, for instance, we should write the letters AD after the year. The two letters AD stand for the abbreviation of Anno Domini, meaning the year of our Lord, or the number of years since the birth of Jesus in the year 0. It is an interesting fact that Jesus was not born in the year 0, or the year 1 even, and the Bible student can find out exactly when he was born. So the person who determined that the year 0 separated the birth of Jesus from the ancient calendar called BC, or before Christ, was dramatically wrong. That person put us onto another calendar, and certain people on this earth know that. The Masons do not reckon time by the AD calendar. The Masons start their calendar at the year 4000 BC. Albert Mackey, the 33rd degree Mason and author of the greatest of all of the Masonic encyclopedias, told us about the Masonic calendar in his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Here's what he wrote. A period L period, the year of light. The date found by adding 4,000 to the vulgar, I look up the word vulgar, it means the common or modern era. Thus, he wrote in his example cited in the encyclopedia, 1911, the year 1911 AD plus 4,000 years equals 5911. Therefore, the year 1994 AD is the year 5,994 in the year AL. The A of AL stands for Anno, the L stands for Lucis. Anno Lucis. This means that the Masonic calendar ends in just about 5.5 years, 6 years. In other words, the Masonic calendar ends in the year 6000 AL. To show you that the Masons know that the AL calendar is their measuring method, let me show you this Distinguished Achievement Medal awarded to C. Fred Kleineck, the current sovereign Grand Commander of all of Freemasonry, on May Day 5990 A period L period. You probably cannot read it, but under the date it says the Anno Lucis, and the date was given as 5990 AL May Day 1990. Let me show you the difference between the two calendar systems. The top shows the AD calendar, and this calendar starts at 4000 BC, and then at the year 0, it changes to the years known as AD. The Masonic calendar is shown on the bottom. Their calendar starts at the year 0 and then goes to the year 6000 AL, or the year 2000 AD. The year 1993 AD supposedly means 1993 years since the birth of Jesus. The year 5993 AL means 5,993 years since the arrival of Lucifer on the earth after being expelled from heaven. That's what the Masons mean by the term AL, Anno Lucis. So the Masons think this is the year 5993, or 5994 AL, and they are looking for the year 6000. Something is going to happen on that year, and then there will be a coming 1,000-year period. Nowhere in any Masonic writing can I find any date past the year 7000 AL, so that means that they anticipate the world coming to an end at that time. So if you want to talk about the end of the world, the Masons claim it is going to end in the year 7000 AL, or 1,000 years after the year 6000 AL. The Masons do not tell us what happens after the year 7000 AL because it appears as if they do not know. But they know what will happen after the year 6000 AL. One of the writers of the Theosophist magazine in 1881 summed it up this way: the history of creation and of this world from its beginning up to the present time is composed of 7 chapters. The 7th chapter is not yet written. That means to me that the writer knew that the 7,000-year calendar of the Masonic Lodge was the real one. She was saying that the first 6,000 years, the first 6 chapters, have been written by the Luciferians, but the last chapter, starting on the 1st of January, 6000 AL, will be written by Lucifer himself and has not as yet been written. Perhaps the New Agers have said it the best. This is a book entitled The Aquarian Conspiracy, written by Marilyn Ferguson. Marilyn is one of the major New Age writers, and this is an important book on the subject. In it, she claims we are entering a millennium of love and light. A millennium is, of course, 1,000 years long, so I believe she is talking about what will happen at the end of the 6,000 years. There will be a period of 1,000 years that will follow, and she calls this period the New Age. Also remember that the light she refers to comes from Lucifer, the light bearer. So she is saying there will be a 1,000-year period of light coming from the light bearer Lucifer starting in the year 6000 AL. Someone else told us about the 1,000-year period, a publishing company called the Lucis Trust. The Lucis Trust was created in 1923, and it consisted of a trust and a publishing company. The trust has always, as I understand it, has always been called the Lucis Trust, but the publishing company used to be called the Lucifer Publishing Company. That name was changed sometime after it was originally created. The word Lucis is, of course, Latin for light. Excuse me. They publish a quarterly newsletter, and in the 3rd quarter 1982 newsletter, they wrote this: the year 2000, meaning the year 2000 AD, looms before humanity as a gigantic milestone which marks both an ending and a beginning. Excuse me. It marks the end of a volatile millennium which has seen enormous progress and change. But more importantly, the year 2000 stands as the symbolic portal through which humanity can pass into a new age if it so chooses. What they were saying was that the new age, also called the New World Order, will be in place by the year 2000, or in the year 2000. Notice that mankind does not have to pass through this portal. The author says that we have a choice. The writer wrote that we can pass through the portal if we choose to do so. We do not have to choose to do so. We do not have to pass through the portal. That means that we can change the future. We do not have to accept the new age, the New World Order. We can choose not to pass through the portal into the 1,000-year period called the New World Order. So do not give up. We do have a chance. All we have to do is educate enough people, and we the people will not choose to pass through the portal. I can imagine that there are some of you who are getting very frightened as you are viewing this tape. Some of you are probably saying that there is no hope for our future. But here one of the supporters of the New World Order is saying that we do not have to accept the New World Order. All of us can refuse to go into it. So I'm saying to you now, it is not final. We have a chance. Do not give up. We do not have to live under the New World Order. Now let me return to our study of the pyramid as the symbol of a worship of the sun god. This is the pyramid of niches, I guess, in Mexico. It has 7 levels and 365 niches. It must have served as the giant calendar with a level for each day of the week and a niche for each of the 365 days. Maybe the priests of the sun god worship placed a rock or something inside each niche on the side of the pyramid so that they could keep track of the days of the calendar. But notice that the pyramid is flat. All the pyramids that we're going to study are connected to the sun god, are flat. Some have houses on top, but all are flat. I'll explain why that is a little later. This is the pyramid of El Castillo at Chichen Itza. It has 4 stairways and a total of 365 steps. So it was also dedicated to the sun god. Here is another flat pyramid, this one being on the top of the house of the temple in Washington, D.C., and this is the home of the 33rd degree council. Notice that they call their building a temple, and a temple is where one can reasonably expect to worship a god. The Masons call their headquarters a temple because they worship the god Lucifer inside of it. This is the reverse side of the Great Seal of the United States once again. I'd like to define the 2 Latin phrases around the top and the bottom of the seal and show you how they are related to the pyramid in the middle. The phrase annuit septis on the top means annuit, the announcement of, or the announcing of, and septis, conception, meaning the birth of. So annuit septis means that those who designed the Great Seal were announcing the birth of something, and they told us what that something was in the bottom part of the seal. They wrote the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum on the seal, and the first 2 words mean Novus, new, and Ordo, order. I've been told that the Catholic Church is now calling their Mass the Novus Ordo, meaning the new order, for some time now. They are translating the 2 Latin words to mean the new order. And the word seclorum means of the world or world. So we use the English word secular in our language, and this is the dictionary definition of that word. The word comes from the Latin word secularis and means of or pertaining to the worldly, as distinguished from the spiritual, specifically not under church control. So the American government was committed to bringing in the New World Order of Lucifer by those who designed the seal in 1782. Our founding fathers dedicated this nation to that task in 1776. The proof of that statement is in the Great Seal of the United States. A book entitled Magic Symbols adds another piece to the puzzle. It says the designer of the seal has permitted a slight error in the Latin, for in reality the last word of the Latin word should read seclorum or saeculorum. But if this correct spelling had even been used, then the reverse side of the seal would not have contained 2 times 13 letters. The author is referring here to the 17 letters in the words Novus Ordo Seclorum and the 9 Roman numerals in the numbers at the base of the pyramid. So according to this author, the designers of the seal even misspelled a word so that it would come out in a multiple of 13. They had to make it come out so that the number of the letters in the phrase was a multiple of 13, a magic number to the Masons. The seal of the United States was approved in 1782 by basically the same men who wrote the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. They knew what they were doing. So the phrase means the New World Order. So together the phrases mean that our founding fathers were announcing the birth of the New World Order. They were doing this in 1776 when they first started creating the government of the United States. Quite simply, our founding fathers knew what they were doing. And the reason they knew what they were doing was because they were conspirators. They were Luciferians. I know that many in America believe that our founding fathers believed in the God of the Bible and that they were writing a very godly document. That statement is true if, and understand if, you acknowledge that they believed that Lucifer was a god. We have been lied to. We've been lied to from the very beginning of our nation, and I'll say that again. Our founding fathers were Luciferians. They believed that Lucifer was a god. I know that is difficult to understand and accept, but I can prove it. This is why I made the video called America's Secret Destiny, a study of the betrayal of our founding fathers. That video will document the evidence that I am right. Now, to further illustrate my point about how this conspiracy has been concealing the truth from us for centuries, let me now discuss how America got its name. I believe that this information will startle you, but I believe it to be the truth. This is a book entitled The Illuminati 666, and its author tells us a very disturbing piece of information. This is what he says on page 38 of that book. The ancient Mayans, meaning the earliest Americans, of the Yucatan in Mexico worshiped the serpent god under the name of Kan. Kan means serpent in the Mayan language. As Kan or Akan was the American Sumerian, ancient rather, so as Kan or Akan was the ancient Sumerian and ancient Scottish word for serpent. Here we find the origin of our word canny, shrewd, or serpent-like. The Babylonians worshipped Kan or Can, the serpent, and Vol, the god of fire. The Romans simply combined the two words into Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, from whence also comes our word volcano. And this seems to be how the Mayans and Mexicans named their gods. They too combined two words to describe their serpent god. Hence, Kukul means beautiful bird, and Kan means serpent. Hence, Kukulkan means bird serpent in the Mayan language. This is the exact same meaning for Quetzalcoatl, the Mexican god in central Mexico. The cosmic symbol for Quetzalcoatl was a feathered serpent. This is a picture that appeared in our local newspaper in 1992 of a man doing an Aztec dance with a snake in his mouth. The caption reads in part, "The snake represented the ancient Aztec god Quetzalcoatl." Notice how each of these various religions, or cultures rather, had a religion that worshipped the serpent as a god. The Babylonians, the Mayans, the Sumerians, the Romans, and the Scottish people all had a worship of Lucifer. This is a slide showing Queen Mu of the Mayans as a child consulting a soothsayer. The queen is shown on the left side of the picture, and the soothsayer is in approximately the center of the picture, looking to the left side of the drawing. The winged serpent behind the soothsayer, according to the author, represents the protective genius of the Mayan Empire. This is a representation of Prince Cole of the Mayans in the heat of battle, overshadowed by the winged serpent representing the genius of the Mayan people. So we can see that serpent or sun worship is worldwide and timeless, so that it is really part of the South American culture before our ancestors arrived in America. Now, this next section of the lecture is going to be rather offensive, and I would like to apologize before I start. I'm sorry that I have to be the bearer of bad news, but I feel that I have to expose this Luciferian religion everywhere it presents itself. The next part of this lecture really gets scary. The Aztecs worshipped a god by the name of Quetzalcoatl. He was pictured as a good man who was a great benefactor of mankind. This is once again the book put out by the Sabar Shrine in the Masonic Shriners in Tucson. And this is a copy of page 10 of that book. It talks about the highlights of the year 1977. Notice on the right side, the right-hand side, that they celebrate May 15th of each year for the Order of Quetzalcoatl, a fiesta in honor of Imperial Sir. As far as I can tell, the book doesn't tell us who the Imperial Sir is, but that day of May the 15th appears to be a big holiday for the Masonic Shrine. It appears as if the Shriners are celebrating some day honoring Quetzalcoatl, the serpent god. We've been told that America was named after Amerigo Vespucci, the navigator of Christopher Columbus. I would now like to offer an alternative explanation and ask you to decide if you feel the traditional explanation, the one we've been taught, is the correct one. This is William Still's book entitled New World Order, and in it he makes these amazing statements. Even the name America may be the product of secret societies. In an 1895 edition of a magazine named Lucifer, published by the Occult Theosophical Society, author James Price gave an interesting insight into the meaning of the word America. He said that the supreme god of the Mayan culture of Central America, known as Quetzalcoatl elsewhere, was known as Amaru in Peru. Amaru's territory was known as Amaruku, or if you will, Amaruku. According to Mr. Price, from the latter comes our word America. America is literally translated land of the serpent. Mr. Price was not the only one to believe this. I read a book entitled Atlantis, Mother of Empires by Robert B. Stacy Judd. I am not here to comment on whether or not these authors' contentions that the Mayans were escapees from the legendary continent called Atlantis, but I will tell you that he builds an excellent case that Quetzalcoatl, the Toltec god, excuse me, was known as Kukulkan among the Mayans. He wrote, in Peru he was known as Amaru, but both of these names have an identical meaning, in other words, the feathered or plumed serpent. Incidentally, from the Peruvian word, the Peruvian name, comes Amaruku, or Amarukab, out of which many students believe the name America resulted. And one of the key Masons agrees. Manly P. Hall, in his book entitled America's Assignment, wrote that since the serpent is frequently a symbol of Lucifer, it is no exaggeration to extrapolate from this that America may well mean land of Lucifer. That completely fits our story so far, doesn't it? Completely. Our nation was committed to Lucifer by our founding fathers at the very beginning of our nation because they knew that America was the land of Lucifer. They knew what the name Amaraku meant. This is why they selected the Great Pyramid of Cheops as their symbol of this nation. This is why they chose to commit this nation to the New World Order, because they knew that this program was the program of Lucifer. That is why they placed the eye of Lucifer above the pyramid on the reverse side of the Great Seal of America. Simply stated, they knew. And the reason they knew is because our founding fathers were Luciferians. Here's another interesting observation. This is not very pleasant to the Catholics, but I try to tell the truth as I find it. The origin of the word Vatican is also derived from two words. The Latin word Vatic or Vatus means prophet or soothsayer. The combined word Vatican appears to mean divination by the serpent. I know that many of you, especially the Catholics in the viewing audience, think this is impossible, but what if it isn't? What if this conspiracy has hidden their worship of the serpent even in the name of the Vatican? I've established that this conspiracy conceals their hidden meanings from the public, and here we see the possible concealment of a serpent worship even inside the Catholic Church. Let me show you another strange connection between the Masons and the Catholic Church. This is the May 8, 1991 edition of the Mount Washington Press, a paper near Cincinnati, Ohio. The article is about how the Catholic Archdiocese of Cincinnati, Ohio, sends all of their future priests to Joseph Wicker, the psychologist shown in the picture. Mr. Wicker is the worshipful master of Mount Washington Masonic Lodge number 642 in Mount Washington, Ohio. That means that he is the president of the Masonic Lodge in his hometown. The Catholic Church allows a Mason to determine which men are to become priests in the Catholic religion. Mr. Wicker said that he no longer considers himself a practicing Catholic, but practices what he calls Rosicrucian experiments. The Rosicrucians are an old fraternity like the Masonic Lodge that teaches all things are noble through the use of reason. They have been officially condemned by the Catholic Church. Mr. Wicker also reports that he has not yet practiced what he calls Rosicrucian time travel. He further stated that he believes in reincarnation. Ask yourself what type of priest he's going to recommend. Assume for a moment what he might think of a future Catholic priest who believes that the Masonic order is a concealed Luciferian conspiracy. Do you honestly believe that he will get a good recommendation from the good psychologist? I hardly think so. Yet this is the man who is going to decide if a man is suitable for priesthood in the Catholic Church in Cincinnati. The article does not say how the Catholic Church selected Mr. Wicker, but the article said that they did. It is time to offend the Catholics once again. This is a picture of a Catholic priest during a Mass raising up the disc wafer to the top of his arms. I remember that when I was a Catholic, bells would ring when the priest got the wafer to this position, and we would all thank God for this supposed symbol of Jesus Christ. But I now contend that the round wafer represents a symbol of the sun god in circle form, and as it rises in the morning, we worship it as a symbol of the rising sun god, Lucifer. Someone in the past added this ceremony into the Catholic Mass, and they were probably only a few who understood and objected. And those who put the sun symbol into the Mass probably raised a furor that someone would think such a thing about the Catholic Church, and those in opposition quietly stopped their protest. And it is still in the Mass today without anyone understanding what it really means. I'd like to make one last comment. The Bible says that Jesus broke bread at the Last Supper in front of all of his apostles. He was eating his last meal before he knew he would be crucified. And it is not reasonable to believe that he was eating paper-thin round wafers. He was eating bread in the form customary to the time, probably in the shape of a round or oblong loaf. He used the broken bread to symbolize his broken body at crucifixion. Many traditional fundamentalist churches use a loaf of bread, and it is broken as it is passed around by its members. But here is why some feel it is a symbol of something far more sinister. According to the book Illuminati 666, a round disc wafer was an Egyptian symbol of the sun. The thin disc-shaped wafer was a symbol of Lucifer, the sun god. The disc was an ancient symbol of Lucifer, and the Catholic Church uses the round disc wafer supposedly as a remembrance of the bread used at the Last Supper. They claim that their God is the God of the Bible, but there's nothing that I can find that claims that a disc had anything to do with Jesus or the God of the Bible. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the Luciferian author of The Secret Doctrine, confirms this on page 536 of her book. She writes, quote, "The idea of representing the hidden deity by the circumference of a circle is one of the oldest symbols. So it appears that only the loyal members of the Catholic Church do not know what it means. So the question remains, why has the Catholic Church adopted the use of pagan or Luciferic symbols in their worship? We have been told that the church compromised their position centuries ago to get pagans into the Catholic Church. They were saying that their symbols led them to the same God that the pagans were worshiping, and therefore they were encouraging the pagans to join their church. But that is no longer the case. The Catholic Church today is not appealing to pagans to join it because they are pagans. So they could certainly eliminate all of these pagan symbols from their religion, but they have chosen not to do so. I'd like to continue now with my discussion of the secret societies, including the Masonic Lodge. One of the most recent secret societies to surface is the Italian Masonic group known as P2, P as in Petunia, and 2 the number. And that stands for Propaganda Masonica Due, or abbreviated by the media into P2. This is the article that appeared in our local newspaper that announced the discovery of the secret Masonic Lodge. The article said this about the Masonic group in Italy. It surfaced in 1981 when it toppled the government of Premier Arnaldo Forlani. By the way, Forlani was the gentleman shown in the picture in the article, and attempted to replace it with an authoritarian government. This article appeared 4 days later after the first and showed that captured membership lists showed 953 names, including over 100 Catholics assigned to the Vatican, in Vatican City, in service to the Pope. If you are a Catholic, you know that you cannot be both a Mason and a Catholic unless you are a member of the Masonic group known as P2, and then your membership is permissible. P2 is the successor to P1, created by Giuseppe Mazzini, the head of the Illuminati and a Mason. Now this is a picture of Giuseppe Mazzini, an Italian revolutionary and member of the Masons. Mr. Mazzini has an interesting past. We in America know very little about him, but he is an extremely important individual in the history of the world, because Mazzini also created the Mafia. The word Mafia is taken from the first initials of the Italian slogan, and I'll pronounce it as well as I can. Mazzini, meaning Giuseppe Mazzini, the founder of the Mafia, autorici, furte, insurde, ovulamente, and those Italian words translate into Mazzini authorizes theft, arson, and poisoning. In other words, Mafia members have the permission of its founder to engage in any activity that will enable them to further the work of their organization. Remember specifically that poisoning was authorized by Mazzini. What Mr. Mazzini was teaching his subordinates was that the ends justify the means. The classic morality without any morality of the Masons, the Illuminati, the Communists, and the New Age. What he was saying was that its members could use whatever assisted them in furthering the goals of the conspiracy. Mr. Mazzini was also a member of the Carabinieri, founded in 1815 to, quote, completely annihilate Christianity, unquote. Mazzini was also a member of the Illuminati. In fact, he was the European head of that group. Therefore, Mazzini's resume, if he submitted one to an employer, would read, I am or was a member of the Illuminati, the creator of the Mafia, the founder of the P1 Masonic group, a member of the Carabinieri, and a personal friend of Albert Pike, the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Masonic Lodge throughout the world. And to show you that the P2 group believed in morality, in amorality, without morality inside the Illuminati, they poisoned John Paul I, as shown here. John Paul I was the Pope just before the current Pope John Paul II. This is a book entitled In God's Name, written by David Yallop. In this book, the author builds a case that the P2 group of Masons was involved in the murder by poisoning of Pope John Paul I, who served only, notice this, only 33 days. Notice once again, as I said, the Pope was murdered while in office only a symbolic number of 33 days. Yallop details the evidence that any or all of 6 key suspects, 2 cardinals, 1 bishop, 2 bankers, and the head of the P2 itself had motives to kill the Pope. Yallop states that the P2 has interlocks with the Mafia. And if that is true, it is because both groups have the same founder, Giuseppe Mazzini. The Pope had discovered a fraudulent deal wherein the Church had bought $1 billion worth of, notice by the way, billion with the B, billion dollars worth the phony bonds from the bankers in the P2. The bankers were transferring $1 billion out of the Vatican. One of his first acts as Pope was to start working on plans to remove all of these Masons from the church, and he died with those papers in his hands. Yallop writes, the circumstances of his death and the discovery of his body make it abundantly clear that the Vatican perpetrated a cover-up. There was no autopsy on Pope John Paul I, and the Pope's body was immediately embalmed, and the papers have disappeared. By the way, Yallop wrote in 1985 that his successor, Pope John Paul II, had not made any of the changes about the P2 group that his predecessor was going to make. That means that as of 1985, the Masons were still inside the Vatican. But there was no conspiracy. According to this article, a Vatican cardinal named Silvio Audi reported that the Pope was in poor health and that he was, quote, struck down by the weight of his job, unquote. He went on to report that he defended the Vatican's decision not to provide an autopsy on his body. He said that everyone would say that we were, quote, doing the autopsy because there was something suspicious, unquote. I always thought that was the reason that you did autopsies, because you felt that there was something suspicious in the death of the deceased person. But we see here that that is the reason not to do an autopsy. Each of you will have to decide for yourself whether or not the Pope was murdered. Next, I'd like to talk about someone else who appears to have been murdered by the P2 Masonic Lodge. Perhaps as you remember, Grace Kelly died on September the 14th, 1982, when her car went out of control and plunged off a cliff. As you remember, Grace Kelly married Prince Rainier of Monaco, a nearby neighbor of Italy, and the place where the P2 frequently met. There are charges being made in Europe today that Princess Grace, a Roman Catholic, was murdered by the P2 Masonic group because she had discovered the fraudulent $1 billion deal in the secret P2 organization. The theory is that as a woman known worldwide as a Catholic, Grace could have blown the story wide open if she had gone public with it. They must have really feared Grace Kelly because she could have exposed the P2 group inside the Catholic Church. The theory holds that the brakes on her car had been tampered with, and that is why her car went off the road over the cliff. It is known that immediately after the crash that killed her, her car, shown here, was covered with a tarp by the police from Monaco, removed, and then immediately crushed into a block of scrap metal. The evidence has disappeared, so no one knows for sure. Her car crashed in France and was removed by the police from Monaco without France's permission and before it could be examined by the French police. It sounds to me like someone knew she was going to drive the car without brakes and that the evidence was destroyed quickly before someone found out that the car had been tampered with. One of the indications that she might have been murdered is the fact that Grace's brother, Jack, shown on the left, and her brother-in-law died on Philadelphia streets within blocks of each other, within hours of each other, on the same day, March the 2nd, 1985, of so-called heart attacks. Both were carrying on their own investigation into Grace's strange death. It sounds like murder to me. There's also some evidence that the P2 might have been busy in America also murdering people who might have been in a position to break the story of the $1 billion scandal. This is a transcript of a TV program called Close Up that aired on February the 14th, 1983 on the public broadcasting system. This program was hosted by Jessica Savage, the author of the TV program. About 8 months later, Miss Savage and Martin Fishbein, her boyfriend, died in a rather mysterious car accident. This article said that the boyfriend drove his station wagon north in the parking lot of the restaurant they were leaving, past two signs which said no cars were allowed, and continued for about 40 or 50 feet where it fell into a ditch filled with water. The article did not say whether police investigated whether or not the gas pedal had been jammed so that Mr. Fishbein could not control the car. But sounds like that was what happened, and the reason it might have happened is because Jessica Savage had not finished her investigation into the P2 scandal. But we'll never know. Those who are critical of those of us trying to expose the P2 scandal often claim that the P2 Lodge is not a Masonic lodge. But the truth of the matter is that they were a recognized part of the regular Grand Orient Lodge of Italy, itself recognized by the Grand Lodge of England in 1972. It has been a Masonic lodge for nearly a century. It is my contention, after nearly 30 years of research into this Luciferian conspiracy, that it has infiltrated into every fabric of our society, including our religions. Now please notice that I am not saying that the Catholics are conspirators. I am saying that this conspiracy has infiltrated the Catholic religion and has placed its symbols all around us. And we simply do not understand that they are symbols of something far more sinister. And even if we did, we probably wouldn't believe that they were connected to a 6,000-year-old worldwide worship of Lucifer. Mr. Price, the author we quoted a few minutes ago, was not the only one to believe that America has a hidden secret in its founding. So it all seems to fit. America was named after Lucifer. America has a secret destiny. America's secret destiny is the New World Order. America's role in the future is to bring the New World Order to the world. The New World Order is coming very soon. On January the 1st, the New World Order will begin the year 2000 AD, and it will last for 1,000 years. I'd like to now change the subject just a little and discuss the connection of Freemasonry with the Mormon Church. This is Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon religion. He started the Mormon Church in 1830. 12 years later, in 1842, Mr. Smith wrote, "On March the 16th, 1842, I was with the Masonic Lodge and rose to the sublime degree. I believe that the sublime degree is the Master Mason degree, meaning that he became a third-degree Mason. After Joseph Smith joined the Masonic Lodge, Masonry swept through the Mormon religion. There were 5 lodges inside the Mormon religion near their home city of Nauvoo, and the one at Montrose, Illinois was called Rising Sun Number 12. It appears that some of the Mormons understood. It is an interesting study as to why Joseph Smith joined the Mormons. In 1839, 3 years before he did join the Masons rather, I got back the question is why did he join the Masons? So 3 years before he joined the Masons, he wrote a letter to his believers in which he said, "We further caution our brethren against the organization of bands of companies by oaths, penalties, or secrecies." So it sounds like he was speaking out against the Masons before he joined them. That is very strange, but any researcher knows that before he joined them, he spoke out against secret organizations. It is claimed by the Mormons that Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon in 1830, 12 years before he joined the Masons. There are at least 3 warnings in the Book of Mormon, the basic Bible of the Mormon Church, against secret combinations. The first is in 3 Nephi 9:9. The great city of, and I'll pronounce this the best I can, Jacobugath, have I caused to be burned with fire because of their secret murders and combinations. As I've shown you repeatedly, the Masons are a secret combination, and on occasion they have murdered people. Here Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon warns the Mormons against the Masons, but he still joined them. The second warning is in Ether 8:18. Forgive me, Mormons, I don't know how to pronounce that. "And it came to pass that they formed a secret combination, which combination is most abominable and wicked above all in the sight of God. Yet Joseph Smith joined the Masons." And the third warning is in Ether 9:6. "For so great had been the spreading of this wicked and secret society that it had corrupted the hearts of all the people." It sounds as if the Book of Mormon is specifically warning the Mormons about the Masonic Lodge. Yet 3 years later, Mr. Smith joined the Masons with their oaths, penalties, and secrecies. And then, less than 2 months after he joined the Masons, on May the 8th, 1842, Joseph Smith introduced the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony. Let me explain a little about this endowment ceremony. There are two classes of Mormons in their church, the regular Mormon and the endowed Mormon. I have read where only about 20% of the Mormons are endowed Mormons. This means, of course, that 80% of the Mormons have never been through their so-called sacred ceremony. There are two classes of Masons in the lodge, the regular Mason and the 33rd degree illuminated Mason. Endowed Mormons do not ask to go through the endowment ceremony. They must be recommended for the secret ceremony, so he or she cannot ask to be an endowed Mormon. The 32nd degree Mason is recommended for the 33rd degree initiation ceremony. He cannot go through the 33rd without being asked. So only certain Mormons can become endowed, and only certain Masons can become illuminated 33rd degree Masons. Let me put these events in their proper sequence so that the viewer can understand which came first. The Mormon story really starts in 1826. This is a map of the area around Palmyra, Batavia, and Manchester, the location where all of these events unfolded. They're all, of course, near the city of Rochester, within 25 miles, and Rochester is in the eastern part of New York State. In 1825, there seems to be some difference as to when Hiram Smith, Joseph Smith's brother, joined the Masons in Palmyra, New York. But the consensus is that he joined in 1825. In 1826, Captain William Morgan published the entire Masonic ritual for at least the first 8 degrees. Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon Church, lived about 50 miles from the place where this activity took place in New York City. In 1830, Joseph Smith founds the Mormon religion. In 1842, Joseph Smith joined the Masonic Lodge, as we've already seen. Later, in 1842, Joseph Smith released the Temple Endowment Ceremony. It is important at this point to make certain that you understand that the Mormons claim that Joseph Smith received the endowment ceremony as a revelation from God. Joseph Smith claimed that the ceremony was given to him by the God of the Bible. You might wish to buy this book entitled Mormonism's Temple of Doom, written by Bill Schneblin, a writer I've discussed before. You might recall that Mr. Schneblin happens to be an ex-Mormon, an ex-Mason, and an ex-male witch. He shows the 3 ceremonies of these 3 organizations side by side, and you will see the similarities. All 3 use the same signs, symbols, and ceremonies. And in a chapter entitled The Temple and Ceremony and Masonry, inside this book entitled Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, written by 2 ex-Mormons, Gerald and Sandra Tanner, you can see the Mormon and Masonic ceremonies side by side. They list at least 27 specific similarities between the 2. In other words, all of the evidence is that Joseph Smith wrote the endowment ceremony from the Masonic ritual. There were at least 2 ways he could have found the Masonic ritual. Number 1, he could have read Captain Morgan's book entitled Freemasonry Exposed, because it was published 18 years before he wrote the endowment ceremony. He was at least 21 when the Morgan affair hit the newspapers of the area. The Morgan book was a word-for-word compilation of the rituals for the first 3 Masonic degrees. So Mr. Smith could have learned about the rituals from this book. It is important to remind you that his brother had already joined the Masons prior to the release of Captain Morgan's books, so his own brother was involved in the knowledge of the Morgan murder. Or secondly, he could have taken the endowment ceremony from his own exposure to the Masonic ritual as a 3rd degree Mason only 2 months before he wrote the endowment ceremony. As I said, you can know that the 2 ceremonies are amazingly similar. So it is possible that Joseph Smith could have obtained the endowment ceremony from the Masons as early as 1826, some 18 years before he released it as a Mormon. In any event, on June the 27th, 1844, Joseph Smith was murdered by the Masons. By the way, notice that Joseph Smith was murdered on the 27th day of June, the 6th month of the year. By coincidence, if you add the 27 and the 6 together, you get another concealed Masonic 33. The Mormon Church tells the curious that an unruly mob shot Joseph Smith, but all of the evidence is that he was shot by the Masons themselves, because he had revealed their initiation ceremony inside the temple endowment ceremony. I would like to provide you with another concealed indication that the Masons might have been involved in the shooting of Joseph Smith. Witnesses to a shooting at the jail in Carthage, shown here, Carthage, Missouri, said that as he was leaving the jail and while others were firing at him, he raised his arms in what the Masons call the Grand Hailing Sign. Now this is a picture of the sign as found in a Masonic ritual book. If you raise your arms to a 90-degree angle like this and say out loud, "O Lord my God, is there no mercy for the widow's son?" The man who is attempting to murder you, if he is a Mason, upon hearing you say this, will not shoot you. That means that Joseph Smith knew that the men who were shooting at him and ultimately murdered him were members of the Masons. Joseph Smith was attempting to notify his fellow Masons that he was one of them and that they had taken an oath not to shoot one of their fellow Masons. But the Masons outside the jail shot him anyway. The only reason one Mason will shoot another is if he violates the oath that all Masons take. And the Mormons know that their prophet was giving the Masonic sign. Their book entitled History of the Church, in Volume 5, page 618, says this: Joseph Smith fell outward into the hands of his murderers, exclaiming, "O Lord my God." Additional details of Mr. Smith's death were given out in another Mormon book entitled Times and Seasons in Volume 5, page 585. That book says, with uplifted hands, I want to go back, I pushed the button a little bit prematurely. And with uplifted hands, they, apparently both Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram Smith, who was also murdered, gave the same sign. With uplifted hands, they gave such signs of distress as would have commanded the interposition and benevolence of savages or pagans. He went on to say they were both Masons in good standing. And Cecil McGavin, the Mormon author of a book entitled Mormonism and Masonry, wrote this on page 17. Joseph Smith, who knew that death was near, started to repeat the distress signal of the Masons, expecting thereby to gain the protection its members are pledged to give a brother in distress. That oath which Joseph Smith took when he became a Mason is this: I will never reveal any part or parts of the secret arts and mysteries of ancient Freemasonry. Those who take the Masonic oath acknowledge that they will be murdered should they break the oath. The oath continues. Binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots. Obviously, a man shot to death because he has violated his oath is not the same as having his throat cut. But it is known that the Masons chose to kill Joseph Smith by shooting him because he had released their secrets. The Mormon takes a similar oath during the endowment ceremony. The Mormon takes this oath: I will never reveal the secrets of the endowment ceremony. Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be taken. So the Mormon takes an oath, just like the Mason, that his life will be taken if he reveals the secrets of their rituals. Now this is a picture of the sign being given by a Mormon dressed for his role in the Mormon endowment ceremony. Notice the Masonic-like apron worn by the Mormon. At least one Mason provided a clue that Joseph Smith had broken his oath. A man named J.M. Orr of Utah, a Masonic Grand Master, meaning that he was the president of a lodge in Utah, made this statement in 1878. We say to the priests of the Latter-day Saints, and the Latter-day Saints, of course, are the Mormons, you cannot enter our lodge rooms. You have heretofore sacrificed the sacred obligations of our beloved order. Stand aside, we want none of you. Such a wound as you gave Masonry is not easily healed, and no Latter-day Saint is or can become a member of our order in this jurisdiction. I'm sorry, I didn't get that slide to come up. Let's read it again. Such a wound as you gave Masonry is not easily healed, and no Latter-day Saint is or can become a member of our order in this jurisdiction. And certain early Mormons knew that Joseph Smith was killed by the Masons. Mormon elder Heber C. Kimball, a close personal friend of Joseph Smith's, was also a Mason. He wrote this: Joseph and Hiram Smith were Master Masons, yet they were massacred through the instrumentality of that fraternity. And at least one current Mormon agrees that there is a connection between the Mormons and the Masons. Dr. Reed Durham, director of the Mormon Institute of Religion at the University of Utah and president of the Mormon History Association, wrote this: "The many parallels found between early Mormonism and the Masonry of that day are substantial. There is absolutely no question in my mind that the Mormon ceremony, which came to be known as the endowment, had an immediate inspiration from Masonry." Don't forget that Joseph Smith himself said that the Mormon endowment ceremony was given to him by the God of the Bible. But Dr. Durham admits that the Masonic initiation ceremony was the immediate inspiration of the Mormon endowment ceremony. But the official position of the Mormons was stated by Elder Heber C. Kimball, who had been a Mason since 1823, 7 years prior to the founding of the Mormon religion. He wrote, "Masonry had been taken from the priesthood." If Elder Kimball meant that the Masonic ritual had been taken from the Mormon endowment ceremony, he is dramatically wrong. Excuse me. Remember that the Masonic ritual was first made public in America in a nationwide scandal in 1826, some 16 years before the endowment ceremony was written down. So it is very clear that Mormonism took the endowment ceremony from the Masonic Lodge. But the Mormons claim that Joseph Smith received the ceremony from a direct revelation of God. Bruce R. McConkie, one of the first council of the 70, says the ordinances performed in the temple were given in modern times to Prophet Joseph Smith by revelation. And Joseph Smith died because he had stolen the secret initiation ceremony of the Masons, and therefore had violated the oath he had taken as a Mason. Now, this is another source of knowledge about the shooting of Joseph Smith. This is a report by Mervyn B. Hogan of the University of Utah entitled "Freemasonry and the Lynching at Carthage Jail." Joseph Smith was not hanged, he was shot. So it is assumed that the good professor is talking about the shooting of Joseph Smith. In this book, Mr. Hogan states that the evidence proves that Joseph Smith was shot by the Masons. He claims that the Mormons, in anger because of the death of Joseph Smith, wrote this oath, which has been called the Oath of Vengeance, into the endowment ceremony. It reads as follows: "You and each of you do covenant and promise that you will pray and never cease to pray Almighty God to avenge the blood of the prophets under this nation, and that you will teach the same to your children unto the third and fourth generations." That means that those who took this oath inside the endowment ceremony pledged to avenge the death of Hiram and Joseph Smith against the government of the United States when they knew it was the Masons who killed their leaders. This oath was removed sometime around 1927, so for some 73 years, all endowed Mormons took an oath against innocent people. It is believed that Ezra Taft Benson, the current prophet of the Mormon Church, took this oath prior to its removal in 1927. Those who study the Mormon Church claim that he has never publicly repudiated the oath. But there are other connections between Mormonism and Masonry, and some of these can be found at the Mormon Temple in Salt Lake City. This is a book that I found in the Mormon bookstore here in Tucson. It is called Celestial Symbols and was written by Alan H. Harmer, apparently a member of the Mormon Church. It talks about the main temple of the Mormons at Salt Lake City. Construction on this temple was started in 1853 and completed in 1893. It is important to mention that Brigham Young, the prophet who succeeded Joseph Smith after he was murdered, claimed that he got the design of the temple from a revelation of God. This is the entire temple, showing one side and the front. I want you to notice that the temple has six obelisks in total, 3 in front and 3 in back. Now this is a photograph that I took when I visited the temple in 1993. And this is a picture of one of the sides of the temple. I'm sorry it's a little bit dark, But if you'll notice the use of the round circles, both in the windows and on the top of the columns, just to the left of each window, around 10 o'clock to each window. They're everywhere on the sides of the temple. This is a closer look at the use of the circular windows and the sun symbols on each side of the round windows. So find the round window and look to the left about 9 or 10 o'clock, and you'll see a sun symbol radiating from the circle there. And this is a close-up of those sun symbols with the rays emerging from the circle. So they've got sun symbols on the side of the church. This is a close-up of the sun symbols from the front of the temple. There you can see them a little more clearly. And this is a close-up of a star with one point down, also all over the sides of the temple. If you look very carefully in that little piece right up in the middle, there's a star there in concrete with one point down. You might remember that the Masons claim that when the star is shown with one point down, it represents the evil god, the goat of Mendes, or Baphomet. And these stars with one point down are all over the Mormon temple. It is important to notice that the so-called Christian church, the Christian temple, here's about a close-up of it, I'm sorry, it's another picture of the star with one point down. It is important to notice that the so-called Christian temple of the Mormons has no crosses on it. It has suns and stars with one point down, but no crosses. It also has a Big Dipper on the front of the temple. There you can see it with the handle off to the left and the Big Dipper up around 12 o'clock. This is a rather dark slide that I made myself on my visit to the temple. One might ask the Mormons what the Big Dipper has to do with the Bible. This is a slide taken of the tops of the obelisk in front of the temple. Notice that there are no crosses on any of the obelisks. And this is the close-up of the top of the center obelisk. I didn't take this picture. It was in Mr. Harmer's book. And this is the statue of the angel Moroni on the top of the temple. The Mormons believe that the angel Moroni appeared to Joseph Smith and told him about the gold plates from which the Book of Mormon was allegedly translated. So he is more important to the Mormon church than is Jesus Christ. Mr. Harmer, the author of the book, attempted to explain why there are no crosses on the temple. He said the Mormons have resisted the use of the cross as a symbol on their churches because it has become commercialized. He failed to point out that the star with one point down has been commercialized by the Eastern Star Order of the Masonic Lodge and by the Satanic Church of Anton LaVey. And this is a catalog from a company that sells Masonic paraphernalia, the McCoy Company, the September 1991 edition. This is a page from that catalog that shows that the company is commercializing their upside-down star and the square and the compass that both the Masons and the Mormons use in their religion. But as far as I know, the Mormons are not eliminating their use of these symbols. The Mormons have made two more of the Masonic symbols a part of their endowment ceremony. This is a book entitled What's Going On in There, and it contains an actual transcript of the entire Mormon endowment ceremony. This book was written by Chuck Sackett, a former Mormon and a former endowment ceremony worker, meaning that he was one of the Mormons who was involved in the actual endowment ceremony. In this book, Mr. Sackett describes what the Mormons call the garment of the holy priesthood. Each endowed Mormon must wear this garment 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, until he or she is buried in it. Before I quote from Mr. Sackett's book, I would like to show you this slide again. These are, as you'll remember, the square and the compass, the two major symbols of the Masonic order. Mr. Sackett continues, or reports rather, closer examination of the garment reveals a pair of buttonholes over the right breast sewn in the form of a square, meaning the square of the square and the compass of the Masons. Over the left breast, a pair of buttonholes in the form of a compass have been sewn in. So the endowed Mormon wears a garment with the two major symbols of the Masonic order sewn in it, and we have been told that there is no connection between Masonry and Mormonism. Yes, the Masons are everywhere, in every religion, in every culture, in every time period. The Mormons use sun symbols on their older temples as well. This is a sunstone taken from a Mormon temple in Nauvoo, Illinois. It is currently at the Smithsonian Institute, where it has been authenticated as coming from the Mormon temple. And I personally saw a full-size duplicate to this one in the Mormon Museum in Salt Lake City, Utah. Notice that it has a circle with the face on it with rays emanating from its center. It is obviously a representation of the sun. Secondly, notice that there is a base and 3 layers, and the sun is laying on the top of the 3rd layer. It could be interpreted as meaning that one gets to the sun god through 3 degrees or 3 layers of the Masonic order. But that is speculation, and no one that I know has said that. There's one last thing I must talk about before I end this section on the Mormon Church, and it concerns part of the endowment ceremony. Once again, as I said, this scene I'm about to discuss is recorded from the exact words as recorded in Chuck Sackett's book, taken from a movie that all of the Mormons about to be endowed are viewing. Adam, the first man in the Bible, in the Garden of Eden, prays to the God of the Bible. He says, or he prays actually, "O God, hear the words of my mouth." He's praying to the God of the Bible. And Lucifer, portrayed by an actor, responds, "I hear you." Adam responds, "Who are you?" And Lucifer says, "I am the God of this world." And then asks Adam, "What do you want?" And Adam responds, "I am looking for messengers." Lucifer says messengers, meaning someone to witness to him, to tell him the truth about Christianity. And Lucifer says, "Oh, you want someone to preach to you. You want religion, do you? I will have preachers here presently." And then Lucifer provides Adam with a preacher. That means that Lucifer answers the prayer of Adam. Adam's prayer is to God, but Lucifer answers it. And this is in the endowment ceremony of the Mormon Church. And there is one more thing that is extremely disturbing in the endowment ceremony relating to Lucifer. One of the scenes in the endowment ceremony is a scene with Lucifer, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. A man portraying Lucifer shows up wearing an apron around his middle. And Adam asked the devil, "What is that apron you have on?" And Lucifer answers, "It is an emblem of my power and priesthoods," plural. It is to be remembered that the Mormon going through the endowment ceremony is in the temple to become a priest in the order of Melchizedek. And Lucifer says that the apron is a symbol of his priesthoods. And then Lucifer says to the characters portraying Adam and Eve, who have just heard the God of the Bible come to the scene, Lucifer says, "See, you are naked. Take some fig leaves and make you aprons. Quick, hide." And then the narrator in the play says to all the Mormons assembled in the room who are going through the endowment ceremony, "Brethren and sisters, put on your aprons." And the movie stops while all the Mormons remove a bright green satin fig leaf embroidered apron from their packages of temple clothing given to them at the beginning of the endowment ceremony, and each of these endowed ceremony Mormons ties the apron around their waist. Notice how strange it is that the Mormons put on their aprons right after Lucifer asked them to hide, and right after the narrator stops the program and asks all of them to do so. Notice that Lucifer has just identified the apron as a symbol of his priesthoods, and yet the Mormons put on an apron as a symbol of their acceptance of a priesthood. And I am certain that the Mormons would certify that their apron is not Luciferian. But notice that it is Lucifer that orders them to put it on. Notice that it is both the Masons and the Mormons who wear aprons in their religious ceremonies. This is a picture of some Mormons wearing their aprons in their endowment ceremony. You'll see them on the in fact, 3 of the members of the people in front of you. I believe the man with the glasses is Chuck Sackett, the man who wrote the endowment ceremony for this book. So I think it is fair to conclude that the Mormons and the Masons are connected. Now let me attempt to tie all of this together. These are the last two sections of this lecture. I'd like to start the final area of discussion with a little background information on former President Ronald Reagan. There's a very puzzling event involving this president. He joined the Masons in February 1988 while he was President of the United States. This is a picture of him accepting a certificate of membership in the Masonic Lodge being presented by 3 worldwide leaders of the Masonic movement. This picture was on the cover of the April 1988 New Age magazine a Masonic magazine called the New Age. This is the copy of President Reagan's acceptance letter, also published in the April 1988 New Age magazine. President Reagan used taxpayers' money to have this letter typed. This act of joining the Masons was a very mysterious action on his part. Why would President Reagan, who claims to be a Christian, join this anti-Christian order? Christian churches, including the Catholic Church, have condemned Freemasonry for over 200 years. No Christian should belong, especially a Christian president. Reagan could have known something about the opposition of certain Christian churches if he had read a few recent newspapers. In 1987, just 6 months before Reagan joined the Masons, this article was published in our local newspaper. It says that an Anglican panel says Freemasonry may be incompatible with the church. The Anglican panel was a part of the Church of England that had been commissioned with the task of studying the Masonic Lodge. 1 month later, this article appeared in our local newspaper. It says Freemason rituals, blasphemous, Church of England Synod says. The Church of England had joined several other Christian churches in discovering some real problems with the Masonic Lodge. The Church of England was finding great fault with the Masonic order, saying that Christians shouldn't belong. Yet Reagan, supposedly a Christian, joined the Masons. Apparently he doesn't read the newspapers. But Ronald Reagan could have read a little history about the opposition to the Masonic order by the Catholic Church. This is what they said about the Masonic order. Pope Leo XIII, the Catholic Pope from 1878 to 1903, wrote Humanus Genus in 1902. He said this about the Masonic order. Their ultimate purpose, namely the overthrow of that whole religious and political order of the world which the Christian teaching has produced, and the substitution of a new state of things in accordance with their ideas, of which the foundations and laws shall be drawn from mere naturalism. I looked up the word naturalism in my dictionary, and it is defined as the fundamental doctrine of the naturalists is that human nature and human reason ought in all things to be the mistress and guide. So here we see that Pope Leo declared that the Masons were out to create a state government based upon reason. As I have shown in the past on this lecture, this has been the goal of the conspiracy for centuries. It certainly seems that the Pope has figured it out. It is interesting to note what happened to this particular Pope. Time magazine on June the 18th, 1984 wrote this. There were whispers about how poison killed Pope Leo XIII in 1903. So maybe the Pope had figured it out, and he was assassinated because he was telling the truth about the Masonic order. But Ronald Reagan apparently knew nothing about this papal bull and therefore ignored it. Reagan still joined the Masons even with all of this opposition, and he claims to be a Christian. One can only presume that he does not read the newspapers, nor does he know anything about the Catholic Church. He could have listened to other presidents who have spoken out about the Masonic order. This is one. This is a slide of John Quincy Adams, the 6th president of the United States, and he was such president who spoke out about Masonry. He wrote this in 1833 about the Masonic Lodge. I do conscientiously and sincerely believe that the order of Freemasonry, if not the greatest, is one of the greatest morals and political evils under which the Union is now laboring. He continued, Freemasonry is a conspiracy of the few against the equal rights of the many, anti-Republican in its sap. And the word sap, of course, means vitality. He was saying that Freemasonry was opposed to the Republican form of government, meaning that they opposed limited constitutional government. John Quincy Adams continued, I am prepared to complete the demonstration before God and man that the Masonic oath, obligations, and penalties cannot by any possibility be reconciled to the laws of morality, of Christianity, or of the land. So Ronald Reagan did not listen to the Catholic Church, the Church of England, nor John Quincy Adams, and he joined the Masons. In August of 1988, Ronald Reagan delivered the keynote address to the Republican Convention and to the nation. This is what he said in part. With George Bush, I'll know as we approach the new millennium. I think it is a fair question you ask Mr. Reagan what new millennium he's talking about. Is he talking about the next decade? No. That's a period of 10 years. Is he talking about the 21st century? No. That's a period of 100 years. So we can see, I believe, that Mr. Reagan was not talking, when he talked about the millennium, about 10 years or 100 years in the future. He was talking about a millennium, a 1,000-year period. Later on he said this in his speech, with George Bush, we'll have a nation confidently willing to take its leadership into the uncharted reaches of a new age. What is this new age that Mr. Reagan was talking about? Was he talking about the New World Order? And later he ended that speech with this thought, that's a new day, our sunlit new day. Why did he refer to the new day as being sunlit? Especially about 6 months after he joined the Masonic Lodge. Apparently Mr. Reagan knows something that we don't know. There was one other puzzling thing that occurred around Ronald Reagan. The Washington Monument played a puzzling role in a particular event of the recent past. In January of 1981, President Reagan was sworn in as the President of the United States. In their coverage of that event, Time magazine wrote this, swearing in a president on the Capitol's west front for the first time ever, the President of the United States has traditionally been sworn in on the steps of the east side of the Capitol building, and no president had ever been sworn in on the west front before. But maybe this was done for aesthetic reasons. Maybe it would look better to the television audience if he was sworn in on the other side of the Capitol. Time magazine answered that question with this thought. The seldom used west front is crumbling, its rickety porticos held up by wooden posts. It is in need of structural repair. Rather than pop for a major repair job, however, the inaugural committee ordered a hasty coat of white paint and draped a gigantic American flag over the unsightly wooden beams. So the move of the site of the inauguration from one side of the Capitol building to the other was not done for the sake of picking a prettier location. So we must ask if this had another hidden meaning. And Time magazine published this picture of Reagan being inaugurated. You'll notice that the Washington Monument is at the top of the picture, and Ronald Reagan is at the bottom of the picture, shown by the green arrow. Now this is what Time magazine said under the picture shown in the yellow that I put there with my underliner. Time magazine said, before some 150,000 listeners at the west front of the Capitol, that's how many people were there apparently on the west side, Reagan gazes towards the Washington Monument and delivers his address. First of all, how did the photographer know which way Reagan was gazing when his back was facing the photographer? Please don't ask, because Time's photographer would have no answer. Secondly, no other president had ever gazed at the Washington Monument, a symbol of the very presence of the sun god himself in the history of the United States. Why did Ronald Reagan? President Reagan repeated the ceremony on the west front of the Capitol when he was inaugurated for his second term in 1985. President George Bush was also sworn in on the west side in 1989. And President Bill Clinton was sworn in on this side as well in 1993. So the site was chosen for a particular reason, one that I still have not found an explanation for. My guess is that the sun rises in the east, and if you were inaugurated on the east side of the Capitol, you would face a rising sun. If you face the west, you would face a setting sun. If the rising sun is a sign of a beginning, the setting sun is a sign of a completion. I think it has something to do with an acknowledgement that Presidents Reagan, Bush, and Clinton have acknowledged that the New World Order has been started and that it is no longer a wish. They have acknowledged that it is in place and will be accomplished very soon. This is an almost identical photograph that appeared in the U.S. News and World Report coverage of the inauguration, showing Bill Clinton being inaugurated on the west front of the Capitol building and in front of the Washington Monument. That's Bill Clinton down in the center, a little bit off to the right, on the red carpet, and up above him, a little bit off to the left, is the Washington Monument. There is no caption saying that Clinton gazed at the Washington Monument while he gave the speech, but he certainly could have. Now going back to the 1988 Republican Convention, I would like to briefly examine the Thursday night coverage when George Bush accepted his nomination as Republican candidate for the presidency. He spoke to the American people on a night when a high percentage of the American people were watching the live coverage. George Bush talked about a brilliant diversity spread like stars, like 1,000 points of light in a broad and peaceful sky. He was allegedly talking about 1,000 volunteer organizations, but he did not tell us why he limited the number to just 1,000. There are probably hundreds of thousands of such organizations in America, and secondly, there are billions of stars in the universe, not 1,000. Is it possible that he was talking about 1,000 points, meaning years of light, from the light bearer? Is it possible he was talking about a 1,000-year millennium of the light bearer Lucifer? I believe he is, but you'll have to decide for yourself. Those who don't believe me tell me that George Bush created an organization called the 1,000 Points of Light Foundation, where he praised a different volunteer periodically during his presidency. This is a newspaper article that discussed the fact that he had acknowledged the work of 1,020 volunteer organizations by December the 6th, 1992. But it is my opinion that he did not use the phrase to mean 1,000 volunteer organizations. It's about the light bearer Lucifer and his 1,000-year New World Order starting in the year 2000 AD. But to show you that I am right, that George Bush connected his points of light to Luciferianism, let me show you that the phrase was used as early as 1957, about 22 years before he did, by Alice Bailey. This is once again her book entitled The Externalization of the Hierarchy. As I've been showing you throughout this lecture, Alice Bailey was a believer in Lucifer as the head of the hierarchy that she says control world events. On page 353 of her book, she tells her readers that you will be able to present a tiny focal point through which the spiritual forces can work, to the agency of the many tiny points of light, and much potency can be transmitted. So the phrase was not original when George Bush used it in 1989. Alice Bailey, a Luciferian, used it in 1957. But the phrase is even more significant. Benjamin Creme, the Luciferian we have quoted often in this lecture as well, referred to the Great Invocation, a prayer-like poem that Lord Maitreya gave to mankind in 1945, about 44 years before George Bush, the phrase that contained this as its first line. This is the invocation from Lord Maitreya. From the point of light within the mind of God, notice the L is capitalized, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. If you'll remember, these conspirators believe that Lucifer is God, and that light spelled with the capital L means the truth, that he is the God of the world. If you remember that, then George Bush's use of the phrase, 1,000 points of light, makes sense. I believe that George Bush knows. Here's another clue that I'm right. This is a picture of the 1989 Christmas tree in the nation's capital. The article said this: this tree is dedicated with 1,000 stars to signify his 1,000 points of light. So here we see 1,000 little lights being the 1,000 stars. And here's another puzzling incident I'd like to relate to you now. George Bush was inaugurated on January the 20th, 1989, on a Masonic Bible used during the inauguration of George Washington, a member of the Masons, just a little over 200 years before. As far as we can tell, George Bush is or was not a Mason, so it wouldn't seem to be appropriate for him to be inaugurated on a Masonic Bible, but he was. And this is another puzzling incident. This is George Bush throwing out the first baseball in Yankee Stadium in April of 1991. Mr. Bush is left-handed, and he wore a light windbreaker during the ceremony. Notice the number shown on his right arm. It is the number 33, the number of the degrees in the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Why did he just happen to have that number on his windbreaker? Why did he just happen to have the Masonic number on his right arm? He could have had any number of the 99 that are less than triple digit. I do not know what it means, but it is just a thought-provoking incident. And to give you just a little clue that Bush might be a member of the Masons, I once had a phone call from a psychologist in Silver Springs, Maryland, who told me that he was a member of a Masonic lodge in Maryland with George Bush, and that they attended lodge meetings together. He would not put the statement in writing for me. However, I cannot confirm that he is a Mason or that George Bush was a Mason. I can tell you that the Masonic Lodge has stated officially that George Bush is not a Mason. This is the letter from the Masons dated December the 16th, 1991, that stated that George Bush is not a Mason. But let me give you some more evidence that George Bush knows precisely what this New World Order is that I'm talking about. This is an article that appeared in my Arizona Daily Star, our morning newspaper, on January the 3rd, 1989. The headline reads, Millennium Group expects Bush at 99 Egypt bash. A millennium is, of course, a 1,000-year period, so this article was telling us that there is a group of people that have formed to celebrate the beginning of the next 1,000-year period. And to show you that this organization is real, this is the copy of their application. A friend of mine joined their group to monitor their activities. So you can join it as well. All you have to do is send in your dues. The article reported, President-elect Bush is spending this New Year's holiday at Camp David, Maryland, but in 10 years he may be in Egypt. Organizers of the Millennium Society say by the way, notice that the group is called the Millennium Society, say he's already committed to ushering in the next century at the Great Pyramid of Cheops at Giza. George Bush is going to be at the Great Pyramid of Cheops near Cairo, Egypt, to welcome in the millennium starting on January the 1st, the year 2000. The article says that George Bush sent the group a telegram that read, Barbara and I wish you the best of luck in the next year, and we're looking forward to your celebration in Egypt in 1999. Notice that he acknowledged that he will be there on New Year's Eve, 1999, to welcome in the new year on the next morning. And he's going to be there at the Great Pyramid of Giza, the temple of initiation into Lucifer worship. This is an article that appeared in the Wall Street Journal of June the 27th, 1988, that confirms the story placed in the Arizona Daily Star. And this is an article that appeared in Time magazine in 1992 that talked about the great event, so it is true. George Bush will be at the Great Pyramid of Giza near Cairo, Egypt, for the beginning of a 1,000-year millennium, a period that he chose to call the 1,000 Points of Light. And he will be there for a very specific purpose, one that is both shocking and scary. I will discuss that reason in the next session. Let me summarize all that we've learned so far. The New World Order is coming to the world on January the 1st, the year 2000. It will last for 1,000 years, and George Bush will be there to see the beginning of it. George Bush will be standing near the pyramid, and at midnight, he will watch the planet Jupiter light up, signifying that there is now a second God in the universe, and that Lucifer will be taking his rightful place in ruling the affairs of men on this earth. This will be a symbolic act, signifying that the eye of the sun god is going to land somehow on the top of the pyramid and take up residency inside. John Anthony West, in his book Serpent in the Sky, one we looked at before, says this: since the closing of the temple at the end of the Pharaonic Empire and the beginning of the Christian era, man has been without the essential guide of the sacred science as a means of becoming truly human. That means that somehow the temple will be reopened for Lucifer worship on January the 1st, the year 2000 AD. Manly P. Hall adds one more clue that the pyramid will be reopened soon. He wrote in his book entitled The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, enter the temple in reverence, for it is in truth the dwelling place of a great spirit, the spirit of Masonry. This is why George Bush is going to be at the Great Pyramid. That pyramid will be opened again as a temple of Lucifer worship, and George Bush will be there. But how can George Bush be involved in a Luciferic conspiracy that lasting 1,000 years? He loves children. How can George Bush be involved in a 1,000-year Luciferic conspiracy? He loves parades. He couldn't be involved. But all of the evidence is that he knows precisely what he's doing and what he's saying. He knows that the New World Order is Luciferic, and he looks forward to their beginning, bringing us a 1,000-year reign of this government. Quite simply, George Bush knows that the New World Order is Luciferic. Now let me bring it all together to show you further evidence that he knows. I believe George Bush knows. He's looking forward, as I said. This is a picture of George Bush. I'm sorry, I got one slide behind. George Bush does know, and now we're going to see a picture of George Bush speaking at the United Nations on October the 1st, 1990. This is a transcript of that speech as printed in the New York Times newspaper on October the 2nd, 1990, and this is what George Bush told the United Nations about the year 2000 and a coming millennium. As we look to the future, the calendar offers up a convenient milestone, a signpost by which to measure our progress as a community of nations. The year 2000 marks a turning point, beginning not only the turn of the decade, but not only the turn of the century, but also the turn of the millennium. He said this about the New World Order: the United Nations can help bring about a new day. He went on, it is in our hands to press forward to cap. Notice that he used the word cap, like he would cap the pyramid with a missing capstone. So it is in our hands to press forward to cap an historic movement towards a new world order. This is an article written by George Bush in the Parade magazine of July the 2nd, 1989. I'm going to read the paragraph that I can't show you there, but it's in this little paragraph here in yellow. Actually, blue, forgive me. This is the close-up of that page just to show you that I'm not misquoting him in this quote. This is what George Bush wrote. I'm going to read it all the way through first, and then I'll go back over it one thought at a time. George Bush wrote, that desire for freedom from tyranny inspired the world and still does. Look on the back of any dollar bill and you'll see it. The Great Seal of the United States bears the motto Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning a new order of the ages. Now let me comment on each thought in the article. Mr. Bush talked about that desire for freedom from tyranny. Remember that this conspiracy believes that religion is tyranny, and that they want to replace religion with the thought that man can rule the universe with the use of reason. So it is possible that George Bush is talking about the need to destroy religion, just like the communists, the Illuminati, the socialists, the Masons, and the New Age religion have all dreamed. And I think that's possible. Look on the back of any dollar bill, Mr. Bush wrote, the Great Seal of the United States bears the motto Novus Ordo Seclorum. So here he is acknowledging that the New World Order is shown on the back of our dollar bill in the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum. Then he goes on to define it a little differently than I do. He calls it the New Order of the Ages. I'll accept that definition instead of mine, which is the New World Order, because George Bush elsewhere talked about the New World Order. So it is fair to conclude that George Bush knows about the New World Order. George Bush knows about the Novus Ordo Seclorum. George Bush knows about the 1,000-year millennium, and he knows that it all starts on the morning of January the 1st, the year 2000. He has told us in his own words. Now, to end this lecture, let me ask the question that all of America should be asking: what is the solution? As I've said before, and as I have attempted to approve as an historian, this conspiracy is Luciferian. It is supported by a religious belief in Lucifer, also called Satan the Devil. This conspiracy has been causing the death of billions of people on this earth for nearly 6,000 years. This conspiracy is intrinsically evil. It does not have men's best interest at heart, and moral people must do all within their power to expose it and stop it. So here's the answer. I think it was someone like St. Thomas Aquinas who wrote, "We are to work as if it's all up to us, and pray as if it was all up to God." So here are the two answers. We are to work to expose it, and we are to pray for God to end it. And the answer is in the Bible. The New Testament says this in Ephesians 5:11, "And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them." The word reprove also means expose. So we are not to cooperate with the works of this conspiracy, and we are to spend our lives in exposing their works. For about 13 hours, I have been trying to show you that I have uncovered a gigantic conspiracy in the world, and that this conspiracy is headed by a religion based on a belief in Lucifer the devil. I've tried to expose this conspiracy as an historian, but the answer is a religious one. This is a group of us at the 33rd Degree Masonic Temple in Washington, D.C. in September of 1990. Notice that we prayed by actually laying hands on the temple. We prayed that God would loose this nation from the bondage of Freemasonry, because if the bonds are not broken, we will get Lucifer's 1,000 points of light. So once again, very simply, the answer is work and prayer. Because the Creator God of the Bible has told us this in the Old Testament. 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. "If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and forgive their sin, and will heal their land." Notice that the Creator God has told us we have a 4-step program to save this country. We are to humble ourselves. This means that we must acknowledge that the Creator God exists in the universe, and acknowledge Him as the Lord of the universe, not us. We are to pray to that God. Number 3, we are to seek His face. And number 4, we are to turn from our wicked ways. If we do this, the Creator God promises to do 3 things in return. He promises that He will hear from heaven, that He will forgive our sins, and then number 3, He promises to heal our land. A good summary of this problem was offered by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, a Russian defector. He saw the very same New World Order while he lived in Russia. He lived in it for all of his life before he defected to this nation, and he warned us. Over a half-century ago, meaning about the time of 1917, the time of the Communist Revolution in his native Russia, while I was still a child, I recall hearing a number of old people offer the following explanation for the great disasters that had befallen Russia. He was referring to the great disasters of the Communist Revolution in Russia that killed as many as 42 million people. In other words, he was asking these people who lived through the Communist Revolution why it had happened. He explained that he received this answer from those he talked to. They told him that man has forgotten God. That's why all this has happened. That's why all of this has happened in America. Quite simply, we have forgotten God. Now, if you do not know God, may I humbly suggest that you get to know Him as soon as possible, because He is looking for you, but you have to find Him. The Masons claim that man cannot know God. Carl Claudia, 33rd degree Mason, wrote this on page 157 of his book entitled Introduction to Freemasonry. We cannot prove God. He wrote, proof is the result of logic, and logic is the process of the mind. They say that man's reason leads him away from God, and I say that man's reason leads him to God. So if my little pamphlet entitled God Exists can help you find the Creator God through the use of science, logic, and reason, please let me know by writing to the address that'll follow at the end of this lecture. One of the first quotes we read in this lecture was this one. Pierre Joseph Proudhon, a socialist, wrote, "Our principle is atheism in religion, anarchy in politics, and no property in the economic sphere," and what he was describing was quite simply the New World Order. I believe that you can now see that this is precisely what George Bush wanted, what Fidel Castro, the communist, wanted, what Mikhail Gorbachev, another communist, wanted, and Adolf Hitler, the German socialist, wanted. Mr. Proudhon was right. Now we're going to read two final quotes together. I will not add any of my comments. And I'm asking you to see if you have learned enough of the coded, concealed language to understand just what these authors are saying. If I taught you anything in the last 13 hours, you will understand the hidden language, because these quotes are saying something that only those who have knowledge will understand. This is the first of the two quotes, and this is what Albert Pike wrote. If men were all Masons and obeyed with all their hearts their mild, or her mild and gentle teachings, that would be a paradise. For this is the Masonic creed: believe in God's infinite benevolence, wisdom, and justice. Hope for the final triumph of good over evil, and for perfect harmony as the final result of all the concords and discords of the universe. If you understood what I've been teaching you for the last 12 or 13 hours, that quote will have made some sense. And the second of the quotes is from Manly P. Hall, who wrote this: "The cries of the mystery speak again, bidding all men welcome to the house of light. The great civilization of materiality has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned and is destroying its creator. Religion wanders aimlessly in the maze of theological speculation. Only the illumined reason can carry the understanding part of man upward to the light. Into this band of the elect, those who have chosen the life of knowledge, of virtue, and of utility, the philosophers of the ages invite you. I'm hoping that you understood. This was coded language that I'm hopeful that you can now understand, because if you did, I did my job. I've taught you how to understand the future of the world. Please allow me to interrupt this lecture just a little before its ending by telling you that at the end of this lecture, I will provide you with my mailing address so that you can write for a catalog of the materials that I've written and produced. I believe you will find that these books, booklets, and videos are the best research in the market, and that they are worthy of your consideration. Now let me begin to close with this quote from General Douglas MacArthur, a great World War II hero. General MacArthur addressed the West Point cadets when he retired on the 12th of May, 1962. He spoke about a code of conduct and chivalry. For all hours and for all time, it is an expression of the ethics of an American soldier: duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate why you ought to be what you can be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail. Always. I come back to West Point. Always There echoes and re-echoes. Duty, honor, country. Let me end with this last quote. One man who hadn't forgotten God was Pope Felix III. He wrote this in the early 6th century. Not to oppose error is to approve it. And indeed, to neglect to confound evil men when we can do it is no less a sin than to encourage them. I say, it is time to oppose error. It is time to confound evil men. It is time to oppose the New World Order. Thank you so very much, and may God bless America.